Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was the Strongest Rogue Hero? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was walking down the halls of UA, dread seeping into him with every step he took. He knew there was no way this meeting could mean good things. At the very least, it would be a heavy lecture that Izuku knew he could barely stomach. Worst case scenario, his mom couldn't handle it anymore, and he was being pulled out of the hero course. He didn't want to think about leaving. It was the last thing he wanted, especially now. With the prison break and Shigaraki's increase in power, Izuku was desperate for more training with his quirk. He needed the help, and the class needed him too. Maybe it was a little arrogant, but slowly he started to recognize his worth. They had just lost Midnight, and the war had taken a heavy toll. He couldn't abandon them. Plus, he just got his best friend back. He couldn't leave Kaken now. These thoughts plagued Izuku as he was nibbling at his lips. He wrapped his arms around himself in a small attempt to shield himself from the negativity. Izuku knew he had to keep it together, and the fear and doubt weren't helping. Once he stopped in front of Nezu's door, he hesitated. For some reason, he felt the need to run away and put as much distance as he could between himself and whatever was lying in wait in that office. Izuku didn't know where this was coming from, but his gut instinct told him he wouldn't like whatever was behind that door. Despite that, he fought back his fears and tried to straighten up and face them. He reached out and slowly knocked on the door. The principal's voice responded, sounding suspiciously cheerful. "Come in." Izuku opened the door and looked inside. He felt the smallest bit of his fear ebb away when he saw his mother wasn't around. That probably meant she wasn't pulling him out of UA. When he turned to look at All Might, the older man smiled at him. It was a proud smile, and it filled Izuku's chest with hope. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. "Young Midoriya, thank you for coming. I know you're preparing for the start of your second year, so I'm sorry to pull you away from that." "It's all right, All Might. I don't mind." "Wonderful, then come in and make yourself comfortable." Izuku took the cue and stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. Even though the dread was gone, the nervousness remained. Both All Might and Nezu seemed pleased, so it couldn't be anything too terrible, right? But what was so important to call a meeting with him at 9 p.m. on a weekday? Izuku took his seat on the couch across from All Might, trying to sit back and relax. The man told him to make himself comfortable, but Izuku didn't think that was possible. His hands were sweating with his anxiety as he rubbed them up and down his pant leg. He looked up and tried to smile, but it came out strained. "So, what's up?" Izuku asked. Nezu took the opportunity to jump on top of his desk and smile widely at Izuku. "What is up indeed? We have wonderful news for you, Midoriya. We're very excited about it." Some of the knots in Izuku's stomach started to unwind, relieved that it was good news. "Oh, what is it?" "Well, you know the winged hero, Hawks? Of course. He was the youngest to ever make the top 10. His popularity numbers have always polled very high, and even after the war, he's one of the more beloved heroes. He's also known for being one of the quickest. Honestly, I think Dash." Izuku was cut off when Nezu chuckled. "Pious. I seem to have forgotten about your tendency to ramble about heroes. Your passion is quite inspirational." Thank you, sir," Izuku said with a blush. "It's my pleasure. But back to the issue at hand. A little-known fact about the hero is that most of his training was done by the Hero Public Safety Commission. Did you know that?" "No, sir." "That's very interesting." "Indeed. They recognized his potential when he was young and took him under their wing." "That's cool. I should add that to my notebook." "Yes, well, it seems they have recognized the same potential in another young hero." "Oh, are they going to come to UA?" All Might let out a boisterous laugh. "No, my boy. It's you. The HPSC has reached out to us with an interest in recruiting and training you." Izuku pet his head, and his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Me? Why? Much of the country has seen how hard you have fought for others. You've already made a name for yourself. They see your heroic nature and your skill, and they want to foster it." Izuku took a second to wrap his head around being trained by the commission, but far too many questions arose. "So, what does that mean for school? Would it be like the extra classes Kaken and Todoroki took?" "No, not quite." "So like our work studies?" "I haven't taken another one, so I think that would work." Nezu raised his hand to stop Izuku from speaking. "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but please let us speak." Izuku wilted in his seat a little. Sorry, sir. It's quite all right. But to answer your question, it's not like either of those things. It means you would have to leave UA completely. They would homeschool you, train you, and give you more opportunities than you would have even here. Izuku sat there, stupefied, not processing any words after Nezu said he would have to leave UA. This was quickly sounding like a nightmare scenario. Even if it sounded like some good idea, it wasn't at all what Izuku wanted. He wanted to stay with his friends. He couldn't even think about leaving Eri alone. Izuku didn't want to leave any of his teachers either, especially Aizawa. The man had literally given up his leg for his students. Izuku couldn't snub that by just dropping out of UA. But when he was looking at the two men in the room, he saw immediately that they wouldn't understand. They really and truly believed this was the right thing to do. Izuku turned to All Might. Do you think this is best? What about one for all? Will I still get to see you? Yes, my boy. I made sure that they would include me in your training, and they easily agreed. Of course, we can't tell them the truth about your quirk, but it should be fine. But what about my friends? And my other teachers? Nezu spoke up, jumping off his desk and approaching Izuku. You wouldn't get to see much of anyone until you finished your training. But in the end, you could be the best hero there has ever been. With all due respect, sir, I think I could be the best hero if I stayed here too. Nezu laughed. That's very kind, child, but even UA cannot compare to the commission. I don't really want to leave everyone here though. It wouldn't be forever. You would see them again in time. And by then, you would be able to save so many people, Nezu said. Izuku felt something twist in his gut. He looked over to Nezu, who was perfectly masking any ill intent. But Izuku wasn't a moron. He could tell when someone was trying to manipulate him. He hated when people played on his kindness and desire to save. So far, it had only been bullies and villains who did that. It made him feel sick that Nezu was trying to do it. Izuku tried to come up with something to say to dissuade them, and luckily he knew precisely what would shut this down. His mother barely let him move to the dorms, so he was sure she would say no to this. She would never let him be taken away, right? I know this is a good opportunity, and really I'm very grateful. But I don't think my mom would ever let me leave her like that. Nezu somehow managed to perk up further. That's not a problem at all. In fact, we already got your mother's signature on all the paperwork. Izuku's eyes widened in fear. What? I had a conversation about it with her yesterday, and she came in and signed the paperwork this morning. She seemed very excited for you. Izuku was so confused. Why would his mother agree to send him away? She's always been an active parent, if not a little overprotective. He couldn't possibly imagine that his mother would actually be all right with this. He was worried maybe she didn't understand, or maybe Nezu tried to manipulate her as well. Do you mind if I step out and call her real quick? This is just a big decision, and I want to talk with her. All Might smiled. Of course, my boy. Nezu, on the other hand, looked skeptical. His eyes narrowed the slightest bit, but Izuku noticed. After years of reading the moods of the bullies around him, he had gotten pretty good at reading body language. Izuku didn't like it at all that Nezu was suspicious. Did it matter that much that he do this? Did that mean Nezu wanted to send him away? All Might seemed perfectly happy and understanding, but Izuku didn't know if that meant anything either. But despite all of that, he needed to call his mother. I'll be right back, Izuku said as he entered the hallway and pulled out his cell phone. It only rang a few times before she answered. Izuku? It's awfully late for a phone call. Sorry, I hope I didn't wake you up. No, honey. I was just getting ready for bed. What do you need, son? Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself before relaying the information from the meeting. Izuku could hear the smile in Inko's voice. Isn't it just wonderful? Finally, you'll be somewhere safe and still get training. I won't have to fret over you there. I just don't want to worry anymore. Mom, I don't think you understand. They want to take me away. The commission isn't a joke, and I'm a little scared. His mom didn't say anything, and again he felt that same feeling of dread. It felt like this conversation was just going to make everything worse, and suddenly Izuku thought he might throw up. His throat felt like it was closing up on him, and his eyes started to tear up. I don't want to leave everyone, Izuku said, suppressing a sob. When Inko spoke, it broke Izuku's heart. He couldn't remember a time she ever sounded this condescending and cruel. Oh, Izuku. I don't care what you want. I can't keep worrying about you anymore. It's killing me, and I'm so tired of everything you want and need being more important. I know it makes me a poor mother, but I need them to take you away. It took a moment for Izuku to understand. But once he realized what she was saying, he felt like he was drowning. Waves of emotion crashed into him all at once, and he thought they might sweep him away into the ocean. It almost felt like he was going through the stages of grief all at once. No, you can't mean that. I know I have been selfish and I'm sorry you've been so worried, but I know you love me. I do love you. I just can't handle you anymore. So you're just going to let them take me away? Like I don't even matter? I don't know what else to do, Izuku. Please, you must understand. Her plea for understanding ripped a sob out of his throat. I don't understand, and I don't want to go. Don't make me. I'll call you and text you every day. I'll stop fighting with my arms completely. I promise I'll stop being so reckless, but please don't do this. Inko was crying on the other end of the line. Izuku thought maybe he had gotten through to her, but his heart shattered when he noticed they were cries of relief. I am sorry, sweetie, but I have to do this and I've never felt so free because of it. I hope someday you can understand. Izuku didn't say anything. He stumbled in the hallway, and his back hit the wall as he slid down. He quickly hung up the phone and pulled his knees into his chest. Izuku got as small as he could as he cried, images flashing through his head of everything he would miss. He felt utterly alone and completely useless. He had been such a horrible son that his mother was throwing him away. He was going to be taken by the commission and put through God knows what kind of training. Izuku didn't even know what they wanted from him. But the commission was rife with corruption and secrecy, and Izuku wanted no part in that. He knew this wasn't going to just be some typical training program. They wanted him for a reason, and Izuku had a horrifying feeling in his gut that told him they just wanted to use him. But Izuku couldn't live like that. What was he supposed to do? How could he stop his world from collapsing? He tried to come up with a plan. That was his only option. He had to try to convince All Might, or maybe he could just tell them no. But he had a feeling that wasn't an option. Nezu terrified him, and the commission wasn't something to mess around with. Izuku felt utterly trapped. He needed time to figure this out, but they were expecting him to return any minute. So, he took a few deep breaths and tried to calm his racing heart. After wiping away the tears from his eyes, he stood up to face them. He felt his determination grow with every step he took. Izuku knew it might be false hope, but maybe if they gave him till morning, he could develop a plan. Izuku knocked on the door and was met with the same cheery tone from Nezu. When he walked in, both men looked entirely relaxed, as though they were clueless to Izuku's turmoil. They were contentedly sipping at tea, while Izuku felt like he was walking towards his doom. So, did talking to your mother ease your concerns? Izuku gave them a wobbly smile, suppressing the tears that reared their ugly head. I did speak with her. She seemed very happy with the plan. All Might smiled, still wholly clueless to everything Izuku was going through. That's fantastic, my boy. Let's grab the paperwork then, and we can get everything done. I'm sure the commission will be thrilled. Izuku tried to interject, but All Might kept speaking. I know this is scary, but I'm very proud that my protege has been recognized. You have truly come farther than I ever expected, and I could not be luckier that I saved you from that villain all those years ago. With each of his words, Izuku felt his will drain away. He was never going to be able to reject him. His mentor had given him everything. How was Izuku supposed to turn down this opportunity when it clearly meant so much to All Might? But fear still swirled in his heart as he looked down at his hands. They were sweating again as he fiddled with his fingers. He was feeling so completely overwhelmed with all of this that he couldn't even speak. The pain in his heart from his mother's rejection was so intense it felt like it burned a permanent mark into his soul. Anger at his feelings being dismissed raged through him so much Izuku had a hard time not punching something. Worse, however, was the resignation, telling him that maybe he should just give in. But then he thought of the people he cared about. He could practically make out Kaken's voice in his head telling him never to give up. He could hear Aizawa's affectionate nickname of Problem Child rattle around his brain. Izuku could see every smile he would miss from Eri if he left. Izuku couldn't bear it, and eventually, his voice came back to him. He stood up and moved towards the door, trying to escape. His voice wavered and his legs felt like jelly, but he had to do this. Actually, I know this is rude, but would you mind if we do it in the morning? It's very late, and this is such a big decision, you know? Sure. I don't see a problem with that. Go rest, young Midoriya. We will see you in the morning, All Might said. The second he was done speaking, Izuku left the room before Nezu could object. He practically sprinted down the hallway, making sure he was out of earshot so they couldn't call him back. Izuku ignored where he was going, just running through the school building to get away. The hallways started to look less and less familiar until Izuku realized he was lost. But at least he had gotten away from them. He could easily wander around until he found a staircase that would lead him back down to the building's main floor. Izuku felt the relief course through his veins that he had escaped, but along with that relief came the loss of his adrenaline. His legs gave out on him and he came crashing to the floor. It was 9:30 p.m. at this point, and the halls were dark and empty. There weren't any lights on, and there was no sound. The hallway was only lit up because of the moonlight that streamed in from the windows. It was hauntingly peaceful, but it made Izuku feel totally alone. He still hadn't gotten up yet, panting from the stress and sprinting down the halls out of desperation as he laid on the ground. Izuku barely managed to crawl over to a wall as he plopped onto his butt and leaned against it. He sat there trying to catch his breath, but it was so hard when everything was still swirling through his mind. Izuku thought some distance would help, but he had nothing to distract him. With every passing moment, his panic only increased. Izuku just wanted to calm down, but it seemed the more he tried to force it, the harder it was to breathe. He just wanted to be okay, to stop panicking so that he could figure out what to do. But he needed a plan to even have any notion of being alright, and in this state, he couldn't think clearly. It was this never-ending circle that just made Izuku feel like more and more of a failure. He had taken a stand against so many villains, saved so many lives already. He went from a quirkless nobody to the face of a new generation of heroes. So why couldn't he just calm the F down? He was starting to feel dizzy with lack of oxygen. He needed to take a deep breath, but Izuku was beginning to feel like he was going to pass out. Then, through all the panic, he heard a voice. It was deep and soothing and one of the best sounds he could have imagined hearing at that moment. "Problem child, you need to breathe." "Can't," Izuku said between rasping breaths. "You can. You're panicking, but I promise you can," Aizawa said. Izuku felt his teacher take his hand and put it on his chest. "Breathe with me." Izuku could barely make out his words, but then he heard Aizawa take a deep, loud breath. Izuku tried to match his breathing and it took a few minutes, but eventually, the pounding in his head stopped, and the tears started to clear out of his eyes. Once he blinked them away, he looked up at Aizawa. His hair was pulled back in a hair tie, and he was clearly wearing workout clothes. Izuku then realized they must be on one of the training floors of the school. His eyes flickered to the ground in shame, and his shoulders slumped. "I'm sorry if I interrupted your workout." "Knock it. I was done." Izuku just nodded, still avoiding eye contact with his teacher. "Midoriya?" Aizawa said, trying to get his attention. Izuku eventually looked up and saw his teacher's eyebrow ped in suspicion. "Yes. What the hell happened, and who do I have to kill?" Shouta was not expecting the evening to take such a drastic turn. He was working out in the empty training rooms, but he found the problem child when he left to head back to the teacher's dorms. At first, Shouta thought he was there to train and overwork himself again. But instead, he was collapsed in the hallway having a panic attack. Izuku's face was twisted with so much anger and fear. His breathing was so heavy it could be heard anywhere on that floor. Shouta rushed over to him immediately, taking the time to calm him down. He had no idea what could bring this reaction out of Izuku. His initial thought was a villain attack, but his student never failed to throw himself into the fray. So, a panic attack would make no sense. Which meant this must be something even worse. Shouta's blood ran cold at the thought. No matter how hard he tried to force down his protective instincts, righteous fury flared up at whoever hurt the kid. "What the hell happened, and who do I have to kill?" Shouta asked. Izuku took a few more deep breaths before he could speak, furiously rubbing the tears out of his eyes. He wouldn't even meet Shouta's gaze. "I'm so sorry, sir." The teacher's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "For what?" "I have to leave you." Shouta was shocked. For a moment, he felt like he had been slapped in the face with the most unbelievable thing he had ever heard. Anyone who knew the problem child knew that UA was his dream. Izuku was destined to be a great hero, with an insane amount of potential. The thought of him leaving didn't sit right with him at all. "But, is your mother taking you out of the program?" "Sorta. I had a meeting with all Might and Nezu earlier, and they said the Hero Commission wants to take me out of UA and train me themselves." Izuku stuttered out to Shouta, who only barely understood what he said. Shouta's figurative train of thought came to a screeching halt. He had so many questions, most of them not for the upset child in front of him. He tried to school his expression, but Izuku was observant. He noticed right away that something was wrong. "That's bad, right? I don't know what they want from me, but I know the commission isn't a good place. Plus, Nezu was acting so weird, And All Might seemed so happy to send me away. I don't understand why they would take a student. Do they really just want to train me? Or do they want to control me? I won't be someone's puppet. Alright kid. Chill out. We don't know what they want you for, but I promise I'm not going to let them just steal my student. Go back to your room and I'll go talk to Nezu. Shouta tried to stand, but Izuku reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Wait, I need you to tell me if this could be bad. Please don't keep things from me like they did. I deserve to know. He let out a sigh. It could be bad, but it doesn't matter because I won't let it happen. Izuku slowly nodded, but he still looked uncertain. It grated at Shouta's nerves to see the kid looking so worried. It's been a long time since his student looked so doubtful. Izuku had grown over their first year, and seeing that look on his face again only made Shouta angrier at the people who put it there. Izuku asked his next question in such a soft voice like he was afraid to speak it. Is that a good idea? Maybe I should just do what they say and go. Why would it be a good idea? You belong here at UA. And you just said you don't want to leave. Take yourself into consideration for once, problem child. If you want to stay, then that's what's going to happen. You don't understand. Being selfish is what got me into this mess. My mom, she can't handle me anymore. She wants me to go. Shouta was not expecting that. Everything Toshinori had ever said about the woman was that she was fiercely protective and deeply cared about her son. But here Izuku was, practically screaming at him with tears running down his cheeks. Shouta supposed it made sense though. If she was overprotective, she would handle Izuku's heroic career poorly. He almost sympathized with her, but if she was allowing for the commission to take her kid, then he didn't really care. Midoriya, can you tell me what she said? Izuku was crying again, struggling to get the words out, so Shouta placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and squeezed. I know it's hard, kid, but I want to help you. To do that, I have to understand what's going on. She didn't want me to be a hero. Thinks I'm too weak. She always gets so mad and cries when I'm hurt. I tried to be careful, but people needed me. Now, she doesn't want me anymore. Shouta nodded. Well, if she doesn't want you, that's her problem, and it's neglect, Midoriya. It doesn't mean you deserve to be thrown away. Maybe it does. No, kid. No one deserves that, especially from a parent. Now, I'm going to go figure out what's going on, alright? Go back to your dorms, try to relax, and I'll come find you in the morning before class. Izuku sniffled. Yes, sir. Thank you. Don't worry about it, problem child. Izuku gave out a watery laugh, but he got himself off the floor. Then he gave Shouta a small bow before scurrying down the hallway. The moment he was out of sight, Shouta was practically on a rampage. He was going to burst into Nezu's office, even if it was 10 at night, and he was going to give that FING rat a piece of his mind. What could he possibly be thinking? Nezu knew DMN well that the commission was capable of almost anything. They were clearly going to train Izuku and mold him into what they wanted. It was practically like turning him into their own little child soldier. The kid deserved freedom, to be the kind of hero he wanted to be. And Shouta knew he would be great. That kid has a heart of gold and more ambition than most people on the planet. To see him reduced to a panic attack felt harrowing and infuriating. Izuku was a tough kid, but just about anyone would break down at the thought of being thrown away by their only parent. Shouta tried to tell himself it didn't matter, that he would take care of it. But his rage didn't subside. If anything, with every step closer to Nezu's office, he only got angrier. When he finally burst into the office, Nezu and Toshinori were happily sipping tea. Shouta saw a brief flash of something in Nezu's eyes that he didn't like. Suspicion maybe? Worry his plans were about to be foiled? Shouta didn't know, and he didn't care. Toshinori just smiled at him. Good evening, Aizawa. We're just having some late-night tea. Care to join us? No, thanks, I won't be here long. Nezu put on a fake smile as he tried to pretend to be pleasant. To what do we owe the pleasure? I found Midoriya just now outside of training rooms, collapsed in a heap on the floor having a panic attack. Oh my god, is he alright? Toshinori asked, eyes widened with genuine concern. That almost gave Shouta a little relief, that at least the man cared about Izuku. I don't know, Yagi. Does that sound alright to you? Well, no. Of course not. Did he say what was wrong? Shouta rolled his eyes. Holy shit, wake up, Yagi. He doesn't want to be kidnapped by the DMN Hero Commission. What the hell are you thinking, letting this happen? We can't just let them take our student. Toshinori gave him an apologetic smile. I understand you don't want young Midoriya to leave. But this is for the best. The training he will get will be incredible for his future in heroics. We should all just be proud they recognized his potential. Recognized his potential? Come on, Yagi, how clueless can you be? They don't want to train him. They want to own and manipulate him. Don't you think that's a little dramatic? Toshinori asked, concern starting to leak into his eyes. No, I really don't. I know you don't pay a lot of attention, but the commission has been corrupt for years. Just look at Hawks, the last person they trained. They used him and then they threw him out. That's exactly what will happen to Midoriya. I'm sure that's not true. Shouta was preparing to argue back but was cut off when Nezu let out a patronizing sigh. Well, unfortunately, we don't have a choice. Of course, there's a choice. He's not going to sign whatever bullshit there is, and he's staying here. I'm sorry, Aizawa, but it's too good of an opportunity to pass up, just like All Might said. What opportunity? What could any of us possibly get out of sending one of our best students away? UA has had exceedingly bad press and taken the brunt of public opinion. After the USJ attack, Bakugo's kidnapping, and now the war, we have taken several heavy hits. In order to stay standing tall and proud, we need the backing of the HPSC. So, let me get this straight. You're going to let them take Midoriya to garner some goodwill? For their support? I have no choice. This school needs to remain open and respected in these uncertain times. Midoriya is an excellent young man, and I'm sure he can overcome the struggles and training that the commission will put him through. Shouta took a deep breath to settle himself, barely holding back from outright punching his boss. He knew the hero world was falling apart right now, but he couldn't handle the thought of just giving away Izuku. The kid had looked awful, crying on the floor. Shouda's thoughts flashed back to that scene, and he knew he couldn't let it happen, consequences be demanded. Shouta turned to Toshinori. You're really going to let this happen? This kid is like a son to you, and you're going to let them do that? What the hell kind of parent are you? I don't like what you're implying, Aizawa. Midoriya is dear to me, and this path will bring him the most success and save the most people. I'm very proud of him for doing what has to be done. Toshinori's words were laced with venom. It made Shouta sigh because clearly, the man had no idea what he was actually signing Izuku for. When he went to speak, trying to explain how big of a mistake this was, Nezu cut in. Aizawa, I understand you care for your students, but I will not budge on this. If you're so insistent on pushing this, I might have to question your role here. UA should be your priority. Shouta was momentarily surprised that Nezu would threaten his position at UA, but he probably shouldn't have been. The little rat would do any corrupt or scheming thing he must to protect the reputation of UA. He had a point that the school needed to remain open. But he wouldn't sell one of his students to the HPSC just to keep UA's good name. He turned to Toshinori. You may be willing to give away that kid, but I'm not. And I'm not giving up. Before he could hear another threat from Nezu, he stormed out of the office. He didn't want to listen to any more bullshit about how it was best or how successful Izuku could be. He didn't care about some shitty protection from the commission if it meant signing the life away of his problem children. As he walked back towards his apartment on campus, he tried to formulate plans. But there were so many unknowns still, and there were only so many options they had. First, he had to protect Izuku from Nezu and Toshinori getting to him. He didn't think they actually wanted to harm him, but he knew that their toxic mindsets could easily convince Izuku to go along with them. Toshinori was the kid's idol, mentor, and practically his father. If he really wanted to convince Izuku to go, he could, and that terrified Shouta. The kid deserved to put his happiness first and make his own life decisions. Maybe if he got to Izuku first, he could convince him of that. That might be the first step, but he still has no idea what to do about the commission wanting the kid. He knew they wouldn't back down anytime soon. If they saw something they thought would solidify their power, they would take it, and what better than All Might's protege? His thoughts were swirling so much that he had been walking on autopilot. He barely noticed he had even gotten back to his apartment until he heard tiny little feet running at him. Shouta looked up and saw Eri just in time to bend down and sweep her into his arms. What are you doing up? Shouldn't you be in bed? Shouta asked. Yes, but Dad Mike said it was alright so that I could say goodnight to you. The man pet an eyebrow. Dad Mike? Since when are you calling him that? Today. He said I could use it like Hitoshi does. I see. Well, let's put you to bed now that I'm home. Shouta walked through their apartment, throwing a wave at Hitoshi and Hizashi, who were lying on the couch watching something on the TV. I'm taking her to bed because you two are pushovers and let her stay up. Ah, come on, We're all bad at saying no. Shouta rolled his eyes but smiled back at them fondly before putting her to bed. She'd been living with them for a while now, and Hizashi and Shouta signed the adoption paperwork just last week. She changed the atmosphere for the three of them right away. Now that she was recovering from some of her trauma, she was often smiling, and she had her whole family wrapped around her finger. He adored her, and Shouta hated to see her sad. It was just another reason he had to protect Izuku. She loved the kid like a big brother, and he knew it would harm her recovery if he disappeared. But he masked his worry and tried to read her a story, even though he couldn't entirely focus. But it was late and she was tired. Eri fell asleep quickly, and Shouta tucked her into her bright purple blankets, making sure to slide her favorite plushie into bed with her. When he walked back into their living room, he grabbed the remote and turned off the television before sitting on the coffee table in front of his son and husband. Both of them started to whine at him, but Shouta gave them a glare that immediately shut them up. "We have a problem that needs to be addressed." "What is it?" Hizashi asked, sensing the seriousness of the situation. "I found Midoriya in the training hall a little bit ago having a full-blown panic attack because Nezu and Yagi are trying to send him away from UA." "What the hell?" Hitoshi asked, so shocked he practically shot off the sofa. "Seriously? Why are they doing that?" "The little listener is practically Yagi's son," said Hizashi, eyes widened in surprise that melted to worry and apprehension. It was clear he didn't like where this was going, and he didn't blame him in the slightest. Shouta let out a sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Yagi is just a moron. He thinks they're just going to put him through extensive training. He was just blabbing about how successful Midoriya would be. Nezu, on the other hand, is looking for favor and protection from the commission. Can't Midoriya's mom stop them? He talks about her all the time," Hitoshi said. "She sounds nice, so I can't imagine her letting him go anywhere. Apparently she's on board with it, which I suspect is most of the reason for Midoriya's earlier breakdown. Apparently she told him she can't handle him anymore and wants to give him over to someone else." Hizashi was immediately shocked. What the hell kind of parent just gives up their kid because it's too much work? "She does, I guess," Shouta said with a frustrated groan. "So, what are we going to do? Can we stop Nezu or whatever?" Hitoshi asked, concern for his friend evident on his face. He was sitting up now, at full attention. His eyes practically pleading with his father not to let anything happen to Izuku. "We're going to try. I'm not going to let them just remove a kid against his wishes. Plus, the commission is shady as shit, and even if I don't know what they're planning, it can't be good. Giving them All Might's protege would be giving them far too much power. Especially if the problem child goes as far as we're expecting him to." "What do you mean?" asked Hitoshi. "Well, imagine if they had the law, government, and the most influential hero in the country all on their side. They would be unstoppable with that kind of power, and then they could spew all the bullshit they want. Their current control of the hero society is already too great. We can't let them have more. We need an actual plan, then show. They're powerful as it is. What are we supposed to do?" Hizashi asked. His legs were fidgeting with anxiety, and Shouta put his hand out on his husband's knee to settle him down. "I know that. But short of just having Midoriya leave UA and getting away from Nezu and the HPSC, I don't know what else to do." "Well, why don't we just do that? Because that's the problem in the first place. He doesn't want to leave. Anything has to be better than becoming a SLV to the commission. That's like giving in to the man," Hitoshi said. "Maybe. I think I have a plan if Izuku is willing to go for it. But we will have to explain to him a lot of things about the commission he won't want to hear. Don't scare the kid. He has enough going on right now," Hizashi said. "I know, Zashi, but he should know the truth. Otherwise, he may not understand the weight of his decisions. I'm going to make a few calls to people who have insider information with the commission, just a few sources for now. We'll deal with the problem child in the morning. Now both of you go to bed. The next few days will probably be stressful." Shouta stood up with a sigh and walked into his home office. He opened the encrypted file with his contacts and tried to figure out who to call. He stared at the list for at least 5 minutes, not knowing where to start. How does one even go up against the Hero Commission? He was pulled from his stupor when Hizashi knocked on the door frame, leaning into the room. "Can we talk for a bit?" "Without Hitoshi?" "Yes, Zashi. Come in, I haven't called anyone yet." The blonde slipped into the room and walked around Shuta's desk to plop in his lap. They wrapped their arms around one another, holding each other tight. "Do you really think they're going to take him?" Hizashi whispered. "I don't know. I know you were holding back for Toshi, but what do you think they really want with him?" I'm not totally sure, but they've been losing influence with the latest villain attacks and their narratives. If Heroes' society falls apart, so do they. I think they want a perfect hero to control completely, to keep the public from questioning anything. If the people have another symbol to watch, then the public can't see whatever corrupt shit they have going on in the background. I don't like it, Hizashi said. His voice had gone cold with disgust. It was so rare to see Hizashi anything but warm and accepting, but having their kid students threatened was an easy way to anger him. Shouta just held him tighter, trying to suppress his own anger by focusing on his husband. It reminded him that he at least had a team in this. None of them were fighting alone. Shouta looked into his husband's eyes, trying to look determined. I don't like it either, Hizashi. But that's why we're going to stop them. Izuku did not sleep well. When he woke up, his eyes felt puffy from crying, and his muscles ached from the tension. He couldn't get himself to get out of bed and start the day, even though he knew Aizawa wanted to talk to him. So, he stared at the ceiling for at least 5 minutes, trying not to worry about yesterday's events. But it felt impossible. The only hope he had left to hold onto was his teacher. At least if Aizawa was on his side, he had a chance to not be taken away. Eventually, Izuku at least got the motivation to check his phone. He was hoping for a text from his teacher, but there was nothing. He did have a text from All Might, though, asking him to meet him in the teacher's lounge. Izuku knew he was supposed to make sure he talked to Aizawa this morning, but he didn't want to ignore All Might's text. So, he took a moment to settle his anxiety. After a few deep breaths and a little pep talk, he climbed out of bed and got dressed. While he trekked across campus that morning, Izuku took in his surroundings. It was beautiful, and over the first year of being a US student, it really felt like his home. The realization pained him. He wanted to believe in Aizawa, and honestly he did, but Izuku couldn't help thinking that he needed to enjoy this while he could. Before he was removed from the school and shipped off somewhere else. By the time he made it into the teacher's lounge, he was feeling such a complicated mix of emotions. He almost felt resigned to it. Admittedly, Izuku knew it would be nearly impossible for him to go against the wishes of both his mother and All Might. But he also didn't want to be sold to the Hero Commission. Even if he didn't know what they wanted him for, Izuku knew he would be controlled and manipulated, never to be free again. When he looked at Hawks, he saw a bird that had been put in a cage. That's not what Izuku wanted. But he trembled with fear that he wouldn't be able to reject All Might's wishes. But in the back of his head, he heard the all-too-familiar voice of Katsuki shouting at him. Stop being so effing weak. Stand up for yourself, you little sheet. You belong at UA. Izuku let it fuel him. Katsuki was a lot of things, but he was always one of the voices that gave him courage and strength. He almost let out a whimper at the fear of being separated from him and his other friends, but he pushed it away and walked into the lounge. All Might and Nezu were sitting on the couch, sipping tea much like they were the night before. Dread immediately sunk into Izuku. He thought maybe if it were just him and All Might, he could have been more honest with the man. But now, he just felt cornered. As he walked towards them, he could feel the tension return to him with a vengeance. He could feel his heart beating in his chest as though it were a drum pounding with every step he took. But he pushed on and sat across from them with a tight-lipped smile. Young Midoriya. It's wonderful to see you this morning. Did you sleep well, my boy? Izuku chuckled awkwardly, rubbing at his neck while he looked down at the floor. I've slept better. The man let out a booming laugh. I'm not surprised. This is an exciting opportunity. I think I would lose sleep over it as well. Yes, about that, I was wondering if it's still something I have to do? Izuku asked, hesitance dripping in his voice. Well, I think you could try saying no. But they're very persistent. I don't know if they would take no for an answer. All Might laughed again as if it were all a joke, like his life was just a joke. Izuku was surprised by how suddenly anger started to burn deep in his gut. I don't want to go. I want to be a hero for myself. Not the Hero Commission. All Might's eyebrows furrowed in evident confusion and concern. He was about to speak, and Izuku felt the spark of hope. Maybe his mentor was about to take his side? But then Nezu jumped up on the couch. His facial features showed very little emotion but a sad, disappointed smile on his face. I'm surprised, Midoriya. I always believed you had the heroic spirit to do what had to be done. I was unaware you weren't interested in saving the most people you could. Of course I am. Being a hero is all I've ever dash. Nezu cut him off. Then I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I just don't understand. The influence and power that the commission has are vast. You would easily reach number 1, and the trainers they have would be perfect for helping with all of the many facets of One for All. I understand that, sir. I just don't want to be Dash. All Might smiled at him sympathetically. My boy, I know this change is scary. I know you will miss your mother and friends, but it's only for the last 2 years of your schooling. Izuku felt himself break at that smile. All Might clearly wanted this for him. He really seemed to think this was best. Izuku desperately wanted to believe in All Might. He needed to believe that his mentor wanted what was best for him. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad? Maybe he was wrong about the commission? Izuku slumped back into the couch, every inch of fight leaving his body. All Might and Nezu weren't going to give up, and truthfully, Izuku knew the Hero Commission wouldn't give up either. And after practically losing his mother, Izuku knew he couldn't go on like this forever. He had never given up in his life, but at that moment, he felt like he didn't have a choice. Fine. I'll sign the papers. Nezu and All Might both smiled, although the strain was apparent. Clearly, they both knew he didn't want this, but neither of them moved to stop or protect him. It made Izuku feel so alone. They weren't taking him into consideration at all, and he could feel the tears come to his eyes. He thought about how disappointed Aizawa would be in him or Katsuki. Izuku knew that he was giving up. He knew he was weak. He hated it, but he couldn't fight on his own anymore. But just as Nezu got off the couch to retrieve the paperwork, the door to the teacher's lounge slammed open. Everyone turned abruptly to see Aizawa. He looked furious and exhausted. His hair was tied back in a ponytail, and Izuku was pretty sure he hadn't even slept. He stomped over to them with rage in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. There's no FNG way you're making my problem child sign his life way. All Might laughed awkwardly. Aizawa, don't be so dramatic. You're going to scare the boy. Aizawa turned and snapped at the other man. Shut up, Yagi. He should be scared, he said before turning to Nezu. Did you think I wouldn't reach out to my contacts, you DMN rat? I know exactly what the commission is up to, and there's no way you don't. I can't believe you would push Midoriya into this just for the sake of this school. It is completely illogical to turn the next great hero into a DMN murderer. Nezu feigned innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's a load of shit. We both know what they want him for. Izuku's head was whipping back and forth between the adults, feeling so overwhelmed he wanted to cry. On the one hand, he finally had someone here to fight with him, but he was scared. What did Aizawa mean by they wanted to make him a murderer? Sensei, what do they want me for? Aizawa turned to look at him, the rage melting out of his eyes as they shifted to something softer. The concern was evident, and it was almost enough to overshadow the worry in his eyes. Izuku felt his breath catch. Aizawa was usually so stoic and aloof. Seeing him this angry was terrifying. But the fear in his eyes, for Izuku, was what really shook him. Nezu tried to speak up. I don't think the boy needs to worry about Dash. I swear to God, Nezu, if you say Midoriya doesn't need to worry about being a FNG assassin, I'm going to kill you. Izuku froze. The adults kept screaming at each other, but he couldn't follow along. They wanted him to be an assassin? What does that even mean? They want him to kill people? It was so against everything he believed, and the disconnect to true heroism was jarring. It almost felt impossible to believe. Izuku knew he should have been horrified. But all he could feel now was anger. He would never be that kind of person, and his fury at All Might at that moment was all-encompassing. Rage gave him some clarity as he focused back in on what they were shouting. Nezu's voice was raised, trying to control the situation and his staff. Aizawa, this is what has to be done. Even if we don't like it, now that the Hero Commission wants him, we have no choice. UA has to comply, not even for our own protection at this point. We must stand tall during these turbulent times. I'm sure Midoriya can handle it. He's FNG kid. I'm not turning him over to be turned into a DMN child solider, Nezu, Aizawa said. Well, that's not up to us. He has already agreed. Izuku stood up, next to Aizawa. I'm not going. I know I said I would sign the papers, but I can't do it now. I'm sorry, I know this is what you want, but I will never become someone like that. Young Midoriya, we don't even know if that's true. It is, said Aizawa. They want someone strong enough to make it look like he accidentally killed the villains. After the mass breakout, they don't think Tartarus can hold prisoners anymore. They want FING killer, Yagi. Don't be so naive to believe that this isn't exactly the kind of thing the commission would do. Aizawa shifted to stand in front of Izuku. I won't let this happen, and I won't let you send him away. Even if it means we leave UA. Don't be ridiculous. This has to happen, whether you're at UA or not. Don't be so sure, Nezu. Underground heroes have friends, and I have a plan. Just because you're too weak to stand up to the commission for our students doesn't mean I am. At those words, Izuku clung to that bit of hope. Aizawa had a plan. Maybe Izuku wouldn't be taken away. His heart broke at the idea of leaving UA. That was the main reason for opposing this in the first place. But now, it was about his future and his humanity. Izuku didn't want to be a murderer. All Might looked at him, his eyes pleading. My boy, I would never let that happen to you. We can trust the commission to have the world's best interest in mind. Izuku felt his heart break. Even with this new information, All Might wasn't listening. What about my best interest? All Might flinched at the hurt in Izuku's eyes but turned away. Nezu spoke up. Midoriya, the commission won't take no as an answer. They have expressed their interest, and they will do what they have to do. Do you want them to shut down UA to get to you? He felt himself start to waver again, and his eyes flicked over to Aizawa. Don't put that sheet on him. And UA won't be at risk because we're leaving. Then, Aizawa turned around and stormed out. Izuku's gaze flurried back and forth between the two groups. When he set his eyes on All Might, the hero started to reach out to him. Normally, Izuku would feel so comforted by that. But now, when he saw that hand reaching for him, he didn't see comfort. He saw the hands of someone who didn't care. Izuku flinched away from him and turned to scurry after Aizawa. The heartbreak in All Might's eyes was painful, and the anger in Nezu's eyes was frightening. But Izuku couldn't stay here, not anymore. Once Izuku got out into the hall, he didn't know where to go. He couldn't see Aizawa, and he didn't know if he was supposed to look for him. He listened carefully but heard no footsteps. He felt lost, but he knew he had to find his teacher. Aizawa said he had a plan, and Izuku wanted to know what it was. So, Izuku walked down the hall towards Aizawa's office, but he was startled by the man himself once he turned the corner. He stood there and assessed Izuku, seeing the bags under his eyes and the worry. You look like hell. I'm sorry this is happening, Aizawa said. It's okay. And I'm sorry to question you, sir, but you said you have a plan. Yes. I don't think you're going to like it, but after everything I've learned, I'm not sure we have any other options. What is it? I'll do whatever I have to do. I'm not going to let them turn me into a killer, and I don't want to hurt anyone more than absolutely necessary. Aizawa reached out and ruffled his hair. I know, kid. You're not going with the commission. But I have to tell my family too, so come on. Let's go back to the teacher's dorms. Wait, your family? You mean Eri? Aizawa chuckled. Yeah, but I've got a husband and a son too. And a cat. Oh, all right. Are you sure it's all right that I meet them? Shouta snorted. I don't think that's going to be a problem. All right. But why do they need to know? Well, you aren't safe at UA anymore. All Might is too much of a moron to understand what's going on, so he's of no use. And Nezu wants to just hand you over and be done with it. So, you have to leave. But we're not going to let you go alone. Where am I going to go? And what do you mean I won't be going alone? And will this even work? Nezu said they wouldn't take no for an answer, Izuku asked. He was mumbling question after question until he let out a squeak and stopped himself. Don't worry, kid. I have friends at other hero schools, friends that won't take shit from the commission. So, you're going to send me to a different school? Yup, and my family and I are coming with you. Luckily, this friend happens to be the principal, and they've guaranteed spots for all of us. Izuku immediately looked guilty. I can't let you do that. You'd be leaving everything behind. We would be leaving anyway. There's no way I'm going to stay here now that Nezu has decided to side with the HPSC. Izuku couldn't believe it. No one had ever come to his defense so quickly in his life. Was Aizawa really willing to uproot his entire family just for him? The problem child? Are you sure? Izuku asked, emotion thick in his voice. Yes. It wouldn't make sense for me to allow probably the most powerful future hero of your generation to be under their control. Plus, Eri would never forgive me for letting you do this alone, Aizawa said with a playful smile. Izuku tried to smile back. So, where are we going? Do you remember your provisional licensing exam? Yes, of course. Well, we're going to Ketsubutsu Kid. The night before, when Hizashi left the office, Shouta started to scour every source he'd ever had. He opened up his encrypted file system on his laptop and searched through every informant he thought might have had some inclination or information of what Izuku was wanted for. Eventually, he came across a vigilante who had ties to the commission. They went by Echo, and their quirk let them remake any sound or voice they'd ever heard. It was perfect for vigilantism, seeking information, and even underground heroics. But Shouta also knew that their father worked for the commission. Echo had seen the corruption in the hero world and wanted nothing to do it. So now, they resort to taking the law into their own hands and slipping information to underground heroes like Shouta. It wasn't ideal, and technically he probably should have arrested them. But Echo was helpful and had never really hurt anyone that Shouta knew of, so he let it go. Which now seemed to be very beneficial because his only hope was that he could get some information from them. He picked up one of his burner phones and dialed the number in his files. When the ringing stopped, there was silence on the other end before Shouta spoke. Echoes always share secrets. The other person chuckled and spoke up. And they never tell lies. What can I do for you, Eraser? I need information. One of my students is in danger, and I think you're my best bet at figuring out how much trouble he's in. What kind of danger? The commission wants to take him and are pretending they just want to train him. Silence was all he heard on the other end of the phone. It felt eerie, and it definitely didn't give him any comfort. Then he heard a sad and disappointed sigh. I was hoping that sheet was just a rumor. Can we meet somewhere? Yes. But it needs to be ASAP. Let's meet on the corner of Lotus and 53rd. On top of the old bank building. 30 minutes. Then the line went dead. Shouta took a second to take stock of what he had just heard before popping into his bedroom to tell Hizashi he was leaving. After giving a forehead kiss to both of his sleeping kids, he slipped on his combat boots and left. He darted from rooftop to rooftop, running at full speed to make sure he would make it on time. Shouta knew better than to take any other form of transportation. With the commission involved, he had to stay in the shadows. When he arrived, Echo was already there. Their full suit was on, shrouded in black, purple, and gold. They kept a healthy distance from one another, making sure to keep both their comfort levels steady. Shouta spoke first. Echo, it's been a while. The vigilante replied, using his husband's voice. Eraser, the pleasure is mine seeing as how you're going to hate this. Let's get this over with then. I need to know what I'm dealing with. So, which student are they trying to take? I'm not sure I want to tell you that. Come on, you know how I work. I only deal in information trades. I won't let it get around to anyone interested in hurting him. But that doesn't mean I don't need to know. Shouta glared, but he knew he didn't have an option. Luckily, he had worked with Echo for years. He knew they wouldn't do anything to endanger a child. They might work around the law, but all in all they were still in the game of helping people. So he gave in. The student is Midoriya Izuku. Their shoulders slumped. Yeah, that makes sense. The kid is bright-eyed, naive, and strong. It doesn't surprise me at all. He's the kind of person they would target for this. Plus, All Might is his mentor, yeah? Unfortunately, you're not going to like what they want him for. I didn't expect I would. They're absolute pieces of shit, and I'm sure it'll be bad. Echo let out a sigh. They want an infallible number one they can bend to their will. They're expecting him to be easy to manipulate until he willingly does their bidding. With the recent fall of Tartarus and other prisons around the country, they want someone strong enough to just outright kill whatever villain they point them at. What the F-? That doesn't sound like a hero, that sounds like a FING assassin. I know, and based on what I've seen of that kid, he would not do well in that role. Shouta took a deep breath, centering himself before he could just run off and try to murder the whole commission single-handedly. That obviously wasn't an option. They were barely standing as it was, desperate to gain power wherever they could before everything came toppling down. He might hate them and they might be corrupt, but they were part of the reason villains hadn't completely taken over their country. He let out a frustrated groan. I have to figure out how to fix this. Thanks, Echo. No problem, Eraser. But they're not going to give up easily, and I've heard whispers there are people at UA on their side. You might need to take the boy away from the school if you're that set on helping him. Shouta hated that they were right. He would have to completely uproot Izuku's life, even if he didn't want to do it. Their only option was moving to a hero school where the commission had less influence. So, it would have to be smaller and off most people's radar. Plus, it needed to be run by someone who couldn't be strong-armed into doing whatever the commission asked. Only one person and one school popped in his head. Ketsubutsu Academy had a long-standing history of doing things independently, and it even had an underground heroics track that would be perfect for Hitoshi. But the reason it was the obvious option was the school's principal. He was a retired underground hero who has told the commission to go get F-ed several times, and he was precisely the kind of person who would help them protect Izuku. The man's name was Shoyo, and his hero name was Amnesia. His quirk, when triggered, caused short-term memory loss. He was one of the best intelligence gatherers and underground heroes in the entire community, and Shouta knew for a fact he'd always had problems with the HPSC. Hoesher was their only hope. So, after he left Echo sitting on the rooftop building, he found another secluded location to whip out his phone and call the man. When the phone was answered, Shouta heard a voice grumbling and thick with sleep. "What the F dash, Aizawa? It's like 2 am. I'm sorry, Hoesher. I wouldn't be calling if it wasn't necessary. What do you want?" "The commission is trying to take one of my students. One of my informants said they want to manipulate him into becoming a villain killer, and I can't let that happen. I know this is sudden and I hate asking, but we need help." The line was silent for a moment. Shouta was nervous the man was going to say no, or that he couldn't help. He's not young, and his days of taking on the HPSC were years ago. He didn't even know if the man could take them on at Ketsubutsu. Shouta was not usually an anxious man. He was generally stoic and stable beyond belief. But when one of his students was threatened, that all changed. But this time, Shouta couldn't just throw himself in the way of the villains. Protecting Izuku this time was much harder, and he hated relying on someone else. But then the man let out a resigned sigh. "I bet Nezu wants to ship him off. Yes. He believes the HPSC will put UA in danger if he doesn't comply. Stupid rat BSTRD doesn't even want to try. Fucker. Who knew he would end up such a sellout? I wish I could say it surprised me, but he would betray anyone for the sake of that demon school." The man let out a dry chuckle. "I guess you're right. You want to pack up your family and come here, right? It's the only logical option. If we stay at UA, the commission will get him, and you're the only hero school I can think of that would be willing to protect him. I'm getting to be too old for this shit, Aizawa." Shouta flinched, worrying the man was about to say no. "If I had anyone else to turn to, I would. But you're the only chance we've got, Hoesher," Shouta pleaded. "I'll make room for all of you at Ketsubutsu. We'll talk about it more tomorrow, though. I'm exhausted and going back to sleep." Then the line was cut dead, and Shouta let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank to God," he mumbled under his breath. He walked to the edge of the building and took a moment to look out at Mizutofu. Shouta couldn't help but reflect on his time here, finding it hard to believe they were about to leave. It was all so sudden. He hated drastic change like this, but he could see no other option. To protect Izuku, and subsequently the entire country, they had to leave. He knew it would be hard on all of them. Hitoshi had just started to make friends. Eri was coming out of her shell, and Hizashi had lived here for years. But he knew his family would be willing to help Izuku. The only wild card was Izuku himself. Would the boy be able to reject Yagi and Nezu? Shouta could only hope so, for his own sake. Then he climbed off the roof, down the fire escape, and made his way home. He crawled into bed at 3 am, with an alarm in a few hours to hunt the boy down before the others could get to him. He passed out easily with the thought that, hopefully, everything would work itself out tomorrow. Back to the present. Shouta looked down at Izuku after relaying all of the events from the prior evening. He couldn't say he was surprised that the boy seemed so shocked. Knowing a little more about his life now, he had a feeling he probably wasn't very used to being supported. It made him clench his fists in anger, but he had to push it down. He didn't want Izuku thinking he was mad at him. He was just furious for him. The kid deserved a far better life than he has had so far, and Shouta was determined to not let it get any worse. Once Izuku wrapped his head around everything, he frowned and looked towards the floor. He fidgeted with the hem of his shirt and wouldn't look up at him. "I don't think I'm worth all of this, sir." "Of course you are. You deserve basic human rights like freedom, kid. I'm not going to be a part of the assholes who want to take that away from you." Shouta was expecting him to keep arguing or trying to convince him not to do it. But Izuku always managed to surprise him. After a moment, he looked up at Shouta, his eyes burning with rage and determination. "I won't let you down. You and your family are doing a lot for me. I promise you won't regret it, and I'll become the best hero the world has ever seen." Shouta smiled, happy to see the shift in his perspective. Izuku really was one of the most determined people he had ever met. Even though he could still see the pain and disappointment masked in his eyes, he was at least happy the boy was starting to bounce back to himself. He reached out and ruffled Izuku's curls. "I believe it, kid. If anyone can do it, it's you. Just remember that you can't let them get to you. Even after moving, this won't be over. But we'll be by your side." Izuku smiled, and then his eyebrows furrowed. "Oh yeah, I'm excited to meet your family. I hope they like me." What if they're mad that I'm the reason they have to leave? What are they like? I have no idea what Sensei's family would be like, I bet dash. Shouta cleared his throat. I don't think you need to worry about them liking you. Plus, I already told them last night that we would have to do something to help you. I don't think they'll care about putting your safety first. Are you sure, sir? Positive. You'll see what I mean. Izuku just nodded, clearly still stuck in his head. Shouta let him think silently while they walked across campus, back to the teacher's dorms. He knew the kid was curious about his family, and honestly, Shouta was sort of looking forward to the reveal. It would probably be funny watching the kid freak out that Hizashi was his husband and that Hitoshi was his kid. At least Izuku already knew them. Shouta hoped that would make this all easier, and at least he would be able to trust that they cared about his well-being. Once they got to their apartment, he paused and looked at Izuku. He almost walked into the wall, just following Shouta on autopilot. But he stopped just in time and looked up at his teacher. You ready, kid? I'm sure everyone is awake, so it'll probably be chaotic. Izuku gave him a nervous smile but nodded his head. Yes, I'm sure it'll be fine. Shouta then opened the door and kicked off his shoes. We're back. Hizashi shouted back. Who's we? He turned back and saw the shock in Izuku's widened eyes. Then Hitoshi replied to Hizashi. It's obviously Midoriya. Izuku's eyes widened again, being comically wide at this point. Then Eri ran at them and jumped into the boy's arms, surprising him even further. It was definitely amusing to see him so shocked at who his family was. But Izuku removed his shoes and carried Eri with him as they walked into the kitchen. Hitoshi was sitting at the kitchen table, wrapped up in a blanket with a cat in his lap and a cup of coffee in his hand. Hizashi was flitting around the kitchen, making breakfast. Eri was excitedly asking Izuku why he was visiting. The boy was smiling back at her, telling her that he was here to meet their family. He fit in surprisingly well, just naturally taking her over to her seat and then shyly slid into the chair next to her. Shouta was proud of his family, and he was beyond relieved that already Izuku was slipping into it, even if the boy looked nervous as hell. But he was broken out of his stupor when Hizashi called out to him. So, Sho, what the hell is going on? Well, I found Nezu and Yagi trying to force him into signing the papers this morning, but I got there in time. Hitoshi turned to Izuku. You were going to sign them? Izuku shrugged, looking a little ashamed. I didn't think I had a choice. Hitoshi eyed him for a moment, then gave him the smallest hint of a sympathetic smile and turned back to his dad. So, Dadzawa, what are we doing to protect the broccoli? Eri giggled. Toshi. He's not broccoli. He's dead. He doesn't need protection. He's already a strong hero. Shouta fondly rolled his eyes. Well, I guess that's true. But we do have something to talk about. It seems Nezu isn't backing down, and the commission won't take no for an answer from him. So, what does that mean? Hitoshi asked. Well, how would you feel about starting hero classes at another school? His eyes widened. We're leaving UA? Hizashi chimed in from the kitchen. Is that even an option? Won't the commission have even more sway at a school less powerful than UA? Well, we're going to go to Ketsubutsu. The principal there, Hosher, was an underground hero who hates the commission. He's got dirt on them and has never listened to any of them. It makes the most sense for us to transfer there. I spoke to him last night. He has assured me that he can make a place for all of us. Everyone was silent for a moment, thinking about what Shouta said. He saw Izuku's eyes bounce around everyone in the room, clearly scared that someone was going to reject him. But Shouta was confident they were all just wrapping their head around it. Eri spoke first. So, if we stay here, something bad will happen to Deku? Shouta gave her a small smile and reached out to place his hand on her head. Yeah, there are some bad people who want to take him away, and UA doesn't feel like helping. Her face twisted into a pout, with the angriest little glare the girl could muster. Well, that's mean. We can't let them do that. Then she turned to Izuku and jumped over to give him a hug. Don't worry, Deku. We won't let anything happen to you. Izuku's eyes started to water, and Shouta almost laughed. He wasn't surprised in the slightest that Eri took this as a personal affront to someone she cared about, and her determination to help him was heartwarming. Hitoshi laughed. She's right, Midoriya. It's bullshit, and it's not like I've started the hero course here yet. Transferring isn't a big deal. Hizashi then chimed in. I can be a teacher anywhere. And I couldn't call myself a hero if I stayed here at risk of putting the listener in danger. To Ketsubutsu we go. With the resounding amount of support, Izuku couldn't hold back anymore. Tears started to stream down his cheeks as he hugged Eri. He turned to the others and tried to speak, but it was clear he was overwhelmed. Shouta was glad the kid felt supported, but he hated that he was so blatantly expecting to be cast aside. But it wasn't a surprise either. The Aizawa-Yamada family would have to just do their best to make sure the kid knew that this would be his new normal. Listen, Midoriya. I know this is a shitload for you to deal with. You lost your mom, now you're going to lose UA, but you're not going to lose us. It's alright to be overwhelmed by this, but you've got nothing to worry about. What kind of heroes would we be if we left you alone on this? Izuku just stared at Shouta, almost like he couldn't believe him. But after a moment, even through the tears, he just offered up a blinding smile. Thank you so much. I promise to do my best. After breakfast, they all dragged themselves into the living room. The school year was about to start, so they had to hurry to get them out of UA and into Ketsubutsu on time. Izuku felt like it was all going too quickly, and he was barely able to process everything that was going on. He sat on the couch with Eri in his lap, dazed while the rest of them started to figure things out. Aizawa called Hitoshi back, making sure he and Yamada had jobs lined up. Izuku was beyond thrilled that they did. Aizawa was even going to have his own class to run on underground heroics. Yamada was going to teach English again, which he seemed entirely pleased with. Knowing the two would still be happy with new positions settled at least a little of Izuku's fears. The next bit of relief came when they officially heard that Hitoshi would have a place in the hero course and that Eri could keep doing homeschooling with Aizawa and Yamada without it disrupting their new jobs. Once they had some of those details ironed out, they had to deal with everything here. Aizawa and Yamada locked themselves in their home office, while Izuku helped Eri pack her things. Izuku couldn't believe how on board with it she was. The girl was generally so timid about change, but Eri had shown herself to be quite protective. She had grown so much, and Izuku was beyond proud. He was even more surprised at Hitoshi's reactions. He had worked incredibly hard just to get into the hero course at UA, but now he was going to be sent somewhere else. When Izuku mentioned it, the other boy just shrugged and said, "As long as it's a hero course, I don't really care." It made sense, but Izuku couldn't help but think he was taking Hitoshi away from something. The guilt was festering, and it only got worse when the two heroes came out of their office looking like they had been crying. What's wrong? He asked, tears filling his own eyes. He couldn't do this to them if it was hurting them. Hizashi put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, though, and gave him a small smile. Nothing's wrong, kiddo. We're just going to miss this place. Saying goodbye to our classes and our memories here will be hard. But it's all right. Izuku hung his head low. I'm so sorry, you guys shouldn't have to leave. I can do this on my own. Ketsubutsu will be great. I didn't even think of your classes in all of this. What about 2A and 2C? They'll think you're leaving them for me. Little listener, it'll be fine. You're a part of our classes too, and you're in danger. What kind of heroes would we be if we didn't help? I'm just not sure it's worth it. Course it is. Plus, we've made sure to talk to some of the other staff about our classes. Vlad will keep a close eye on them for us, and Nezu still cares enough about the reputation of UA to find them a good teacher. Izuku gripped his own hands, twisting them nervously. You're right. I'm sorry, sir. I'm just worried about them. Aizawa huffed. What would Bakugo say if he heard you were worried about him? I think you're selling them short, Midoriya. Don't you think they're capable of being heroes? Of course I do. Izuku let out a sigh. I just feel like I'm running away and leaving them behind. I get it. But it might not be permanent, and it's better than being taken away to somewhere you can't even speak to them. Izuku gave a small nod, giving up on trying to convince them and turning back to Eri's things to help her pack. But then Shouta spoke again. Also, I called your mother. Izuku whipped back around, eyes wide. He was terrified to hear what she had to say. She could easily derail all of this and force him to go with the commission. He was nervous when he finally asked, What did she say? She agreed to let you attend Ketsubutsu under our temporary guardianship. She may or may not think this has to agree with the original agreement with the commission, but she didn't question it, and I didn't want to share too much. She just signed me over, huh? Izuku's shoulders slumped in, and he dropped his head. He closed his eyes and tried to steady himself for the answer. But admittedly, he already knew. His mother couldn't handle him being a hero. She had made that clear almost a year ago after the summer camp incident. It ached in his chest, and his lungs felt shriveled up. But there was such an odd sense of relief. He was free from disappointing her now. Izuku didn't have to worry about letting her down or hurting her anymore. He could live the life he wanted without the thoughts in the back of his head that she could take away his only dream. Also, If Izuku was honest with himself, after she tried to take him from Yue the first time, he had never really trusted her anymore. Inko made it clear that his life was never really her priority. But that didn't make it hurt any less when Aizawa responded. She did. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. And I know we're not your family, and it's not the same, but you're still not alone, kid. Then the man reached out and ruffled his hair. Aizawa might not be the most comforting or expressive person in the world, but Izuku felt his breathing ease just the smallest amount. Thank you, sensei. Don't worry about it, Aizawa said with a glare. I mean it. Don't let this bother you. Izuku just gave a small smile and continued to help Eri pack up the rest of her things. It only took a few hours, and eventually, the afternoon rolled around. Aizawa sent him away to pack his own stuff so that they could announce their departure and get off campus. Apparently, Nezu has only given them 12 hours to leave campus between throwing them out. Izuku still wasn't sure where they were even going to live, but he didn't have time to worry about that if they had to leave so soon. So, he sent a text to Katsuki and Shouta, asking them to immediately meet him in his room. Then, he ran back to his dorm as quickly as he could. When Izuku returned to Heights Alliance, he wasn't surprised that Katsuki and Shouta were already outside his room. The blonde was already impatiently pounding on his door. What the F Deku? If you call us here, you should at least answer the shitty door. Kaken, I'm not in there. They both spun around, Katsuki glaring and Shouta staring. Oh. Hello, Midoriya. We're here. Izuku chuckled. Yes, I see that. Come on, I need to talk to you both. Then he pulled out his key and unlocked his door, herding the other two into his room. He walked right over to his bed and crashed down on it, the other two sitting down on his desk and his desk chair. But Kugu, should you really be sitting on his desk? I absolutely do not give a shit, icy hot. Then he turned to Izuku. Now, what the F are we here for? I swear to God if you interrupted my effing relaxing yoga for nothing, I'll kill you. Shouta let out a huff, his version of a laugh. Apparently, you need to do more of it. You're clearly not relaxed. You FNGT I'll show you relaxed when you're dead. Katsuki reached out to let off a small explosion in annoyance, but then Izuku spoke. He couldn't hold it back anymore, and every second of seeing them act normally was breaking his heart. I'm leaving you. For a moment, it felt like a movie. They both turned to him, mouths dropped open in shock, similar expressions of surprise on their faces. But then Katsuki's eyes burned with rage, and Shouto's aloof mask slipped back on his face. What do you mean you're leaving Yue? You can't if you quit. How am I supposed to beat you if you aren't a FING hero? I have to agree with Bakugo. We all know you're destined to be All Might's successor. This is very unlike you. Izuku flinched at the name of his mentor before he sat up and looked at them. I'm still going to be a hero. I just can't stay at Yue. Katsuki looked at him suspiciously, assessing before he spoke. It's Auntie, isn't it? She's pulling you out. No. It's much worse than that. I don't think I'm allowed to tell anyone, but I can't keep a secret from Kaken. And Todoroki, I think you might find out anyway. Well, stop being so dim and secretive and just tell us. So, Izuku told them everything. He told them about his initial meeting with Nezu and All Might. He told them about the betrayal from his mother and how willingly she gave him away. Izuku told them about running into Aizawa and the other man promising to fix it. Then he told them about this morning. How Aizawa said that the commission wanted to manipulate him into killing whatever villain they wanted him to, turning him into their own hero soldier. Next, Izuku told them about the plan, that Aizawa and Yamada were secretly married, and that they would take him and their kids to Ketsubutsu because their principal could apparently handle the commission. Once he was done telling his story, the other boys sat there in shock. Neither of them could believe it. Their usual bravado had fallen away, as they sat there in silence before Katsuki whispered out. What the F dash? Can they even do that? Like actually? Shouta asked. I guess so? Aizawa was pretty insistent, and Nezu was both terrified and terrifying. I trust Sensei to know what he's doing, but I hope this ends up going away. Maybe we can even come back someday? This is FING bullshit. Let's just expose it. They can't just FING take someone. This is bullshit. Why aren't you fighting this? Katsuki shouted. What am I supposed to do? They're the commission. I can't just say no and walk away. It's not an option. I'm not safe here. Katsuki was breathing hard with barely concealed rage. Izuku saw him holding his hands tight in a fist, keeping himself from exploding the whole building. We're at a stalemate though. Izuku knew Katsuki wanted to fight this, But this wasn't a battle that could be won with fists. Shouta let out a sigh. If this is your only option, then I suppose we have to support you. It's better than the alternative. Izuku gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, Todoroki. You're a good friend. He nodded back. Only thanks to you. Now, is there something we can do for you? Katsuki rolled his eyes. What makes you think I want to help the nerd? Shouta waved him off. Don't be ridiculous. We're your best friends. You icy hot. I have no friends. Shouta stopped, pretending to listen. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. What the hell are you doing? Every time you say that it summons Kirishima. I just wanted to see if he would break down the door and declare his love for his Bakubro. Shouta deadpanned back at Katsuki, complete with finger quotes. Katsuki was about to launch himself at Shouta, and Izuku couldn't hold back anymore. These really were his best friends, and it broke his heart that he was leaving them. But also, he couldn't help but laugh at all of their shenanigans. So this horrible sound, which was both a sob and a laugh, ripped from his throat. What the hell? Are you effing dying? Izuku laughed again. No, just really going to miss you guys. Then he reached up to wipe the tears from his eyes, giving them both a sad smile. Shouta smiled at him fondly, and Katsuki rolled his eyes. But the blonde couldn't hide the blush on his cheeks. We will miss you as well, Midoriya, Shouta said. Speak for yourself. Katsuki shouted. Izuku just kept smiling. But then they stuck around to help, packing up Izuku's belongings in all the boxes in the back of his closet from when he moved in. It was a painful process, and Izuku caught himself crying several times over old pictures or some of his All Might merchandise. It hurt to look at them now. Seeing his mentor's face used to be a comfort. All Might was everything to him. But now, all he saw was the face of a man who turned his back on him. Then, he put some of his framed pictures in a box, looking at a picture of him and his mother. But again, it only brought him pain now that she's left him to live his life on his own. The final nail in the coffin was the pictures of his friends. He had so many fun photos hung on the wall of his various adventures of Class 1A, and it broke his heart that he was leaving these people, his first ever friends, people that became like a family to him. He cried again. Really, Izuku thought he'd be all cried out over the events of the last 24 hours. He was exhausted. So much had happened, and everything changed. He felt like his entire world was crashing down around him. Then, they heard a knock at the door. If it was one of their classmates, they couldn't know he was leaving yet. It would cause an uproar before Aizawa made the announcement. So, Izuku hesitantly asked through the door. Who is it? Then, they heard Yamada's voice. It's just us. Izuku sagged in relief, opening the door and letting in the entirety of the Aizawa-Yamada family. Even Eri. What are you guys doing here? We're here to help you pack. But it seems like you already had help. Yamada cheered with a smile when he looked at Katsuki and Shouta. Yeah, I told them everything and then they helped. But I promise they're the only ones who know. I had to tell someone. Aizawa rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. It's fine. Let's just finish this up so we can make our announcement. I'm not looking forward to it. Izuku scratched at the back of his neck while shifting back and forth. I know. I'm sorry, sensei. Then Aizawa gave him a light bop on the head. Stop apologizing. This was our decision, and it was the right one. Izuku just gave a little nod, and they all finished packing up their stuff. The conversation was sparse but friendly. Clearly, everyone was on edge with the latest news, and Katsuki and Shouta didn't really know how to act with the others in the room. But, with all the help, the group managed to sneak down all his boxes and throw them in the truck that was sitting in front of the building. When they walked back into the dorms, Aizawa went over to the PA and announced that the whole class needed to immediately report to the common room. It took a few minutes, but eventually, all of the class had made it downstairs, filling various spaces on the couches and looking up at Aizawa. Then Denki raised his hand. Sensei, is this about Shinso? 'Cause you already told us he was joining the class. Aizawa sighed. No. This is not about him. Why is Eri here? Chako asked. The teacher pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a sigh before looking back up at the teenagers. If you let me make my announcement, you'd understand already. The students awkwardly shuffled around, dropping their gazes in guilt that they interrupted their teacher, who was clearly stressed. Then Aizawa let out a huff before he continued speaking. Now, this will come as a shock to you, especially because your second year is about to begin, but I am leaving UA. The students gasped, and everyone started shouting questions left and right. But Aizawa just triggered his quirk and made everyone quiet down. As I was saying, I am leaving UA. Yamada is coming with me, as well as Eri, Shinso, and Midoriya. With the latest events, it has been concluded that Midoriya is a target of one of the most powerful villains that have ever existed. So, we will be taking him to a much smaller hero school in hopes we can train him without risking his safety and the safety of all of you. The room was silent again, everyone shocked, until Ochako shouted with the smallest crack in her voice. This is so sudden. Does he really have to go? I'm afraid so. We are leaving immediately after this conversation. You all will get a new teacher, but Vlad King will be watching over all of you as well. You all still have my phone number. You may reach out with emergencies. I'm sorry to leave you in the middle of your journey, but I firmly believe that with hard work, you'll all be wonderful heroes. Then, Aizawa offered the class a small bow. The class looked somber, eyes flitting between everyone who was leaving with sadness and disappointment in their eyes. Some of them were even tearing. Then, Momo stood up. Sir, I understand that this has been already decided. But is there anything we can do to keep you and our classmates here? Ichiro nodded and spoke up. Yeah, there's got to be something we can do. Can't we help keep Midoriya safe? You've all been on the front lines too much at this point. We can't risk putting any of you in further danger. I understand your need to help your friend, but the decision has already been made. The tension in the room was evident, the students were clearly unhappy with this, but none of them felt like they could argue anymore. Their teacher had clearly put their foot down. Realizing this, Tenya rose to his feet and gave a deep bow. We understand, sir, but we must thank you for all the hard work you put into teaching us. We are very appreciative of you, and we will deeply miss all of you. They sat in silence for a moment, everyone thinking about what Tenya said. But then Ochako was bolting off the couch and running to hug Izuku. The rest of the Deku squad ran to give him hugs, and Izuku found himself crying yet again. He would miss them more than they could ever know, but Aizawa was right. It was too late to change his mind, and it wasn't like he had any other options. So, he pushed down his feelings and tried to enjoy his final goodbye with his friends. He treasured the kind words, the hugs, and the smiles. He knew he'd see them again and text them all the time, but it wouldn't be the same. Izuku left with that thought in mind, walking out of the dorm's front doors and crawling into the truck with the others. He looked out the window, all 19 students watching him go. It left a hole in his heart and an ache deep in his bones that he knew wouldn't go away for a while. But then Hitoshi lightly punched him in the arm. You know, I'm sorry. I know this FNG blows. Izuku gave him a half-hearted smile. Thanks, Shinso. You know, you should probably call me Hitoshi if we're going to be brothers. The two old farts will probably adopt you by force at this point anyway. Before Izuku could respond, Eri snuggled into his side and cheered. A new big brother. What? I'm not good enough for you? Hitoshi asked in mock offense. Eri just giggled as they continued to bicker. Yamada started to laugh as well, and even Aizawa let out a snort. The background noise was admittedly comforting as Izuku let himself settle into the back seat in the car. Even if this was awful and Izuku's life had been turned upside down, it felt bearable with them around him. He could only hope that everything would be okay as he held on to the thought that at least he'd still be a hero. He was going to save people the way he wanted, no matter who tried to stop him. Izuku and the Aizawa-Yamada drove the rest of the afternoon and evening. It took them 4 hours to get to their destination, going in and out of smaller towns on the way. The countryside was beautiful, and the conversation in the car was generally light. Eri fell asleep pretty early on, and so did Hitoshi. So, Izuku just made conversation with his teachers and stared out the window. It felt so odd. Izuku was surprisingly comfortable, and admittedly even a little excited. But the cloud still sat over his head that his old life was gone. He tried to text his mom that he was leaving and on the road, but she never responded. But with each mile closer, the cloud hung over him less and less. This was the only option to keep him safe, even if he didn't like it. So, he tried to just daydream about his new life and his new home. He had heard good things about Jeddah. The city was so supposed to be beautiful, with a nice city center but not too urban. It was close to beaches but not too far from day trips to the mountains. Plus, Ketsubutsu couldn't be that bad, right? Izuku remembered the students at the provisional licensing exam last year were impressive, and Ms. Joke was a pretty cool hero. It also helped that Izuku knew Aizawa and Yamada wouldn't go teach somewhere that didn't work hard to produce good heroes. So, Izuku ignored the lingering pain from leaving his past behind him and focused on the future. When they finally reached Jeddah, they found a hotel to stay in. They locked up their moving van and brought only their necessities into a small hotel room. It wasn't much, and Izuku had to share a bed with Hitoshi, but he didn't really mind. Aizawa had complained about the types of hotels that would allow their cat, Precious, so they had to make do. Before they went to sleep, the adults sat them down. "Sorry, this hotel isn't great, kids," Yamada said. "We all go back to school on Monday, and it'll be a big change. So tomorrow is the only free time we have to find us a place to live, so we'll be going to see a few places while you guys stay here." Eri pouted but didn't argue. Hitoshi, on the other hand, glared at his parents. "Don't you think we should come? We'll be living there too, you know." "Yes, but you need to prepare for the new school year, and we don't want to drag Eri and the cat around to a bunch of unfamiliar places with strangers," Aizawa said as he returned his son's glare. Hitoshi groaned but eventually relented. Then he just crawled into their shared bed and passed out. Everyone followed suit, and Izuku didn't take long either. The day had been exhausting, and truthfully he didn't mind having a day where he could just reflect on everything that happened to him in the last 48 hours. The last thing he thought about before going to sleep was the bubbling anxiety for Monday and what that would bring. So, the next morning when he woke up, it was still all he could think about. He spent the morning eating breakfast with the family before Aizawa and Yamada left to find them a real place to live. Hitoshi grumbled a bit more, and admittedly Izuku sort of agreed. It would have been nice to be a part of this process. Especially because it felt like so many of his choices had been stripped away from him. But he didn't mind spending time with Eri either. But without any of her usual things, keeping her engaged was a bit of a struggle. So, they ended up taking a walk around the hotel and then watching movies in their room. She kept herself entertained by acting as the movie's characters and eventually roping Hitoshi and Izuku into it. Her antics were adorable and it definitely distracted him. So, once his teachers returned, he wasn't feeling quite as down. Yamada burst into the door with a cheer. "We found a home." Eri jumped up and ran over to him, and he scooped her into his arms and spun her around in celebration. "Dear God, must you be so loud," Aizawa grumbled. "Duh. This is a big deal. Plus, you guys are going to love it." "What's it like?" Hitoshi asked. "It's a great house. Definitely nicer than we've ever had, and there are enough bedrooms for everyone to have their own. It has a nice little backyard too. You guys will love it. Let's go." Eri shouted as she ran to throw her stuff back into her bright red suitcase. "Not yet, Eri," Shouta said. "We were able to expedite things because of our hero status, but it still won't be that fast. We can't move in till next week." Izuku slumped at that. He knew they couldn't really move into a new home that quickly, but he thought it might be easier for him to adjust if he had a new place to set up his things. Right now, he felt so displaced, like he had no anchor. He used to have Yue, his mom, his friends. But now, it felt like he had nothing to keep him from floating away. He zoned out for a while, sitting on the couch staring into space. The others left him alone, realizing he needed some space while they made plans for the next day. The night, when they went to sleep, Izuku struggled. He tossed and turned while fear crept in. So many things could go wrong, and his overactive mind was now showing him every worst-case scenario as if he was watching them on a movie screen. What if Ketsubutsu wasn't safe, and the commission still took him? What if it was all for nothing, and the same exact thing would have happened at Yue? Should he have tried harder to convince All Might? Maybe his mentor would have eventually figured it out and kept him safe? Everything felt wrong. Even the blankets felt heavy and suffocating. He felt trapped in this situation and yet wholly lost at the same time. It was horribly conflicting, and Izuku's flight or fight response kicked in. Suddenly, he threw the blankets off himself and ran from the hotel room, not even remembering to grab a hotel key. Once he was outside, the cool spring air hit his lungs, and he at least found himself feeling a little better. It was refreshing and made him feel just a little more like he wasn't drowning. It reminded him he could breathe. He let himself crash down onto the stairs, sitting on the bottom step in his pajamas, in the middle of the night, staring out at an unfamiliar city. Jeddah really was pretty, but Izuku had no idea if it would ever be home to him. After a few minutes, he finally realized he didn't have a key to get back in. "Sheet," he mumbled under his breath. Then Izuku heard a snort behind him. "Forgot something, didn't you?" He turned around, and Hitoshi was still in his pajamas, too, as he sat down next to him and held out a hotel key. "Thanks, sorry for running out like that." "It's all right. You've got a lot of shit going on. I'm surprised you were able to sleep last night. I guess after everything I was just exhausted, but now I'm more worried about tomorrow, you know? I had friends at UA, but they were my first friends. What if Ketsubutsu isn't like that? I don't see how you couldn't make friends." You're way too nice, and you've got a quirk most people would kill for. Izuku let out a dry, humorless laugh. You would think, huh? But I didn't get my quirk until I was for most of my life. I thought I was quirkless, and so did everyone else. Hitoshi blinked at him with a disbelieving look that then morphed into one of shame. That just makes me sound like an a-hole for what I said to you at the sports festival. Izuku waved his hands around, eyes wide with worry. Not at all. It's all right. You didn't know. I would never hold that against you. Yeah, that's the too nice part coming into play. But tomorrow will be fine. If the people at Ketsubutsu are assholes, we'll just hang out. Izuku's eyes widened. You can't say that. We don't even know them yet. Hitoshi laughed and knocked their shoulders together. See? Still too fing nice. People will like you just fine. Izuku didn't fail to notice that Hitoshi said nothing about himself. It made the guilt sink into his bones. He hadn't even thought much about how hard this was for them. Sure, he was feeling bad about it. But here he was, panicking, not even taking Hitoshi's feelings into account. Izuku nudged him with his elbow. They'll like you too, you know? And if they don't, well, Izuku took a breath and lowered his voice to a whisper. Hitoshi laughed at him, holding nothing back. Oh my god, you won't even say it full volume. Izuku gave him another shove but joined in on the laughter. It felt good to laugh. Some of the weight on his shoulders eased, and some of the fear in his heart was driven away. Despite the scary unknowns, he at least felt a little closer to the other boy after their shared moment of doubts and comfort. He knew Hitoshi was kidding when he called them brothers, but it didn't feel far off. Izuku felt better knowing he could rely on him and that at least he wouldn't be walking into that new classroom alone. So, when he followed Hitoshi back into the hotel room, he was able to sleep restfully, preparing himself for the stressful day to come. The next morning, they were in a bit of a hurry. They had to arrive early to get Eri settled into one of their new offices, and they had to get all the paperwork handled for the boys. Izuku was definitely worried it would be stressful, but he didn't have time to worry about it when they were all scurrying around trying to get ready for the day. He packed his school bag and put on some just jeans and a t-shirt. They didn't have uniforms yet, so he didn't have much of an option. But it did make him feel nervous to show up at the school like that. Would they get uniforms? Would they already look like the odd ones out on day one? But they eventually got everyone packed up and inside the van before heading to the school. Eri asked a million questions a minute, which mostly kept Izuku from getting too stuck in his head. But he was curious also. What would the school look like? What were the people like? Was this principal, Hoesher, going to really be that much better than Nezu? When they finally pulled up to the school, it was mostly exactly what Izuku expected. It looked a lot more like a typical school than UA did. But it still had a wall around it, and the training center was pretty obvious as a giant building behind the rest of the buildings. The grounds were pretty but not nearly as extravagant as UA's campus. But still, it felt sort of comforting that it seemed more like a regular school. They parked their giant moving van and all climbed out while staring at the school. Luckily, this early in the morning, there weren't any students around. But Hitoshi and Izuku were still trying to separate themselves from the slightly embarrassing vehicle. Yamada pretended to be offended, which of course, made them all laugh. Yet again, Izuku found himself feeling better just because they were able to make him laugh. But some of that dread seeped back in as they walked through the unfamiliar halls. Izuku was trying to get his bearings so he wouldn't end up lost on the first day. Hitoshi seemed to be doing the same, so hopefully at least one of them would figure out how to get around. It wasn't long before they walked into the teacher's lounge, which was buzzing with people. There were a few pro heroes he recognized and a few teachers who were clearly just civilians. Before he had a moment to take in his surroundings, someone pounced on Aizawa. Eraser! I can't believe my husband is here to work with me. It's so sweet that you'd follow me all the way to Ketsubutsu. You crazy effing woman, get off me, Aizawa growled as he pushed away Ms. Joke. Ah, come on. Aren't you happy to see me? No, he deadpanned as he crossed his arms. Then Yamada joined in the conversation. He might not be, but I am. Ms. Joke whipped around and threw herself at Mike. My other husband. You're both here. Can't you two just be normal for one day? Hell no. What would be the fun in that? Aizawa just let out a sigh and waved the kids in. Come on you three. Let's get you three set up. Izuku, Eri, and Hitoshi followed him, although Eri wouldn't take her eyes off of Ms. Joke and her dad. She clearly thought it was hysterical, and Izuku didn't blame her. But to avoid Aizawa's death glare, he ushered her along too. Someone pointed out 2 desks in the room to Aizawa, letting him know they were his and Yamada's. So, he took a moment and sat Eri down with her laptop so she could try to do a little schoolwork. Then Ms. Joke and Yamada made their way back over to them. So, you three must be their kids. Aizawa pointed at Izuku. That one is not ours. He may be my problem child, but he's not my kid. Ms. Joke beamed at him. Oh, a problem child? I can't wait to whip you into shape. What's your name, kid? Izuku flushed at the attention and bowed. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's an honor to meet you again. I remember you. You're the one at the exam who knew who I was. Izuku nodded. Yes, ma'am. Your quirk is amazing for villain fights because it causes nearly no collateral damage. I've always enjoyed the hilarity and skill while watching your battles. Then she reached out and ruffled his hair. I don't know what Eraser was talking about. You seem like an angel. Oh, thank you, Ms. Joke. Call me Fukukado, kid, or sensei. I'll be your teacher. I assume the purple guy will be my student too. Hitoshi took the cue and bowed as well. Shinso Hitoshi. Oh yeah, you're definitely Eraser's son. You've even got matching eye bags. Hitoshi snorted. Yeah, he only gave me his best quality. Fukukado looked surprised at his sarcasm, but then she burst out laughing. Oh, I'm going to like you too. You'll both fit in with the class perfectly. Then she turned and bent down to Eri's height. And who might you be, little one? She hid a bit behind Aizawa, but she was still smiling. I'm Eri. It's lovely to meet you, Fukukado said with a smile, apparently reeling herself in for the little girl. She stood up straight and looked at Aizawa and Yamada again. So, do you two need anything else? I can take your two knuckleheads and get them into some uniforms. Wait, before you go, did Hoasher tell you why we're here? Yamada asked. She looked around, making sure no one was listening. He gave me a vague explanation that the commission was after the green bean. I think Hoasher is the only one they wouldn't try to cross for obvious reasons. The kid needed to get his education, so here was our only option, Aizawa said. His eyebrows were furrowed with barely veiled disgust at the commission. Got it? Well, I'm going to go get these two ready to be in my class. Your boys can come see you around lunch if they'd like. They turned to leave, Izuku and Hitoshi following behind. It was a bit of a chaotic morning, but he was glad there were other people here on their side. It quelled some of his fears that he would end up tossed to the side. But Fukukado was a hero, and clearly, Aizawa and Yamada trusted her, so he figured he could too. Almost like she knew what he was thinking, just as they were about to leave the teacher's lounge, she looked back at the men with a smirk. Don't you two worry, he's in good hands here. We're not going to let anything happen to your kid. They walked through the halls, following their teacher to their brand new classroom, still trying to figure out how to get around. Luckily, the school was quite a bit smaller and significantly less confusing than UA was. Izuku was a bit relieved. After everything that happened, a smaller and quieter community would probably turn out to be a blessing. But with every step they took, they got closer and closer to a new classroom, full of new people. Izuku was dreading it. Until UA, he had always had bad experiences with school, so he tried to tell himself it was perfectly natural to worry. So, he did what he always does and tried to push it all down and masked it with a smile. He really wanted to make a good impression and make new friends, hopefully. It would be his first time ever with no expectations and walking into a classroom where he knew no one. The last thing he wanted was to act out of place, or rude, so fake confidence was the way to go. He had Hitoshi, though, so he felt a little less alone. But it would be weird to be in a classroom that didn't have Katsuki. He didn't have much time to think about his best friend, though, because they arrived at the room for class 2, Fukukado stopped walking and set her hands on their shoulders. Alright boys. I'm going to let the class know we have 2 new students, and then you can come in and introduce yourselves. They're a good bunch of kids, so don't worry too much. Izuku's smile waned at having to talk in front of the class, even if he knew it was coming. Alright, we'll wait outside. Thank you. She laughed and ruffled his messy green curls. Don't worry about it, kid. Then she turned and walked into the classroom, leaving them behind. The halls were quiet now that most kids had made it to their classes, so both boys just waited. The impending doom felt crushing. Izuku knew he was being dramatic, but he figured he deserved to be after everything that's happened. Then, Izuku heard Hitoshi snort. Why are you laughing? Mischievous glints sparkled in his purple eyes. One off with them? Wouldn't that be mean? Hitoshi shrugged. Maybe, but you could pretend to be Hitoshi, and I could pretend to be Izuku. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I bet Joke would think it was hilarious. Izuku giggled. She probably would, But she asked us to call her Fukukado when she's teaching, remember? Yeah, but my dad's always called her Joke. Habits die hard. Izuku nodded in understanding. It made sense, especially because she seemed to be pretty close with Aizawa and Yamada. But his train of thought was derailed when she called him into the room. Guys, come meet your new class. Izuku took a deep breath and stepped into the room. It looked like a typical classroom, with 24 desks set up similarly to how they were in 1E. Izuku turned to look out the windows, seeing that it looked out over the training grounds. They were impressive, although still significantly smaller than UA's. The track was still impressive, though, and the beat-up building in the distance was probably used similarly to ground beta. But he pulled his eyes back into the room to glance at each of the other students. At first glance, they all seemed to be typical high school students, although the quirk diversity seemed to be more significant here than at UA. There were a few more mutation quirks that Izuku was already excited to learn about. There was one guy with what looked like dragon wings from fairy tales. They were bright green to match his hair and a sharp-toothed smile. He reminded Izuku a little of Ijiru at first glance. Then his eyes traveled to another boy, with pale skin, shockingly white eyes and white hair. He looked almost ethereal, pretty even. He had a small smile and curious eyes. Izuku had a feeling he might be shy and quiet. The next person who caught his eye reminded him a surprising amount of Denki. She had bright yellow eyes and hair, although her hair was cut short and seemed to be sticking out as though she was just shocked by an electrical current. There was a girl sitting just next to her, with hair so black it almost looked like a hole in the fabric of reality. Her eyes were the same shade of onyx. She had an air of confidence most of the rest of the class didn't, but she gave him a small nod paired with a tiny smile. Izuku's eyes kept wandering, but then Fukukado spoke up. All right, kiddos. These are our new students. Honestly, I'm sure you probably know who they are already, but let's let them introduce themselves. Hitoshi went first. Sup, I'm Shinso Hitoshi, happy to be here or whatever. Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku. We're in your care. Izuku gave the best smile he could, although he was sure it looked wobbly and unsure. But to hide his blush, he bowed. The class then burst out welcomes and hellos. The energy in the room was practically buzzing. Izuku was shocked, they were actually excited. He was so surprised, expecting them to be annoyed that they had one of the country's biggest targets coming to their school. But they all seemed to be way too curious and interested in them to even think about that. It was nice to feel so welcomed. Then, Fukukado sent them over to the 2 open desks before pulling out some papers and passing them all around to the class. Izuku was excited to see it was the syllabus as he started to read over it. As expected, it was pretty similar to UA's for second-year students. All of the typical academic classes were the same, and based on the units scheduled for the year, they were right on pace with their academics. It felt like a weight off of his chest that he wouldn't be behind or too far ahead. However, the hero classes were quite a bit different. There was only about half the amount of quirk training and physical training. There was a significantly larger amount of in-class topics like strategic and tactical planning. Izuku was also excited to see stealth and reconnaissance on the list of topics to cover. Just as he started to mumble to himself about the strengths those would have for even an above-ground hero, Fukukado addressed the class. Alright, as you all know is the tradition here, we're going to start out with an easygoing training exercise to get you all back into it. So, we're going to do a relay race. You'll be placed in 4 teams of 6. Go ahead and put on your training gear and meet me outside at the track. Haruta, make sure you help the newbies. The dragon boy shouted back. You got it, teach. So, the students started to flow out of the room, and Haruta approached them. Welcome to Ketsubutsu. It's FNG awesome you guys are here. I can't believe, the number 1 new hero prospect came here. Izuku blushed and waved his hands frantically. Oh, I'm not that great. Please, I'm really nothing special. Hitoshi glared in mock offense. How do you know he's not talking about me? Izuku let out a squeak. I'm so sorry. He turned back to Haruta. Hitoshi will be a great hero. You're absolutely right. The other boy laughed. God, you two are a riot. This'll be awesome. Come on, I'll show you where the locker rooms are. Izuku and Hitoshi followed him through the halls, finally ending up outdoors in the large training building they saw when they arrived earlier that morning. The locker room was straightforward, and the gym clothes were closer to something they would have at a regular school, although reinforced and significantly higher quality. Donning the tight athletic black shirt and gray pants, he followed the rest of the students out to the track that he had just seen from his class window. The facilities were pretty standard, but he noticed the massive console that sat in the middle, where their teacher was. Alright, students. I'm going to be behind the console to continue switching up your tracks. You will each have to round the track 4 times before passing off the baton. And no, Haruta, you don't need to be touching the track. Izuku had to hold in a snort when the boy started pumping his fists. But then he turned to pay attention to Fukukado as she announced their groups. He and Hitoshi were luckily together in the last group. Finally, Midoriya, Shinso, Haruta, Miyasato, Misaki, and Mitsugu will have the outermost lane. Good luck. You have 10 minutes to strategize and decide the order for your team. Izuku and Hitoshi followed the Dragon Boy over to the other 3 students on their team. They were the same students from earlier. The pretty boy with white hair, the girl whose hair looked like a black hole, and the girl who looked reminded Izuku of Kaminari. The boy gave a small bow and introduced himself first. Welcome to our school. It was quite a surprise to have new students. I am Mitsugu Tashikuni. Izuku bowed and returned. It's nice to meet you. It was a bit of a surprise for us too. We didn't actually know we would be coming here until like 2 days ago. Holy shit, 2 days? The girl with the yellow hair shouted. Izuku began to fidget with his hands, awkwardly glancing down. Yeah, some things came up at UA, and I couldn't stay there anymore. But it's not a big deal. Everything is fine now. Please don't worry. She shrugged. It's alright. We wouldn't be very good heroes if we were scared of a few villains trailing you. Thanks, that's really nice of you to say. Don't mention it, Mido. I'm Misaki Sada, but you can call me Misa. Everyone else does. Izuku nodded, making sure to file that away for later. Then Misa pointed at the other girl. This is Miyasato Nariko. She's a bit of a loner, but she's a sweetie underneath. The girl in question rolled her eyes. Do you always have to tell people that? Course I do, babe. Then Misa gave her a kiss on the cheek. Izuku was a bit frozen, shocked at the public display of affection. But Haruka elbowed him. They're just like that, just don't be a creep about it, alright? Wouldn't want to have to roast ya. Hitoshi laughed. I think Izuku is the farthest thing from being a creep. Someone would hit on him, and he would be the one to apologize for being so forward. Izuku blushed but quickly forgot his embarrassment, turning to Haruka with a question. What do you mean, roast me? I breathe fire. My quirk is called Dragon. Izuku's eyes widened, stars practically shining in them. Oh my god, that's amazing. Are you also fire resistant? Do you have any instinctual pulls that a dragon might have? Like in fairy tales, they have hordes. Do you have a horde? Are your senses stronger than a normal person's? Hitoshi bumped him on the head. You're doing the thing where you ask too many questions. Izuku winced at embarrassing himself yet again. Oops. Sorry about that. Haruka waved him off. It's alright, dude. The rest of us know each other's quirks, so we should probably tell you all of yours. It's probs normal to be curious about it. Mitsugu nodded, speaking softly to explain his quirk. Quite right. My quirk is called Hailstorm. I can summon hail of almost any size up to 1 meter in diameter. Izuku was amazed. That was such an interesting quirk. He had so many questions he couldn't even contain them. But just as he was about to start asking, Hitoshi smacked his hand over Izuku's mouth. Misa went next. I've got electric skin. I can't expel it any farther than whatever I can touch though. It's great for hand-to-hand combat. I just shock the hell out of people. Finally, with an exasperated sigh, Miyasato went last. My quirk is called Shadow Travel. I can travel between any shadows or shade that are in my line of sight. Hitoshi nodded along with them, keeping Izu from bursting out with a million questions. But in his defense, understanding their quirks would give them the best chance to build a better lineup. But he never got the opportunity as Hitoshi tensed. My quirk is called Brainwash. I can control anyone who responds to me verbally. Izuku could tell Hitoshi was prepared for them to reject him. They all seemed so nice so far, and Izuku would hate it if it turned out they were quirkist. But they were both surprised to hear Haruka's reaction. Dimin. That means you'll totally kick our butt in the underground heroics lessons. Hitoshi's eyes widened, not even bothering to cover his shock with his typical look of quiet disinterest. You're not afraid of me? No? You're a hero. Why would I be afraid of you? Izuku felt Hitoshi sag into him just the smallest bit, his hand falling from Izuku's mouth. He gave Hitoshi an encouraging smiling before turning to their new group of friends. My quirk is sorta hard to explain. It's seriously mutated, and I can use super strength and speed, float, and I can also manipulate these black tendrils. To demonstrate, Izuku triggered Black Whip to wrap around his arms and then turned the quirk off again. Black Whip is a little volatile, though, and I'm still getting a better handle on the whole flying thing. Izuku chuckled awkwardly, rubbing at his arm while he gauged their reactions. He was a bit worried he'd look like a freak with such an odd quirk, but they all took it in stride. Next, they just had to set what order everyone would go in. With how adaptive Izuku was with several quirks, they decided to put him last. Haruka would go first, flying above the course to give them a solid head start. Then the other four would go in the middle, using their quirks to hopefully maintain their lead and pass it off to Izuku. Thankfully, just as they had finalized their lineup, Fukukado shouted at everyone to approach the starting line. Haruka lined up against 3 other students. Izuku couldn't tell their quirks yet, but it became clear as the buzz alerted them to the start of the race. One of them shifted instantly into a cheetah, dashing right off the starting line. One of them grew their legs to insane lengths and took giant running leaps around the track. Finally, the last one seemed to teleport in small bursts around the track. They were all incredible, and Izuku was suddenly far more thrilled to be at a new school. He was so excited to get his new classmates. They all had been kind so far, and their quirks were all fascinating. He couldn't wait to see all of them in action and support them just as he had his earlier group of friends. But he only had a second to get distracted as he noticed that Haruka was already turning around his 4th lap. His wings were strong, and he seemed to be just as fast as the winged hero, Hawks. He was amazing. He passed the baton off to Miyasato, and she quickly blended into someone's shadow before popping out on the track to someone on the complete other side, and then she was doing it again. Already their group was leaving the others in the dust. But then the track started to make a noise. Part of it began to rise, while others looked to be outright booby-trapped. But none of the students on the course seemed to care as they gracefully dodged everything thrown their way. They were all incredibly innovative and clearly quick-witted. They were terrific, and Izuku couldn't wait to learn from them. He could tell by their observation skills that Ketsubutsu must teach things differently here, and the thrill of learning something new buzzed around in his brain. But again, he was quickly pulled out of his musings when Misa stepped once she had the baton. She slammed her hands down, passing an immense electrical current through the track and disabling the obstacles for their lane only. Then she was running. Izuku thought it was amazing how she didn't even hesitate to just shut it down, running as fast as her legs could carry her. Once it was Mitsuga's turn, he brought down an incredibly precise hailstorm that flooded the other lanes with hail just big enough to be a massive disruption but not enough to hurt anyone. The amount of control he had was tremendous. Finally, it was Hitoshi's turn, who simply asked for permission to brainwash Haruka. The boy picked Hitoshi up into his arms and took off into the sky, flying his 4 laps with ease as Hitoshi held onto him tightly. Then, the baton was in his hands. Izuku didn't hesitate for even a moment, powering up one for all to 20% and running as quickly as possible. The only person who even got close to his speed was Haruka, and even then, Izuku could feel the eyes on him. He felt so proud. His first day at UA was full of stress and shame, but now it was so easy to see how far he'd come. Izuku couldn't believe that despite everything, he was here. Maybe Ketsubutsu wasn't the place he expected to end up, and he hated how he got here, but it felt good to be somewhere entirely on his own merit and to make new friends who only knew him for who he was now, and not as some pathetic first year who couldn't even control his own quirk. Confidence flooded him like never before, and then he was suddenly powered up to a consistent 30% usage of his quirk. An F-dash, it felt amazing. The power coursing through him felt like his own. It wasn't just some hand-me-down quirk anymore. It was his. Izuku easily left them all in the dust, crossing the finish line and running to his teammates to celebrate their win. Haruka and Misa cheered with him as the other 3 watched them with smiles of amusement spread on their faces. It felt so good, and Izuku couldn't be happier. Really and truthfully, even though the stress and abandonment from the last few days were still present in his heart, he thought he could finally feel like he completely fit in somewhere. As the other teams crossed the finish line, several of them introduced themselves and congratulated their winning team. Plenty of them teased and poked fun, but no one was mean or overly competitive. They all seemed to actually be friendly. It was a relief, knowing everyone seemed to be as cool as their 4 new friends. Fukukado then came over and gave small observations and assessments on the results of the race. You all did well. The teams may have been a bit weighted, so my bad, but we've all still got plenty to learn about our new classmates. You all better give them a warm welcome. I expect them to be treated just like you would treat anyone else. Yes, sensei. They all cheered back. It was heartwarming, and honestly, Izuku was surprised he wasn't tearing up. After everything, he was only expecting the worst. Clearly, the universe was never going to let him have what he wanted. But that didn't happen. Instead, Izuku ended up with a great teacher and a good class, and maybe somewhere he could learn to call home just like he had Yue. After their teacher finished her spiel, she sent them away to get ready for the rest of their classes. They started to leave the field, just as another group began to move in for their own training. Izuku only gave them a passing glance until his eyes locked onto several familiar faces. It was the class they competed with at the provisional licensing exam. Izuku tried to hide, not wanting to be approached by any of them. But of course, he had used up all of his good luck on having such a kind class. Shindou You's gaze locked onto his. His dark chocolate eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth fell open. But it only took him a moment to cover it up, like he was practiced with masking his emotions. It made Izuku cringe just a little. Katsuki was right when he said his eyes don't match the look on his face. Shindou's eyes were dark and full of mysteries, guarded in a way he wasn't used to seeing. A smirk spread across his face as he stopped Izuku. Well, look at what the cat dragged in. Midoriya Izuku from UA? What an interesting turn of events. Something shined in his eyes, but Izuku couldn't quite name it. He wasn't sure he wanted to as he felt a shiver crawl down his spine. Shindou was still wearing that cocksure smile, and Izuku hated to admit how handsome it was. So, he ignored it. Shindou, it's nice to see you again, he said as he gave a respectful bow. Come on. You don't need to be that polite. We know each other. Well, you're still my senpai. I guess you're right, but I think we're going to be friends. Izuku assessed him again and still had no idea what to call the emotion he saw on Shindou's face. It was utterly perplexing. He looked confident yet genuinely excited to see him. But there was also something darker, suspicion maybe? Either way, Izuku shook him off. Thank you, but I need to go with my class. Wait, why are you here? I moved schools. I couldn't stay at UA. I'm sorry, but I really need to go. His class was getting further and further away, and Izuku got more and more nervous being with Shindou. He was a bit of an enigma, and Izuku didn't want to confront how intrigued he was by it. He had enough problems as it was, adding a handsome third year could only spell trouble. The other boy seemed almost dangerous, and Izuku had a feeling he should avoid him. But there was a tingle in his skin where Shindou had grabbed his arm that was an undeniably pleasant feeling. And Izuku couldn't help but notice he had a stupidly handsome face. He didn't want to deal with this, though. Hadn't he been through enough the past few days? He turned to leave but felt the burning eyes on his back. When he turned back, he saw Shindou was staring at his butt. He was now looking at Izuku like he wanted to taste him or fight him. Not being able to handle it, he left, but he heard Shindou call after him. It was nice to see you in Ketsubutsu colors. Who knew they would look so good on you? Izuku rolled his eyes as he caught up to Hitoshi and the others. He was battling with himself, frustrated at the flush on his cheeks when he was so sure that Shindou was just messing with him. So instead, he let himself be. Annoyed that the other boy was teasing him. So much for everyone at Ketsubutsu being friendly. Izuku spent the rest of the first week adjusting to the new schedule, classes, and teachers. Yue had done a wonder for his general trust of other people, but he was still wary. But with Hitoshi by his side and Aizawa-Yamada around, he felt far better than he had in ages. Also, the rest of his class turned out to be friendly. They were all supportive, and none of them even made fun of him when he started to analyze quirks. In fact, many of them had even asked him to do it. He became a hot commodity, helping with quirk training and interesting applications they hadn't quite thought of before. It was refreshing to be so appreciated. Also, it was such a huge bonus that Fukukado was his homeroom teacher. She was funny, kind, but she never held back open and honest opinions. So when he messed up in training, he always got an earful. She was a bit like Aizawa in that way, but a bit less terrifying. The hardest part of the adjustment was leaving everyone behind. Izuku was already happy at Ketsubutsu as a school, and his new friends were great. He even had familial support from the Aizawa-Yamada family. But he missed everyone. He missed Shudo's accidental sense of humor, trying to say something totally normal but missing the mark. He missed Tenya's bold personality and unforgiving morals. It made him a bit rigid, but it also made him kind. Izuku missed Ochako's ability to lighten any conversation, no matter how dull or heavy it was. Izuku even missed the sound of explosions and screaming whenever the class messed with Katsuki. But he was able to push all of that away, texting them all and hearing about their days. They were adjusting to having a new teacher, an up-and-coming hero named Shards, or Nara no Zomi. Izuku didn't know much about them, but he knew that Aizawa was making sure Vlad King kept an eye on the new teacher. Luckily, though, it seemed like his friends liked her. It was a huge relief, seeing as how he still felt some guilt from taking away Aizawa. However, despite it all, Izuku pulled himself together. Except, of course, when it came to Inko. He would lay in bed at night wondering how she was. Did she feel any guilt? Remorse? Or was she pleasantly smiling, completely forgetting she ever had a useless son in the first place? It ate away at his happiness and confidence and slowly started to leak into the day. They all noticed it and they did their best to help. But they couldn't do much of anything. Thankfully, the weekend rolled around and the family was going to move into their new home. The night before, Yamada made sure to pull him aside. "All right, little listener. I just wanted to remind you that when we move tomorrow, it's your home too. You're part of this crazy family, and I won't let you think otherwise." He smiled nervously, shifting back and forth on his feet. Izuku desperately wanted to feel like it was home, like they were home. But a part of him felt like he was betraying the mother who didn't even love him. "Thank you, Yamada. But you don't have to say stuff like that." The man just smiled at him and ruffled his hair. "I know I don't, but it's the truth. I always believe in being honest with your feelings. Then the people you don't like leave you alone, and the people you love know about it." Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to that. He could tell Yamada believed it, but he didn't know if he could. So he just bowed and gave his thanks. His gratefulness was shooed away, though, as Yamada gave him a hug only to remind him that he mattered. It chased away a few of his ghosts that night, and by the time the next morning rolled around he was ready to move in with them. Or at least, he thought he was until he saw a man waiting there for them. He was tall, with gray hair and a beard. Probably about 40 if Izuku had to guess. He had a prosthetic arm and a disinterested look on his face as he stared up at their house. He had green eyes, similar to Izuku's, but they were full of something heavy. Like he'd seen and been through hell. Izuku had no idea who he was until Aizawa spoke to him. "Hosher, good to see you." "Aizawa, I wish I could say the same, but you look like sheet. When was the last time you got more than 8 hours of sleep?" "To be honest, I don't think I've ever gotten more than 8 hours of sleep." Hosher chuckled. "Yeah, that sounds about right. It's good to see you, kid. I am 30 years old." "Yes, so? Still a kid." Aizawa rolled his eyes, but Izuku saw the fondness in his eyes. It was nice. He could admit that after everything he'd heard about the other man, that he could be rough and rude, Izuku was a bit worried to meet him. But his banter with Aizawa was warm, and it settled all of those concerns. But then Hosher turned to look at him. "This must be the problem child." "Yup, that's him. Midoriya, meet Hosher Shoyo." Izuku bowed immediately. "It's very nice to meet you. I am so grateful and honored that you've allowed me to come to Ketsubutsu." "Don't worry about it," Hosher said with a chuckle. "If anything, you're doing me a favor. With how much Aizawa and Yamada rave about you, you'll probably be the next number 1 hero. People will go FANG nuts for Ketsubutsu if we produce the next top hero. I appreciate that you believe in me. I have always wanted to be the number 1 hero, and I'll work however hard I have to, so I can accomplish that. I'll make sure to talk about Ketsubutsu." Hosher looked him up and down, assessing him for a moment. It made Izuku feel like he was under a microscope. But then he turned to Aizawa and smirked. "This kid is polite as hell. I don't think problem child is accurate. That's because you haven't seen him throw himself in a fight recklessly and come out with several broken limbs. HM. I suppose that would be a problem." Then Hosher turned back Izuku. "Anyway, kid, you'll be safe at Ketsubutsu. The teachers and I don't answer to the commission like UA did. So don't worry about anything and just get to the top hero spot and tell the HPSC to shove it up their butt." Izuku's eyes widened, and his hands waved around frantically. "No, actually, that's all right. I don't think I could ever say that to anyone." "Yeah, I figured. Too nice. Well, whatever. Still stands that we'll keep you safe." Hosher seemed so sure, like Izuku had nothing to worry about. It was the first time anyone seemed to really have any certainty about all of this. The relief was incredible, and something about Hosher made it seem like he really knew what he was talking about. Izuku thought the weight was starting to feel better before, but now, it felt all the better. Support from someone as authoritative and confident as Hosher made him feel like he could finally breathe. The silence grew a bit awkward following his declaration. Everyone was just staring at each other until finally, Eri broke the silence. "Dadzawa, can we move in now? I want to pick out my room." "Just take Izuku and Hitoshi with you, and you can all pick out your rooms. Eri then grabbed their hands and pulled them through the front gate into their new home. It was a surprisingly modern and beautiful house, not exactly traditionally Japanese. But there was a nice genkan inside the front door and a kotatsu built into the floor by the kitchen. They wandered around, exploring the large empty living room attached and the fancy kitchen. It was bigger than any of them were used to, but it already felt warm. Eri opened up every cabinet, her giggles echoing off the walls as she explored every nook and cranny. Then, they made their way to the backyard, a small but beautiful garden with lush trees and beautiful green grass. The small porch had a tiny picnic table built in, with a small awning covering it. It was beautiful, and Izuku could already imagine himself spreading out at the picnic table studying. Eventually, they made their way upstairs to the bedrooms. The first one was clearly a master bedroom, with its own bathroom and a large window overlooking the garden. So, the other three were the spare bedrooms. Hitoshi and Eri both decided to give Izuku the largest room, which was much appreciated. The two siblings playfully bickered about who would get the next biggest, though. It was amusing, but Eri had a solid argument, even if she was still trying to be polite. But Toshi, I wouldn't have room for my toys in the other room. Her face was downturned, and she shifted her weight back and forth. She was clearly nervous to ask for anything, but Izuku could tell Hitoshi noticed immediately. You're right. We couldn't possibly play with your dollhouse in the other room. So you'll have this one. Eri beamed up at him, and the moment really was adorable. Izuku felt everything get warmer after that too. This family was making it feel less like a house and more like a home already. The knot in his chest started to unfurl, and it only got better once they all started moving things in. Hoesher mostly bossed them all around, teasing everyone except Eri, who he immediately adored. At one point, Fukakdo arrived to help them move all of their things in. Izuku and Hitoshi brought their own stuff in and then spent the rest of the afternoon helping Eri set up her own things. By the end of the night, they were about half moved in. The furniture was set up, and a good chunk of boxes had been emptied with their contents put away throughout the home. Shouta ordered takeout for everyone, and all 7 of them ended up at the picnic table in the backyard, eating dinner and laughing the night away. Once their guests had left, and most everyone had gone to bed, Izuku made himself some tea and went to sit in the backyard. He stared up at the stars, wondering how it had gotten like this. A little over a week ago, he was at UA, surrounded by his friends and living with the illusion that his mother loved him unconditionally. But now, he was with an entirely different family, in a totally unfamiliar city, at a whole new school. It was insane. But now, sitting in a place he felt comfortable, some of that stress started to leak out of him. Finally, he felt safe enough to express some of these things building in him this whole time. So, tears started to stream down his freckled cheeks as he pondered his existence, looking up at the night sky. He crossed his legs and held his tea in his hands to keep them warm in the cold, crisp evening air, being careful not to get tears in his drink. He cried for the loss of his mom. He sobbed because he was missing his friends. Izuku even cried because it was so confusing for this to already feel like home. He felt like he was betraying everyone. Like he should have fought harder for his mother's love, or like he should have stuck with his friends. Did he ever deserve this happiness when he had run away from them all so quickly at the first sign of danger? But then he heard footsteps behind him. He quickly put his tea down in the grass and used his sleeves to wipe away the tears. Izuku desperately wanted to cover it up. He didn't want to look ungrateful like they weren't good enough. But it all came pouring back out when Yamada sat down next to him and wrapped him in a hug. It's all right, little listener. This has been a hell of a time for you. You're allowed to cry. And so, he held nothing back while shuddering sobs ripped through him. He gripped the other man, hands desperately pulling at his shirt now that he was getting the comfort he desperately needed. Izuku thought he could be strong, that really he was just doing all right. But having the comfort of a home and the guaranteed safety of people who cared about him broke down all his walls. His vulnerability came tumbling out, losing every sense of strength he had as he broke down in Yamada's arms. But as everything came spilling out of him, he felt warmth and security take its place as Yamada whispered gentle words of comfort. Let it out, green bean. This is a safe place to cry and feel. You don't need to worry about being lost or alone again, alright? I promise we're all going to be here for you. Izuku buried his head in the man's chest, shaking it furiously. He still wanted to deny it. He didn't want to be a burden. He was going to be the #1 hero, right? He had to be stronger. He was surprised when Yamada chuckled and somehow responded to his thoughts. Heroes cry too, you know? It's fine. His words were oddly reminiscent of the time Shouta told him heroes could cry. It made him miss his friends again. Everything just felt like too much. He was feeling too much. It was all overwhelming, even the comfort was exhausting to a point. So, Izuku practically cried himself to sleep, sitting on the grass snuggled up to Yamada. But he vaguely felt himself being picked up and tucked into his bed, leaving the world behind and fully succumbing to his dreams. The next morning, when he woke up, he felt like all that pain and darkness in his heart had leaked out with his tears. And when he blushed and gave Yamada a hug the next morning, no one questioned it. So, he let himself truly smile without guilt, because these people cared and he was safe. Izuku let himself be happy. Monday, they went back to school. The weekend was over, and they had finished most of their unpacking by Sunday night. Izuku was feeling better at school now that they had a real home. Everything felt a bit more permanent, like he could let himself slowly start to settle into everything. The day was perfectly normal. Classes that morning had gone well, with just a small quiz in math. He felt good about it, no worries about much of anything. But then, while he was sitting with Hitoshi and their new friends at lunch, his phone rang. He dug it out of his pocket, looking to see who was calling. He was sort of expecting it to be Katsuki, knowing that Yue probably had their morning training. The blonde had taken to calling him to complain about the others and how they weren't proper competition. It always made Izuku laugh. But when he saw the name on the phone, all that amusement drained away. It wasn't Katsuki calling. It was All Might. Dread seeped in and took root in his heart. He felt sick, his stomach churning with fear and nerves. He almost dropped his phone when he started trembling hard. Izuku knew he shouldn't answer it. Chances were good. It would only ruin his good mood, and who knew what the man wanted. But Izuku's good nature came to bite him in the butt. Maybe he should try to have faith in All Might? Perhaps now that Izuku had been gone for over a week, he realized that he was wrong? Maybe All Might missed him? So, he got up and walked away from the table, waving away Hitoshi's concerned stare as he found a quiet place in the hallway to take the call. "Hello," Izuku said hesitantly, shaking with nerves as he used his other hand to play with the hem of his shirt. "My boy? Is that you? What do you need?" "Not much, I suppose. I just wanted to check in, I guess. We all miss you. I was hoping I could convince you to return." Izuku's brow furrowed, the smallest shock of fear running up his spine. I don't think that's a good idea. It's not safe for me there." "You really think I would let something bad happen to you?" All Might said, offense and hurt in his voice. It hurt. Izuku felt it tug at his heart, wanting to assure All Might that he didn't think the man wanted to outright endanger him. He just didn't understand. But then he heard a voice in the background. It was Nezu's. Izuku could actually hear the little rat telling All Might precisely what to say as the hero spoke again. "Young Midoriya, I wish you would let us explain. The commission just wants to make you the best hero you can be. Don't you want to help more people? Haven't you always wanted to save them all with a smile, like me? How can I be your mentor when you've left?" Suddenly, Izuku was furious. All Might wasn't even being genuine. He was just Nezu's puppet, feeding into whatever bullshit. He hated that the man had so easily given into it all. He probably never even took a minute to think about Izuku in all of this or how he felt. It only made his blood boil more than Nezu was definitely manipulating him. He started to shake, not with nerves but rage. He deserved more than this. Hell, All Might deserved more than this. Izuku couldn't help him but laugh. His voice was cold and cruel as he spoke. "All Might, would it even be you at this point? You're not the same person I grew to admire all these years. I can't even trust you anymore." Again, All Might sounded so pained. "Izuku, that's not true. Just tell us where you are and I'll come see you." "No, I'm not telling you where I am." Then, Izuku abruptly hung up. He knew if he stayed on the call, he'd say something he'd regret. He might be furious and feeling betrayed, but he didn't want to hurt All Might. He stood there, shaking and barely restraining himself from marching to the teacher's lounge and screaming everything that just happened to Aizawa and Yamada. He ached to punch something or cry, or maybe both. His anger turned to tears. But Izuku eventually got himself cleaned up enough to return to the lunchroom, still stewing in anger. He ignored the concerned glances of his friends and instead focused on their upcoming training. He could get out all of his frustration in hero training. Izuku was even more excited that they were going to be competing against the third years. So, he could test himself against Shindou. He could burn through his anger and hurt while simultaneously showing Shindou he shouldn't be picked on. Izuku was certain this was a good plan. He used to train out frustration with Katsuki all the time. Everything would be fine. Izuku felt the waves of anger rolling off of him. He could only imagine what sort of face he was making when he stomped into the second year's locker room with his shoulders tight and darkness in his eyes. The rest of his classmates avoided him, looking at him and then immediately turning back to their locker. None of them spoke to him, and a tiny voice in Izuku's head whispered about his fears that they wouldn't like him if he acted like this. But he was far too furious to listen to anything even the slightest bit rational. So, he went about his business and marched over to his locker, furiously pulling out his hero costume to get suited up. Every movement was aggressive as he slammed the case down on the ground, practically ripping it open and pulling off his clothes to get dressed. It wasn't until Hitoshi entered the locker room that someone finally spoke to him. Izuku? What happened? Izuku's eyes flicked up to him, practically making Hitoshi flinch back at the burning fury in his eyes. Izuku would have worried he'd burned him almost until Hitoshi schooled his features. Seriously, you look like you're about to kill someone. What the hell is going on? Izuku finished pulling on the rest of his costume, throwing the case back into the locker before storming out, growling out to Hitoshi as he passed. Later, Toshi. Right now, I need to train. He didn't see Hitoshi's face as he left him behind, not really caring how anyone was reacting to him right now. By the time he got out to the empty training building, the teachers were there waiting, and most of the third-year class was already there. Izuku immediately noticed Shindou staring at him, eyes narrowed and crawling all over him like he was assessing every inch of him for something. Izuku was immediately put off by it, already brimming with annoyance and insecurity from his call with All Might. The last thing he needed was to deal with this a-hole. A minute or two passed before the third year came over to approach him. Izuku felt goosebumps crawl up his arm, his hair rising along the back of his neck as if he was prey and a predator was stalking closer. But Shindou had no idea what Izuku had experienced since their first meeting at the exams last year. Izuku had grown. He was far more experienced, and he couldn't wait to finally put someone in their place after everything he had been through. Maybe it was petty, and that little voice in the back of his head told him he would regret it later. But right now, all he could feel was heat spreading through his veins. But, before their inevitable run-in could happen, the rest of the classes showed up, and Fukukado started to speak. Hey kiddos, listen up. This is just the first joint training of the year, and we know you're all still getting used to the new school year, so we're doing something basic. Everyone listened quietly as she murmured something to the other staff before turning back to address the students. Both classes will be split into half, the hero side and the villain side. The villains will have 3 dummies as hostages, and the hero side of the other class will be tasked to rescue them. For example, Class 2A villains will be keeping their dummies from the 3A hero side and vice versa. We will allow you to choose amongst your class who stays on which team. You have 10 minutes. Everyone immediately started planning, splitting into 2 sides easily with the students who already knew each other's strengths and weaknesses. Izuku approached Haruta, his dragon wings almost fluttering about with excitement. Excuse me. Haruta. Hey man, you want to join the hero side with me? I was actually hoping you could tell me which side you think Shindou would join. Do you know him well? Haruta paused, his nose scrunching up in thought. I would bet he'd choose the villain side. He likes to do crafty shit during these sorts of exercises. Izuku turned to look at him, and a smirk was on the older boy's face as he spoke with a group of students. Confidence was pouring off of him, and Izuku could practically feel the cockiness oozing out of him. So, he turned back to Haruta. Then yes, Haruta. I would love to join the hero side. The other boy nodded emphatically, clearly happy about the team-up. It softened his mood just the slightest bit, but then the whistle was blown, and it all came back. Izuku's anger from earlier, his determination, and the insane need to prove himself against someone who doubted him. Maybe All Might had left. Maybe his mother had left him. Maybe it felt like he was alone. But he would still be the best hero he could be, and he had to make sure that bullies like Shindou You knew that Izuku wasn't someone to be pushed around. Not anymore. So, when everyone was sent their separate ways, Izuku threw one last look over his shoulder as they went to their side of the training area. He locked gazes with Shindou. The challenge in his eyes there lit something in Izuku, only driving his need further. Once things were ready, the alarm blared throughout the arena, echoing off the few small buildings and carrying across the wide-open field. It only took a second before the hero group was gone. Izuku flew off with Haruta, scouting the area as an initial reconnaissance to relay information back to the rest of their hero team. It wasn't long before they found the abandoned building amongst the others, a few of the villains, patrolling the area. If Izuku's one-track mind wasn't so intense at this moment in time, he would have noticed the very obvious trap. There's no way he should have ever fallen for something like this. But Shindou was standing outside the building, leaned up against it with his foot against the wall. His arms were folded across his chest, arrogance dripping off of him as he smiled at his teammates with the ease of someone who knew he was going to win. All Izuku saw at that moment was that same manipulative and smirking face of Nezu. He couldn't stand people like that, except sometimes Katsuki. But right now, he had no patience, and One for All was buzzing under his skin as he dove down out of the sky, slamming into the ground about 20 feet from the students playing the villains. Shindou just smirked and crouched low to the ground. He triggered his quirk, shaking the decrepit building behind him. Izuku immediately lost balance, almost falling to the ground as the other villains knew to hold on as they distanced themselves from the building. Sorry, little hero. You got here too late. If you take one step closer, I'll bring this building down, and you'll never save them. Izuku gritted his teeth. I won't let you hurt anyone. The vibrations got worse, and Izuku could feel the ground getting unstable beneath his feet. You can't stop me. Either leave and give up, or kill the hostages. It's up to you, Deku. Are you going to fail to save them? It's too bad you're not a better hero. The words struck a chord, much more than Izuku wanted to admit it. It burned his pride and tore away at his insecurities already. Should he have just submitted to the HPSC? Could he be a good hero? Had his mother been right all along? Was he never meant to be a hero in the first place? All Might's words from earlier played in his head on repeat. Don't you want to save more people? That, along with the sneer on Shindou's face, pushed him over the edge. He would prove them all wrong. Luckily for him, the last time Shindou had really seen him fight, he could only handle about 8% of One for All. But nowadays? He could easily handle more. So, Izuku triggered One for All at 25% as he flew at Shindou. The pure look of shock on his face was delicious. Shindou really believed he could get his quirk off fast enough, and Izuku loved it. He may not have been the most competitive person he knew, that honor going to Katsuki, but Izuku still had such an intense desire to win. And wiping that smug look off of his enemy's face definitely felt like a victory. They slammed into the building as they started to spar, rolling around on a broken-up tiled floor as they wrestled until Izuku finally pinned Shindou, Black Whip immediately wrapping his arms behind his back. Izuku made sure his hands were pressed against each other, preventing him from using his quirk to break free. He sat on top of him, hearing Shindou groan from beneath him. DMN, Midoriya. You've really improved. Izuku didn't respond, trying to dig the capture tape out of his pocket. But he was too distracted, getting flipped onto the back, now with Shindou on top of him. I'm impressed. And who knew you'd look so good beneath me? For just a moment, those words threw him off. A flash of confusion spread across his face before seeing something genuine on Shindou's face. If he wasn't so heated, the words would have brought a flush to his cheeks. But instead, it only reminded Izuku of how many times people looked down on him. Izuku sneered up at him. I'm not beneath anyone. I'll be the best hero and I'll prove all of you wrong. Tears were brimming in his eyes, barely capable of holding back the insane amount of feeling pulsing through his veins. Izuku kicked his powerful legs, throwing Shindou through the rest of the building as he came out on the other side. But he went too hard. Izuku triggered too much of his quirk as he laid still inside the building as it came crashing down around him, too weak from Shindou's quirk from earlier. Luckily, he thought quickly enough to dive out of the building. Then it collapsed into a heap of rubble. Izuku couldn't even see through the dust. Fear overtook him immediately. What had he done? Were people still inside? Had he just hurt someone or killed them? He started to hyperventilate as a huge alarm blared throughout the training area. His vision was swimming, and he barely even recognized he wasn't alone until he managed to look up into concerned, deep black eyes. It took him a moment, but eventually he could make out what the other boy was saying. Deku, I need you to focus on my words, alright? The building was empty. You didn't hurt anyone. Empty? Izuku breathed out. Shindou smiled, the most genuine Izuku had ever seen. Empty. It's alright. I shouldn't have been such an butt. And no one's hurt? I didn't hurt anyone. It's alright. I was fully intending on bringing the building down to win. Izuku felt himself slump in relief, almost crashing down to the ground if Shindou hadn't caught him. But it had been too much for him. Izuku thought he killed someone. So, really he shouldn't have been surprised when little black spots started to invade his vision as his eyes slipped closed. He barely recognized Aizawa's voice as more people ran towards them. Izuku! When Izuku woke up, he immediately knew where he was. At this point in his life, He was accustomed to waking up in hospital rooms and medical wings. The smell of disinfectant and the beeping of machines around him almost felt like home. But he wasn't used to looking around seeing so many people. The window outside was pitch black, showing Izuku he had probably been out for a few hours. Eri was tucked against his side, fast asleep and napping while Hitoshi played on his phone, headphones in and not the slightest bit aware that Izuku had woken up. Outside the door, he could hear Aizawa and Yamada talking in lowered voices. So, he cleared his voice while pressing the button on the bed that moved him into a sitting position. He was thankful he wasn't in a hospital gown and instead was wearing the under armor from his hero suit. It was reassuring that maybe he wasn't too hurt. He could feel a throbbing in his head, probably meaning he took at least one bad hit to the head from the falling building he dove out of earlier that day. But all that relief drained away when Aizawa stomped in the room, quirk triggered and anger radiating off of him. "What the hell was that stunt you pulled? I taught you better than that." Izuku wilted under the glare, curling into himself as Eri stirred against him. "I'm so sorry. I have no excuse. I never should have acted like that." "That doesn't answer my question. What happened?" Izuku was about to speak, tell them there was no good reason. He had been an absolute moron, risking people's safety just because he was angry. It was awful and he felt disgusted with himself. He shrunk in on himself deeper, hunching his head and looking down to his hands folded in his lap. But before he could get the chance to say anything, Hitoshi spoke up first. "It was that call, right? You got a call, and then you were all angry and depressed looking." "What call?" Aizawa asked, eyes switching between the two teens. "All Might called me. He tried to get me to tell him where I went so they could come get me." Izuku didn't really know what he expected anyone to do with that information. Sure, it was terrible. He hated that they still had an interest in him and their claws in All Might. But the silence in the room was deafening as a heavy, weighted tension settled around them. "They're still looking for you?" Izuku played with his fingers, avoiding the gazes of everyone else in the room. "I guess so. He just seemed so sure that I needed them to be a hero. That I had no choice to come back, or I could never accomplish my dreams. I was so mad. I'm so tired of being hurt and discredited. I've worked so hard and I'm tired of feeling like this." Aizawa let out a sigh, crumpling into the seat next to Izuku's bed. "I thought maybe they would give up, that they would back off if you were somewhere they couldn't manipulate the adults around you. This is going to complicate things." "What do you mean?" "Well, this means we have to actually include Hoesher. And we need to get more information on just how far they're willing to go." The words sent chills down Izuku's spine. "What do you mean? What do you think they're going to do?" "I don't know. But right now, you need to go apologize to the staff about what happened at the training exercise, and then we're going to go home and figure this out. Together." Izuku felt white-hot shame course through him. But he nodded, knowing Aizawa was right. No matter the reason, he had almost hurt people seriously during just a training exercise. He had humiliated himself, and he had to make it right. So, he got out of bed, passing a sleepy Eri over to Yamada before following Aizawa to the teacher's lounge where Hoesher, Fukukado, and the 3A homeroom teacher were waiting. They all turned to look as they walked into the room, and Izuku had to desperately try to hold back the embarrassed blush from his cheeks. So to hide it, he bowed down and stared at the floor as he apologized. "I'm so sorry for my actions earlier. They were immature and could have seriously hurt people. I promise I will do a better job controlling my emotions. I will do my best to live to your expectations as a student and a hero." Then, Izuku rose, looking at them with earnest eyes. He could only hope they understood how horrible he felt, and despite his shame, this was the best way to show it. "I really am so sorry. I would never want to hurt people. I should have known better." Fukukado ruffled his green curls and smiled down at him. "Don't worry about it, broccoli boy. You have tons to learn, but no one was hurt. Take this as a lesson, and don't let it happen again." Izuku nodded. "I definitely won't." The other two seemed to nod back, accepting his apology before the awkward silence was broken by Aizawa. "Putting that aside, we have another issue to discuss." "Hell, what now?" Hoesher grumbled. Aizawa fixed them all with a serious look, one that looked angry and annoyed, but Izuku could see the slightest bit of protective fury in the vicious sneer on his lips. "The HPSC is still after Izuku." Shouta knew he never should have let himself relax. It was apparent from the beginning of this debacle that they would be struggling with it for a while. After the near collapse of the HPSC following the war and their clear desperation for Izuku, it was evident now. They weren't going to give up until Izuku was theirs. Things had been going so well. They moved into their new house. The kids were all getting comfortable at Ketsubutsu quickly. Eri was beyond happy to have Izuku as a new big brother, and truthfully Shouta, Hizashi, and Hitoshi were all perfectly happy to have him around too. He fit in well with them. Even the cat liked him. The students in their class liked them. Joke enjoyed having them as students. Shouta was starting to feel like he could breathe. But then, the joint training with the third years happened. Shouta stood on the sidelines, not really being a part of the training as the homeroom teachers handled it. But as he watched the monitors, he saw something dark and painful in Izuku's eyes as he landed in front of the third years. Shouta could tell immediately that something was wrong, and it had nothing to do with the exercise. Then, when the building came down, Shouta wasn't surprised in the slightest when he saw Izuku starting to have a panic attack. He ran as fast as his feet could carry him, arriving just as Izuku passed out. The rest of the training was called off, Shouta carrying him to their infirmary. By the time the kid woke up, he finally got the whole story. And it made him sick. Shouta hated that not only was the HPSC still trying to get their claws into Izuku, but also All Might was still helping them. The guilt-tripping and manipulation he tried to use on Izuku was almost as disgusting. If Shouta ever saw him again, he'd punch the shit out of him. Right in the gut where his injury was. It was the least he deserved. The only thing that made Shouta feel even the slightest bit better was everyone's reactions when they walked into the teacher's lounge with their announcement. Hoesher immediately was glaring and spitting curse words. "You've got to be kidding me? They want him badly? The HPSC should know better than to dance with us. He's already established himself as a powerhouse with the approval of being the successor of All Might. Of course, they want him." Joke was uncharacteristically serious as she turned to look at Izuku. "We won't let anything happen to you. You might have been willing to throw you to the wolves, but that's not gonna happen here, kid." Shouta smiled the slightest bit when he saw some of the tension drain from Izuku's shoulder. It was a huge relief to see him relax the slightest bit. At least he felt comfortable and safe around these people. But they had shit to deal with. "Nothing will happen as long as I'm alive. They can have you over my dead body," Shouta said. Feeling a bit dramatic and angry, but it was worth it to see Izuku flounder. He waved his hands around, eyes wide as he furiously shook his head. "Please don't. I promise I'm not worth all that. You're a kid, and you're going to be one of the best heroes Japan has ever seen. As your teacher and guardian, it's my job to make sure you get there without ending up hurt, dead, or corrupted." Shouta was at least glad the kid didn't argue, turning to look down at the floor while he squeezed his hands into fists. I just think you've all sacrificed so much for me already. I don't want you to have to do it anymore." Hoesher let out a frustrated sigh and stalked over to stand in front of Izuku. "I know you're trying to protect us. But for once, let the adults in your life do their job and take care of you." Izuku's eyes teared up, so Shouta walked over and placed a supportive hand on his shoulder. "He's right. Let us do our jobs." The boy sagged, nodding as they wrapped up the conversation, and Shouta led him out of the building. Luckily, it was the end of the day, and the rest of the family was ready to go. They all bundled into the car, relieved after a long day as the boys sat on either side of Eri in the back seat. Shouta looked back through the rearview mirror, watching Eri fuss over Izuku and Hitoshi laugh at the both of them. He turned to the side and saw Hizashi driving peacefully, a small smile on his face. It made something warm and soft curl in his gut, which usually would have made Shouta roll his eyes. But not this time. He had a family to protect, and he knew that this warm feeling was what would give them an advantage. The HPSC didn't have this. They were cold and cruel people who manipulated the world around them to be in their favor. They didn't have the need to fight for someone or something that they loved. Shouta let that sink in and spread around him. He let it motivate him, encourage him, and finally, even the tiniest amount of confidence leaked in. But they couldn't get cocky. He still had work to do. So, he snuck out of their house in the dead of night, taking a train back towards Tokyo, where he met up with an informant, in a seedy bar, at 2 a.m. He left with very little. But what he did learn was massively disconcerting. Apparently, the HPSC had plans to get Izuku no matter what, and all the informant had heard was that they were planning something big. Shouta shivered, the words haunting him as he walked in the pitch-black night back from the train station. It was going to be a hell of a lot harder to protect Izuku than they initially thought, but he would do anything to ensure that kid's safety. It just meant they might have a fight on their hands. Izuku let out an exasperated sigh as he walked up to Ketsubutsu the following day. He was exhausted and embarrassed, and the last thing he wanted to do was face his new friends, who were surely worried and would ask a million questions. But he knew he had to face the music. Truthfully, he wanted to just stay at home and sleep. Izuku had only been home for a little while when he passed out around 7 p.m. and slept the entire night. As it turned out, the fear that you had killed a classmate was really taxing. But even after sleeping through the night, he still felt completely out of it. Flashes of the building collapsing on someone played in his head like a loop, and the phone call with all might still plagued him. Izuku hated it. His words still haunted him, making Izuku feel insignificant and useless in the worst ways. He had come so far in just the last 2 years to the best hero he could be. He wanted to be a symbol of hope and peace, protecting the country and the people he loved. But now, it disgusted him that All Might was poisoned by the HPSC and that, in turn, it was poisoning his own brain. The anger still simmered just beneath the surface, but the pain and sadness were what drowned his thoughts today. As he walked down the halls of his school, he couldn't help but see himself as inferior and undeserving. Could he even say he was trying his best if he was turning down the training? What did the best even mean? Izuku knew he wanted to be good. It meant so much more to him to be the kind of hero people needed and deserved. But were they right? Would he save more people if he just gave in? It felt like a storm clouding his brain, and the rain pouring down on him was every ounce of negativity he could possibly come up with. He felt stuck, trying to find shelter from the downpour but finding no sort of protection. Until finally, it was like someone reached out and pulled him under their umbrella when someone came up next to him and threw their arm over his shoulder. But the relief was quickly chased away when he saw Shindou You staring down at him. "There's my Kohai. I tried to find you after school, but I think you were whisked away." Izuku tensed, the proximity unexpected from someone he didn't really like. He stepped away, eyes darting around, looking for a rescue. But no one seemed to notice them. His shoulders slumped as he let out a sigh. "Sorry, my guardians took me home." Yo smirked at him, bending down just a little to put their faces at the same height. Izuku backpedaled into a wall as his eyes widened at Yo's advances. "Don't worry about it, Midoriya. Truthfully, I just wanted to apologize and offer up some more training. You clearly had some shit going on yesterday, and I didn't mean to push you that far." Izuku was shocked. His eyes widened as he searched Yo's gaze for any insincerity. Usually, there was a darkness to his stare that always clued Izuku into Yo's scheming nature. But this time, it was absent. "Why you mean that?" Yo stood up straight and let out an awkward chuckle. I didn't mean any of the stuff I said. I was just playing the role for the training, you know?" "Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You didn't need to come find me today, though. Really, I wasn't all that hurt or offended by what you said." "Oh?" Yo asked with a pet eyebrow. "You sure seemed upset enough to bring down an entire building." Izuku blushed. "I didn't mean to do that. I was just having a bad day. I have a lot going on right now, and it's really hard to deal with all of it. I'm sorry you got involved." "It's no sweat, Midoriya. But if you mean that, you should make it up to me training with me." Yo had a mischievous smile again, and this time the twinkle was back. He clearly had some ulterior motives here. But Izuku did want to train with someone with more experience, and even if Yo was hiding something, it didn't seem like it was something bad. So, Izuku nodded. "We can do that. After I ruined yesterday's training, I would like to try to fit some in this evening." Yo smiled, it was beaming and genuinely happy. He was clearly actually excited that Izu agreed. For a moment he was struck with surprise, but then something warm spread through his chest. It was the most warmth he'd felt since yesterday, and it cleared away just a bit of Izuku's darkness. Plus, he couldn't help but blush. It was easy for Izuku to forget how handsome Yo was when the older boy was angry or being AD-, but really he was very good-looking. His eyes were deep and mysterious, and his wavy black hair looked soft to the touch as it bounced around. But his smiles, when sincere, were pretty enough to make everyone swoon. He was pulled out of his musings over Yo's cute face when he waved his hand in front of Izuku's face. "Midoriya? Did you hear me?" "Oh, sorry. I got distracted." "I see what happened," Yo said with a laugh before a cocksure smirk spread across his lips. "My handsomeness distracted you." Izuku blushed furiously, eyes widening as he had no idea what to do but run away. So, he turned and quickly took off towards his classroom. He barely heard Yo shout at him. "See you later, Midoriya. Meet me at the third-year gym after school." Just as Izuku made it around the corner, he plastered himself to the wall panting, hiding from Yo as he caught his breath. He couldn't believe he had just got caught practically checking out the other boy. It was so embarrassing, and Izuku wanted to disappear. He felt like he was going to melt in a humiliated little puddle and just die. But the bell rang and he had to run to class, only to see Aizawa standing outside his classroom, looking even more exhausted than normal. The bags under his eyes were heavy and dark, and he was clearly having a serious conversation with Hitoshi, who looked just as concerned. When Izuku walked up, they both turned to him, with an odd mix of concern and anger in their eyes. "What's going on?" Izuku asked, keeping his voice down as he looked between the two of them. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I learned more about this mess with the HPSC from an informant last night. I'd like both of you to come to my office during lunch, and I'll tell you all." Hizashi said he would bring lunch. Izuku nodded, but he didn't really know what to do with that information. The darkness that Yo chased away was returning, crawling into his heart as he realized that not even a pretty smile and a nice boy could really help him. But as Aizawa gave his shoulder a squeeze, he realized at least he had the Aizawa-Yamada family. "Try not to worry, problem child. I'll tell you more later." "Yes, sir. I'll do my best," Izuku said with a shaky voice. Clearly, Aizawa and Hitoshi didn't really believe him, but they said nothing as the man ruffled his hair. "Go to class. You have things to learn, and there's no use in worrying more than we have to, all right? I'll see you both later." Izuku just followed Hitoshi into the classroom after that, going through the motions as he took his seat and tried to focus on class. But his mind was all over the place. One second he would be thinking about training with Yo, the next he would be worrying about his talk with Aizawa, then he'd bounce back to his conversation with All Might. It made him feel dizzy and he hated it. It felt like something was lurking and he couldn't quite figure out what it was while his brain jumped from one thing to another. He could only hope the rest of the day would prove him wrong. Izuku deserved a better day, right? Hadn't there been enough shit the last few weeks? He let out a huff, buckling down on his notes. It didn't work, though. By the time he sat down in Aizawa's office at lunchtime, he was a nervous mess, his legs bouncing with anxious energy as everyone filled in the room. He looked from the concerned faces of Aizawa, Yamada, Fukukado, and Hoesher, and his hope was thrown away. Whatever this was, it wasn't good. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to settle into the seat as the tense silence spread between them. They all looked uncomfortable, and even if they were trying to hide it, Izuku could see the frustration and worry behind most of their eyes. Even Aizawa looked concerned, and if it was anyone other than Aizawa, Izuku would even say he looked afraid. It made something twist in his gut. If even he was scared, that meant Izuku should be too, right? But Aizawa must have noticed because he hardened his face into his usual determined glare, trying to look aloof while also looking confident. The normalcy soothed him just a little before his eyes moved to everyone else in the room. Thank God for Yamada and Fukukado, who both gave him encouraging smiles. Even if there was still darkness to their eyes, they both still gave off such a comforting aura. So, he closed his eyes for a moment while he inhaled deeply and centered himself. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Aizawa. "You guys can tell me. I can handle it." "We know you can, kid. But this is a lot of sheet." Izuku took a deep breath. "I don't want to be in the dark. I know you might all want to protect me, and I know you're here to tell me anyway, but now I really just want to know." Aizawa let out a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. "You're right. I'll just tell you then. Apparently, the HPSC is still after you." "Didn't we already know that?" "Yes. But apparently, it's more than we thought. It seems they're prepared to do just about anything to get you. We thought we could relax here, but it seems we can't." "So what are they going to do? Get my mom to force me? I don't think my mom wants anything to do with me anymore. And you guys aren't going to send me away, right?" "No, but they might have other ways." Izuku was confused, to say the least. What other ways were there? It's not as if they were desperate, right? But then Izuku realized what Aizawa meant. He meant ways that were less than legal. It made something chill in his gut, like swallowing an ice cube. The cold spread throughout him at the thought of what lengths they would go to for him. They wouldn't kidnap him, right? Or threaten him with blackmail. After the events of the war, several people were aware of One for All now. So what did that mean for all of this? Would the Commission, still rebuilding, use him and his secrets to force him into compliance? He was probably their only way to regain glory and honor. So, it made sense they might be that desperate. He looked up at Aizawa with glassy eyes full of uncertainty. "You really think they'd do something that bad?" "I don't know, Midoriya. All I know is that if they even try it, they'll have to get through all of us." Izuku looked up at the teachers, seeing the raw determination and unending loyalty in their eyes. It was fantastic to see, really and truly. Izuku felt like he couldn't be luckier. But he couldn't help but think about how nice it would be to have seen those same looks on the faces of all Might or his mother. It felt selfish to wish for more. These people were such a great support system, so how could he ever ask for more? You can ask for more, Izuku, Yamada said. It makes perfect sense that you'd want support from your own mother and mentor. I'm sorry you're only stuck with us. No, don't apologize. I really am lucky to have you all, and I know you'll do your best to protect me. But I'm going to help too. I can protect myself. Yes, but no hero should go on a mission alone, Fukukado said, a beaming smile. I know, really. I just can't help but feel like this is my responsibility. I'm not going to do anything dumb. But I feel bad that you're all having to go to all these lengths. I want to pull my weight. You'll pull your weight by training, and growing up to be a better hero than those assholes at the commissions would force you to be. That's how you beat them, Midoriya. Izuku wanted to question it, but he decided to take it at face value. It was easy to fall back on his ambition, letting his drive to be the best hero settle his heart as the bell rang, and he went back to class. But as every minute passed, the doom and gloom returned. He had no idea what this meant for him, but he was on edge, paranoid when he turned a corner that some evil commission henchman would jump out and attack. He had nervous energy to burn now, but at least he'd be training with Yo this afternoon. When Izuku walked into the locker room to change for training, Yo was already there getting changed. He'd been so distracted he hadn't even noticed he'd started to stare. His mind was so all over the place that he zoned out looking at Yo. Which, of course, the other boy had a field day with. Wow, Midoriya. Didn't know you were that kind of guy. If you take a picture, it'll last longer. Izuku blushed, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. He was speechless for at least 10 seconds until Yo laughed at him. Don't laugh at me. I was just zoned out. Sure you were, little Kohai. Because you definitely weren't checking me out. I wasn't. I just zoned out. I would never do something like that. It would be so rude to objectify someone like that. I can only imagine how uncomfortable that would make someone. Even if you are very handsome, I would never disrespect you like that. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I dash. His rambles were interrupted by another chuckle from. Stop freaking out, Midoriya. I know you don't have a disrespectful bone in your body. Your eyes are far too, I'm an innocent angel. Izuku wasn't sure if that was supposed to be a compliment or not. No one had ever really commented on his eyes before. But it didn't sound mean, so he shrugged it off and just went about getting ready. But of course, now he couldn't forget about the half-naked guy just a few feet away. He really didn't mean to stare, but Yo really was handsome. He was only a few inches taller than Izuku, but his broad shoulders and impressive arms were a sight to look at. His hair was pushed back by a hairband, showing off his sharp jawline and cheekbones. Once Izuku realized he really was checking him out, he whipped his eyes back to his locker. His cheeks burned red as he chastised himself. He had literally just went over why it was rude to stare. The least he could do was try to be polite. So, he shook the thoughts loose and continued getting dressed, just throwing on compression shorts and a loose tank top. Things that would be easy to move in. He had no idea what they would be doing, but the basics should be plenty. Once they moved out into the school's gym and made their way over to the sparring mats, he had a pretty good idea. All right, Midoriya. We've never trained together and have no idea what each other is capable of, so I wanted to start with hand-to-hand quirkless training. You alright with that? Izuku nodded. It would be a good way to ignore the plethora of thought invading his head all day, like the commission and muscled shoulders of the boy in front of him. Do you have injuries or anything? I don't want to hurt you. Yo smirked. Oh, you think you're going to hurt me? No, I just want to be careful. I don't want to hold back, but I don't want to kick you somewhere if you have a broken bone that's healing or something. Yo pet an eyebrow, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Are broken bones a common thing with you? No. Yo laughed at his expense before shrugging it off. Don't worry about me, little Kohai. I'm fine. His tone was teasing. However, Izuku's emotions had been all over the place all day, and the last thing he wanted was to be underestimated. He was beyond grateful for all the care from the staff and his new little family, and he knew all he's done is cry about it. But just because things SCQD, that didn't mean he needed to be babied. He was still strong. Tears, and emotions and everything else didn't make him weak. He could fight for himself and stand up against all of this without being a pushover just because sometimes he needed to cry. Izuku couldn't help it when the resentment boiled up. He'd been so frustrated lately, and the fact that things might only get worse just increased all of the emotions warring inside him. So he went all out. They sparred vigorously, and Izuku didn't hold anything back. He moved quickly, dodging blows and kicks from Yo and sending his own back in return. Yo fought similarly, with fast and graceful movements that evaded most of Izuku's own attacks. They were well matched, and it turned the boiling feeling of resentment shift to the burning of competition. Yo was talented, and the smirk on his face and the fire in his own eyes only told Izuku he was having just as much fun. It reminded Izuku a little of his training with Katsuki, like a no-holds-barred match. But Yo fought with less anger, and he was much sneakier. It was interesting, and Izuku loved it. He spent most of the fight learning his moves, trying to predict where he'd strike next. But just as always, Yo was a mystery. Izuku's predictions were wrong most of the time in the beginning, and it cost him. Yo had pinned him several times until finally, Izuku started to pick up on his rhythm, helping him understand Yo as a combatant and a person. He was strong, vicious, and clever. His eyes hid his movements, but his body language didn't. Eventually, in their third match, Izuku was able to pin him. Yo's chest was pressed to the floor, and Izuku had his arms behind his back as he sat right on his butt. It was exhilarating winning a fight against someone so talented. Izuku couldn't help but jump off and immediately start chattering. That was amazing. You are so good at hiding your movements, and the confidence and power in your stance are incredible. I can only imagine how that spreads to your quirk. You tend to use open hand hits or make fists at the last second, right? Is that because of your quirk? Is it a 5-point touch quirk? Yo's eyes widened, the slightest red coloring his cheeks. Izuku almost wondered why he was blushing until he chalked it up to the hard work of the sparring. Yo reached back to scratch at his neck, a surprising move. But he still somehow oozed confidence even if he looked unsure of himself. It is a 5-point touch quirk. But I have control of when it triggers. And it is why I tend to use open hand attacks, even though they sometimes have less strength. I think in your case, it makes perfect sense to prioritize this strategy over strength. So many people would still just go for big punches and powerful moves, but I think it's awesome you fight like this. Thanks, Midoriya. Most people never pick up on those details, Yo said with the softest and most genuine smile. It almost looked foreign on his face, but Izuku found he liked it. I love things like that. It's awesome to see how your quirk has affected your fighting style. You're really impressive, Shindou. Izuku couldn't help but beam up at him. He hadn't felt this free in ages. And the returning smile from Yo only made the happiness flutter in his stomach even more. Everyone was so careful with him like he was some breakable child, but not Yo. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't have any reason to baby Izuku. It was almost intoxicating being treated so normally. Izuku didn't want to let it go, didn't want to go back to everyone who looked at him with thinly veiled concern. He felt guilty about it, he should just be happy that they care, but Yo looked at him only with the curiosity of getting to know someone new. So, Izuku couldn't stop himself. He bounced on the ball of his feet, nerves pulsing through him as he blurted out his question. Can we spend more time together? Like training and lunch and stuff? Yo looked utterly shocked for a moment before he schooled his expression into a cocky smile as he leaned against the wall behind him. I'd love to, Midoriya, but you better know what you've signed up for. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. He wasn't sure why, but he thought maybe this was more than he had bargained for. Either way, he couldn't regret it. He felt like himself around Yo, ignoring the drama and pain from losing his family, leaving his friends behind, and being hunted by the DM and commission. Plus, he was missing Katsuki and their training. Yo could easily give him that same amount of ferocity. When he got home that night, he texted Katsuki all about his training, getting plenty of remarks that Yo could never measure up to. But Izuku just laughed it off, appreciative for the familiarity as he finally had a reason to look forward to the next day. The rest of the week went well. Izuku was spending a lot of time with Yo now that it turned out they were surprisingly well matched for training. It got easier, almost just hanging out as friends now that they had a familiar pattern of banter. It was just another thing to make his adjustment a bit easier. His classmates were fine, and Izuku did like them, but Yo was different. He reminded him a lot of Kaken, constantly challenging him. But he was far better at seeing what was too far, and he never crossed the boundaries Kaken did between teasing and arguing and just being a bit of a JRK. But it was great to find someone who could go toe-to-toe with him and never held back, but Yo was still supportive even behind all the jokes. It was the first time Izuku had ever really had a friendship this casual and playful. Shouta was always too chill, and Ochako and Tenya never really teased or challenged him. It was nice. But God did it remind him at least a little of what he left behind. He'd been avoiding their messages and ignoring their calls. Izuku couldn't even imagine how many insults Kaken had thrown his way for never responding. Eventually, once he settled into his room for the night, he finally decided to open his texts with his friends. So, snuggled into his bed, he took a deep breath and started to read. Izuku looked at Kaken's first, which were precisely as he expected them to be. He had a million questions demanding further explanation. Some of them were complaints of All Might and how he acted like a kicked puppy. Kaken seemed to hate it. He also definitely disliked the new teacher, complaining that they weren't as good as Aizawa. But some of his grievances were almost thinly veiled compliments, so Izuku wasn't too worried. He moved on to the conversations with his other friends, noticing that Ochako was massively confused and clearly missing him. It made him feel beyond guilty, wishing he could explain but knowing he couldn't. Tenya's were essentially the same, expressing concern and slightly lecturing him for not telling them more. Shudo's messages were a bit sad. Clearly, he was missing Izuku, sending random messages and thoughts that Izuku knew he wasn't comfortable just sharing with anyone. It broke his heart a little, missing his friends. Just as Izuku finished looking through their messages, his phone rang, and Kaken's name popped up on his phone. He ignored it, panicking a bit as he dropped his phone on the bed in front of him. Immediately after it stopped ringing, a text popped up. Kaken, you motherfucker, I saw you read my texts. Now answer the DM in phone. Then the phone was ringing again. Izuku sighed and resigned himself to his fate as he answered the phone. Hey Kaken. Don't tell me you've been avoiding me for weeks. Are you suddenly too good for me now that you're gone? You know that's not it. I just miss all of you guys, and it's hard to talk with you guys now. I don't even know what's going on, and things haven't really settled down. I just get nervous, Kaken. FNG fine. Shut up. What do you mean things haven't settled down? Aizawa said he heard from some people that I guess the HPSC is still trying to look for me? All Might has called a few times trying to hunt me down still too. That's FNG ridiculous. I don't get it. You're not even that special. They want All Might's successor so they can look better, I guess. Aizawa thinks it's the only way for them to get any positive press back. It makes sense, All Might always had the public's approval, and with the League of Villains nearly wiping them out, they would have to have some kind of way to repair it. I guess Deku, you're mumbling. I don't even know what you FNG said. Sorry, I was just saying that they need public approval. All Might's successor might be the best way to get it. I guess they want to use me to actually take out villains too. Bunch of morons. They clearly don't FANG know you if they think you're gonna kill anyone. Izuku smiled. Even when Kaken's words were harsh, he always knew how to get to the root of it. The problem was that Izuku could never give them what they wanted. He may act like Kaken in a fight, but he could never really hurt people unless he absolutely had no choice. The faith his friend had in him was heartwarming, even coming from Kaken. It definitely isn't very smart of them. All Might should have known better too. Yeah, he should have. What a FING moron. Yeah, a little. Not even you're defending him, Kaken barked out with a laugh. I mean, how can I? He betrayed me, Kaken. The line was silent after that, the tension palpable. Izuku knew he didn't like to handle emotions. Kaken wasn't exactly the most emotionally literate with his own feelings, let alone the feelings of others. He didn't really expect a coherent response, but Kaken has always been able to surprise him. Yeah, well, he FINGSCKS. Aizawa better not pull that sheet too, or I'll kill him. Kaken, no. He wouldn't do that. He and Yamada have been so nice, and the people in my classes are really cool too. I don't care about the extras, Deku. Izuku bolted up in bed, excited to talk about his new class. They're not extras. They're my new friends. And they have some really cool quirks. This guy Haruta has a dragon quirk. He has wings and can breathe fire. This other girl, Miyasato, has a quirk just like Kuwaro from Class B. Whatever, none of them are as good as we are. You better not slack around a bunch of weaklings. Izuku rolled his eyes, crashing back down into the blankets. They're not weaklings, and I've been training with Shindou. Do you remember him from the licensing exam? No, why should I? He's a year older than us. He had that vibration quirk that caused earthquakes and stuff. It has so many applications, and I don't even know how many he's considered. Yet mumbling again, nerd. And I have no FNG clue who he is. Izuku expected that response, but he tried to remind Kaken who he was anyway, bragging about his quirk and telling him all about their training. He could tell Kaken was at least a little impressed, not calling Yo a weakling as Izuku explained how they train and how much Yo picks on him and challenges him. Plus, he's nice. He makes jokes kind of like you, but he sounds much nicer when he does it. But it really riles me up. You should see the fire in his eyes, Kaken. You would really have fun fighting him. You sound like a schoolgirl with a crush the way you're fawning over him. He can't be that if he's special a nerd. I don't have a crush on him, Izuku denied with blushing cheeks. Or at least, he didn't think he had a crush on him. Truthfully, he'd never really been romantically interested in anyone. Before you, everyone hated him. Then once he was at UA, he was way too busy trying to figure out one for all. He knew he was attracted to just about everyone. People were beautiful and unique, but he'd never had the chance to really be interested in anyone. The closest he'd ever gotten was how blushy he got around Ochako and how much Shouta always turned his head. Maybe, if things weren't so totally insane right now, he would be able to have a crush on Yo. He was handsome and surprisingly kind despite his slightly rude disposition. He often hid his intentions, but based on their interactions, Izuku could tell he genuinely cared about people and did his best as a hero. Those were all things he really admired. Plus, he really enjoyed their time together. However, he was currently being hunted by the HPSC, so maybe it wasn't the best time to be worried about it. So, he pushed it away. You FING do. Gross. I don't. And he's not gross. I just have too much going on to have a crush on someone, Kaken. Whatever, nerd. What about your classes? Bet they're easier than UA's. Izuku was just about to explain that they were about the same when he heard a strange creak out in the hall. It sounded like the closet where Aizawa and Yamada keep their hero gear. It was odd, though, because neither of them were supposed to be patrolling tonight. In fact, they specifically mentioned that they wouldn't be leaving the house tonight. Hold on, Kaken. I think someone is sneaking out or in or something, Izuku whispered as he tossed his phone onto the bed and moved toward the hallway. He used every bit of stealth training he'd ever learned to peek out and see Aizawa suiting up in his hero stuff. Izuku's eyes narrowed in suspicion. It was odd that he wasn't upfront with everyone, and Izuku didn't like it. The adults were supposed to keep him informed. How was he supposed to be prepared for a threat if he didn't know it was coming? Were they keeping something from him? So, Izuku made a dumb decision, sneaking back into his room and throwing on a black hoodie and a pair of black joggers. He hung up on Kaken and sent him a quick text that he was sorry and would call him in the morning. Then, he silently slipped out his window and made to follow Aizawa across town. Izuku knew he was lucky that he didn't get caught, but it was pretty clear that Aizawa was distracted. He wasn't paying attention to his surroundings at all and was clearly in a rush to reach his destination. Izuku only had to follow about a block behind him to keep pace and stay hidden. The longer they traveled, the seedier it became. This part of the city was definitely not somewhere he would regularly go. There were bars, strip clubs, abandoned buildings. It made a chill run up his spine when the wind blew, and he could just tell that the people who eyed him from the shadows were not the kind of people he wanted to get stuck in an alley with. The last thing he needed was to call attention to himself while trying to hide from a government agency. Luckily for him, it wasn't much longer before Aizawa started to scale a building up to the roof. It wasn't terribly huge, only a small apartment building about 5 stories tall. So, Izuku scaled the building nearby and hid as close as he could. He needed to hear Aizawa or follow him if he moved without getting caught. He couldn't help but wonder what was going on, twitching as his nerves and fear got the best out of him. He was spiraling through worst-case scenarios when finally someone else showed up on the roof. Izuku didn't recognize him. He wasn't an underground hero or even a villain that he was familiar with. But based on the way he carried himself, Izuku figured he probably wasn't a hero. He was very cautious of Aizawa, staying out of range of his scarf and eyeing him carefully. His posture was closed off, and Aizawa was equally wary. The man's voice was deep, full of dislike and distrust. Erase her head. It's not a pleasure to see you. Likewise, dishonesty. Have you come alone? The man, his name must have been Dishonesty, nodded. Yes. Have you? And don't even think about using your quirk when you answer my question. Aizawa let out a sigh, annoyance clear on his face. I'm alone. But now, what do you want? I've heard your little group might have information on movements of the HPSC. They're apparently targeting a hero student, and I need to know their plans. The man puffed up his chest, now just oozing arrogance as he smirked at Aizawa. How amusing. I love it when a hero needs something from me. I have a price, you know. And it won't be cheap. Fine. Whatever you want, I can wire you money. Dishonesty let out a cruel laugh. I don't want money. We'll trade information for information. I need to know why the League of Villains is so interested in UA because we all know it's not All Might anymore. There's a student. All for one wants their quirk. Suddenly, the man's eyes started to glow a bright blue, but nothing else happened. Izuku knew it must have been his quirk, but he couldn't tell what it did. But, based on his hero name, Izuku assumed it must have been something that let him know Aizawa wasn't lying. What's the quirk, and who's the student? I won't tell you anything else unless you give me my information first. We make trades, dishonesty. Don't get cocky. That would be a mistake, Aizawa growled out. Fine. All I know is that the HPSC has been searching for some less than reputable people to hunt down a person of interest. Probably the kid. They're hiring villains to come after them? Assume what you will. Fine. I'll be on my way then, Eraserhead said casually. Although Izuku could tell based on the furrow of his brow that he was concentrated. Izuku should have known what would happen next. But he apparently wasn't paying good enough attention. Oh, Eraserhead. I won't let you leave without the right amount of information. Then, several people descended from other rooftops, and suddenly Aizawa was surrounded. Izuku knew he could fight many people at once, but he also had a lot more experience, and his gut told him that these people were not to be messed with. They had a certain amount of confidence that Izuku could tell came with years of experience. They weren't just small-time villains. They were actually dangerous, maybe even for someone as skilled as Aizawa. So, Izuku did the second dumb thing he'd done that evening, and he jumped down next to his teacher to join the fray. Izuku landed down in the middle of the roof, already prepared to fight tooth and nail by Aizawa's side. He knew he was going to get yelled at, but he couldn't find himself caring. His guardian was in trouble. He couldn't let him fight alone. The man Aizawa met with, dishonesty, didn't seem to have a combative quirk, but the weapons on his person clearly spelled danger for them. He was dual-wielding a pair of katanas as he started the charge. Then the other few villains on the roof followed his lead. Izuku tried to avoid too much hand-to-hand combat at first, analyzing and watching every single move to do his best to assess their quirks and fighting styles. But the others on the roof were clearly wary of him as well. They came here expecting a fight with Aizawa, not some teenager. Luckily for Izuku, they seemed to recognize him pretty quickly as one of them shouted out. "Sheet! That's Deku!" The woman screamed at the other three. Izuku could see it in their eyes that they all suddenly looked worried. It was honestly shocking. Izuku wasn't used to being feared. Sure, he'd racked up some popularity and fame as All Might's successor, but he was also a chubby-cheeked 16-year-old. Intimidation wasn't something he usually wielded, but he wasn't going to question it now as he powered one for all up to 40%. The lightning around his body was crackling with energy. He stomped in front of him, barely with any effort, as the roof cracked beneath him. Thank God the building was abandoned. They all flinched, the villains even looking over their shoulder as if they were looking to escape. But Dishonesty, who was clearly the leader, barked out at them. "You useless F's, he's just a kid. Stop to year round." Now that they were commanded to move, all of their hesitations were gone. Thank God Izuku was able to analyze for long enough to already have a good grip on their quirks. The woman in the group looked startlingly like she could be a Todoroki. She had long white hair and ice blue eyes. She had a deadly quirk, an ice whip that moved with the dexterity and accuracy of Aizawa's scarf. She controlled it fluently, with long-range and mid-range attacks as she moved just as gracefully as the whip did. The next villain had long back hair thrown up in a bun, pitch-black eyes, and almost no other distinguishable features. They were plain yet totally mysterious, practically a walking contradiction. Their quirk was equally confusing. It looked like they split into two, attacking simultaneously and with complete synchronization. If they weren't a villain trying to kill him, Izuku would have been far more excited and impressed. The final foe had one of the oddest quirks Izuku had ever had the pleasure of witnessing. At the beginning of the fight, his two arms shifted immediately into two giant anacondas, attached at his shoulders. They were scary, fast, and unbelievably strong. Izuku couldn't quite tell if they were sentient or not, but they seemed to move with the natural speed and fluidity of the actual animal. Either way, it was absolutely terrible and terrifying. Izuku immediately shouted at Aizawa. "Eraser, take on the Snake Man and Whip Lady. You can handle their range attacks better. Let me take the close combat guys." He barely heard it, but Aizawa grumbled under his breath. "Demon, kid, giving me orders." But Izuku didn't leave any time for arguments as he threw himself at the leader. He was incredibly skilled and moved much faster than Izuku. He dodged almost every blow, blocking the rest. But Izuku knew he couldn't do this forever. He was far stronger, and all it took was one slip up, and Izuku would hit him hard enough to send him flying. Which was precisely what happened. Aizawa had just pinned and cuffed the whip woman, distracting the leader. Izuku took his chance, landing a hit that sent him flying into the air and off the building. He catapulted off the roof, catching the unconscious villain that he unceremoniously dropped on the ground before launching back up. Deku, do not throw yourself off the roof again. Aizawa screamed from across the building as he took down the man with snake arms. He sounded furious, and Izuku had even an extra second to focus on that. He would have felt his heart warm at the concern in his voice. But he had no time to waste as he threw himself at the final adversary. Thankfully, Aizawa cancelled his quirk, revealing to Izuku which one was the real one. After a well-placed hit to the head, he was out cold and slumped on the roof. Izuku took a deep shuddering breath of relief, the adrenaline still flowing freely as it buzzed in his brain. He took a minute to assess the situation, noticing that Aizawa had gotten all three of them cuffed. I'm going to bring you the other guy to cuff. Deku, wait. Aizawa shouted, but Izuku was already leaping over the edge and landing below. But the villain was gone. He stared at the empty spot on the sidewalk as an angry voice screamed at him from up above. Did you lose him? Get your butt back up here. Izuku gritted his teeth as the sinking feeling of failure leaked into every cell in his body. But he held it back. Put the metaphorical lid on his emotions as he helped Aizawa carry the villains down to the ground. Some police came by, taking their statements. When they tried to check Izuku's license, Aizawa stopped them. He's a student still. He was acting on my orders and shouldn't be on the report. The cops eyed him suspiciously, but they eventually left with just a nod and a few villains in the back of their car. As their tires screeched while they left the scene, Izuku and Aizawa were left standing on the eerily silent sidewalk. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose as he looked up at the stars overhead. I cannot believe you. You are such a DMN problem child. What the hell am I supposed to do with you? Izuku flinched at the tone, as it only soured his mood more. He couldn't help but left the self-doubt flourish as he stared at the strained and tense features of his guardian. He couldn't help but think to himself, I'll always be a problem for others. I'll never succeed on my own. I'll always be a failure. It was heart-wrenching, but thank God, he was pulled out of his spiraling thoughts when Aizawa groaned and grabbed his shoulder. Come on, we'll talk about this at home. Izuku just nodded solemnly, accepting the lecture he was about to get. Luckily, he was so stuck in his own hell of self-deprecation he didn't even notice how quickly they got home. It wasn't quite what he expected, Hizashi pacing nervously as Hitoshi was holding Eri closely on the couch. They all looked anxious and worried. It set off Izuku's own concern. What's wrong? Did something happen? Is Eri okay? He blabbered as he stumbled into the room. Yamada's eyes went wild as he rushed over and pulled Izuku into his arms. You absolute crazy child. We were worried about you. I can't believe you snuck out. What were you thinking? I guess I wasn't. Aizawa left and I wanted to follow. Izuku said softly as he pulled away from the man. It was beyond dumb. You should have known better. You were walking into a situation you knew nothing about that I was completely capable of handling. I knew full well dishonesty would have back up, and I was already aware of their quirks. Well, I didn't know that. I just wanted to help. Aizawa let out an exasperated groan. I am a fully trained hero with years of experience. I didn't need help, and you should have known to trust me without wandering out in the middle of the night. And God, Izuku was not an angry person. He was a lot of things, a crier, a nerd, but he was rarely mad. But he couldn't stop himself as the rage boiled up and fury burned in his eyes. How can I trust anyone? My mother left me. All Might betrayed me. And you're all keeping things from me. I know I have so much to learn and I'm young, but I'm not weak. I'm strong and smart, and I deserve to know what's happening with my own life. He was panting, squeezing his hands into his fists. Izuku really didn't want to cry, but his anger was bubbling over as tears streamed down his cheeks. I am capable of taking care of myself, at least a little bit. I need you guys to trust me too. His voice was already raw, barely choking back sobs. It was so hard to talk about he felt. But he couldn't just keep everything locked up. It was unhealthy, he knew that, but it was so hard being vulnerable. Izuku was going to be the symbol of hope. He was going to hold this society on his back just like All Might did, and it was outright suffocating. He didn't feel like he even had the right to show weakness. Izuku knew he had to be positive, with that ever-present smile that put other people at ease. How could he protect anyone if people were trying to protect him? Bearing it was Izuku's only option. Sure, he cried, but he never really told them how hard this was for him. Abandoning his old life, being turned on by the two people who were supposed to have his back no matter what. He gritted his teeth through tears and accepted it. He let the teachers take care of it because it was what he was supposed to do. But it wasn't what he wanted. He was just doing it to please them. He thought, maybe, it would be easier to go with what they wanted. Izuku knew he was already the problem child. He was a burden. The least he could do was keep his true feelings to himself and let them call the shots. But Izuku couldn't do it anymore. All of that strength and silence fled his body, leaving him weak, vulnerable, and so desperately alone. Izuku's knees collapsed as he shrunk to the ground. I need some control. I don't want to do it alone. I need you guys. But I can't be left in the dark anymore. The silence was toxic. It felt like it was crawling down his throat as no one spoke. The only thing he could even vaguely feel was his fingers pulling at his curls and his nails digging into his head. He was too afraid to look up and see their reactions. He couldn't handle this. Were they going to be looks of disgust? Izuku could only imagine what they were thinking. How can he be a symbol if he can't just grin and bear it? How can he save anyone if he can't even save himself? How could he be so weak? The darkness was creeping in. It felt like every thought Izuku had ever had was being poisoned from the inside out. Like no matter what went through his head, all the monsters in his brain were turning them more and more painful. He tried so hard to talk himself out of it. His new family was so supportive. They would never think that way. But what if they did? You used to trust your mom too. He furiously shook his head, rejecting the lies his brain was telling him. They weren't like that. All of them already proved that they're different. They care, and they don't expect perfection from him. It's fine. Is though? It's not like he could ever be enough anyway. Just as Izuku felt like he was drowning, he experienced some intense whiplash, like someone pulled him from the deep end of the pool to somewhere he could stand on his own 2 feet. He wasn't alone. Eri had thrown herself off the couch and into his lap. She wrapped herself around him, sobbing into his shirt as she clung to him. Izuku knew he should have been comforting her, but instead, it felt like she was holding him together. It was almost impossible to make out what she was saying between the sobs, but Izuku could still understand her, being fluent in crying speak himself. You aren't in the dark, Zuzu. I know stuff is scary, but we'll love and protect you. Daddy and Papa and Toshi will too. We'll all help you and you can win with us. It was somehow precisely what he needed to hear. Everyone kept telling him that they would take care of it, that they wouldn't let anything happen to him. And he appreciated it, really he did. But it felt like they had closed the door and told him to just sit tight and wait and hope they could take care of it. It was so isolating. But Eri said he could win with them, and it was everything he needed to hear as he wrapped his arms around her and let out last aching sob. Another pair of arms were wrapped around him from behind, realizing immediately it was Yamada. I'm so sorry, Izuku. We just wanted you to feel safe, not closed off. Promise we would never take control away from you. It's your life, little listener, and we'll do better about including you. Izuku leaned back into the group hug, feeling Yamada's warmth and security wrapped around both him and Eri. More arms joined in later, and soon enough, all of them were cuddled into each other. But the floor was uncomfortable, and slowly they migrated to the couch. They should talk more. Izuku wanted to understand what the hell that meeting was and exactly who those villains were, but sleep weighed on him heavily. He couldn't keep his eyes open any longer, as Eri was still in his lap and his head flopped on Hitoshi's shoulder. Izuku's body gave up too quickly, eyes fluttering closed under the utter exhaustion from the evening carried him off to sleep. He didn't even notice the blankets and pillows that were readjusted so that he, Hitoshi, and Eri could all sleep tangled up on the couch. But the warmth was so inviting, and he couldn't have resisted even if he tried. When Izuku woke up the following day, he had a horrible ache in his neck, and he was far too warm. There was a weight on his chest and something bony his head was resting on. He shuffled, pulling the lump on top of him closer as he tried to snuggle into the bony pillow. It felt so odd, and it wasn't like any other bed he'd ever slept on. Eventually, though, awareness returned to him. In fact, the lump was a very clingy Eri, and the stiff thing beneath his head was Hitoshi's shoulder. It was a bit awkward waking up like this, but he was warm and comfortable, so his sleep-riddled mind barely even recognized it. So, he unwound himself from Eri and made his way to the bathroom. Then he wandered into the kitchen, where the smell of food was wafting throughout their home. Inside was Yamada, quietly buzzing around the kitchen as he prepared some miso, grilled fish, rice, and natto. It was totally traditional, and Izuku pretended it didn't painfully remind him of his mother. So, he silently made his way into the room, falling into rhythm easily as he helped Yamada prepare breakfast before they all had to go to school. It was going to be a rough day, with all of them having had such an exhausting night before. But still, breakfast would be an excellent way to get everyone energized. Plus, Izuku figured he owed it to them. They were already taking care of them and protecting him, and here he was being a pain in the butt. However, he was grateful they would include him more. He knew he'd be a nuisance and maybe even a hindrance, but he needed to feel at least the tiniest bit in control. Luckily, they seemed to understand. But still, Izuku felt guilty about the trouble he was putting them through. So, cooking for them was a good start. And by the time they were done, everyone else was already sitting around the table, half asleep but still appreciative of the food. The tension was obvious, though, as they all ignored the elephant in the room. The only one of them talking was Eri, who told everyone about a new anime she started about people who turned into zodiac animals. Thankfully, it got to be too much, and Aizawa cleared his throat. "Alright, let's talk about this. Eri, I'll need you to leave the room. Can you go get yourself dressed and cleaned up for school?" The girl looked annoyed, but she nodded to her dad and cleared out of the kitchen. Once it was just them, Aizawa started up again. "So, the man I was meeting with the other night was an informant. He's also a villain, but generally, we don't have any actual evidence on him. He keeps himself annoyingly clean. His quirk forces people to be honest, or they feel extreme pain. It's honestly very annoying. But he had information we needed." Izuku nodded, taking in the information. "What did you learn?" "You were there, problem child. You tell me what you made of it." "Well, it sounded like they were finding villains to search for someone. I assume that someone is me? But would they really do that? Unfortunately, if the HPSC believes something is for the greater good, they'll act however they want, even if it means being above the law. Lord knows they've used heroes to do the kind of shit villains do anyway." Hitoshi pet an eyebrow. "What is that supposed to mean?" "That's a lesson for another day. We have to focus on this now. With actual villains being involved, things will be even more unpredictable. We'll have to change who we're keeping an eye on," Yamada added, giving a sad smile to Izuku and Hitoshi. "We were listening for whispers from some of the reconnaissance and investigative heroes that work closely with the HPSC. We assumed they would be used to track you down, but if they're using villains, things are going to be way worse, little listener. I know you want to be involved, but this just became more dangerous." "I understand," Izuku said, feeling equally frustrated and determined as he clenched his hands into fists. "But I have to do this. It's my life, and it's not like it won't help to be aware. Don't you always say we have to be logical? I need to know what I'm up against." "You're correct. That's why I'm going to spend time with you going over observational techniques other than your gut to determine if you're being watched or followed. With the involvement of villains, we have no idea what kind of quirk they could track down. You'll need to be careful." "Yes, sir. I won't try to do this on my own. I promise. I just really couldn't handle being so out of the loop anymore." Aizawa gave him a smile. Small, but understanding and even a little apologetic. "You're right. It wasn't fair of us to try to shelter you from this. We promised to include you." Izuku couldn't help the little sigh of relief. It made both Aizawa and Yamada look a bit guilty, but he couldn't help it. It was a massive weight off his shoulders just to have the slightest bit of control of his life now. It felt like he was just a puppet when all Might and Nezu asked to turn him over to the HPSC. Immediately after, his mother just abandoned him. Then Yamada and Aizawa swooped in and saved the day. He was grateful. Izuku knew he would have been locked away somewhere, being trained until he passed out by the commission without them. But he still had his freedom, even if it meant leaving Yue and his friends behind. But it didn't feel like the freedom he wanted. It felt like he was being coddled, like they didn't believe he could handle any of this. But Izuku was strong. He knew he wasn't the best, and he knew he had so much to learn, but he was not a baby. Maybe. He cried a lot and wore his heart on his sleeve. Perhaps he was sometimes just a giant mess of anxiety. But that didn't make him incompetent. Izuku still worked his butt off, and he still knew he could do it. It almost made him regret breaking down in front of Aizawa all those weeks ago after Nezu and All Might told him the news. Maybe, if the man hadn't seen him being so weak, it would have been different from the start. But it would be different this time. He was going to prove he could handle it whether he was a crier or not. With the ruined sense of hope and determination from himself and his guardians, he faced the day with a much better attitude. He got ready for class and trained and studied his heart out. He put every ounce of energy he had into his classes that day, winning the rescue training with his team. He even managed to finish his homework for the rest of the week during his lunch party. Even if Haruta teased him for being a nerd, Izuku just laughed through the good-natured ribbing and focused on kicking butt. Unfortunately for him, he put so much of his waning energy into the day that he was already feeling exhausted by the time he needed to go to his after-school training with Yo. Izuku tried to text him and tell him he had a rough night and that he wouldn't be up to sparring, but the upperclassmen insisted they still meet in the gym. Izuku gave up arguing with him pretty quickly, meandering into the gym wearing his joggers and t-shirt. They were loose and comfortable, suitable for whatever Yo planned for their session. When Izuku finally spotted him, he almost passed out. Izuku didn't have the willpower to deny his thoughts this time. He always denied his feelings or distanced himself from Yo's attractiveness. But it was impossible when the man was wearing leggings and a baggy tank top. He looked like the prettiest and most handsome man Izuku had ever seen. The leggings were form-fitting, outlining his nice butt and muscled legs. The tank top was loose, and it showed off his arms and shoulders way too well to be legal. Plus, it was low-cut, and Izuku could practically see cleavage between his pecs. Izuku thought if Ochako was there, she would have called him thirsty. Which wouldn't be that far off as he gulped and hesitantly made his way over there. It was hard to keep his eyes to himself without the energy to reject the thoughts of his hormonal teenage brain. Once he made his way over to Yo, it seemed the other boy knew he was having an effect on him. He smirked at Izuku, which only made his cheeks burn hotter. "Hi. How was your day?" Izuku asked, trying to make everything seem normal while he internally panicked. "It was fine, little Kohai. How was yours?" "Long. I really did have a rough night, so can we go easy?" "Yeah. I heard you earlier, Midoriya. We're going to do yoga. Did you think I was only wearing this outfit to make you flustered?" He said with a confident grin as he crossed his arms over his chest, only making his pecs and arms look even better. Izuku thought that lazy smirk on Yo's face might kill him. He was going to die, and the headline would say death by attractive senpai. It only reminded him of Katsuki insisting he liked him. Well, it was hard to deny now that he was at least attracted to him. But Izuku had so many things to worry about, so he tried to just focus on their yoga. It was nice, the quiet music in the background as he just followed Yo's movements. He didn't really know anything about yoga, so it was easy to just get swept up in following Yo's instructions. But the quiet and peace of the routine were only making Izuku feel vulnerable, especially when he caught Yo eyeing him. Sometimes the looks were playful, clearly teasing Izuku and checking him out in equal measure. But other times, those dark onyx eyes looked concerned, seeing the lack of sleep in Izuku's face. Really, he shouldn't have been surprised when Yo pulled him to sit together on the mats after the routine. "So, you've got something you want to tell me?" Izuku shook his head. "Not really." He wasn't sure what Yo was talking about, but the last thing he wanted to do was admit to his ever-growing interest in him. "You sure? Clearly, something has been weighing on you since you moved to this school. You don't have to talk about it, but doing stuff alone is always harder. Plus, I think we've gotten to be pretty close," he said as he threw a little wink in Izuku's direction. He let out a snort. "I guess. I'm not really supposed to tell people though." "Well, then just be vague about it." Izuku thought about it for a moment, deciding maybe he could. It wasn't like he needed to go into detail, and Yo definitely wasn't some commissioned spy. If he was, they would have already known where he was, and he would have been kidnapped ages ago. He took a deep, shuddering breath before he started to explain. "There's a group of people who want me for my connection to All Might and my quirk. Like, they would kidnap me even. I had to leave UA to protect myself in the school, and going under the radar at Ketsubutsu with Aizawa and Yamada made the most sense." Yo was quiet for the explanation and then waited for a moment for Izuku to be done. Then he spoke, looking up at the ceiling. "No offense, but I sort of figured all of that anyway. You were high profile and people being interested in you made sense. But what made yesterday worse? Aizawa and Yamada are trying too hard to take care of me. And my mom and my mentor left me, and then I was forced away from my friends. I need to save some sort of control, but they treated me like a kid that needed to be hidden away from the world. If I can't handle this, how could I ever be a hero?" Izuku stared down at his scarred fingers, getting to the root of his problems. If he couldn't do this, what could he do? If they didn't think he could take care of his own issues, how would they trust him to save others? He was going to be the best hero, and to do that, he needed people to believe in him. It was one of the reasons he enjoyed being around Yo. He never held back, never pitted him. Even with an entire extra year of experience, He never really treated Izuku like some underclassman that could never measure up. It was a relief. Yo made him feel independent and capable, and he was a good friend. Izuku was lucky to have made any friends here at all, but he already treasured their time together. He felt normal during their training sessions, more like himself. While he was stuck in his own brain, something so unexpected happened that he almost slapped Yo's hand away. But instead, Izuku was frozen as Yo reached over and interlaced their fingers. Midoriya, you're already a kick-butt hero. And anyone who doubts you is a moron. Even if you've only been here for a month or so now, it's so FING obvious to everyone. Hell, I'm almost jealous, he said with a laugh. Izuku could tell Yo was just hiding behind it, though, trying to make them both laugh after a heavy topic. It didn't work. Izuku just felt dizzy, butterflies fluttering around his stomach as he stared down at Yo's hand in his. His anxiety spiked, while he also felt so calm. The flutter in his chest was still not something he wanted to deal with. However, Izuku knew he couldn't avoid it forever. Hopefully, his life would calm down, and he'd be able to do it on his own terms. But he had a creeping concern he either wouldn't have a choice, or he'd be too late. Izuku could only wait and see and do his best to figure out his own feelings about everything before the time came to understand his feelings on the handsome senpai whose fingers fit perfectly between his own. Izuku was sitting in the car on their way home, the rain hitting the window as he stared out at the storm. It was almost annoying how much it mimicked the feelings swirling in his gut and the thoughts racing through his brain. The week was just so confusing and all over the place. He thought things settled down, finally. Communication was better between him and the adults. Classes and exams were going well, Izuku having finally adjusted to a shift in curriculum and teachers. Training was going well, both in class and out. He did his regular sparring with Yo and even did some with Hitoshi. Hell, he'd even started talking with all of his friends from UA more again. Things were fine. He was feeling better, he was being heard finally. He had someone he could be open with, trusting Yo not to treat him differently just because he opened up. He thought it was a good idea at the time. But after that impromptu hand-holding session, things changed. Izuku didn't know what to do, not expecting Yo to do anything until Izuku finally got the guts up to confess. Sure, he wasn't expecting him to return his feelings, but he knew there would be some initial awkwardness. But his senpai was a good guy. He wouldn't intentionally hurt Izuku's feelings. Or at least, that's what he initially thought. But things between them over the last week were just too odd. There was too much teasing, too many mixed signals. Now, it was Thursday, and Izuku was stupefied. What was he supposed to think? He should have known. Things were never easy, and of course, something had to go wrong. It all started on Monday. Izuku was a panicked mess. He was so worried he skipped lunch entirely and just locked himself in the library. The rows of books were able to hide him away from the rest of the world as he dumped his backpack out on the table, books and notebooks strewn everywhere. He looked like a frantic mess, spilling over all of his notes for the math exam that was in only a few hours. He wasn't prepared at all. He was usually so organized, but things hadn't been easy. He was dealing with plenty of shit, and it was only a matter of time before something slipped his mind. The worst part was, the math test covered something he already learned at UA, but it was a topic he massively struggled with. In fact, he barely passed the exam he took back in ectoplasm's class. So, he crammed as hard as he could, about to cry as he tried to focus. But his vision was blurring from the tears in his eyes, and he was already getting a stress headache. It felt like there was nothing he could do. He was going to fail, and he was beyond angry with himself. He wanted to both punch something and hide from the rest of the world. Until someone sat in the seat next to him. Izuku tried to wipe the tears from his eyes and masked the frustration in his voice as he turned to address them. "I'm sorry, I'm trying to study foreign." His eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing as he looked into Yo's surprisingly concerned gaze. "Are you sure? 'Cause it looks more like you're trying not to cry." Izuku stared at him for a moment before letting out a deep, shuddering breath. He squeezed his eyes closed and turned back to his books. "I just forgot about this test, and I really SCKD at this stuff at UA. I'm just freaking out a bit." There was silence for a moment, Izuku too nervous to look over. He was already panicked about school. He didn't need to have a heart attack from his general proximity to his crush as well. But Izuku was weak, curiosity getting the better of him as he looked up at Yo. There was a devilish smirk on his lips, something glimmering in his eyes as he looked at him. "Lucky for you, little Kohai, I happen to be a math expert." "Even on limits? Because I hate them." "Yup, just show me what you're working on," Yo said as he scooted closer. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to ignore his rising heart rate at the scent of Yo's cologne. Screw this man for knowing exactly how to mess with him. But after a deep breath, he managed to show Yo the problem, explaining his confusion. After about 10 minutes of walking through a few problems, Izuku finally felt like he got it. It felt like the clouds parted, and his confusion on limits that approach infinity was just a thing of the past. The rain had gone away and hopefully won't come back some other day. Izuku looked up at him just as Yo looked back. Somehow, while reviewing homework, they had migrated way too close together. Izuku thought he was going to hyperventilate. It felt like a magnetic pull, his eyes dancing all around Yo's handsome face. Before he could lean in and do something stupid, he threw himself back, stuttering and blushing like a madman. Ditch, thanks for the help? I totally get it now. Sorry, I ended up so close to you. My bad. Izuku looked up at him, expecting Yo to laugh it off like he often does. But this time, he just gave him a cocky grin. So full of arrogance. Izuku hated how pretty he looked. Don't worry about it, Midoriya. I liked being close to you. Then he just got up and left, leaving Izuku a puddle on the ground as he practically sweated through his clothing. But the bell rang soon after, and Izuku was dashing out of the library. Thankfully, he was no longer panicking over the test and was instead wondering what the hell just happened. Izuku was determined to ignore what happened yesterday. He knew Yo liked to tease always, seeming to enjoy playfully making fun of people. He convinced himself it wasn't a big deal. It was just a joke between friends. Nothing to worry about. And if he did worry about it, it would drive him insane. Last night he spent far too much time trying to decide if it was an honest statement, teasing, or something meaner. Logically, he knew Yo was messing with him. But he couldn't help the other two voices in his head. On the one hand, if Yo was trying to flirt with Izuku, then he might die from an overdose of happiness. That tiniest voice was trying to tell him to be optimistic, and Izuku wanted to listen to it. But on the other hand, there was something much darker telling him that he was being made fun of, that Yo wasn't even being friendly at all. So, he decided to listen to logic and ignore it for what it was, a totally normal way to mess around with your friend. It paid off. Yo acted totally normal by the time school was over, and they met up in the gym to spar. Izuku was excited about what they were working on today, Yo teaching him how to target weak points. They weren't using their quirks, just doing basic hand-to-hand sparring so Yo could show him where to hit. Izuku had ended up on the floor more times than he could imagine, getting kicked in the back of the knees, jabs at his throat, and sternum that knocked the breath right out of him. Most of these he knew, but it was always good practice, and Yo gave great tips for accuracy. He was ready to completely move on after the incident from the day before, totally comfortable with the relaxed atmosphere they always had. Until Izuku ended up on his back underneath Yo after a well-placed kick to his knees and a flip that brought him down. Izuku wanted to laugh it off, move on to another move like they always did. But Yo didn't budge. He was just looking down at Izuku, staring into his eyes as he took a deep breath. There was a tension there that Izuku was desperate to deny as his eyes flicked down to Yo's lips. It somehow got so much worse when Yo raised a hand, a tucked curl behind Izuku's ear. It was such a soft thing and completely unexpected. Yo seemed frozen for a minute before he again flashed a smile that could outright kill Izuku. He looked so sure of himself as he gazed at Izuku with that smug smile that somehow oozed both arrogance and appeal. If Izuku didn't like him so much, he'd probably hate him. How could anyone be that confident? But he didn't have time to think about it as Yo hopped off of him and reached down to haul him onto his feet. You know, Midoriya, you've got to stop falling for me like this. Izuku just blinked at him, still wholly thrown off from whatever just happened and having no idea how to deal with that comment. So Izuku did what he did best with Yo and embraced denial as he just stepped forward and tried to perform the same move on Yo. It didn't work, though. Izuku kicked the wrong spot and ended up on his back again. Fear raced through his heart, not at all equipped for whatever his heart was going to have to deal with this time. But Yo just moved on, sparring like normal. Like he hadn't almost murdered Izuku with something as simple as tucking a curl behind his ear. Izuku avoided Yo on Wednesday. His little crush was doing a number on his sanity, and Yo's teasing was just too much sometimes. Izuku decided it must be that. He wasn't making fun of him. He wasn't bullying him. Yo proved he was a good friend, and Izuku didn't want to do him the disservice of doubting that. But that didn't mean his poor little heart could take it. The wicked smiles, the beautiful onyx eyes, and muscles were killing him. And that was without the little playful comments. Izuku thought he might manage to somehow kill him twice. So, with a bit of a break he got on Wednesday, he felt ready for their next sparring session. He could handle the jokes, and if it went too far, Izuku would just say something. Yo may F with him a lot, but he really was kind. If Izuku was uncomfortable and asked him to stop, then he probably would. That was all he needed to focus on to get him through their time together and all the teasing. Plus, he missed him. Even if it was just Tuesday since they saw each other, Izuku couldn't help the ridiculous longing in his heart. It made him curse crushes. It was silly to miss someone after just a day, but he couldn't help himself, even if it meant he'd have little heart attacks the whole time over the sweat that dripped down the column of his neck or the pride in his eyes when Izuku picked up some new move quickly. For the most part, it really ended up going totally normally. He even managed to mostly ignore when Yo pulled his shirt up to wipe up his brow. Izuku only looked at his abs for a second and didn't even pass out. That felt like a win. But then they went into the locker room to get cleaned up and dressed after training. Izuku went to shower, getting rid of the sweat and grime caked to his skin after working out. Then he wrapped a towel around his waist, making his way to his locker to get dressed. But Yo was there, similarly dressed in a towel and looking far too attractive for his own good. If Izuku was even a little creepier, he wouldn't be able to resist a look. Truthfully, he only barely managed to keep his eyes to himself. But apparently, Yo couldn't manage. Wow, Midoriya. I don't know how you managed to hide that body. Izuku flashed through so many emotions. The first was utter shock that Yo even looked at him. Then, embarrassment flooded his cheeks that his crush was looking at him. But when he turned to look at Yo, he saw his eyes lingering on the scars. The ones he got from destroying himself for others. They hurt, sure, and he hated being reminded of his failures. But to some degree, he was proud because he was still alive, and so were the people he was trying to protect. However, it seemed Yo disagreed. Izuku was so effing confused and hurt. Yo was implying he should keep hiding his scars? Was he just teasing him more? What the hell was happening? Excuse me? I don't understand. You know, like where have you been hiding that body? Izuku most certainly didn't know. He didn't show off his scars, but he wasn't trying to hide them either. They were gnarly, but he didn't mind them or anything. But this seemed too far. Izuku couldn't believe he would say that. He didn't want to believe it. But again, Yo's eyes flickered to the scars. Unfortunately for them both, Izuku didn't notice the concern they were hiding. He was too riled up from training and Yo's presence. Too on edge after the teasing, flirting, bullying, or whatever the hell this mess was. Izuku should have taken a second to think about it. But of course, he was nothing if not emotional. Quick to express his feelings and regularly failing at hiding them from anyone. I don't understand why you'd say that. Are my scars that bad? I thought we were friends, but that's so cruel. You're not a JRK, Shindou. Why are you acting like this? Are you teasing me? Are you flirting with me? Are you just being rude? I'm tired of whatever this is. I have so much to deal with, and I just want you to be honest with me, please. Izuku was on the verge of feeling way too much. It was overwhelming. Anger bubbled under his skin, sadness brimmed with the tears in his eyes, and confusion bounced around his downright insane thoughts. It didn't help that Yo looked utterly shocked. Eyes widened and mouth gaping before he let out a sigh and dragged his hands down his face. Midoriya, I honestly thought it was obvious. I didn't mean to stress you out. I honestly meant all of it. I knew you were clueless, but I didn't think you were this clueless. I don't know what that means either. Meant what? Meant to be mean? Meant to compliment me? I'm not always the best at reading social cues. Please, just spell it out for me. Yo gave him the softest smile after that. It looked almost alien on his face, Izuku so used to seeing him be nothing but confident. But it was a nice change, and the little airy chuckle that slipped from his lips almost made Izuku swoon. But before Yo could speak, Hitoshi was darting into the locker room. Izuku, you in here? I'm over here, he called back. Hitoshi turned the corner, finding both of them easily. His eyes darted back and forth, taking in the scene before a knowing smile spread on his face. Well, I'm sorry to break up whatever is going on here, but there's a bit of an emergency. Izuku, we've got to go. Izuku wanted to just pass out. So much shit was going on, and he could never catch a break. Couldn't the universe just let him figure out one thing at a time? Evidently, the answer was no, as Hitoshi told him to get dressed and hurried him out to their car to head home, never getting to finish his conversation with Yo. Izuku was still stuck on Yo, his thoughts swirling around the fight they almost had. But he felt a little guilty about it. Surely whatever was going on was probably more important than his crush, but there was very little he could do about it. Yo was distracting. But admittedly, so were all of his problems. It seemed like he never had a day to just relax. He was constantly focused on the cute boy he liked or the impending doom from the HPSC. Either way, it was still so surprisingly nice to have the crush. It made him feel a bit more like a typical teenager, even if he didn't like the swirling in his stomach or the aching pain in his chest when Yo was making fun of him. Unfortunately for him, Aizawa and Yamada seemed to be oblivious to his conundrum. Izuku, there's no need to look like you're going to die. Our news is not good, but you'll be fine, kid. Yeah, Yamada chimed in. We've got your back. Nothing can defeat all of us. Thanks, guys, that's actually not the problem though. I have other things on my mind. But I appreciate the reassurance. I'm just a bit nervous about whatever you have to tell me. Things only seemed to get worse when he looked over to Hitoshi, who was flashing him a smirk. Oh really? Do tell Izuku. What was on your mind? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Oh no, I'm going to worry about it. You're like my little brother now, and I'm worried about you. We wouldn't want you to be upset again. Hitoshi specifically pointed his little speech at Eri, knowing it would work immediately. The little girl turned to Izuku, looking worried. You have to tell us. None of us are supposed to keep things from each other anymore. How can I protect Zuzu if he's not telling us what's wrong? Izuku sent a pointed glare at Hitoshi before letting out a sigh. I was just thinking about Shindou. It's not a big deal. Aizawa looked at him in the rearview mirror, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Interesting. I was unaware you were on a first-name basis. Izuku internally panicked. He had no idea how Aizawa and Yamada would react if they knew his problem was a crush. Clearly, neither of them were homophobic. They probably wouldn't care that he liked a boy. But he knew how Aizawa felt about distractions, and he knew how the man felt people not taking their hero education seriously. The last thing he wanted right now was a lecture. Yamada, however, had sparkles in his eyes. Izuku knew the man would probably want to set them up or something. Or maybe embarrass the hell out of him. Neither of those things were something he wanted. But when he looked back over at Eri's concerned look, he knew he had to at least say something. Even if he didn't tell them everything. It's just because we trained together. Everything is fine. Technically not a lie. If it weren't for their training, Izuku definitely wouldn't have this problem. Oh, and what about laying out on the mat? Hitoshi asked, still smiling like an idiot who was having way too much fun torturing Izuku. Izuku didn't hesitate to smack him. Toshi, shut it. It's not like that. It totally is. I've seen the way he looks at you like you're a snack, and he wants to eat you up. A snack? Why would anyone want to eat Zuzu? Eri asked, her eyes starting to water. Izuku then turned the dirtiest look at Hitoshi before smiling back down at her. No one is going to eat me, Eri. Toshi was just trying to be funny. Yamada chimed in from the front seat. Don't worry, baby. It just means someone has a crush on our boy. Izuku ignored the wave of warmth that overcame him from being called theirs and instead let out a groan. Please, you're all torturing me now. This is cruel. It's perfectly natural to have a crush at your age. It's normal teenage behavior, and it would be illogical to assume that a bunch of hormonal teens wouldn't have crushes, Aizawa declared before locking eyes with Izuku in the rearview mirror. That being said, don't let it get in the way of your safety or your studies. Those are your priority. I know. He's just confusing. It's not a big deal, I promise. Good, because we're home. Izuku just nodded, going along with everyone else as they went inside and dumped all of their stuff around the Genken. Then they were ushered into the kitchen, all sitting around the table. Even Eri, as she crawled into Aizawa's lap. The easygoing atmosphere from the car quickly melted away, though, leaving them all unsure and tense. Eyes flicked around the table, everyone waiting to see who would talk first before finally Shouta pinched at the bridge of his nose. With a sigh of exasperation, he broke the silence. Look, there's no easy way to say this. We found out they're planning to show up here sometime next Wednesday and try to take you. Izuku stopped breathing. He knew it was likely, practically guaranteed, that they would come for him, but he couldn't help the panic and dread. But despite that, he would face it head-on. It was unavoidable, and he refused to cower in fear. Alright, we knew this would happen eventually, right? So what's the plan? Unfortunately, we don't have many options. The safest bet would be to keep you home from school, maybe go to a different city for the day, or just hide you away. But the teachers met while you were all in training and decided we couldn't do that. We need to protect our sources. If they find out we have an in, it could be trouble. So we'll pretend not to know anything, Yamada said. So, on that day, Eri will stay at home with one of the other staff, and everyone else will be on high alert. Izuku, I know you won't like it, but I don't want you alone for even a second that day. The last thing we need is you getting snatched up while you're walking the halls to use the bathroom. Izuku let out a sigh. I don't like it, but I know every hero needs good backup. So I promise to stick with someone all day. Good. Now, we have no idea what they're actually planning. They could show up with tons of paperwork and just try to sneak you out of there. They may have permission from your mother. For all we know, they're sending a bunch of heroes to take you away. We don't have any other intel. Got it? So I need to be extra careful, is what you're saying? Do you think someone there is bad? Should I be careful who I'm alone with? What if they have someone with a quirk like Hagakure? Do I need to watch out for someone with portals like Kurogyri? Izuku lost himself in his analysis at that point, missing the fond and sad looks from the rest of them. Then he felt someone take his hand, and Yamada was giving him an apologetic look. You'll be alright. You're strong little listener. And you've got all of us in your corner. I'm pretty tough, you know, he said with a wink. I'm not really that worried right now. I just need to treat it like any other mission, right? Except the person I'm protecting is myself. That's a very practical way to look at this. Keep your head about you, and that should make it even easier. Izuku just nodded, trying to maintain that mindset. All through dinner, he tried to brainstorm on ways they could try to take him, coming up with counterattacks and ways to prevent just getting taken through some mysterious, non-existent portal. He managed to even take several pages of notes on how he'd act if he was protecting another target. But in this case, he was just watching out for himself. He could do that, right? Izuku knew he was observant. He knew he noticed things others didn't. So that should only make this easier. And that's what was running through his mind as he crawled into bed, focusing on all the ways he could be successful and the possibility that life could get a bit more normal after this. He was desperately hoping the commission would just give up after this attempt. But the optimism was bound to fail him eventually as he laid in bed. The darkness of the night started to invade his thoughts, and instead, he could only think about everything that could go wrong. He imagined his mom showing up, hatred in her eyes as she handed him over. She would sneer at him in distaste as she spoke. Oh, Izuku. If only you weren't such a burden. The commission will fix you now. He imagined a whole group of heroes storming the school, arresting him and then just handing him over, losing his freedom and future. They would have no problems giving him up, watching him walk away as the commission got their grubby paws on him. But the worst thing that ran through his head was downright devastating. Just thinking about it made bile rise in his throat, and he found himself tossing and turning in bed. He knew it was ridiculous, but he couldn't get it to stop playing in his head like a broken record on repeat. It was Aizawa and Yamada signing the paperwork with the commission. They decided he wasn't worth the trouble. After uprooting their family, the problem child was just too much of a problem. So Eri cried, and Hitoshi gave him a hug, and they all just sent him on his way. They looked guilty, and he could see the pity in their eyes. It was horrifying, like a nightmare he was experiencing while he was awake. He ended up not getting any sleep that night, too afraid of what his actual nightmares might show him. So he just laid in bed, desperately trying to plan for any eventuality. He even tried to plan an escape in case the commission somehow did steal him away. By the morning, he looked just as awful as Aizawa and Hitoshi, and the knowing looks from the others were enough to make him regret not getting more sleep. But it was Saturday, and they made sure to keep him distracted. Somehow, he managed to get through the weekend and even the weekdays until Tuesday night. He felt himself falling apart, lack of sleep and stress pulling him apart at the seams. As he sat in bed, he stared up at the ceiling until a knock broke him out of his stupor. Come in. Then Aizawa walked in with a glass of water and something in his hand. Figured, how are you feeling? Izuku let out a dry laugh. Like I'm to be hunted down tomorrow and can't do anything about it. That's fair. But we need you at your best. Do you think you'll be able to sleep tonight or eat breakfast tomorrow? I doubt it. But I promise I'll still be on my A-game. I can do it. Aizawa sat on the bed, reaching out to ruffle Izuku's curls. I know you can, but I want to give you the best shot. Now, this isn't going to be a regular thing because they can be habit-forming, but I brought you one of my sleeping pills. Then he reached out and gave Izuku the water and a small pill. I can't take your medicine. Don't you need it? I only take them sometimes. They're strong, so you have to be careful with them. It's all right, Izuku. I wouldn't offer it if I thought it was a bad idea. Izuku just nodded, taking the pill. Then Aizawa got up to leave, and Izuku reached out to grab onto his pant leg. He felt like a little kid, but he didn't want to be alone. Aizawa, will you stay? Just till I fall asleep? The smile on the man's face was softer than Izuku had ever seen, as he let out a chuckle as he walked back to the bed. You know, you can call me Shouta. We've already been through enough together, kid. Are you sure? That formality stuff has always been a nuisance to me anyway. But if we're at school, you better still call me Aizawa. Alright, thanks. Shouta then reached over to mess with his hair again. No thanks necessary. You can show me you're grateful by being safe tomorrow. Okay, he mumbled as he closed his eyes and passed out in a matter of minutes. Shouda's calming presence and the pill helped to ease his mind to a dreamless sleep. Izuku spent Wednesday in a constant state of paranoia. From the moment he woke up, he was on edge, just waiting for someone to creep out of the corner and snatch him up. Steal him away from his new life. New family. Waiting for someone to take him away from Yo. He had been so weird with all of them, too worked up about the whole situation to pay them all enough attention. But now, he was terrified he didn't give them enough attention. The paranoia that he wasn't good enough or that he didn't care enough set in along with the rest of it. So all morning he was trying so hard to be affectionate. He hugged all of them and clung to Eri as she gripped him for dear life. Then, when they had to leave breakfast, she barely let him go. And they both cried. But Izuku tried so hard to convince himself that this wasn't going to be goodbye. He was going to save himself. But why did it feel like he knew he was dying and he was saying goodbye? He even texted Kaken to tell him that no matter what, he'd always be one of Izuku's best friends. As he expected, the boy sent back several rude emojis and quite a few colorful cuss words. But Izuku just smiled down at his phone. In class, he was distracted, noticing every shadow and every movement out of the corner of his eye. The teachers all watched him carefully too, giving him small smiles and little shoulder pats as reassurance. It was nice, but none of it worked. The whole day was just a practice in observation and living with horrifying levels of anxiety. He felt like his heart was going to give out at any moment or like he would finally break and just sob until he drowned the entire classroom. Not knowing was the worst part. Izuku was standing on a cliff, waiting to see if he would get pushed off or if someone was there to pull him away from the edge. The only thing that even slightly managed to pull him out of his head was sparring with Yo after school. The fact that nothing happened yet was plaguing him, but there was nothing he could do about that. So he gave in to the other boy's presence. He stared at his arms, glanced at his abs, and soaked up the flirting. He let himself live in the delusion that his crush liked him back because he may never see him again. Yo noticed. You seem real weird today. What's going on in that pretty head of yours? Izuku looked away. He didn't want to lie right to Yo's face. Nothing. Just feeling off. I'm all right. It was going fine until they heard running and shouting from the teachers. Then the school alarm triggered, and Izuku knew. It was time. Whatever was going to happen was happening. No more dreaded waiting. It was time. Shouta burst in the door. Villains are attacking many of them. Izuku, go to the teacher's lounge and trigger the lockdown. Shindou, go with him. And if you let anything happen to my kid, I'll FNG expel you. Then Shouta was gone. Izuku moved to run, but Yo grabbed onto his arm. This is it, right? The people who are after you? They're here. Why yeah? Yo paused, hesitated for a single second before he pulled Izuku in and kissed his forehead. It wasn't particularly soft or gentle, but it warmed every inch of him. It made him dizzy like he was running out of air. Then Yo took his hand and pulled him towards the teacher's lounge. When this is over, I'll give you a better one. Izuku just nodded, following along hand in hand as they ran down the halls together. It was almost romantic with the promise of more, wind in their hair, and fingers interlocked. Izuku let himself think about what a better one would be like. Maybe he'd have his first kiss there? That would be insane. A story for his kid someday, that his first kiss was during a villain attack hidden away in the teacher's lounge. Maybe they would even be his and Yo's kids. 2 adopted little ones, being heroes and raising a family. All starting from a promised kiss after people tried to kidnap him. But the world wasn't fair. They turned a corner, and 5 villains were blocking their route. Izuku could daydream about a teacher's lounge kiss all he wanted, but too bad they would never make it there. Izuku suddenly understood everything and nothing. It didn't make any sense for the commission to send villains here. What could they possibly get out of that? If he was kidnapped, it wasn't like they could then parade him around as their token hero in training. The world would believe he was abducted. It made no sense. It only gave him more questions. Normally, he would enjoy trying to understand and figure out their motives, but unfortunately for him, there were more pressing matters. He had no idea how many villains were attacking the school or their quirks. But for now, he should listen to Shouta. They trusted him with intel, and the plan was to get him somewhere defensible, and he could take care of himself so that he'd get there safely. That was the plan, and Izuku was determined to stick to it. But he was stuck in his head too long, and he didn't even notice one of the villains slam his hand down on the ground. Then a thin layer of ice spread over the whole surface, making it incredibly slippery, and suddenly Izuku was falling on his butt. Then the villains were rushing them, all of them with spiked shoes as they moved flawlessly on the ice. These villains worked together regularly. They all fell into formation and charged, giving them no time to recover. Before Izuku even knew what was happening, one of them shapeshifted into a lion and pounced on him. He barely had time to power up enough of his quirk to flick an air current at the lion, sending him sliding across the ice. But Izuku didn't even have time to get to his feet before one of the villains seemingly split into himself and a ghost version. The other copy may have been see-through, but they were totally solid when they kicked Izuku. But he grabbed their leg and used it to pop himself up onto his own feet, only to flip them. When the spirit-like thing hit the ground, it disappeared, only for the villain to spawn a new one. Grand, we need to put some space between them and us. We don't know their quirks. But Yo never responded, trying to fight hand-to-hand with someone who looked totally normal. Izuku couldn't see them use a quirk at all. So, we need to retreat. Still, no response, and then the spirit villain was assaulting him, both of them at the same time as they tried to gang up on him. Izuku blocked several punches and kicks, dodging and weaving until finally he got a good grip on one of them and tossed them out the window, shattering the glass and sending them out of the building. Unfortunately, it wasn't the real one. Damn it. Which one do I hit? Silly hero, guess you're just unlucky, the villain chuckled. Izuku gritted his teeth and persisted. When the villain threw another failed punch, Izuku managed to toss the real one out of the same window, reducing damage to the school building and getting the villain's numbers down to 4. And stay out. Izuku screamed, whipping back to the other villains. But without even so much as a break, the lion was charging him again. Izuku powered up his quirk to 20% while he caught the lion mid-jump, throwing it out the same window as the other villain. It worked perfectly, but the ear-piercing roar said otherwise as suddenly the lion was jumping back through the window, its jaw wide open. Izuku had nowhere to grab without worrying about its menacing teeth, and the distraction couldn't have been worse. Suddenly, Izuku noticed the villain fighting Yo turn to run at him while he screamed, "It's your turn, brat." Izuku moved to catch them and hopefully throw them back at the lion. It could work, getting rid of both of them at once. But the second he touched the other man, everything went black. Or not so much black as suddenly it was all gone. It was like someone flipped a switch, and suddenly the universe was gone. It was horrifying, overwhelming, and Izuku barely had time to notice he could still hear the fight just as Yo screamed, "There! Watch out! Watch where?" But then he figured it out when the lion bit down on his arm, shaking him around as he was thrown into the air and slammed into something. It felt like the interior wall of the building, cracking beneath him. He tried to get up, but the stabbing pain in his arm was shocking. It was massively different from a standard broken arm. He could feel his heart pounding and blood pouring from the wound, and the torn skin felt shredded. But he had no time to recover before he felt someone attacking him. It wasn't the lion. The person was clearly trying to punch and kick him. Izuku couldn't block anything, taking the hits repeatedly until finally he pinpointed where they were standing. But before he could do anything, Yo erupted in screams. They were horrible, the worst he'd ever heard in his life. "No. Deku-run. We're going to die. There are so many of them." "What? I can't see." But Yo just continued to scream, making no sense at all. "You can't do this. You can't hurt him with those things. I'll kill you. Please. What's happening?" Izuku was about to cry, desperate to see what had Yo so shaken. He sounded positively terrified and furious, like he was about to break down into horrible sobs while he simultaneously killed whoever was about to hurt them. But then the screaming cut off entirely. He could only hear what he thought was Yo's heavy panting as he listened to a body hit the floor. It sent a chill running through him. The only thing that kept him from becoming downright murderous was that he could still hear what he thought was Yo's heavy breathing. But villains didn't care about people. If he was down, there was no reason one of the villains wouldn't finish the job. But he was still getting beat on, only dodging about half the blows as he got the sheet beat out of him. He heard someone approaching as he grit his teeth and tried to focus on the villain currently in between him and where he thought Yo was. Izuku couldn't see though. How was he supposed to win without knowing where the villain was? But the villain made a mistake. They laughed. It was cold and cruel and only made Izuku angry. Don't worry, little hero, we'll kill him painlessly. We're here for you. Izuku's blood ran cold. He hated the words. He wanted to puke at the thought of Yo dying because of him. He'd never get to tell him how he felt. He'd never get that kiss. Izuku refused to let that happen. Thankfully, the villain's voice gave away where they were. You shouldn't have said anything. You're mine. Then, holding nothing back, Izuku powered up to 40% and hit them with everything he had. He could tell he made contact with their gut, hearing a wrecked scream erupt from them as he heard a massive crash sending them through the wall of the building. Once they hit the wall, everything came flooding back to Izuku. He could finally see again. That villain must have had some sort of sensory deprivation quirk. It was terrifying not being able to see, but it was almost worse to see. The lion looked like it was about to rip Yo's throat out. The man with the freezing quirk was standing over him, having frozen him. Too late for you, isn't it? Don't worry. The cold probably won't kill anyone. Yo's body was covered with a thin layer of ice. He looked completely unable to move, except Izuku could see the slightest rise of his chest and his eyes staring at the lion whose teeth were about to close around his neck. Izuku acted instantly despite the fear clawing at his throat. He wanted to scream, but instead, all he did was throw himself at the lion as hard as he could, using 50% of one for all that ended up slamming the lion through another window. Izuku was about to follow out and make sure the man was down for the count when he saw he was shifted back into a human, sprawled out unconscious on the ground below. Izuku then moved between Yo and the remaining two villains. You won't get anywhere near him. I'll fight you both and save him. Sure, kid, the villain said as he laughed at them. With that little distraction, Izuku took a moment to assess the situation. He could handle the freezing guy, keeping his distance enough and just send him through a wall a few times until the man was knocked out. Izuku didn't know what the last villain's quirk was, but he suspected it had something to do with Yo's screaming. He was convinced he'd never forget those screams as Yo begged for Izuku's life. But he was determined to face her down. She looked evil. Something about her just emanated this aura of hate and fear. She smirked at him. Are you afraid, hero? No. I have to win this. I will defeat you and earn my freedom. And I will protect Grand with my dying breath if I have to. Give up, villains. She giggled. You should have said yes. Then her eyes started to glow red, and from the ground sprouted at least 10 monsters. They were the most horrific thing he'd ever seen. They were all bloody, with long claws and jagged teeth. They were huge, nearly 8 feet tall, and they looked like they could kill him with one hit. Never in his life had he ever been so afraid. Izuku would rather face Shigaraki and all for one right now. It was like fear crept into his brain and pumped to every inch of his body, and he could feel goosebumps rise on his skin. It was so horrifying, and it felt like he was facing down his death. Izuku was sure he was going to die. And Yo was going to die. He felt tremors rack his whole body as the demons moved closer and held down to his knees, tears spilling from his eyes. No, please. I don't want to die. I can't die. And Yo has to live. I need to live with him. I want Tsuruo kiss him. And hold his hand. And it's over. I'm going to die. He heard the villains laugh, dry and humorless, as their eyes flashed sadistically. They were going to enjoy watching them die. It was the end. But then he felt the ground start to shake. Yo was using his quirk until suddenly he heard the ice around him shatter. Yo took a deep breath then screamed. Izuku, they're not real. It's just the quirk. Izuku couldn't comprehend that. No part of him was capable of believing that. They were absolutely real and they were going to kill him. When the man with the freezing quirk touched his skin and Izuku froze, it only felt more real. He was paralyzed with fear and frozen in place. But then Yo darted in front of him, grabbing the frozen man's head before cranking his quirk up. Izuku could see the man's entire head vibrate until his whole body went limp and the villain crashed to the ground. The villain only had time to freeze Izuku up until his head. He could still see everything. He could still breathe. But it didn't matter if they were going to die. Deku, I can't see them right now. The villain is just making you think they're real. You have to fight it. I can't. We're going to die and I'm frozen. I can't watch you die. I want more time. I want to love you and kiss you and be with you. Please, please don't kill us. Izuku couldn't stop himself from sobbing. His tears fell down his cheeks as he watched Yo move closer and closer to the monsters. But then he just walked right through one of them. And then another. Izuku knew that was weird. They were going to kill them, so how did he pass through it? But he was still too overwhelmed with the horror that gripped at every nerve. It only worsened when Yo started to fight the villain, triggering his quirk to almost shock her limbs until finally she collapsed to the ground and all the demons with her. Clarity rushed back to Izuku, the adrenaline leaving his system all at once as he fell face-first to the floor. The ice was horribly cold, leaving him feeling trapped and unable to move until he heard Yo crawl over to him and flip him on his side until he scooped him into his arms. They made their way a few halls down, Yo cradling Izuku in his arms as he ran. They could see the teacher's lounge just ahead of them until they were falling to the ground. Yo's legs gave out, exhaustion wiping them out. Yo was panting, sentences stilted. Sorry, used my quirk too much. Can't get us there. W can't stay here, Izuku stuttered out, his vision going blurry as the ice froze him down to his very core. Sorry, Izuku. Can I call you that? Why yeah you can, Izuku said with the tiniest laugh. Good. Call me okay? Gonna be your boyfriend now. Izuku barely caught the faintest smirk on Yo's face that was overshadowed by bruises and grime. Then his eyes slipped closed, and Izuku barely responded back before he passed out. Not if I be your boyfriend first. Then consciousness slipped away from both of them, leaving them knocked out, exposed in the hallway during a villain attack specifically designed to steal Izuku away. But at that moment, neither of them thought about it as their last thoughts were focused solely on each other. Who knew where they'd be when they woke up? When Izuku first woke up, he was extremely disoriented. He couldn't open his eyes, couldn't really make out any sounds. It was like he was underwater, unable to see beneath murky depths with nothing but the sounds of waves in his ears. Everything was foggy. He didn't know if he was conscious for more than a few seconds or a few minutes or a few hours. It barely felt like consciousness at all. But the ache in his bones and the pain in his heart was so real. He could feel this need to reach out to someone. Multiple someones. But he couldn't quite remember who. All he got were pieces, a cute smirk, protective black eyes, a laugh, warm hugs, explosions and cute giggles. Flashes of color filtered through his brain, black, purple, yellow, white, red. All things he associated with safety and love. But no matter how hard Izuku tried to reach out and grasp them, he couldn't get himself to move. It was some unsurmountable effort that felt entirely impossible. It frustrated him, in this state of hazy consciousness, to be so useless. But even that anger was exhausting, draining any bit of energy he had in him. Izuku practically felt the awareness slowly ebb away, everything slowly leaving high behind. Blackness came back like a comforting emptiness, dragging him away from the aggravating struggle of opening his eyes. Silence and nothingness returned. The next time Izuku started to wake up, the world felt real again. He really felt like he was conscious, feeling the world move around him as he tried to grasp each of his individual senses and understand where he was and what was going on. He could feel scratchy sheets against his skin, the aches in his bones and muscles were prominent, and he could feel his head pounding. It smelled like antiseptic and overly filtered air. Izuku's nose scrunching up at the familiar scent. But it was stale, nothing like he would expect from waking up in a normal hospital. That could only mean something terrible. Next, he tried to open his eyes and was met with a white ceiling. After letting his vision adjust, he turned his head to the side and found himself in a small hospital-type room. But there were no windows and very little furniture other than a few chairs. It was cold and unwelcoming, and the room was empty. That was around the time that Izuku could finally hear what was around him. The steady beating of the heart monitor slowly increased as Izuku started to panic in an unfamiliar place. His thoughts only got darker and darker. Was he with the commission? Did the villains get him? Where was Yo? And his family? Izuku's vision blurred, his quirk activating as his fight or flight response was triggered. He needed to get out. It wasn't home. He wasn't safe. He needed the others. He needed to find his way back to them. Green lightning rippled across his skin as he tried to sit up. It hurt everywhere, every single bit of his body was in pain. And then, faceless people were charging into the room, shouting at him and trying to hold him down. They were going to tie him up, restrain him. He couldn't let that happen. He's trying to escape. Quick, sedate him. But then he felt something sharp prick his neck, and suddenly everything was crashing. His eyes were closing, and control of his body was leaving him. Darkness swallowed him down like he was falling into an endless pit of nothingness, and black consumed him. Izuku went back to sleep. Finally, Izuku woke up a third time. It was much easier to grip onto consciousness this time, his eyes snapping open and already on high alert. He had to defend himself. He needed to find his loved ones. He was about to bolt out of bed, already making a run for it, when he saw there were other people in the room. Very familiar people. Izuku gasped, his entire body practically giving out as he collapsed back on the bed. Before he could do or say anything, they were on him. Suddenly arms were around him faster than he could do anything about it, pulling him into a warm, broad chest. The scent of cheap aftershave and orange juice swimming through his senses and relaxing every fiber of his being. His family was here. He wasn't alone. Shouta was holding him close, whispering calming words. Izuku, you're safe. Everyone is fine. We beat the villains and no one took you away. Breathe for me. Izuku did his best to listen, breathing along with Shouta's own deeper ones. It was hard, his breath stuttering as the panic ebbed away and his heart rate calmed down. The energy was sapped out of him, the adrenaline leaving his body as he sagged into the strong arms that grounded him back to the real world. He was safe. Everyone was fine. The villains lost, and Izuku was still with his family. Eventually, Shouta pulled away, using the remote connected to the bed to raise the back so Izuku could sit up. Looking around the room, it seemed a lot less scary now. Eri and Hitoshi were passed out in one of the chairs. She was fast asleep in his lap, drooling on his shirt, and he was conked out with his head on hers. Izuku realized he was really starting to come into his own as a sibling because the first thing he wanted to do was take a picture as blackmail. Hitoshi would hate looking so cute. Hizashi was sitting next to them, wide awake as he watched both Izuku and Shouta. His eyes were full of concern and something far softer, maybe fondness if Izuku had to name it. It warmed him almost as much as Shouta's hug had, serving as a reminder that he really was loved. He almost let it bubble up. Izuku could feel the tears trying to collect in his eyes. But now wasn't the time for mushy feelings and crying. He needed answers. So what happened? Well, we found both you and Shindou passed out in the hallway, surrounded by several downed villains. It's safe to assume you both probably took them down? Yeah, we were trying to get locked down, but we ran into them. We tried to minimize damage to us and the building, but well, you see how that went, Izuku said with a shaky laugh, his hands nervously fidgeting with the rough bedding. We figured. Always a problem child, Shouta said with a little shake of his head. Sorry. We really tried not to get in any trouble. But they had some crazy quirks. One of them could freeze anything he touched, like Todoroki's quirk, except he just froze stuff instantly instead of creating ice. One of them had this crazy hallucinatory monster quirk. I've never been so scared in my life. Also, one of them blinded me? Really, that quirk would have been great for a hero. Can you imagine the disadvantage dash? Well, that explains it. Both you and Shindou were suffering from hypothermia in almost your entire bodies. You slept for almost a day to warm up and get your energy back. Izuku's eyes widened in panic as he tried to climb off the bed. Is Yo okay? Where is he? Is he still asleep? Has he woken up? Can I see him? Yes, he's fine. He's at a normal hospital. He has woken up, and no, you can't go see him. You're still recovering, and it's too dangerous at the moment. Shouta pinched the bridge of his nose. We have some unfortunate information now. I don't think I like the sound of that. We were able to capture them all. None of them would spill until we got express permission to use Hitoshi's quirk. The commission hired them to take you, and then they were planning to stage a rescue and use it as an excuse to keep you. Izuku laid his head back against the bed, closing his eyes as he desperately gripped at the bedding beneath his fingers. He tried to regulate his breathing, counting with each breath to try to keep himself from panicking or having a breakdown. Maybe it was silly because, truthfully, he already knew that was what was going on. But hearing it from Shouta made it real. They were willing to kidnap him. It was more than legal paperwork and manipulation. More than All Might's shitty guilt tripping and his mother selling him off. They were genuinely willing to take him. Izuku wasn't even safe on practically the other side of the country. Did that mean he left UA for nothing? Were they just going to take him anyway? Did he just put his new family in danger? That line of thought was dangerous. If he went too far down that spiral, it would drive him mad. It would rip him apart just when he was starting to realize he could lean on them. They weren't like his mom. They wouldn't be wishy-washy with their protection. They wouldn't give up on him. No matter how much he worried that none of this was worth it, he had to hold onto that. They would have to give up eventually. They couldn't try to keep kidnapping him. Eventually, he would be an adult pro-hero. They would have to at least leave him alone, then, right? But that was practically 2 years away. Izuku didn't know what to think. So, if they're willing to kidnap me now, what are we supposed to do? How long is this going to last? Izuku asked, his voice getting weaker with every word. Shouta let out a sigh, putting his elbows on his knees as he pinched at the bridge of his nose. We don't know, Izuku. But we can keep you safe until they throw in the towel. They can't keep this up forever. So what do I do in the meantime? Well, you're not going to like this FING answer, but we're going to have to keep a closer eye on you. It will SCK and you will hate it. It will feel limiting and awful, but until we think you're safe, or until we have more information, it's really our only immediate option. Izuku flexed his fists, frustration taking over as his nostrils flared and he closed his eyes. He knew Shouta was right. That was obviously the right thing to do. But he hated it. He didn't want to be locked away for his safety, no matter how much it made sense. All he wanted to do was throw himself out of that goddamn hospital bed and run. He just wanted to go to Yo. His boyfriend was the only person who didn't walk on eggshells around him. Sure, his family was getting better. It was easier and more comfortable around them. But Yo made him feel free. Yo distracted him from being a fugitive from the Hero Commission. He was his boyfriend now, and he gave Izuku a different kind of comfort. And it felt so much easier to fall apart with him. Izuku felt this burning need to prove himself around Shouta and Hizashi. If he fell apart, they would baby him. Even if it was all out of love and care, it drove Izuku nuts. But not with Yo. If he fell apart with him, Yo just held his hand, lent some strength, and never looked at him differently. Izuku knew needed to see him, and he didn't want to wait. I want to go visit Yo. Hizashi gave him a sad smile. Sorry kid, you're not ready to leave the hospital yet. Well, can he come here? No, he would need special access to visit you here, Shouta said. Where is here exactly? We're in a hero's hospital a few miles from the city. It serves the whole prefecture. Students with provisional licenses generally don't have access. But Hoesher pulled a few strings, and now here we are. But I need to see him, Izuku said, starting to get far too emotional. He practically screamed it, rousing Hitoshi and Eri from their sleep. I'm sorry, but I don't know. He makes me feel like I don't have to be strong to prove myself. Please. Hizashi's eyes were so sad, staring back at Izuku and giving him a weak smile. I know. I'm so sorry, Izuku. You'll be out of here in a day or two, and he can come over, okay? We'll even let you close your bedroom door, Hizashi said with a wink. We will. Shouta asked. Hizashi smacked his shoulder. Yes, because we trust them to make good choices, Fine. Whatever. And Izuku? Hizashi said, turning to him. I'm sorry you feel like you can't be honest with your feelings around us. Izuku's eyes widened, his hands flapping around as he scrambled to respond. It's not your guys' fault at all. I just don't want you guys to think that I'm weak or need protecting. And I know Yo won't change how he treats me because of that. The tension in the room was high as everyone sat silently, the adults looking guilty, until Hitoshi let out a snort. Guess we can't be as great as your boyfriend. Izuku turned bright red, flustered because now he couldn't even try to deny him. It was just true. Yo was his boyfriend now, and it was so DMN amazing. Izuku never imagined that a partner like Yo was in the cards for him, especially after being let down by so many people close to him. And unfortunately for him, he got lost in his daydreaming and missed the devious smirk that spread on Hitoshi's face. Oh ho Izuku. You're not denying it anymore. Is he your boyfriend now? Toshi, stop, Izuku whined. Nope, this is going to be way fun. I can't believe dads are gonna let you hang out in your room with the door closed. Shouta looked back at Hizashi. Do we really have to do that? Yes, we trust them. Shouta grumbled something under his breath that sounded a lot like, well, I don't trust Shindou. Izuku barely held back a giggle as he turned to them. So, what is the plan for everything when I get out? Depends. Do you mean long-term or immediately? Well, I guess both. But I would like to go see him. Shouta shrugged. That's fine. We do have a semi-long-term plan other than just locking you up. But we wanted to wait till you were home to bring it up. Izuku's eyes lit up. The chance of having a solution finally giving him some hope. Well, now you have to tell me. I have to know if there's a plan. Hizashi and Shouta then glanced at each other, and Izuku could just tell that there were nearly 1,000 words spoken between them at that moment. It was surreal to see, and it made Izuku desperately wish he'd been born with a mind-reading quirk. But after their silent conversation, Shouta let out a sigh and nodded at Hizashi. The other man then turned to Izuku, beaming at him with a huge smile. Izuku, what would you think if we legally adopted you? Izuku thought he was prepared for whatever they were about to ask him. They were being serious, and it was apparent that whatever their question was would be life-changing. But Izuku was absolutely not ready at all. If he'd been sitting in an ordinary chair, he probably would have fallen out of it and landed right on his butt. It was a shock to his system, like having icy water poured all over him. But somehow, it didn't feel cold. Instead, it felt refreshing, as if it was a boiling hot summer day, and he was desperate to be cooled down. Though, it still didn't change the fact that Izuku was surprised beyond belief. Never in a million years did he think anyone would ever choose him. His father left when he was young, his friends turned their back on him, and his mom clearly thought he'd been a burden for his entire life. Even if it was a good thing, even if part of Izuku was absolutely ecstatic about joining their family, he couldn't help this dark ache that suddenly consumed his heart as he choked out a response. Are you sure? You've already taken a lot of responsibility, and you have 2 kids of your own. I don't want to get in the way of that. You're already our kid, Aizu, Hizashi said with a small smile. We love and care about you. We did even when you were only our student. This just makes you legally ours. And that'll help, right? That's the point. Right. If we are your legal parents, we don't have to worry about the HPSC or your mother trying to interfere legally. Although, this recent incident made it clear that legality isn't their biggest concern. Izuku nodded along. That made sense. However, it raised some more concerns. So, what does that mean for my mom? And all the legal stuff? Would we have to, go to court or something? That depends, Shouta said with a sigh as he leaned back in his chair. If she fights for you, then it could cause some problems. But she's already relinquished most of her parental rights and basically abandoned you. I'm sure with enough work and detectives like Tsukachi on our side, it shouldn't be too hard. Alright, can we trust Tsukachi? Isn't he All Might's friend? The adults both took a minute to think about it before Shouta looked back at Izuku. Despite being friends with All Might, Tsukachi has always done the right thing. Plus, he's not a big fan of the HPS either. I'm sure he'd help us. Izuku took a deep breath, letting that bounce around in his mind till he could swallow it down. He trusted Shouta and Hizashi with his whole being, and if they believed Tsukachi would help, he trusted that too. Okay, if you're sure. But then what happens if she doesn't fight for me? To be frank, kid, Shouta started with a sigh. She probably won't fight for you. I expect her to sign you over with no problems. If she had let you go so easily before, she'll likely do it again. Izuku knew it was probably true, even if he hated it. Pain and resentment grew from his heart, spreading to his lungs until it felt difficult to breathe. He barely let out a stuttered breath as he spoke. I know you're probably right. I hate that. I hate that she became that. I hate that I drive people away. Izuku's voice got smaller. I hate that even though I know you guys care, I'm still afraid I'll drive you away too. The adults were moving to do something. Hold him, comfort him, wipe away his tears. Izuku didn't know. But before they could reach him, Eri was launching herself from Hitoshi's lap to Izuku's bed. Aizu, that's not true. We love you. All of us. You saved me, and you saved lots of other people, and you make everyone so happy. Those guys who were mean to you are just bad people. Like the ones who hurt me. Don't let them win, Aizu. Izuku let out a watery laugh at her insistence, breaking some of the tension in the room. It didn't get rid of the darkness creeping in entirely, but Eri's light quickly chased away most of it. He couldn't let his insecurities get to him. He had to be better than that. The Aizawa-Yamada family never gave him a reason to think he couldn't depend on them, so he needed to have confidence in them. He still had one last concern. Izuku took a deep breath, settling his heart now that he was pretty sure this was the right call. Then, I'd love it if you guys adopted me. But under one condition. What is it, Aizu? Hizashi asked. I want to call my mom and tell her once we're out of here. You guys can listen in and be part of it, but I want to tell her. Are you sure? Shouta asked, looking worried. If she gets too much warning, that may give her time to fight it. Yeah, I have to. I owe it to myself and her and our past to do it myself, even if she gave up on me. I want to do it. Shouta looked back to Hizashi, having another one of their silent conversations before turning back to Izuku with a sigh. Fine. But you will put the call on speakerphone, Hizashi and I will be listening, and will record the conversation. And we should use an underground burner in case the commission is watching her calls. Izuku's smile lit up the room. They were so willing to do things like this for him, even when they babied him a bit, and it always made him feel appreciated. And now that they were listening to him properly, it was even better. Izuku felt beyond lucky that somehow he'd ended up with such a phenomenal family. His eyes were watering as he finally answered. Then, I think I would love it if you guys adopted me. Eri squealed, hugging him a bit too tight as he let out a groan. But she didn't even notice, holding him tight as she babbled. You get to be my brother. My actual brother, like forever. Like Toshi. This is the best. Izuku let out a pained laugh, and Hitoshi stood up and yanked Eri off of him. You're gonna squish him, Eri. He's still hurt, you goof. Oops, sorry. She said with a bit of a blush. It's okay, Eri. I'll be better in no time, then you can hug me as hard as you want, okay? She nodded, just as the door opened and a doctor walked in. Well, that looks like my cue. Sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. But it sounds like Midoriya is ready for his last healing treatment. The family stepped away except for Hizashi, who went to the other side of the bed and took Izuku's hand. He looked up at the doctor. Could you explain to him how your quirk works? It might panic him a bit at first if you don't. Izuku appreciated the thought, squeezing Hizashi's hand as he turned to listen to the doctor. My quirk is almost similar to Recovery Girl's because it also uses your own energy to heal yourself. But mine will force you to sleep, and it will only heal you as long as you stay asleep. So once I use it, it will knock you out. Do you understand? Why, yes, I think so. Thank you for explaining it. It, does make me feel better than if you just put me to sleep. You're very welcome. Now are you ready? Tomorrow when you wake up, you should be able to go home. Izuku nodded eagerly. He absolutely couldn't wait to go home. The sooner he recovered, the sooner things could go back to normal. Or hopefully get even better. He'd get to go see Yo, be adopted by his new family, and he'd even have extra protection from the HPSC. So, once the doctor took Izuku's hand, he felt himself being pulled under into the comforting darkness to sleep until the next day. When Izuku walked in the front door of his home, a huge weight was lifted off of his shoulders. He hated being locked away in some secret underground hospital, and he sure as hell didn't like feeling injured and useless. And even though he was partially under house arrest for his own safety, it felt far more comfortable than some hospital bed. But he couldn't deny the jittery feeling in his gut and the nervous energy buzzing under his skin. Ever since waking up and getting prepared to leave the hospital, he'd been thinking about the impending doom approaching. Even if it was his decision, Izuku was absolutely not looking forward to talking with his mother. There was always a chance she wouldn't answer, seeing as how it would be an unknown number. But Izuku had a feeling he wouldn't get that lucky. He just knew she was going to answer, his gut telling him that it would probably be a shit show. And that same cloud hovered over his head for the rest of the day as they waited for Hoesher with the special phone. When he finally arrived, he made a show of spinning Izuku around and checking for bumps and bruises before leaving with a grumpy goodbye. Then, once Eri was put to bed, the rest of them sat down around their kitchen table. The phone sat in front of Izuku, the others eyeing him as he stared down at it. The silence was heavy, and no one dared break it. It was evident they were trying to give Izuku time to prepare himself. And God, did he appreciate it. Their silent support, despite the tense atmosphere, gave him the strength to let out a deep, agonizing breath and pick up the phone. Alright, I'm doing it. We support you, Aizu, Hizashi said with a smile. Shouta nodded at the phone. You've got this, kid. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. You already know we've got your back. Go for it. With their voices of encouragement, Izuku finally dialed the number and pressed the call button. The phone rang several times before it cut off in the middle, and silence echoed throughout the room. It felt like it might have been hours, but in reality, not even a second later, Inko's voice rang throughout the kitchen. Hello? This is Midoriya Inko. Izuku felt his throat close up, suddenly unable to speak. He was staring at the phone, fear in his eyes as he tried to breathe through the sudden panic. She spoke again, sounding light and curious. Is someone there? It's me. Her voice immediately changed, becoming cool and aloof once she knew it was home. Izuku? Why are you calling me? I'm here with my temporary guardians, Aizawa-Yamada and Yamada Hizashi. And I guess we had a question? Fine. Get it over with. If you need money or something though, the answer is no. I don't have the time and money to waste on you, Izuku. Not anymore. Part of Izuku wanted to flinch away and cower, his insecurities starting to bubble up like automatic thoughts. But then he looked up and saw the anger and distaste that was so apparent on his new family's face. They looked disgusted for him, outright glaring at the phone in his hands. He knew they wouldn't say anything, since this was his show after all, but he could tell how badly each other wanted to mouth off. And it was so empowering. They want to adopt me. They're going to my parents. I wanted to tell you because it only felt right. It was silent for a moment before Izuku heard the phone rustle as she sighed. That means more paperwork, right? I'll sign it. I don't want to go to court anyway, even if you're still my son. If this means less work, then that's fine. You're really just signing me away? Izuku asked, his voice quiet with thinly veiled hurt and anger. It's the easiest thing for both of us, Izuku. Then we won't have to deal with each other ever again. He almost felt relieved because she was right. He would never have to worry about her finding out how to give him to the commission or coming to take him away from the first genuinely supportive people he'd ever really had besides his friends. He would just be their kid and they would be his family. But he was quiet for too long, and she spoke up again. Well, if that's all, then I'll hang up now. Goodbye, Izuku. Wait, I have something to say, Izuku called out angrily. What? I have a hair appointment soon. I need to go. I just wanted to tell you that you're going to regret it. Because someday, I'm going to be the #1 hero. And I'm going to save so many people and I'm going to love people and make them happy, and I'm going to be the best. And I'm going to do it with my new family by my side, Izuku said, angry but starting to choke up as he barely held back sobs. And you're only ever going to be the mother who walked away. Then, without even thinking, he threw the phone. One for all pulsing through as it hit the floor and shattered. He crumbled to the ground along with it, screaming and crying until his voice was hoarse. Izuku was feeling so many FNG things. He was hurt and angry and so devastated. He felt so cruel, saying those words to his mom, but she deserved to hear the sad, ugly truth. It didn't matter if it hurt her because he was shattered when she turned her back on him. Izuku didn't even know if that would ever affect Inko, but at that moment, all he could feel was the pain in his own heart. But despite all of that, there was such euphoric relief pulsing through his veins. She was gone. It felt like the path to closure, and Izuku was ready to run down it at full speed no matter how much his heart ached. As he was falling apart, Shouta and Hizashi were suddenly on either side of him, holding him close and letting him cry. At some point, Hitoshi joined them on the floor with a cup of warm milk and set it down in front of Izuku. He drank it slowly once his sobs died down, the adults giving him a bit of room. Izuku felt the tension bleed out of him and the silence of the evening wrapped around them. It was like a warm blanket, protective and comforting as the quiet of the night enveloped them. But he was exhausted, tear tracks barely dried on his face as he yawned. Hizashi laughed. You tired now, Aizu? Yeah. The last few days were a lot. Go to bed, kid, Shouta said as he turned to look down the hall. You probably missed your own bed. Maybe tomorrow we can do something not shitty for a change. Hitoshi chuckled. Dad, you hate doing basically anything. Exactly, let's just sleep all FNG day, Shouta groaned. Izuku let out a giggle before looking up at Hizashi. Actually, could I go see Yo tomorrow? I know it'll be a pain because one of you has to come with me, but I really want to see him. I promise I won't take too long, and it won't be a nuisance. Hizashi held up a hand to silence him. Don't you worry your pretty little head. I already stole his number and told him to come see you tomorrow. What? You just took his number? Izuku groaned. Up. Gotta have the number of my kid's boyfriend. Izuku blushed, pulling his knees up to his chest and hiding his face in his hands. No, please don't embarrass me. Hizashi didn't listen, though, continuing to pick on him. Izuku felt his face continue to heat up until he couldn't take it anymore and eventually skittered away to bed. They laughed at him and wished him a good night before making sure he'd actually gotten into bed all right. Shouta stood at the doorway, checking on Izuku now that he'd settled into bed. Good night, problem child. Come get us if you need anything. I will. Thanks for today. Like letting me call her and everything. No thank you necessary. We'll always support you, and it was clear you needed it. Izuku smiled sleepily, putting his phone down as he stared at him. You guys are the best. Shouta let out a strangled cough, and if the moonlight spilling in was any brighter Izuku would bet he'd see the man blush. No problem, kid. Sleep well, Shouta said as he turned and closed Izuku's bedroom door. He shouted after him. Good night. Then Izuku let out a deep breath, sinking into his bed easily now that he could finally rest. He closed his eyes, his thoughts fluttering between his day tomorrow with his boyfriend and everything that happened with the others and his mom. But luckily, Izuku was whisked away to sleep once his thoughts quieted down. His dreams kept him company, and when he woke up in the morning, some of the shadows in his life had faded away. So many good things were happening, and Izuku could only hope it would stay that way. Izuku was slow to wake up. He could barely open his eyes even though he felt rested, but also like he slept too much. Despite the healing, his body was sore, and his eyelids were heavy with exhaustion. It took every bit of effort to really wake himself up, blinking up at the ceiling as he adjusted to the world of the living. He tried to remember what plans he had, only remembering the emotional toll the last few days had taken on him. It felt like he'd just gotten comfortable, generally happy with his new family and crushing on Yo, but then the world decided to flip him the middle finger. But at least Izuku got a boyfriend out of the whole thing, which only brought Izuku to his first crystal-clear thought of the day. Yo was supposed to be coming over today to see him for the first time since the attack. Izuku had no clue when he was going to be there or even what time it was. He had to go ask Hizashi what the plans were so he could get cleaned up and look at least slightly respectable for his day with Yo. Izuku quickly threw himself out of bed, running down the hall and sliding on the hardwood floor right into the kitchen. Hizashi was standing at the stove, making pancakes, humming to himself. Izuku turned to look over the counter in the living room, and that was when his whole life ended. Izuku couldn't possibly imagine anything worse. His life was ending, the void swallowing him whole. Yo was sitting on his couch, already there, playing Mario Kart with Hitoshi and Eri. Usually he would be elated. Eri looked happy and giggly. Hitoshi was focused on the game, sticking his tongue out just a little as he tried to win. But Yo was looking at him, wide-eyed for a moment before an evil kinda hot smirk. "Good morning, Aizu." Hi. It's really nice to see you. Just give me a second and I'll be right back." Izuku then ran right back to his bedroom, slamming the door behind him and slumping to the ground as he looked at what he was wearing. He was still in pajamas. One of Hizashi's t-shirts hanging over his shoulders and just some boxers. He let out a groan, humiliation burning under his skin as his cheeks turned bright pink. How could he have ever been so dumb? He wanted to yeet himself out the window. He'd only been dating Yo for a few days, for F's sake. And he'd already seen him in his pajamas. It was embarrassing and inappropriate, and he was sure Hitoshi was never going to drop it. But still, his heart fluttered at his boyfriend's smile. So ceasy and yet so soft. Izuku felt like he'd see it every time he closed his eyes. And God, he wanted to see more of it. He missed him so much after just a few of the longest days he'd had since leaving UA. So, shame be med, he wanted to be with Yo. Izuku quickly threw some clothes on, just grabbing some black joggers and a green t-shirt. Then he darted into the bathroom, brushing his teeth and washing his face after he tried and failed to tame his hair. But truthfully, he was in a hurry. He'd already humiliated himself, so who really cared? Izuku casually skipped down the hall, trying to be subtle. But the moment he burst back into the living room, it was clear as day with the giant, blushing smile on his face. There was nothing casual about it, and he definitely didn't come off as cool as he barreled over to the couch. A voice in his head that sounded suspiciously like Katsuki was telling him he was being a loser, but Izuku didn't care in the slightest. So, he just launched himself into Yo's lap, scurrying to get comfortable as he buried his head in the boy's neck. He held him close, breathing in the cheap cologne teenagers wear, and it was perfect. Izuku didn't care because it smelled like him, and his strong arms were around him, and after the shitshow of the last few days, they were together. After a solid minute of their hug, Eri burst into a fit of giggles that had Izuku turning bright red again. Zuzu really missed his boyfriend, she cheered. What a dork, Hitoshi snorted. Guys, Izuku whined, burying his face deeper into Yo's shoulder. Stop, I just missed him. You sure? Maybe you're a koala now. Izuku pulled back to glare at Hitoshi. I will Detroit smash you straight out of that wall, Hito. You? Goody two-shoes? Dads would kill you. Izuku wanted to deny it, tell Hitoshi to shut up, and he would totally do it. But Yo interrupted his chain of thought. You know, I would love to back you up on this. But you definitely wouldn't punch him through the wall. Sorry, babe. I am offended. You're supposed to be on my side. Izuku said, now leveling a fake dirty look at Yo. But looking in his big dark eyes, he suddenly remembered the position they were in. Izuku perched in his lap in front of almost his entire family. Thank God Shouta wasn't out here yet? Wrong. I'm right here, problem child, Shouta groaned, glaring a bit at Yo. And right in front of his salad, Aizu? Hitoshi burst out, laughing his butt off. Izuku was pretty sure he was actually going to die today. With the disastrous start to his morning and then this. He could only imagine how he'd make a fool of himself next. Maybe some crazy quirk would zap all of his clothes off too, and then he'd just cease to exist. He let out a deep groan, crawling off of Yo's lap to scream into a pillow. The whole family laughed at his expense, Yo just wrapping his arm around him and pulling him into his side. But then Hizashi popped into the living room and grabbed Shouta's arm. Stop terrorizing the green bean and come help me finish breakfast. Why the hell is he so early anyway? It's not that early, Sho. It's 10 a.m. You and Izu just slept in. You shouldn't have let me sleep in. I have things to do, Zashi. Stop complaining, you need the sleep, Hizashi said with a chuckle. Just come help me with breakfast and let the kids play their video games. Izuku watched them walk away, and Eri shoved a controller into his hand. So, the rest of their brief morning was filled with more teasing and plenty of Mario Kart. Yo and Hitoshi were kicking everyone's butt, with one of them always winning. Hitoshi was so used to being the top dog with Mario Kart that it was fun to see the rivalry blooming. Yo picked on him, getting under his skin just a little, and Hitoshi would talk shit right back. It was nice to see his boyfriend fitting in so well with his family. He couldn't be happier despite how much his family loved to embarrass him. But even better than Yo and Hitoshi's growing friendship, Eri already seemed so comfortable with him. It was so rare for her to feel safe around new people, still defaulting to her shy and timid demeanor around strangers. It always made him feel very protective of her, wanting to hold her tight whenever someone made her feel afraid or nervous. Miraculously, none of that seemed to be the case with Yo. She was perfectly happy, bouncing around the couch and rooting for Hitoshi to win their race. She even jumped right into the spot between Hitoshi and Yo while they were talking smack, sitting tall and declaring that she would referee their race. It was so demon cute, and the butterflies in his stomach were fluttering like mad. Izuku turned to hide his blushing cheeks in Yo's shoulders, his smile so big his cheeks were practically aching. All those pains from earlier were forgotten now, the emotional heartache gone in the face of his wonderful boyfriend and fantastic family. How had he ever gotten so lucky? Even more amazingly, breakfast went just as well. Shouta didn't even interrogate Yo that much, just asking casual questions about training and his final year of high school. They only picked on them a little, nothing too bad except for Hizashi giving them a talk about Izuku's bedroom. Hizashi cleared his voice. Before you two run off to Izuku's room, remember that you are allowed to close your door. But no funny business, little listeners. We're trusting you to make good decisions. Don't turn into horny teenage boys on us, ya dig? Izuku let out a whine, hiding his flushed cheeks for 80 millionth time that morning. Zashi, please. We're not going to do anything. Izuku, be lucky you get to close your door at all, Shouta said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Then he looked up at Yo, and Izuku felt his heart stop. Shindou, I will not give some outdated shovel talk. Izuku can take care of himself and make his own choices. However, he is choosing to let you in. Do not make the mistake of ever betraying his trust. Yo nodded, his usual casual demeanor gone as he looked right back at Shouta. I won't. I know Izuku is in trouble, and the last thing I would want to do is cause more issues. I promise I will only ever support him. Shouta stared back, narrowing his eyes for just a moment before he smiled. Good. And don't forget he can take care of himself, as much as it's tempting to just baby him. I'm not worried about that. Izuku beats me all the time sparring nowadays. I can't imagine how badly he'd kick my butt if we fought with quirks. Don't inflate his ego. The last thing we need is the problem child thinking he's indestructible. He's broken his bones probably 10 times now and dash. Hold up, Yo said. How many times has he broken bones? All right, thanks for breakfast. Izuku interrupted, pulling Yo towards his bedroom. We'll be going now. They slowed down once they were out of sight, and with every step down the hall, Izuku felt the tension returning to his shoulders. Maybe it would ruin their nice day, perhaps everything would fall apart, but it didn't matter. Once they got back into his room, Izuku was going to tell him everything. If he dawdled around and waited, he would never do it. He'd avoid it forever. So he had to do it, dragging his boyfriend over to the bed and pushing down on his shoulders until he was sitting down. Then Izuku grabbed the chair from his desk, sitting right in front of his boyfriend. Yo looked a bit shocked but let out an awkward laugh anyway. Hey, why you being so serious all of a sudden? You're not going to dump me already, are you? No. Of course not. Why, you're amazing, I promise. But I do have something to tell you. Izuku said, already best. And you deserve to know, and I want you to know. So, bear with me till I'm done, okay? Sure thing, Izu. Izuku took a deep, shaky breath, closing his eyes for just a second to prepare himself. Then he started. So, it all started when I was 4 years old and I was diagnosed quirkless. Then Izuku just told him everything. He poured out every single bit of his dark past starting from childhood. He explained what it was like being a quirkless kid. The bullying and the isolation, his overprotective mother who acted like he should be covered up in bubble wrap. Then he got to the sludge monster. How All Might told him he could never be a hero, and then only a few minutes later, he was saving Katsuki's life. He could see the rage thinly veiled in Yo's eyes, probably at both Katsuki and All Might. But he continued. Izuku told him about how All Might saw how heroic he was and gave him one for all. He told him about the crazy training, his bonding with his predecessor, and even the entrance exam. His boyfriend seemed to have cooled off, but the grip on Izuku's hand was so tight and protective. It made it so much easier to keep going. He told stories about Yue, his friends, all the danger they were in, and all the fun they had. Maybe the school wasn't great, and they made many mistakes, but most of the staff genuinely cared, and all of Class A was amazing. He even told him about his big fight with Katsuki at Ground Beta and their mending. Friendship. Yo smiled at that, and Izuku knew he could tell how much it meant to Izuku. That Yue and his friends were still important to him. It was so nice to see that softness in his boyfriend's eyes as he realized the things that made Izuku happiest after his many years of loneliness. But then he got to the hard part. Izuku couldn't help but cry when he told him about that fateful night that Nezu and All Might summoned him, lying and manipulating him into joining the HPSC to turn into their personal assassin. How his mom was happy to sell him away, and how blind All Might was to the truth. It hurt. And Izuku was sobbing so hard when he finally finished his story. But Yo didn't care. He just kept that strong grip on Izuku's hands as he waited for him to calm down a bit. He never said anything and just kept listening earnestly as Izuku finished up his story with where they were now. He explained why they were at Ketsubutsu and who they were running from. How Shouta and Hizashi were now adopting him and taking care of him. Izuku took one final deep breath. I'm still in danger, though. I need to stay with people who can help protect me until everyone is satisfied that I'm safe. So we can't go on regular dates or be a normal couple. And I'm so sorry, but I promise it won't be like that forever. I can protect myself and everything will be fine. I don't want you to worry too much. Yo waited for a moment, making sure Izuku had finished before speaking. Aizu, I don't give a shit about that. We'll have great dates even if we never leave your house. I don't care about any of that. I care that you're happy and safe. I'll make sure of it, and I'll be here to help however the hell you'll let me. Izuku let out a huge sigh, his shoulders slumping as the tension eased out of him. Yo said he'd help, and only however Izuku wanted. He wasn't being too protective or babying him. He was being so DM and perfect. He let out a watery giggle, wiping his tears away as his big green eyes glimmered down at his boyfriend. You promise? I absolutely promise. Then Yo kissed him. It was so soft, his lips just barely gracing over Izuku's. But it was so sweet and tender, caring in a way he wasn't used to at all. Izuku wanted to melt into it, his chest warming with something so close to love he almost felt like his heart could burn him alive. And it was over just as quick as it started, short and sweet and everything Izuku could have ever imagined. He looked down at Yo, who was smirking up at him. You believe me, right? That should have sealed the deal. Izuku giggled, smiling brightly as he tackled Yo in a hug. How could I ever doubt you? Izuku felt much lighter. Seeing Yo after that emotional, painful and stressful villain fight took everything off his chest. He couldn't help that he could still remember that villain's quirk, the one who made him see so many monsters and convinced him they were going to die. Not to mention the one who blinded him. It weighed heavy on him every time he closed his eyes. And then waking up was so much for him. The revelation he was still being hunted was awful, just as he started to get almost comfortable. But then, Shouta and Hizashi presented such an obvious solution. But it was so big and monumental. And scary. His mother had left him, the HPSC were hunting him down, his mentor abandoned him. Part of Izuku wanted to wallow in rejection and pain, but then there was the Aizawa-Yamada family. Ready to pick up all the pieces, stand by him, and even adopt him. It almost felt too good to be true that after everything, someone would pick him. Willingly. And then he spent time with his boyfriend, who was accepting and badass and protective, just like a hero should be. Yo rolled with the punches, listened to Izuku's sad backstory, and he never even questioned it. Izuku felt beyond lucky to have someone who was just as attached as he was. Of course, he felt protected and cared for by Shouta and Hizashi. Even Hitoshi and Eri did their best to take care of him. But it was different with Yo. Having a partner who loved, cherished and protected him like that made something burn in his chest. His heart fluttered, and his soul felt like it was on fire. He knew it was a lot. Part of Izuku told him he should be more careful and cautious and that trusting so easily after all of this could be a mistake. He couldn't help it, though. Looking into Yo's eyes just felt so safe. He practically felt like swooning, like some typical character in a romance manga that had little hearts in their eyes. But who the hell would blame him? Izuku was a teenager in love, and Yo was dreamy. And God, the distraction was wonderful. Yo spent the whole day at his place, never leaving his side. They studied, they hung out with his family, they cuddled and played video games. Izuku wanted to go on an actual date, but for now, spending time together was enough. The next day they ended up together again, but this time they all went to Ketsubutsu to work on cleanup. The villain attack had damaged the building and the grounds, but it could have been a lot worse. Several broken windows damaged equipment and furniture throughout the training areas and the school building. Izuku mainly focused on sweeping up dirt and glass and small bits of rubble while teachers and other faculty worked on actual repairs. The principal went around with a tablet taking stock of everything that would need to be replaced. The whole group sat down together at lunchtime, filling up the cafeteria where the lunch staff prepared food for all the volunteers. Izuku spent most of the lunch hiding inside his shirt. Fukukata would not stop picking on him and Yo. She was constantly making slightly dirty jokes and teasing them every time they even looked at each other. She saw them holding hands walking down the hall. She would scream about it from across the building. When she saw Yo move a curl away from Izuku's face, she laughed and giggled about young people in love. When Yo grabbed his food and brought it to him, she teased him about being such a gentleman. Izuku thought he was going to outright explode, hiding his blush away while everyone else just let it happen. It was like they were trying to help her torture him. But finally, he got a reprieve when Principal Hoesher stepped up in front of the crowd. "Alright people, listen up. It's about time I gave a full report on the villain attack and caught you all up on the situation. As a few of you know, Midoriya Izuku recently joined us in Class 2A. He's been a DMN good student, and we've been happy to have him. But what you don't know is that he came here because he's running from that demon rat, Nezu, and the HPSC. They're after the boy's strong quirk and his connection to All Might. So, he was brought here by his two guardians, Aizawa and Yamada. I'm sure you can guess this next part, but the attack orchestrated on the school several days ago we have reason to believe was planned by the HPSC and carried out by hired villains." With that announcement, a whisper carried over the crowd. Tension grew as everyone looked at one another, many turning to look at Izuku as well. Suddenly he wanted to hide from everyone for a whole new reason. He felt totally ashamed. Everyone now knew how much trouble he was, how little he was worth it. Why keep the problem child around? All he brought was drama. He was fully expecting glares, looks of distaste, of indifference. Izuku just wanted to disappear before having to look up at people's faces. This place was his new home, and the last thing he wanted was to be cast away from here too. Would Shouta and Hizashi still want him if they had to go somewhere new? There was no way he was worth another move, right? But then he felt Yo shift next to him, reaching out to give a gentle, reassuring squeeze to his hand. He chanced a look, just up to his boyfriend's eyes, but he caught someone else's instead. Izuku didn't even really know the teacher, only that his name was Yabuta Michio, and he taught science classes to the first years. He'd seen the man plenty because he taught the 1A homeroom of Ketsubutsu's newest hero students. His name was Ishiki, and his quirk was stamina. He was often kind, entertaining Hitoshi, Eri, and him in the teacher's lounge while Shouta and Hizashi were working. All the anger and distrust Izuku expected wasn't anywhere to be seen, though. Yabuta looked full of determination and frustration as he turned to Hoesher. "We should have been told this sooner. I understand keeping the boy's secret safe, but for FS sake, how are we supposed to keep our students safe without knowing these kinds of things?" A ripple of agreement went through the room, Izuku widening his eyes. "I mean, come on, Hoesher," Yabuta continued. "One of our kids is being threatened by who knows how many people, and we were attacked on school grounds. Shouldn't we have known to prioritize his safety? The kid got hurt and his little boyfriend. And we could have prevented that if we knew." Yeah, Hoesher said like he was blowing him off. "It was a big deal though. And the last thing we needed was his location getting leaked to the commission even earlier. I trust all of you, but Aizawa and Yamada don't know everyone. And they wanted to protect their kid. Beach at them, not me." Yabuta turned to Shouta and Hizashi, an eyebrow ped as he awaited an answer. Shouta just sighed, rolling his eyes as he looked at him. "Look, we know you all care. But a leak would have risked his life, and without knowing all of you, I wasn't going to jeopardize his safety. It was logical to keep it quiet until we knew who we could trust. Yabuda grumbled something out, sitting down now that he was at least a little appeased. A few other staff members made similar points, and every single one of them was supporting him. Izuku thought he might have been dreaming. Surely not everyone had his back, right? That seemed too good to be true. After all of the people who've rejected him in the past, it seemed impossible. But as he looked around the room, every single person seemed wholly on board. No one was leaving him, no one was turning away. All that dread in his heart started to ebb away as he met a new pair of determined eyes no matter where he turned. Izuku, of course, couldn't help but cry. It was overwhelming to suddenly have all this love and support. He knew the teachers at UA would have done the same, but it was different because he knew all Might and Nezu wouldn't. But everyone here was so set on defending and protecting him. Sure, he still felt like he could take care of himself, but it still just felt so f-ing good. His heart felt warm, just like it did when he was holding hands with Yo. He felt peaceful like he did whenever Hizashi or Shouta held him. It was like one giant hug by all of the people in the room, and he loved it. Izuku couldn't imagine anything better. But of course, nothing lasts. At first, it was so nice. The following days were full of cleaning and repairing the school. No students were around, so there was plenty of goofing off. Hitoshi, Eri, Yo, and himself all played tag once through the empty halls. Once they were done, the teachers all played cards in the teachers' lounge that night while the teenagers and Eri played hide and seek. On the final day, once everything was ready for students, several of the more social teachers as well as the Aizawa-Yamada family all hung out at the school pool together while Hoesher ordered them all a bunch of American takeout. It was a great night, splashing around with Eri, swimming with Yo, and pigging down with Hitoshi. The whole time, no matter where he went, someone kept a protective eye on him. And really and truly, Izuku enjoyed it. He didn't feel like he had to look over his shoulder for some boogeyman anymore. He never felt alone or weak with this brand new giant support system. But also, Izuku felt watched. He literally couldn't go anywhere alone. Even walking to the bathroom in the school building, he was escorted by Hitoshi, or Yo, or a teacher. And at home, someone was constantly checking up on him in his room. It felt like he was a prisoner under surveillance or something. And he should have known it was coming. Sure, it was amazing at first. It felt like a tight, warm hug after that chaotic and stressful villain attack. But prior to that, Izuku was annoyed with the babying. So, of course, it was going to come back. Only this time, he was angry. Earlier, he was feeling incompetent, like no one trusted him to protect himself or anyone else. But now he was just set off. His privacy was being invaded, and now it was more than Shouta and Hizashi. It was just about everyone. Even Yo was a little too protective. And Izuku was done with it, so he decided to do something foolish and go for a walk. He was going to walk out the front door of his house and just go around the neighborhood for a bit. He just needed the space, the fresh air. The chances anything would happen was basically non-existent. The villains and the commission didn't even know where Izuku lived. Everything would be. But he didn't even make it out the door before Shouta was standing there looking unimpressed and annoyed. Where the hell do you think you're going? Out? I'm just going for a walk. I'll be back in like 20 minutes. 30 tops. Please just let me get out of the house and away from people for a little while. Izuku was halfway between begging and demanding. He was desperate to leave, and he was sure it was obvious. He thought Shouta would be understanding. No. You know the rules. Shouta, please. I just need to breathe. I understand, kid. Really I do. But you're not leaving this house alone. I'll go with you. No. Just let me take a walk. It's not a big deal. You and Hizashi said you'd let me do this. That you trusted me to take care of myself. Shouta groaned, exasperated by the conversation as he ran a hand down his face. We do. But things changed after that attack. You have to wait at least a few more weeks till the adoption paperwork is finished. I understand you're feeling confined, but be logical, Izuku. Izuku was done. He fisted his hands at his side, anger bubbling under the skin that he tried to mask. He hated this. Absolutely couldn't handle it. He had to get out of that DMN house. He was tired of being watched, tired of being locked up like he was the DMN villain. So, he made an even worse decision. At midnight he rolled out of bed, grabbed his phone, and got dressed. He knew he couldn't go out the front door, so instead, he opened his window, floating right out and into the night sky. Yo wouldn't mind a surprise visit, right? Izuku thought about turning back several times. It seemed with every step he took, He just became more and more uncertain. He was torn between returning home, where he was safe yet suffocated, or finishing his journey to his boyfriend's house. On the one hand, he hadn't had any freedom in ages. On the other, Izuku knew there was an excellent reason for him to stay locked away. A very real enemy was after him, and every time he turned down a new street he half expected there to be a villain looming around the next corner. Sure, he was paranoid, but it kept him safe as he cautiously walked through the quiet city. Eventually he was halfway there. At that point, any internal conflict was gone. He was so close now. He hadn't been able to just simply be alone with Yo, or anyone even, without everyone needing to know where he was. He felt stalked almost, and the feeling only worsened his mood and paranoia. Of course he felt afraid when everyone made it seem like he was seconds away from being kidnapped. But despite that fear, Izuku pushed on, being driven by his sudden overwhelming need for his boyfriend. He knew it wasn't healthy and that suddenly up and leaving, risking his entire life for his high school boyfriend, was probably a terrible idea. But Izuku couldn't find it in himself to care once he was standing in Yo's backyard and throwing little pebbles against his window. After a minute or two, the window was thrown open. Yo was on high alert, scanning the area for a threat, but when his eyes landed on Izuku everything about him softened. "Aizu, what the hell are you doing here?" he asked with a fond yet exasperated smile. "I snuck out? Can I float up?" "Yeah, but we have to be silent, okay?" Izuku nodded, taking a deep breath and activating the quirk until he floated right into Yo's room. When his feet touched down, he was immediately pulled into strong arms and he melted into the embrace happily. He nuzzled into Yo's shoulder, a shuddered breath of relief spilling from his lips as the cold of the evening was driven away by the warm embrace. But it didn't last long, as Yo pulled away and guided him over to the bed, sitting down and tugging Izuku down with him until they were facing each other. If he wasn't so focused on sneaking out, he would have blushed at the low-hung sweatpants and tank top on his boyfriend's body. Yo looked very hot, but they had to deal with more pressing matters. Yo took his hand, fidgeting with his fingers as his eyes shifted all around Izuku's face. "You better have a good reason for this, Aizu. Yamada and Aizawa are going to kill you if they find out you snuck out." "I know, and I do. Or I feel like I do," Izuku said with a sigh, looking down at their intertwined hands. "I just couldn't be locked up anymore. Some days it feels like a prison. Which is so irrational, you know?" "Irrational?" Yo snorted. "You sound like Aizawa." "I know. I spend so much time with them. And don't get me wrong, I love them, but I feel like a damsel in distress who's been locked away for her own safety. I get it, I do. And I'm happy to see you. I'm very proud that the first place you came was to my house. But you can't be here. Call them and have them pick you up, but they gotta be quiet. My parents can't know." Izuku's brows furrowed, confused for a moment. In the moonlight he couldn't see Yo's face, but his voice sounded so small. Vulnerable. Izuku didn't like it at all. "Is everything okay? You sound off." "I'm fine. But you need to be safe, and I don't want my parents or your dads to kill me for this." Yo was a convincing liar, but Izuku could see it in his eyes that something was wrong. He may have been able to hide his real feelings from others, but Izuku was past that stage of their relationship. He knew something worse was going on, and he didn't like being in the dark about it. But something about Yo's silence was begging for Izuku to ignore the twisting in his gut, so Izuku listened. "Okay, I'll text them in a few minutes. Can I just be with you for a minute? This is the freest I've felt in weeks." Yo sighed but immediately relented as he curled around him tighter. It was everything Izuku needed. He finally felt his heart settle down, the constantly warring emotions starting to calm down as he took a few deep breaths. They just snuggled there for a few minutes, quiet and relaxed, as the only noise they could hear was their hearts beating in tandem. Yo was tense, though, and Izuku couldn't fully relax either. He did have to call his dads even if he desperately didn't want to. He had to face the reality of his choices as he reached over to the nightstand to grab the phone. "I'm gonna text them now." "Yeah, that's fine. But you really gotta make sure they don't wake my mom and dad. Wouldn't want to get killed, right?" he asked with a stilted chuckle. Izuku ignored the odd interaction and just nodded, drafting up a text to send to his dads. "Shindou, I'm at Yo's. Will you come get me? No ISCK, but don't be mad. And don't wake Yo's mom and dad. Shindou, location attached." Then Izuku flipped his phone on silent and put it face down on the nightstand. He just needed to ignore it for a little while. Izuku knew it was probably the last time he'd get to do this for a good while, because he was sure he was going to have shattered Shouta and Hizashi's trust in him. Hell, he'd probably even get punished. And even if it was deserved, Izuku wanted to be in denial just a little longer. He would dedicate the next 20 minutes to enjoying the peace and quiet with Yo. With a deep breath, he shimmied down into the bed and pulled the blankets up over their heads. In that moment, it felt like the rest of the world didn't exist. The soft blankets, plush pillows, and their shared breaths were all that existed. "This is nice," Izuku whispered, filling the silence with a soft sigh and sweet words. "Yeah," Yo said with a sigh. "Never thought I would ever have you over, to be honest. It's nice seeing you in my bed," he finished with a smirk. "Knock that off," Izuku giggled, gently smacking Yo's arm. "I just want to cuddle before Shouta and Hizashi show up and murder me." "You're right. We should enjoy these last moments because the next time I see you, it will be at your funeral." "Stop that. They're not going to actually kill me. Probably. But I might actually be locked in my room for the foreseeable future." To be fair, Aizu, you did sneak out of the house while villains and the whole Diamond Hero Commission is hunting you down. "I know," Izuku sighed, tightening his grip on Yo. "I just needed to feel like a normal teenager." "Well, getting grounded is definitely a normal teenager thing to do," Yo said with a snicker, returning the tighter embrace. The embrace was warm and strong, almost suffocating but in the best way. It was like all of the tiny cracks in Izuku's armor were getting welded back together. All the stress that leaked into every fiber of his being was being wrung out all at once. He was somewhere he felt free, with someone who never made him feel chained down. Izuku felt his eyes flutter shut, a deep sense of contentment flowing through him despite the slight buzz of anxiety that Shouta and Hizashi would be there soon. He forced that away. Instead, he focused on the smell of Yo's laundry detergent and the little bit of shampoo he always smelled after his boyfriend took a shower. Izuku let himself feel the soft sheets on his skin and the little breaths ruffling his hair from Yo's breathing. It was pure peace and bliss. Totally sublime. Izuku felt every piece of him melt into the moment. Until an absolutely atrocious ringing echoed throughout the room because the timer was going off. It was time to go out front and wait for his family. It was so hard to pull himself away, but he managed as he crawled out of bed. Yo was looking up at him with wide eyes, almost looking afraid. "Sheet. That alarm startled me. Do you think it woke up my mom and dad?" Izuku froze for a minute, so they could listen throughout the house. Nothing could be heard through the house, not even a creak. "Sounds like they didn't." "Sorry, I didn't realize it would be so loud," Izuku pouted, trying to show how bad he felt. "It's fine, Aizu, but let's get outside before your dads break down my front door." Yo got out of bed, walking over to the window with Izuku in tow. Izuku was about ready to say goodbye, offer a hug and a kiss and get out of his boyfriend's room, but then Yo jumped into his arms. "All right, hero, float us down to the ground." "You're coming downstairs with me?" Someone has to keep Aizawa from murdering you." Izuku snorted but reluctantly agreed. "I don't think you'll be able to stop him, but I would like you to come down with me." "I know, Aizu. I'm not abandoning you." Izuku let out a sigh and jumped out the window to float them down to the front yard. They walked out to the curb, Yo in his sweatpants and tank top and Izuku in his pajamas. They looked rough and it was chilly, both of them were cold and unprepared for being outside. Yo swung his arm around Izuku, pulling him in close to chase away the chill that sank into their bones as they waited for Hizashi and Shouta to arrive. Izuku laid his head down on his boyfriend's shoulder and prepared himself for the sheet storm. He knew he would get yelled at, maybe even smothered in love if Hizashi was stressed out. But Izuku wasn't expecting to hear the car peel down the street and come to a screeching halt right in front of him. Shouta climbed out of the front seat, his quirk on and fury in his glowing red eyes. "What in the absolute F were you thinking?" Shouta yelled, his scream echoing around the neighborhood. He was absolutely enraged, sending fear shooting through Izuku's entire body. But even if he was scared, he wasn't going to shrink away. "I know I F'd up. And I'm sorry. But I was being suffocated. Smothered. I couldn't do it anymore," Izuku shouted, his voice cracking and tears of anger on his cheeks. Hizashi rounded the car, sweat on his brow and shoulders tense as he stomped over, bent down, and scooped Izuku into his arms. "You scared the hell out of us. We had just realized you were gone when you texted. I can't believe you would be so irresponsible." Izuku squirmed in his grip, too stressed and strung out to settle into his arms as he pushed him away. "I couldn't help it. I know we've talked about it, and you include me in stuff now, but I feel like a prisoner." "It doesn't effing matter, Izuku. I'm sorry it is, but we have to keep you safe and alive." Shouta shouted, pacing around in front of them. He had tears in his eyes too, his fists so tight with rage Izuku would have almost been scared if he didn't know Shouta better. I can take care of myself. You clearly can't. This was some bullshit a child would pull. It was stupid, irresponsible, and immature. Well, I'm sorry, B, but I'm a teenager. And this sheet is a lot. I want to be a hero and I will do anything I have to, but I want to be a kid too. Why can't I be both? The world won't let you. And I hate it. But your life is at least a little more important than hanging out with your little boyfriend at the mall. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. He knew Shouta was right. Obviously, something like not getting kidnapped mattered more than his teenage freedoms, but he couldn't hold the constant pressure on his chest that made it feel like he couldn't breathe. It was all just too much sometimes. Why the hell couldn't he just train for being a hero like a normal student? He was about to respond when the front door of Yo's house burst open. Izuku had honestly even forgotten where they were, too wrapped up in his screaming match with Shouta to remember to be quiet. His boyfriend's parents stomped out of the house, looking like almost carbon copies of Yo. They were both attractive, with pretty faces, thick wavy hair, and mysterious onyx eyes. On any other occasion, Izuku would have probably been thrilled to meet them. But this was not normal and he was embarrassed. Getting caught being screamed at by his family was not a good look when meeting his boyfriend's mom and dad. And Izuku was so wrapped up in his own humiliation that he didn't see the look on Yo's face. He looked petrified, his whole complexion turning pale and clammy. It was so unlike his normal bravado that even if Izuku didn't notice it, Shouta and Hizashi certainly did. The dad marched right up to Yo, straightening up to his full height until he was looming over him. He sneered down at his son, making Yo gulp audibly. Hizashi moved forward, trying to flank Yo and offer some support. Izuku was finally clued into the fact that something was going on when the man growled at them in the eerie silence of the night air. What the f did that a-hole say about you having a boyfriend? Everything unfolding in front of him felt like a nightmare. Izuku could only imagine a few things in the world feeling as terrible as it did to see the way Yo's father looked at him. The man looked disgusted, clearly horrified with the idea of his son being with another man. And Yo looked terrified. It was so unlike his boyfriend. Even in the face of danger, Yo was confident and strong, standing up to any villain he came across. Izuku knew for a fact that his boyfriend was a self-assured person who knew who he was. Or at least he would have said that before seeing Yo wilt in the face of his father. He practically shrunk in on himself, his eyes looking hopeless as they flickered between everyone in the yard. It's not what it looks like. Oh yeah? 'Cause it looks like you're standing in our front hard, humiliating me with a boyfriend. What the F is wrong with you? I promise they were just leaving. I'm getting rid of them, Yo insisted, turning to Shouta and Hizashi. Please, just take Midoriya and leave. When Yo said Midoriya, Izuku's heart nearly shattered into a million pieces. He hadn't called him by his last name in ages. And Izuku understood. Yo was trying to distance himself in the face of his father's fury, but that didn't stop it from breaking Izuku's heart as he took a step back towards his parents. He wanted to bury his head in Shuta's chest. It felt like he was being rejected, abandoned just like his mother did. Which was unfair. Yo hadn't even really said anything and he understood, really he did. But it hurt so much. Izuku wanted to cry. Shouta took his hand, pulling him towards the car. He seemed to be on board with the plan, but Izuku wasn't having it. As much as he was hurting, he was never the kind of person who left someone in need. And even if Yo just broke his heart a little bit, he wasn't going to leave him. Not when he looked so utterly terrified. We can't just leave, Izuku whispered. Look at him. Shouta and Hizashi turned back, looking at Yo and his father. Yo still looked afraid, but he was clearly trying to stand taller. Usually, he could hide the truth from his eyes. But Izuku had learned to read him, and he was very obviously uncomfortable. The father sneered, turning away from Yo to glare at Shouta. You better get your kid out of here if you know what's good for you. I've got business with my boy. Shuta's eyes narrowed, stepping towards them but keeping the grip on Izuku's hand. That sounded like a threat. Yeah, it was. I will call the police for trespassing, and they'll come remove your butt. You sure? Shouta asked with a pet eyebrow, taking another step forward to shield Izuku behind him. Because I'm a hero, and I'm allowed to enter any premise if I think someone is in danger. Well, this is family business, so FNG but out, hero. I don't think I will. Izuku let out a relieved sigh, squeezing Shuta's hand before letting go and stepping towards Yo. The fear had started to seep out of him the longer Izuku saw Yo's scared demeanor. His protective instincts kicked in, And suddenly he wasn't just Yo's boyfriend. He was a hero. Yo, are you safe here? Is Midoriya? I'm fine. Please just drop it and leave. I can't if you're not safe here. If they're going to hurt you, either I'm not leaving or you're not staying. I'm not going to kill my son. But if he's FNGU, then you bet I'm gonna kick his butt. We're not having any of that gay shit in my house. Izuku was about to punch the guy. There was no way he could allow any of that bullshit spewing from this guy's. Yo was the sweetest boyfriend, and Izuku adored him. No one could get away with talking to Yo like that. Izuku didn't care if it was his dad or not. Despite the man having a whole head on him in height, Izuku marched right up to him, glaring as menacingly as possible using a look he often saved only for villains. Yo's father wilted for a moment before sneering. Sir, I suggest you consider your next words very wisely. If you implicate yourself in child abuse, I will arrest you myself. Oh please. You're not a hero, you're just some effing kid. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He hated pulling this card, but he was a well-known face in the world after the war. Most people in Japan knew who he was. And even if he didn't like doing it, he wasn't above using it against Yo's dad. You should look at me again, sir. The man rolled his eyes, but then he looked at him and his eyes widened in shock. Holy F-, you're the next symbol of peace. Yeah, I am a-hole. And guess what? I'm in love with your son. And you're a homophobic a-hole. And he may be 17, but he's still a minor. And if you lay a single hand on him, I will kick your butt myself. The man was stupefied. He looked like a moron, his eyes gaping out of his head, and his mouth dropped open. He looked like a fish out of water, his lips opening and closing as he looked between Izuku and Yo. Izuku had hoped that would have knocked some sense into him. But the man was far more belligerent than Izuku expected. Once the man recovered from his surprise, he sneered at Izuku, stepping up and grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. He pulled him in close, face to face. The man's breath was awful and he spit on Izuku's face when he screamed at him. I don't give a f who you are, you gay F-, get off my lawn and stay away from my son. Then he tried to shove him. But Izuku was solid. Despite his short frame, he was built like a brick house. Izuku should have been more offended, but he just narrowed his eyes and fixed his shirt. Even though Izuku didn't care much, it got a very different reaction from everyone else standing there on the lawn. He wasn't expecting to be grabbed and pulled behind Shouta. The man was like an enraged wall of protective fury as he made sure both Yo and Izuku were behind him. His quirk was even activated, and everyone could feel the intensity pouring off of him. If you touch my kid again, I will kick your butt. If you even so much as talk to my son again, I will not hesitate to break every bone in your body. Do you understand me? The father wilted, finally intimidated as he stared at Shouta. Izuku appreciated it, but he didn't need the protection. At least not from some a-hole civilian like Yo's father. The only person who needed it was his boyfriend, and Izuku fully intended to step up for him. He shoved past Shouta a final time, measuring up the dad who gave him a nasty scowl. Run along, little beach. Your gay daddies spread it to you, and I don't need you spreading it to my kid. Get off my property now. Fine. Izuku yelled in return. But Yo is coming with us. Like hell he is, he's going to go in that house and get his butt beat. Izuku's entire body ignited in green lightning, his quirk activating out of anger. He didn't move, but the man fell on his butt in fear. Izuku smirked, convinced they'd won. There was nothing some sleazy a-hole could do to them. They would take Yo out of there, and Izuku would keep him safe. At least if Yo stayed with him, he'd hate being locked away a little less. But then the mother made herself known. Truthfully, Izuku had forgotten she was there. She could have been just as invisible as Hagakure with the way she hung back, out of sight and out of mind. She stepped up, though, walking towards her husband and helping him up. Izuku wasn't sure what she was going to do. He hoped she had to have more sense than her moronic husband, but it was immediately evident that she didn't. Yo, leave and don't come back. Unless you decide to stop being some kind of freak of nature. You don't belong here. She spat her words full of cruelty and distaste. She sounded so much like Inko the last time they'd spoken. And the pain it sent coursing through Izuku's heart nearly brought him to his knees. He looked back at his boyfriend, only to see the same look of heartbreak on his face that Izuku his mother broke his heart. He ran to him, his legs wobbly and nearly toppling over as he stumbled. Izuku pulled Yo into his arms, holding him tight. He didn't even react, still looking at his mother with shock. But then she turned on Izuku. She was a pretty woman, a beautiful face like Yo's and mysterious black eyes. She had long silky black hair, and truly she could have been so pretty. But her eyes were cold, and her mouth was curled up with hatred. And you, it's your fault. You must have corrupted him. Just wait till the world finds out the newest symbol of peace is a nasty homosexual. I hate you. I'm sure your parents are revolted by you. How horrible for them. Everything suddenly felt far worse. Izuku was sure he was protecting Yo from his shitty parents, but he wasn't sure he could do it any longer. Parents were a very sensitive subject for him, and her words dug down into his core and tore him apart. He knew his mother hated him. He'd been a horrible son, too much for her to handle. And she tried to love him, but he was flawed. But he'd never thought about how she'd feel about him being bisexual. Izuku could imagine it, though. Her words would be venomous like something out of his worst nightmares. Inko's words would have been cruel and cutting, tearing him down even more than she already had. He would be left a shell of himself, feeling like he could never be enough for anyway. After all, if his own mother couldn't love him, how could anyone? Izuku was sure that parents were the only people who were supposed to be guaranteed to love you completely and unconditionally. So how had he been so horrible that he didn't even deserve that? Suddenly, he was falling apart, his heart racing and his lungs collapsing in on themselves as it got harder and harder to breathe. His eyes teared up, and his body started to tremble as he rasped out a single word. Help! Before he could panic any further, he and Yo were both pulled into a strong pair of arms. They were warm and solid, turning them so they couldn't see those shitty parents anymore. Izuku knew immediately who it was, the scent of hair products and leather wrapping him around him as Hizashi held both of them close. Come on, little listeners. Let's go home. Neither of you need to be around such awful people. Izuku shook his head emphatically, clinging to both of them but trying to stay rooted to his spot. No. We have to make them stop. Yo deserves a family. Let me yell at them. Let me fix this, Izuku demanded, panting and sweating but trying to squirm away. No, baby. You can't fix this. Not tonight at least, okay? Let's get you both home safe. Hizashi, please, this is all my fault. Izuku sobbed, finally realizing how badly he'd messed up. If he'd just stayed home and dealt with all the bullshit, this wouldn't have happened. Yo would be happily sleeping in his bed with parents who still loved him. But no, Izuku had to be selfish and sneak out. It made him sick with self-loathing. Izuku, no, they're right. Let's go, please, Yo whispered, turning in Hizashi's hold to pull Izuku to his chest. Fortunately for all of them, Izuku was weak to his boyfriend. He may be known for his stubborn ways, but for Yo he would happily go along for the ride. So he let Hizashi walk them back to the car, Shouta still staring down at the parents until they were safely settled in the back seat. Then the adults had a final word with Yo's parents that the boys couldn't hear before getting in the vehicle and driving off. The silence in the car was stifling. Everyone was tense, and no one was speaking. But they could hear Yo's ragged breathing and the soft sobs slipping from Izuku's lips. He didn't stay in his seat long before shifting to the middle and wrapping his arms around Yo's neck. He pulled his boyfriend down to his shoulder, nosing into his soft black curls. Yo's arms tangled around his waist, holding him just as tight until they started to calm down, their breathing returning to normal. Shouta spoke first once the tension had started to dissipate. Shindou, are you alright? Is there something we can do? No, sir. To both questions. Understandable. But you're more than welcome in our home for as long as you need. And we can figure out what to do. You don't ever need to go back if you don't want to. However, we'd happily help you speak with them if you'd like. Yo hummed non-committally, still leaning into Izuku as he closed his eyes. Would it be all right to wait for morning? Sure, think it. You can sleep with Izuku if you'd like. But the door remains open, understood? Yes, sir, Izuku and Yo both said. But now, Izuku, are you all right? I guess so. Izuku stuttered out. The stuff she said really shook me. I think I'm okay though. But because first thing in the morning, I'm going to FENG punish you for this moronic stunt. You endangered yourself unnecessarily, and we will talk about it. Yes, sir, Izuku groaned, slumping into his boyfriend more. Excellent. Izuku just rolled his eyes. He knew Shouta was probably furious, but his protective nature really flared up following the attack. So he was letting them off easy for the moment. Izuku felt himself slump in relief. He was far too exhausted to deal with the screaming match tonight that was going to happen once they woke up. But Izuku desperately tried not to dwell on it as he watched the sparkling city lights flash by through the window. It looked almost like the night sky, beautiful and yet unreachable. Izuku was pretty sure he would be locked away and grounded for the rest of his life at that point. He would almost say it was worth it once they got back home and made their way to Izuku's bed. They were both still in pajamas, so it was easy to just crawl in and sink into each other's warmth. The soft sheets and warm blankets acted like a barrier between them and the rest of the world. Izuku didn't know what to say once they were alone, so he said nothing at all, instead moving in to kiss Yo's lips. It was soft and innocent, full of warmth and reassurance for both of them, and it sent a chill down Izuku's spine. But it was perfect, and Izuku happily sank into it with a smile on his face. Sleep still evaded him. But he thought Yo had fallen asleep until he suddenly heard his voice. "It's not your fault, you know?" You don't need to say that, Yo." "I do, 'cause it's true. I had to tell them eventually, and it would always have been the same result. I was resigned to the fact that someday I'd have to leave them behind. So please don't feel too bad." "How can I not?" "I don't know," Yo sighed. "But you could at least remember how well you defended me. I thought you were gonna punch my dad. I thought about it. I know. It would have been awesome." "Sorry I didn't," Izuku whispered, moving in closer and tucking himself under Yo's chest. He almost let out a purr when Yo's fingers came up to tangle into his curls. "Don't worry about it," Yo whispered, kissing the top of Izuku's head. The warmth from the kiss that shot through him was indescribable, reassuring, and comforting in the best way. His whole body relaxed, the tension bleeding out of him with that single show of affection. Yo just had such a profound effect on him, soothing his soul in a way no one could. But with all that tension and stress seeping out of him, exhaustion took its place as Izuku yawned. "Wanna sleep?" "All right, sleepyhead," Yo said with a chuckle. "Sweet dreams, okay?" "'Kay," Izuku said, slurring his words as he nuzzled deeper into his boyfriend's arms. He felt safe, Yo holding him even tighter as sleep swept him away. When Izuku woke up, the sun was shining through the window, and the birds were chirping. A slight summer breeze was blowing into his room, and it seemed like such a beautiful, peaceful morning. Not to mention Yo was right next to him, nuzzled into his pillow and fast asleep. He looked serene, the ghost of last night's events nowhere on his face. But despite all that, Izuku could feel Shouta's looming presence like a cloud over their beautiful morning. He knew the storm was coming. It would be the fight to end all fights. Izuku was ready to get yelled at, but he wasn't going to back down either. He was well aware that what he did was a mistake. Leaving in the middle of the night while he was basically being hunted was not a smart move. But he was suffocating lately with the lockdown supervision. And he needed to breathe. In fact, lying there in bed, Izuku could already feel the pressure in his lungs. The anxiety ate away at his quiet morning as he thought about his impending doom. He tensed up, pinching his eyes closed, trying to calm down. But his breathing was quick and uneven, and Izuku couldn't get the dread to go away. He felt a hand on his cheek, brushing away the tears he didn't know he had. "Zu? What's wrong?" "I don't want to fight with my dads." Izuku was expecting the usual platitudes, but instead, Yo just smiled and pulled him into a hug. His boyfriend took big deep breaths so Izuku could copy them, willing away the tears and calming himself down. He pulled away and looked up at him. "Thanks. Sorry I woke you up. I know it's silly, everyone fights with their family, I just don't want to. And what if things just get worse?" "What do you mean worse?" "I mean they're obviously mad I snuck out. So what if the restrictions get even worse? I should have thought about that. Maybe it was stupid to leave, but I needed to get out. And I'm so mad at myself for this. I'm so stupid." Yo pulled him back in, weaving his fingers into Izuku's curls. "You're not stupid, you just needed to breathe. And even if it does get worse, it seems like I might be here for a while, so that helps, right?" Izuku's eyes widened, pulling away frantically while he fussed over his boyfriend, his eyes flickering all around Yo's face to gauge how he was feeling. "Shit. I'm so sorry, Yo. I'm complaining about all this when your parents practically kicked you out. I know you said last night that you were expecting it, but that doesn't make it all right. Are you even okay?" "No, not really. But I've had a long time to come to terms with my parents being kind of awful, you know? I realized I was bi when I was like 12 and Hawk's debut. I've had 5 years to wrap my head around the fact they'd reject me someday. Still, that doesn't make it a whole lot easier." "Nah, it doesn't. But I've got you," Yo said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I know, but family is different. You can borrow mine. Although I think Shouta might not be pleased with us right now." "Yeah, but I suspect Yamada will help out with that. He looked really worried last night." "Doubt it. He'll probably be just as mad 'cause I made Hizashi worry. Wanna go find out? No, Izuku whined, burying his head in Yo's shoulder. I don't wanna yet. If we do it now, we don't have to do it later. We could just get it over with. Izuku groaned. I hate that you're right. Aren't I always? No, you're not. Well, I am this time. Let's go. Before Izuku could argue, Yo threw their blanket off of them and crawled out of bed. He walked over to the mirror, trying to vaguely tame his hair while Izuku watched him from the bed. It was so domestic. Nothing at all like he would have expected for himself months ago. It seemed like such a trivial detail, but it reminded him that although his parents would kill him and the commission wanted to kidnap him, he still had someone so great from all of the bullshit. Izuku hurried out of bed, riding his pajama and throwing himself at Yo's back to bury his head between his shoulder blades. Thanks for being so great. Yo chuckled, squeezing Izuku's hands on his stomach. Anything for you. Like dragging your butt to face Aizawa and Yamada. Fine. Maybe they're not even awake yet. It's like noon, babe. They're definitely up. Izuku groaned, squeezing Yo one last time before stomping to his bedroom door and opening it. He took a deep breath, though, because if he marched out there angry and exasperated, the conversation would go much worse. He needed to be level-headed. And it was a good thing he did, because the moment he walked out into the living room, Shouta was standing from the couch and pointed at the armchair. Sit. Now. Izuku tried not to wilt, standing tall as he walked over, sat down, and looked Shouta right in the eye. Do you have anything to say for yourself? I know I messed up. I know it was a bad idea to sneak out, but I needed a little freedom. I'm so sorry it ended up that way and that I worried you. I know you're going to kill me, but I needed to breathe. If you needed a break, you should have said something. Sneaking out was irresponsible. I'm aware you wanted to get out, but those kinds of choices instill absolutely no faith in you. A child makes those kinds of decisions. Which you still are. I know I'm a teenager, but I'm not a baby. You guys just lock me up. And I need to just exist sometimes. You clearly do not understand the importance of dash. I do. You just don't care if I'm happy. All you care about is keeping me locked up. Yes, Izuku. For now. You are my son, and I don't want you to end up kidnapped. Or even worse, killed. The League may not be our priority right now, but they are still a threat. And I'm sorry that you don't like the supervision, but I would rather have you hate me than be taken away. Shouda's booming voice filled the whole house. It was terrifying to hear him so angry. But the worst part was how absolutely afraid and desperate he sounded. He was panting, his brow furrowed in frustration and terror. His eyes were wild with poorly concealed fear as he ran his fingers through his hair. Do you have any idea how terrified we were last night? We woke up to you being gone. You are such a bright kid, and you're usually so in tune with people's feelings. But did you even try to understand how we felt? Izuku shook his head with shame. The screaming match he was expecting had taken a horrible, sad turn, and he couldn't help the tears that flowed down his cheeks. Just imagine how you'd feel if we knew the Shy Hasaikai was targeting Eri and actively hunting her down. Would you want to let her out of your sight? Izuku hated the way his stomach rolled at that. It was practically one of his worst nightmares to have her taken away by someone. It was terrible before, but she was really his little sister now. The thought made him want to puke. And he could only imagine how much worse it would be if it was his child. I wouldn't. I would really hate that actually. Just, hell. Having children or having family that are in danger fings, kid. I'm sorry. My anxiety was so bad. And I hate being locked up like a prisoner. It feels like they ruined my life and took it away, and I have no control over anything anymore. Izuku cried out at his pajama pants while he looked straight down at the floor. He couldn't bear to look at Shouta. I didn't mean to hurt you guys. Shouta groaned, kneeling in front of him. But Izuku still turned away, flinching a little when his boyfriend put a hand on his back. I know you didn't, Izuku. I know that. But nothing. I was so stupid. And now Yo is practically homeless, and I saw Zashi's eyes. He was so scared when you guys came to get me, and it's my fault. Everything is literally always my fault. Maybe I should have just jumped that day. Izuku was full on sobbing. He was so angry and devastated. Tears streamed down his cheeks, snot pouring out of his nose. Izuku was sure he was a goddamn mess, but he didn't care. Maybe he deserved to be. He felt like utter trash. Izuku. Hey, look at me. Baby, please, you gotta breathe, Shouta said, trying to coax him out of his crying fit. "C can't stop crying." Alright. Yo, can you give us a minute?" Izuku couldn't see his face, but he felt his boyfriend squeeze his shoulder before his footsteps drifted away. "Problem child, just listen to me for a moment, okay?" Izuku nodded. "Good. Now, I didn't tell you those things to make you feel guilty. I'm sorry that it upset you so much. I understand the need to feel in control, okay?" Izuku nodded furiously, the furious sobs slowing down into a steady cry. "I just wanted you to understand that these rules are in place for a reason. You're in danger, and we're all worried. It's not like we're trying to be tyrants. Does that make sense?" "Why yes. I'm sorry that you feel like it's all your fault, but it's not. Did you sneak out? Was that a dumb and irresponsible decision? But Yo's parents are not your fault. Our worry isn't either. You're our kid now, and we worry because we love you. Understood?" "I think so," Izuku whispered, wiping away his tears as he calmed down. "It all makes sense. And if I were thinking more rationally, I wouldn't have snuck out." "I know, kid," Shouta said as he squished himself into the large armchair with Izuku to hold him. "Anxiety is shitty and makes the most rational of us act out. Look at me last night. I nearly punched your boyfriend's dad." Izuku giggled, settling into his arms. "That would have been bad. Probably. But he would have deserved it. I was furious when he spoke to you that way." "I know. I almost punched him too when he was being mean to Yo." "I know. It would have been a fair swing." Izuku let out another soft laugh, taking a second to bury his head in Shouta's soft sweater. He felt safe and relaxed, despite having been a sobbing mess earlier. But he was already exhausted, ready to go back to sleep as his eyelids hung heavy. But Shouta's following sentence woke him right back up. "We could try to be a little more lenient. The adoption process is almost complete anyway. Probably only another week or two. Maybe we'll figure out a way you could go on a date with that boyfriend of yours." "Really?" Izuku perked up. "Maybe. But for this week, you're so FING grounded. But next week, maybe we'll allow it." "Would you have to come with us?" "Probably not. But we would need some very strict rules." "Anything. I'll do anything if it just means one normal outing." "Fine. I'll have to talk it over with Hizashi, but if you keep your GPS active on your phone, text every 30 minutes, and never leave Yo's side, then it would be fine." "Yes. I can do that." Izuku beamed at him. This went way better than he was expecting. Even after the crying fit and the screaming, they were both fine. Izuku was beyond relieved and reminded that Shouta and Hizashi were a million times different than his mom. They cared deeply, and they didn't just try to manipulate him or guilt him into being who they wanted. They were real parents. And Izuku couldn't be more grateful. He grabbed Shouta by the middle and squeezed him so tight. "Thanks, Dad." Izuku felt Shouta freeze up on the name. But he recovered quickly and hugged him back. "No problem. You're the best. You, Hitoshi, and Eri are the best. Now go apologize to Mike and we'll put all of this bullshit behind us. Then we've just got to figure out how to help your boyfriend. Please don't adopt him too. I don't want to date my brother." Shouta rolled his eyes and ruffled Izuku's hair. It made him feel all warm as his dad pushed him away. "Get out of here and stop being a brat. Your other dad is in the kitchen." Izuku laughed at him, ignoring the blush on Shouta's face to pick on him some other day. But he listened and jumped off the chair to run off to apologize to Hizashi. He had a pep back in his step and hope bloomed in his heart. Once he was adopted, this would all go away, and his parents weren't even going to keep him locked up the whole time. He couldn't wait for the weight to finally be off his shoulders and for everything to go back to normal. Izuku was glued to Yo's side the rest of the day. But this time, it wasn't for his own comfort. After his talk with Shouta, a lot of his own stress was gone. The adoption was close to being finalized, soon he'd be able to go on a date with Yo, and he didn't even have that big of a fight with Shouta. He didn't need any of the attention. Only his boyfriend did. Yo walked around like he was bearing the weight of the world, his footsteps heavy and slow. He tried to smile for everyone, but no one was buying it. Izuku hated to see it, the way he tried to mask everything with his eyes. But he knew his boyfriend too well. Yo couldn't hide it from him or two pro-heroes who were both quite observant. Even Eri and Hitoshi had picked up on it. The girl had hovered around Izuku and Yo all day, and it was massively endearing. After breakfast, she pulled them all into the living room for Super Smash Bros., proudly announcing that she would be playing it with all her brothers. It made Izuku's heart flutter and brought a real smile out on Yo's face for the first time since their cuddles before they got out of bed. Everyone settled a bit after that, Eri eventually getting bored and wandering off to do her own thing. Izuku ended up doing homework and convincing the other two to join him. Both of them grumbled that they hated how much of a goody two-shoes he was. But they both still pulled out their work and finished up everything they had to do for the next day. It was nice, just sitting around the kitchen table with them and doing homework. Occasionally, Yo would help with their work, or they would help with his. At one point, Eri dragged in a little sketchbook and started to doodle. It made Izuku feel all warm inside, and even Yo seemed to be comfortable and distracted enough that he was doing better. The adults left them to their own devices, Shouta working in his study, and Hizashi did various things around the house, cooking them comforting curry at dinner time. He started to dim as nightfall approached, and everyone said their goodnights. Izuku could tell he felt at least a little unsure and out of place. He decided once they crawled into bed, they would talk privately and cuddle. Izuku was happy to either offer a distraction or comfort, whichever his boyfriend needed. Before they could head to bed, Shouta called them aside. Izuku, Shindou, let's talk a moment before you go to your room. The boys shared a look, Izuku taking Yo's hand in his and giving it a squeeze before they followed him into the living room. Now, I just wanted to offer you both a bit of reassurance to hopefully make your night better. I made some calls and did a bit of research on what to do about Shindou's situation. You can call me Yo, sir. Shouta paused for a moment before nodding. Alright, call me Shouta. Anyway, as I was saying, I've found a few options for you. Right, thank you. I know I should have been looking at it myself today. But I appreciate the head start. I can handle the rest on my own. No need. We technically have partial custody of you for 72 hours after removing you from a dangerous situation. You're our responsibility, and we care, kid. Plus, we're heroes. Helping people is our job, including other heroes. Yo gave a brief nod, shifting around a little in discomfort. Thank you. I appreciate it. No problem. Do you want to hear all the options now? We'll be awake a bit if you'd like to talk about it. Yo seemed to think about it for a moment, turning to look at Izuku. He just offered his boyfriend a supportive smile. He didn't mind staying up late and figuring out a plan. If Yo wanted to stay awake, Izuku was happily willing to do so. He made up his mind pretty quickly, turning back to shake his head. Let's talk after school tomorrow. I'm just happy to know I have options coming, you know? And I've got a test in English that I want to kick butt on. I don't need the distraction. You sure? One test isn't gonna kill you, kid. Hell, I could probably get it excused. No, Sir Shouta? School and becoming a hero are more important. Frankly, I've been ready for this since I started dating Izuku. Shouta's eyes narrowed. Izuku was certain he was trying to find some flaw or crack in Yo's demeanor to see how he really felt, but Izuku knew he wouldn't find it. His boyfriend was far more set on his goals and seemed to be happy worrying about school first. His dedication to his goals was something Izuku admired, as well as his control of his emotions. Izuku knew he'd be a wreck if this were all happening the other way around. Eventually, Shouta just sighed. Alright, if you're sure. Get to bed then, and we'll have a family meeting after school. We'll include Hitoshi and Eri if that's alright with you. Yeah, it's fine. They're family too. Shouta stood with a nod. Great. Get some sleep and keep the door open. No funny business. Izuku blushed, finally speaking up with a whine. Dad, stop it. We're not going to do anything. Shouta's eyes widened, and for a moment, Izuku had no idea why. It's not like he just said they were going to go canoodle under the sheets. What did I say? You called me Dad. Izuku's blush suddenly got worse, his cheeks turning bright red the more flustered he got. Sorry, I didn't notice. I guess I've been thinking about you guys like that for a little while. Is that okay? Shouta smiled fondly, reaching over to ruffle his curls. Yeah, good. Hizashi will be excited. Alright. Good night then. Izuku babbled out, quickly pulling Yo down the hall to hide from his dad. His boyfriend laughed at him, smirking at him once they were in Izuku's room. That was hilarious. You're so cute, all nervous. Oh, shush yourself. That was so embarrassing, he whined, flopping down on his bed. It wasn't that bad, and plus, now I get to go to bed thinking about how awkward that was. Yo snickered. I hate you. Nah, you don't, Yo said with a small kiss to Izuku's forehead that had them both blushing. Anyway, let's go to bed. We've got sheet going tomorrow. Izuku mumbled, already crawling under the blankets and ready to pass out. Good night. Sweet dreams, Aizu. The following day went just as Shouta was expecting it to, for the most part. He woke up before everyone else despite going to sleep after all of them. He went and checked on all the kids, glaring for a moment at the way Izuku and Yo were wrapped around each other. Made him want to split them apart before they could do some dumb, horny teenager bullshit. He let out a soft groan and went about the rest of his morning to get everyone to school on time. When they got there, he sent all the kids on their way and tracked down his boss to let him know about Yo's situation. Hitoshi looked ready to punch Yo's parents and quickly put a note on the kid's student file that his parents were dangerous and that he was in Shouta's temporary custody. It was enough to alleviate at least some of Shouta's stress so he could go about his day. Classes went smoothly, his students more or less behaving and getting their work done. He had a few stupid questions that were completely illogical. But with a well-placed glare, the heroes to be quit their shenanigans. Eventually, the end of the day was approaching, and Shouta was ready for his final class to be done despite having just started. He gave them an easy textbook assignment and crawled into his sleeping bag. Before he could get too comfortable, his phone started to vibrate with a call from Hitoshi. What? There's an emergency at the front desk. Shindou's father is here trying to pick up his kid. Shouta shouted, pulling down the zipper of his sleeping bag to dash out of the room. I'm on my way. He left his class stupefied, screaming at the teacher next door to keep an eye on his class as he ran down the halls. He really hoped someone else was there, keeping the man from taking Yo. The note on his file should have kept the front desk from allowing him to take him home. He could only imagine his worst nightmare, that he'd get there and Yo would be gone. And Izuku would be terrified. When he turned the corner, jogging up to the front desk, relief flooded through him. Yo was standing there, glaring down at his father while the staff at the desk flitted about nervously. The two Shindous were clearly in a standoff, the father trying to pull his son out of the building. We are leaving. I'm pulling you from this FNG school, and you will go somewhere so far away everyone will forget your effing name. No. I'm going to be a hero, and I'm not going anywhere. You can't legally take me right now. I know my rights, and you're being a moron. Now. Any relief Shouta was feeling prior was gone when he saw the father pull his arm back as he screamed. Don't you call me a moron, you effing brat. Yo's eyes widened in panic. Shouta knew the kid could easily stop him or dodge. He'd seen him train with Izuku many times. But he was too stunned that he was being punched by his father. And Shouta was too slow to stop him. The punch was loud, echoing throughout the room like a drum, and the crack of Yo's nose was just as loud. Shouta moved immediately, lashing out with his capture weapon and stepping in between them. That was a stupid move. You just assaulted your son in front of several witnesses. You again. I told you this is a family matter. Release me so I can take my son. No. And he was correct. He's currently under my protective custody. If you were to take him, I'd arrest you for kidnapping on top of the abuse I just witnessed. The man tried to puff, squirming in the capture weapon as he sneered at Shouta. You can't arrest me for disciplining my son. I can't, but you just broke his nose. That is abuse. Shouta turned to look at the staff at the front desk. Call the police, please. The man started to rage, desperate to rip through the capture weapon. He started his quirk, which seemed to be a weaker version of Yo's that began to spread vibrations through the floor. Shouta immediately triggered erasure. There was no way he was going to let the a-hole try to escape or hurt Yo again. He kept a tight grip on the father, marching over to deliver a swift blow to his head till the man crashed to the ground out cold. He used his capture weapon to subdue him, tossed the a-hole in one of the chairs at the front, and immediately returned to Yo. The kid was sitting on the floor, eyes hazy as one of his hands tried to stop himself from bleeding, and the other kept him propped up. Shouta walked over, kneeling in front of him and pulling a handkerchief out of his pocket to try to help the kid clean up. Yo finally looked up at him, pulling his frozen gaze from his father. Thank you, he whispered. No problem, kid. Let's get you off the floor and back to the nurse. They'll get you healed up. Yo tried to nod, but he flinched, clearly in pain. It broke Shouta's heart. The kid was usually so sure of himself, confident, bright, and clever. He was a good kid, and seeing him with blood gushing down his nose, and stupefied fear in his eyes triggered something deeply protective in Shouta that he usually only felt for his own kids. He took Yo's hand and pulled him onto his feet, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Yo didn't even try to put on an act, leaning into him so Shouta could help him to the nurse's office. But before they could get very far, Hizashi rounded the corner in front of them, followed by Izuku as they bounded over to them. Oh, what happened? Izuku shrieked, immediately hovering around them as he tried to assess his boyfriend. Hizashi did the same thing, and it made Shouta smile. They really were very much alike for not even being related, and despite the circumstances, he chuckled. Both of you calm down. It's just a broken nose. Yo is tough, and I'm going to get him taken care of. Don't worry, Izuku. Your dad helped me. I'm so glad, Izuku sighed out in relief. But before any of them could relax too much, Izuku saw the father knocked out across the lobby. His eyes immediately darkened, an uncharacteristic glare on his face. He did this, didn't he? He did. But really, I'm alright. Shouta said he'd be arrested, and we still have those options, right? Don't worry too much. Izuku turned his glare on Yo, and Shouta almost laughed at how Yo's eyes widened. Don't minimize this. You might be kinda okay, but he hurt you. Your father. It's okay to be upset or cry or scream. You don't have to just be alright, Yo. I know. I'll freak out later, okay? At home. But this really hurts. Izuku melted, and Shouta smiled. They really were good together, even if it drove him totally nuts. He knew he was protective of Izuku and that Yo was a good kid. But sometimes, he couldn't help but slip into the role of a suspicious father. But it wasn't the time for any of that. The kids adored each other, and Yo was hurting. Izuku, take Yo's other side and help him to the nurse. I'm going to handle the police. Then we'll all go home, order takeout, and we'll take care of this. Together. Izuku smiled at him, throwing his arms around Shouta in a quick hug while he whispered, "Thanks, Dad." Then he swung his arm around Yo and helped him down the hall. He watched them walk away, seeing the way Izuku doted on him and how Yo relaxed with Izuku by his side. Shouta couldn't help the fond smile on his face. "Oh, look at you. So soft, Sho," Hizashi teased. "Oh, shut it. I've got an a-hole to deal with." "Yeah, I know. Go take care of the JRK, and I'll go with the kids. Try not to kill him." Shouta smirked, letting himself show a rare display of affection as he pressed his forehead to Hizashi's. No promises. The timing was perfect, just as several cops burst into the door. Shouta marched over to them, giving them his statement and directing them to the staff members at the front desk. They left with a copy of the surveillance tapes and Shindou Yashiki in cuffs. Yo felt a little bit like he was in a haze. Acceptance and denial were constantly at war within him, as if it was a territorial dispute for what would take over his body. He was doing his best to mask it. Izuku didn't need even more shit to deal with. His family drama wasn't that important in the grand scheme of things. After all, his parents had always been assholes. Yo always knew there would come a day when he'd leave and never look back. His dad was a D-dash and his mother was a beach. They cared about social status too much, totally ignorant of how they treated others. Yo hated it. It was one of the many reasons he wanted to be a hero, to give back to the world when his parents had only ever been interested in themselves. Leaving at this point in his life felt natural. He would be graduating at the end of the year, starting his life as a pro hero. It was the future he'd fought so hard for, and getting away from them was a gift. It made it so easy to accept everything that had happened. But that didn't stop the denial, doubt, and hurt. His father looked at him like he was utterly disgusting. Yo was just waiting for a slur to be spit out of his hateful mouth. But he knew his parents considered themselves too good for words like that. It didn't make the fear any worse. And then his father showed up at his school, making the school call him out of his class to pull him from heroics and hide him away to fix him as if he was some disgusting creature. It made him want to puke. As much as his parents had always been awful, they'd never looked at him like that. It was usually a glare reserved for others. Only rarely did Yo let himself slip enough to earn their distaste and disappointment. But he had to move on from that. They were horrible people. He tried to tell himself he didn't care how they felt. His reserve started to falter. First, Aizawa was on a warpath. The way he took no shit from his parents during either confrontation made him feel a parental protection he'd never experienced before. It broke down that first wall he kept up. The ruse of confidence and his uncaring attitude started to falter. Then, Izuku was so sweet. He had the cutest boyfriend in the world, hurrying him off to the nurse and making sure he got healed along with some pain medicine. He hovered over him, his big green eyes full of love and concern that melted Yo's tough exterior and made him feel all warm and gooey. The final nail to the coffin was dinner that night. They insisted on stopping at Yo's favorite restaurant in the city, a cute little traditional eatery on the outskirts of town. It wasn't anywhere near their house, and it required at least 20 extra minutes of driving. But no matter how much Yo argued, Hizashi wouldn't relent until they were sitting in their house around the dining table. It was a simple house, and it was evident since the first time Yo visited that they just moved in. There were a couple boxes still unpacked, art and photos sitting in their frames as they leaned against the wall, having not been hung up yet. But everything was warm, and all of them were such good people. They didn't care about appearances, not like his pretentious parents. Eri's giggles were adorable as always, Hitoshi's sarcasm and wit just as sharp as ever. Izuku's clever mumblings echoed around the walls as Hizashi and Shouta bickered. All of the sounds were like music to his ears. Yo wanted nothing more than to shut off his emotions. He always kept a smooth smile on his face and mystery in his eyes. People would know his weaknesses if he was too much of an open book. And his parents always reminded him to only show the world his best face. Not who he really was. But it was all too much. He broke as an uncharacteristic tear started to stream down his cheek. Yo wiped it away immediately, his eyes flicking around the dinner table as he desperately hoped no one saw his moment of vulnerability. Unfortunately for him, Shouta was looking right at him. He gave him a head nod, short and barely perceptible. But it was acknowledgement enough that Shouta understood. It didn't surprise Yo really. In some ways, he thought he was pretty similar to Aizawa. They both surrounded themselves with open people who often wore their hearts on their sleeves so that they didn't have to. The only difference was that Yo's mask was a smirk, and Aizawa's was a feigned look of disinterest. Before Yo could go too far down that path, Shouta cleared his voice. Alright, I think it's time we address the elephant in the room. Eri tilted her head like a puppy, her eyebrows furrowing with confusion. There isn't an elephant in here, Daddy. Izuku laughed, bright and free, as he patted her head. It's just a figure of speech. It means there's something obvious that needs to be addressed. She hummed while she considered his words. What's the elephant then? Shindou's parents and his living situation. What's wrong with his parents? Eri asked. They're not great, Eri, Yo said, looking down at his food as he poked at it with his chopsticks. They don't want me to live there anymore, so we're figuring out what to do. Well, you live here now. Obviously. Eri stopped that. He gets to make his own decision no matter what any of us may or may not want, Shouta reprimanded. No, it's all right. She's fine. And I'm open to whatever choices there are. All right, well, the first option is someone takes guardianship of you. You're 17, easily old enough to have a say, and with the backing of the school, we could find you someone you wanted to go to. Another family member, a friend, someone else you trust. Right, got it? You could go to a group home run by the government, they're pretty common, and there would be many other teenagers. Although, it would be a different crowd than you're used to. Not necessarily a bad thing, but totally up to you. All right, Yo said with a slow nod. He hadn't considered something like that, but living in a home with a bunch of strangers did not sound like his best option. And lastly, you could apply for emancipation. All we would need to do is prove that you're better off without your parents, which is easy. And you'd have to prove you can sustain yourself with money and a place to live. Yo immediately perked up. Emancipation sounded perfect. I like that idea. Then I won't have to burden anyone. And I'm fully capable of taking care of myself. I figured you would prefer that option. Just saying you can take care of yourself is one thing. Actually proving it is another. Nah, I can do it. I did a work study last semester with a local hero that paid great. I have a ton of savings, and I'm sure she'd let me work with her again. Shouta nodded. That should work, maybe. I don't know a lot of the inner workings of the emancipation process. But tomorrow we have an appointment after school with a social worker who can help. Are you all right with that? Yeah, that's fine. Can we bring Izuku? Or is it a me and you thing only? Anyone can come. It will be at the school anyway. Yo leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a brief moment as he took a deep breath. The relief was intense as he kept the tears at bay. He felt so warm. Aizawa worked so quickly, taking care of all the research in just a day or two. It made him feel all sentimental and soft as he opened his eyes. Izuku was looking concerned, his hand reaching out to take Yo's. You okay? This is a good thing, right? Yeah, it is. Just a lot, I guess, Yo replied, trying to give his boyfriend a reassuring smile before turning back to Aizawa. Thank you for the help, Aizawa. Didn't I tell you to call me Shouta? Yes, sorry. But still, thank you. I appreciate the help. Shouta shrugged it off, but Yo could see him smiling. It's not finished yet, kid. Thank me later. We've still got a social worker to talk to and a whole lot of paperwork. It'll go fine, I'm sure. I'll be fine. Shouta laughed. Yeah, don't get cocky. It's going to be annoying. I can handle it, especially with you guys having my back. Everyone was struck by the honesty in his voice, and Yo knew it rattled them a little. He was usually all smooth comments followed by a teasing smirk, but he was genuine this time. But the silence was broken when Eri jumped up in her seat. "We'll kick that paperwork's butt together. Go, team." Everyone chuckled, her spirit getting rid of the weird awkwardness surrounding their dinner table. With calm smiles on their faces, their meal continued, and the evening went on until they were tucked into their beds and preparing for the following day. Yo was sitting at a big conference table, Shouta and Hizashi on one side of him and Izuku on the other. He was holding his boyfriend's hand, Izuku squeezing it surprisingly tight as if he was the one who was about to make a huge life change. But he smiled at his boyfriend nonetheless. Izuku was always taking on other people's problems, and it shouldn't have surprised Yo that he was even more worried than he was. It was just one of those things about him that made Izuku so DMN special. Even if it also sometimes made him a total emotional wreck for taking the weight on other people's shoulders. Yo just gave him back a reassuring smile, squeezing his hand back to get his boyfriend to relax a little. When Izuku's grip lessened, he realized he was successful just in time for the door to open and his boyfriend to grip him even tighter. The person who walked in was not at all like Yo was expecting. He thought the social worker would be some sweet middle-aged lady who looked kind but overworked. Instead, what they got was a young person, maybe even only 25, with silver hair and a soft presence. They had traditionally masculine features, but their clothes were traditionally feminine, a sweater and a frilly skirt. "Hello, I'll be your caseworker. My name is Soma Yuki. You may call me Yuki. Also, I should mention I use they/them pronouns." They all stood to bow, Yuki bowing back as they sat down. "Thank you for meeting with us. I'm Aizawa-Yamada, hero name Eraserhead. I currently have temporary custody of Shindou You following an altercation and dangerous situation with his family." "Yes, thank you. I was already sent the video evidence and statements you provided. Thank you for that. It should make this process much quicker. It's quite obvious that Shindou wouldn't be safe there." "Correct. Thank you for looking over it at all." Yuki smiled, soft and supportive as they looked around everyone else in the room. "It's my pleasure. It's my job and I'm happy to do it." Then they turned to Yo. "Now, have you had some options explained to you already? I'm told you want to go through with emancipation." "Yes, that's right. Shouta explained some options to me last night, and seeing as how there isn't really anyone I'd want to be my guardian, and I'm close to graduating, and with hero work study, I can support myself." "Understood. I think with your school history, chosen career, and the obvious evidence against your parents, this should be a relatively easy case. Most judges will see this and grant it immediately, assuming your parents don't push against it." Yo's veins froze over. What do you mean? My parents can fight it." "They can. Do you think they'll try to?" "In that case, we should find more evidence or get more statements. Anything you think would be pertinent or helpful to your case." I don't know," Yo stuttered out. The confidence and relief he'd had earlier started to waver. He honestly had no idea if they would try to fight it. On the one hand, losing their child would be seen as a failure. Everyone would talk, and his parents would hate that. But on the other hand, sweeping it under the rug wouldn't be a surprise either. "Well, there's no reason to panic yet, all right?" they said, smiling. "For now, let's get the first stuff taken care of. These are the forms to file for emancipation. We will provide you with a lawyer to help with your case should this go to trial." "A good lawyer?" Hizashi questioned. "They work very hard for the children in our system. I promise you'll be in good hands." Yo nodded. "Alright, that makes sense. Great. Before we get into the tedium of paperwork, you'll need a temporary guardian while your case is processed. Would you like to stay in the care of the Aizawa-Yamada family?" Yo's uncertainty returned a little as he turned to look at his boyfriend's dads. They were great men and good heroes. They would probably never turn him away. But Yo would have to be blind not to notice the protective, dad, glare that Shouta often fixed him with. Shouta surprised him, however, with a fierce nod. "We'd be happy to take care of that for the time being. Assuming that's what Yo wants." He asked with a pet eyebrow. "You could probably choose Joke instead, if you'd prefer." "I'd like to stay with you guys." "That should be fine. After school today we'll take you to get your things. Will your parents be there?" "I doubt it. They usually work late." "Sounds good, kid. Thanks, guys. For everything. What did I say last night? Thank me when it's over." Yuki smiled at them. "It'll be over before you know it. Hopefully, all you'll have to worry about is a mountain of paperwork. And if there comes to be more, we'll worry about that when the time comes. Yo let out a sigh of relief with a nod, picking up a pen as Yuki slid over a pile of paperwork to himself and a smaller pile to Shouta. They spent the next 30 minutes going through it, filling everything out, and asking questions here and there. Yo's hand hurt by the time they were finished, and he was ready to get out of that cramped conference room. Unfortunately, that meant it was time to go get his things. Thankfully, when they arrived, his parents weren't home. It was easy to get in, getting the spare key from its hiding place to get into the house. He threw his stuff in his duffel bag, grabbing up his school backpack so he wouldn't have to deal with using the spare copies at the school. The last thing he grabbed was an old set of pictures with family members and friends and even his parents. He stared at it for a moment before he felt a hand slip into his, and he turned to look at Izuku. "You okay, babe?" "Yeah, it just feels weird. It's a lot and sudden, you know? I always figured I'd just ghost them when I moved out. Maybe talk to them like once every 10 years. But I thought it would be on my own terms." "I get it," Izuku said with an understanding smile and a squeeze of his hand. "This is still your choice though. And it's all still up to you." "Yeah, you're right. Let's just go home. This place isn't enough for me anymore, especially now that I'm moving in with my favorite hero," Yo said with a wink. It brought the cutest blush out of Izuku's cheeks, and his freckles looked like beautiful constellations. It was easy to ignore the stress while watching his boyfriend be adorably flustered. "You're doing that just to mess with me." "Maybe, but you're cute and it makes me feel better." Izuku rolled his eyes, but his smile was bright, and his eyes were shining with amusement. "I guess I'll forgive you for teasing me then." "Good, wouldn't want your dads to kick me out." "They would never." "Yeah, we'll find out, I guess. You ready to take me home?" "Yeah." Yo smiled at him, letting Izuku pull him through his parents' house. It felt cold and unfamiliar as he left for the last time. The family portraits looked fake. The modern furniture that used to look fancy felt staged and dull. As they walked out the front doors, he looked back one last time, and with a sad smile, he walked away, feeling a little bit lost but finally free. With Izuku's grip on his hand, he was reminded that at least he wasn't alone. Izuku thought things were slowing down. After everything with Yo's situation was mostly handled, they all found a nice, comfortable rhythm. They all went to school together, spent their evenings working and hanging. Yo fit in easily, and their routine didn't change much. And thankfully, there were only about 2 weeks left in the processing of Izuku's adoption. They were all breathing much easier. Until, of course, Izuku walked into school one day, and the whole place was going haywire. Everyone was running around like crazy people, carrying banners he couldn't quite read, and all the students were in their gym gear. He looked at his dad with a questioning glance. "What's going on?" "Oh shit." "What?" Hitoshi asked, his eyes narrowing. Yo immediately started to laugh, hiding his eyes behind his hand as he barely calmed down enough to ask a question. How the hell do you guys not know?" "Not know what?" Well, tomorrow is the sports festival?" Hizashi chuckled out. "What?" Izuku and Hitoshi screeched at the same time. "Meh, it's not a big deal," Yo said. "Sometimes I forget you guys are all used to you. It's just a normal teeny sports festival here. There won't be some big arena, and it's not aired on TV. It's just normal. Don't worry about it so much." "Don't worry about it? How am I supposed to not worry about it? It's a huge event. And I want to win," Izuku declared, playfully glaring at his boyfriend. "Seriously, it's not a huge event, Aizu." "Well, I'm going to win either way. Even if I had no idea it was happening," Izuku grumbled. "Really, though, how come no one said anything? It's really not a big thing here, you know? It's more like a fun competition to go up against our friends and maybe impress our teachers. And we've all been going through it, babe. No surprise we spaced it," Yo said, waving it off and starting down the hall. Izuku's eyes narrowed with determination, his confident smile spreading across his lips as he turned to his family. "I'm going to win. I can finally focus on school again, and I'm going to show everyone what I'm made of." Hizashi smiled, ruffling his hair. "Sure thing, broccoli baby. We'll be rooting for you and your brother." "Yeah, what the hell? Maybe I want to win," Hitoshi complained, teasing with mock offense and a smirk on his face. "Well, you better get ready then. 'Cause tomorrow, I'm going to give it my all." "Glad to hear it," Hitoshi said as he sauntered off towards their classroom. Izuku quickly caught up to him, immediately starting a steady stream of mumbles. Strategies were pouring out of him at record time with the sudden realization that school was still there and still mattered. Yo might have said it wasn't a big deal, but Izuku needed this. The boost to his confidence and a show of his strength to the rest of the world would make him feel a million times better. Because even if it wasn't on TV, Izuku knew people were always watching. And the sports festival would be the perfect place to show off and win his confidence back. The following day, Izuku stood in one of the vast training fields with the other second years at Ketsubutsu. There were bleachers on one end of the field with some teachers and parents, but Izuku was shocked to see that Yo was right. For the most part, it seemed to be a pretty standard event. He was buzzing with energy and anticipation, his competitive side taking control as he watched everyone else around him and tried to assess students' quirks in other classes. But no one else seemed to have any of that. Some of the other Hero Corps students were pumped up, but most seemed to just be happy to be out of class. But Izuku didn't mind. He wasn't going to put any less effort in. This was an opportunity to prove how strong he was to himself and his peers. Even after being beaten down from so many directions, he was determined to rise. It was the best way to combat his crippling self-doubt and anxiety. And hopefully, with a hard-fought victory, he would get some of his confidence and determination back after such a hard few weeks. His attention was pulled from his own internal pep talk when Hitoshi took to the stage. Second years. Hopefully, you're all ready to kick some butt today. He cheered, getting shouts from the students in return. We're going to have 3 events to pit you all against each other. Everything is fair game, but no unnecessary violence. If anyone takes it too far, they will be immediately disqualified. Hitoshi paused for just a moment, letting the crowd settle down before speaking again. Our first event will be a game of tag. There are 5 third years here who will start out as IT. If they tag you, your wristbands will change color, and you will become it. You cannot leave the boundaries of the training field, and you cannot fly more than 100 meters over the ground at any time. When 32 students remain, the horn will go off, and the first round will be over. Now, get in your places. We begin in 5 minutes. The students all scrambled to their designated section of the field, getting as far from the third years as possible. Finally, everyone was getting excited. Izuku could feel everyone buzzing as they waited the 5 minutes until the 10-second countdown began. With each passing moment, people got more and more antsy, twitching and squirming in place until finally, the loudspeaker blared that it was time to start. Izuku was faster than everyone else, triggering float immediately and shooting himself up into the sky to hover over the rest of the training field. Then, everyone was finally moving. The third years were fast, immediately targeting non-Hero Corps students until half the field had already been tagged. Izuku luckily easily avoided people. Anyone with the mobility to reach him couldn't also handle his speed, strength, and black whip. Truthfully, he only had to put in minimal effort. Izuku spent most of his time watching the field below him. Hitoshi had brainwashed at least 10 already tagged people who just made a wall around him to keep him from being tagged. It was a great strategy, and Izuku couldn't help but appreciate it, even if Hitoshi was currently his enemy. Other students were using their quirks in various offensive and defensive strategies. Izuku's friends were just fine. Haruta was just flying around like Izuku, his wings easily keeping him out of the fray. Miyasato was just dodging everyone with their own shadows. And Misaki and Mistugu were fighting off anyone who got close with their quirks. He was so focused on his friends he hadn't even noticed how quickly the time went by. Before he knew it, the buzzer was blaring throughout the field. Round 1 complete. 32 students remain for round 2. Congrats to the winners, Joke announced, smiling out at her. Students. Almost Izuku's entire class was in the next round, and most of Class B as well. Hitoshi then grabbed the loudspeaker. If you didn't win, focus on what you can improve. Come find a teacher if you want advice. Then he shoved it back at her. Joke rolled her eyes. Thanks for such inspiring words from our principal. Next up is Team Capture the Flag. 2 teams of 16 will face off for who can retrieve the opposing team's flag and bring it back to their own territory. The winning side will advance to a battle royale for the last person standing. You have 20 minutes for the training field to be prepared before the next round starts. Find your team on the board. 2 things happened simultaneously. The field started to shift, separating into 2 clearer halves. The mechanics beneath started to sprint up obstacles and walls in the square kilometer area to provide cover and hiding spots. The board also lit up, names separated into 2 lists for Team A and Team B. Izuku was beyond relieved when he saw his brother's name with his on Team A. He didn't want to go up against Hitoshi until the last round. He also noticed that Haruta and Misaki were on his list as well. They would be incredible opponents, and he was beyond excited. They only needed to win Capture the Flag. Their team formed a huddle about 10 minutes before the event would begin. Izuku was ready to start deliberating with his team when Haruta spoke up. I think our strategy is obvious, right? Or am I crazy? Hitoshi snorted. Nah, it's obvious. Someone from Class B groaned but nodded. It makes the most sense, even if it is boring. What's obvious? Izuku asked, brows furrowed as he looked around at the circle they made. Misaki rolled her eyes but gave him a fond smile. Sometimes, you're the smartest dumb person I know. Our plan is you. Just me. Duh, Hitoshi said. No one on their team can keep up with your speed in the slightest. Haruta maybe could have, but he ended up on our team. Alright, so what's the plan then? Easy, broccoli, Misaki said with a smirk. You're going to fly me over there and drop me on their flag. I'll set off a current big enough to stun them all for at least a few seconds, and you're just going to sweep in and steal it. But won't they be ready for me? It's obvious I'm going to be an offensive player, and they might have come up with something clever. Won't matter, a girl from Class B said. None of them will be able to fight you off well anyway. They're going to send their best fighters to take our flag because they can't just play defense. We have the advantage. Izuku nodded along, looking down at his feet as he tried to calculate every possible outcome. He came to a similar conclusion as the rest of their team. Alright, I agree. I think Haruta should fly with me. Just in case I need the backup or more eyes in the sky. Haruta smirked, smacking Izuku on the back. Hell yeah, dude. I got ya. We're going to smoke Team B. The rest of the team smiled, confidence pouring off them as they looked to Izuku to lead their mission. Their trust in him flooded away any lingering doubt, and he was ready to win. For them, he couldn't let them down. Izuku made a fist and gave them all a look of pure determination. We'll do this. As a team. I'll need all of your support and your defense of our flag. But I promise I won't let you down. They all cheered, patting each other's backs as Hitoshi and a few others took their flag to hide it as far from the other team as possible. Izuku, Haruta, and Misaki all snuck forward, keeping hidden so the opposing team wouldn't be able to see their starting positions. The moment the buzzer blared, Izuku scooped Misaki into his arms, pushed off the ground with one for all, and flew straight over the stadium with float. Already several offensive quirks were being shot at him, and he could barely dodge them all. Haruta was on his heels, a second pair of eyes as they desperately looked for any sign of the flag. Unfortunately for the other team, all their defenders made the location far too obvious with a bird's eye view. Izuku swooped down in the blink of an eye, dropping Misaki once they were a safe distance from the ground. She hit the ground rolling, springing up onto her feet before she held her arms out and immediately started to act the defenders. The electric current pouring off her skin got all 6 of them at least slightly incapacitated. With his quirk flowing within him, Izuku immediately shot down and stole the flag from where it was hidden. And within another second, he was racing back towards his side of the field. He dodged several quirks, but there were more than last time. Their offense pulled back and began attacking Izuku, sending all kinds of sheet at him. There were fireballs, giant spears, and huge gusts of wind that almost threw him out of bounds and lost the game for them. Izuku barely dodged it in time, but it threw him right into the path of a lightning bolt shot by a girl from Class B. Izuku squeezed his eyes closed, bracing for impact. Except at the last second, Haruta swooped in and took the shot for him. His friends started falling to the ground, and immediately Izuku panicked. Black Whip shot out of his hand that wasn't holding the flag and pulled Haruta to the safety of Izuku's arms as he just crossed the territory line into their side of the field. The round ended immediately, joke announcing Team A as the winners barely reached Izuku's ears as he flew across the field with Haruta in his arms to the nurse's booth. He laid him down on a bed and got out of the way the instant the nurse shooed him away. But Izuku couldn't help but hover, ignoring the announcements. His whole body was shaking with fear as he watched the woman check him out before putting her hands on his cheeks and flowing her energy into him. Is he going to be alright? Izuku stuttered out. Of course he is. Mizushima's quirk isn't all that strong. He'll be aching for a few days, but he should be fine. Are you sure? He took that hit for me. No, boy, he took it for your team. Don't carry a burden that's not yours to hold. Haruta made his choice and acted for your group. It was the wisest decision. Izuku squeezed his hands into fists, his hands trembling as he looked at the ground. I should have been strong enough that he didn't have to take it in the first place. No, Midoriya. You'll often be up against more than one adversary, and using teamwork to be victorious is always the correct choice. Remember that. And you would take a hit for anyone. Else yes? Don't blame yourself. If you're so worried, go out there and win for Haruta." He nodded hesitantly, leaving the nurse's tent. Izuku didn't wholly agree with her, but he understood her point. 16 people were aiming their quirks at him to the best of their ability. One of them was bound to get a good shot in, and Haruta made the choice to give them the best chance at winning. It made sense. Izuku could hear Shouta's voice echoing in his head. It was only logical. With a sigh, he made his way back to the event. The other 14 members of Team A were all separated through various areas of the arena, the obstacles all still in place so that Izuku could only see a few of them, but he could sense the rest of them. He was practically in a daze, struggling with the residual guilt still lingering from Haruta taking that hit for him. But Izuku didn't have the time to dwell on it too long before a giant horn rang throughout the field as the final round started. Before he even knew what was happening, the entire group launched at him all at once as a coordinated assault. Other students were coming from every corner, but he was ready for it. They were too organized not to be prepared to launch an all-out attack. Izuku was too quick for most of them. Several of them went out almost immediately, Black Whip throwing 5 of them out of the arena as he prioritized getting rid of everyone with long-range quirks. Once all of them were gone, he focused on removing the slow people. He quickly knocked them unconscious with a few well-placed hits and one for all at 50%. It was almost like he was on autopilot. It was painfully easy until there were only 4 students left: Hitoshi, Misaki, and 2 students from Class B. They descended on him all at once, the 2 members from Class B using their quirks to attempt to subdue him. One of them could freeze a single part of someone's body if they could see it well. Izuku's right arm locked up right before he was about to punch the other boy, whose quirk was water-based, just as Izuku felt a colossal wave crash against him, almost knocking him over without the use of his arm for balance. It was all they needed to do to throw him off his game, with Hitoshi asking a question at just the right moment. "I know you really wanted to win, but how upset will you be if I do?" Izuku barely responded. It wasn't even a word, more like a grunt as he fixed an annoying glare on his brother. But it was enough. And suddenly, Izuku was pulled into Hitoshi's quirk. "Leave the arena as fast as you can," Hitoshi ordered. But Izuku was already panicking. His head was reeling with disappointment and anger directed at himself that he'd let himself fall into an obvious trap. He was too confident, knowing that none of the other students really stood a chance against him. And all that emotion was fueling one for all. Still, though, Hitoshi's quirk was gripping him. He pushed off his feet and started flying towards the edge of the field. But his fear mounted right before he flew out, one for all pushing Hitoshi out of his mind just in time for Izuku to quickly point with his fingers and use a massive gust of wind to keep himself in the arena. The small crowd gasped and cheered, Izuku smiling at the adrenaline pulsing through him that he'd really saved himself. He hit the ground running, then pushed off with his legs to float above the last 4 left. Izuku smiled at them, pride and joy burning through him. "That was a great try, guys. Really. But I need to win this." He'd learned his lesson not to get close, and instead he used Black Whip to chase the rest down and toss them out of the field. It only took another minute before the buzzer blared throughout the area. Round 3 over. Midoriya Izuku wins. Izuku's previous feelings of inadequacy were washed away with the wave of love that came crashing down all around him. It was like a clean slate, the dirt and grime of his self-loathing gone as the small crowd cheered. His friends were screaming and clapping. The other students all seemed impressed but unsurprised. And it felt so good, euphoric, almost as he was put on a pedestal and given a gold medal that looked so much like the one Katsuki won last year. Ketsubutsu may not be UA, and the competition was less demanding, but it still felt incredible to equate himself to his best friend, the person he'd always seen as strong. On top of that, everyone looked so proud as he scanned the crowd. His eyes were shining in the afternoon sunlight, a blinding smile on his face as he got just a little teary from the overwhelming feeling that he could do it. The first wave of emotion hit when he saw Haruta standing in the crowd. He was clearly a little banged up, but he was cheering with just as much enthusiasm as everyone else, flashing a smirk and a thumbs up in Izuku's direction. The second wave caught him when he finally found his family in the stands. They were all beaming at him with huge grins. Hizashi looked like he was about to burst out in sobs, waving his hands frantically and chanting Izuku's name. Eri jumped up and down, screaming with Hizashi as she giggled hysterically. Hitoshi was even smiling an uncharacteristically huge grin, looking so proud that Izuku was his brother. And Shouta looked like he'd seen the most amazing thing he'd ever seen. His smile was small, but Izuku could see the glimmer of tears swimming in his eyes as he waved at him and joined the rest of the family in their chanting. It was amazing what victory and validation did for his self-esteem. He'd shown his strength, his quirks working so well together after all the training he'd put into being the best he could be. Maybe he still had a lot to learn, but at that moment, all he felt was confidence that with the help of his new support system, he'd show all the people that ever doubted him by being the greatest hero. Once they were done with the closing ceremonies, Izuku hit the ground running as he sprinted to his family. Tears were streaming behind him, his heart racing, and a beaming grin on his face. Eri ran to meet him, and he was too excited to wait the few extra steps as he reached out with a black whip and brought her into a crushing hug. She shrieked in between giggles, holding him tight as he spun around in a circle. "Zuku, you did it! You won!" "Damn right I did," Izuku laughed, loud and free. Hizashi reached him next, throwing his arms around both of them and lifting them off the ground with a massive hug. "Aizu, my baby, you won. I'm so effing proud." Eri was a mess of giggles at their dads. Cursing, Izuku laughing along with her as Hizashi put them down just in time for Hitoshi to have sauntered over to casually join the group hug. Hitoshi tried to play it cool with a scoff, but Izuku saw the way he happily melted into Hizashi's side. And Shouta buried his smiling face in Izuku's curls as they all curled around each other in a mess of laughter and tears. Izuku eventually started to squirm, pulling away until they all had settled down. He looked around at all of them before giving them a small smile. It was soft and vulnerable, something only for his family as he blushed just a little. Thank you guys. For supporting me and cheering me on and stuff. Always, kiddo. We're your family. And this way we got to live vicariously through you. Relive our glory days. Hey, I'm going to win next year. I don't need to live through Izuku. Yeah, you are, Hito. Eri cheered. Shouda's eyes narrowed. You've got some training to do to beat your brother. But I'll help you. You'd help him beat me? Have to represent the non-combative quirks. The betrayal. Eri giggled, jumping up into Izuku's arms. I won't betray you, Aizu. Thanks, Eri. I knew someone still loved me. Izuku made a show of stomping back towards the school, making their way to the other side of the building as the rest of their family followed him to the third year's training field, where they had their own sports festival. They got there just in time for the last few facing off. Izuku's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Yo was still on the field against 3 other third years that Izuku didn't recognize. But Yo did not look happy. He was panting, glaring down one of the girls with burning hatred in his eyes. Izuku was suddenly afraid for the girl. Yo was pretty laid back, with an air of easy confidence, and had a very hard-to-shake sense of calm. Yo stood tall despite even all the crap with his mom and dad. But he'd never made a face like that. He looked like he wanted to rip the girl apart, limb from limb. The other 2 students had backed away from them, aware that some sheet was about to go down just as Yo launched at her, unrelentlessly attacking as he tried to combat him with her own quirk. It looked like she had a mild speed quirk, blocking all of his sheet over and over again. But Yo's quirk was slowing her down, the vibrations from the blocked hit running through her until her knees gave out, and Yo dished out the finishing blow. He turned to the other 2, his fury only dipping a little as he quickly took them out as well, the training center then echoing with his name when he was announced the winner. Everyone cheered as they did for him, but their family clearly felt unsettled. It was clear something was wrong, even though most others didn't notice. But they screamed nevertheless, Eri clapping her tiny hands as Yo was taken up on the pedestal and presented with the same medal that Izuku was wearing. It made his heart flutter dangerously, their matching wins bringing a more genuine smile to his face despite being worried about whatever upset Yo. When his boyfriend finally found all of them, he softened, smiling at them all and waving while they finished up the final speeches to wrap up the third year's last sports festival. Izuku wished Yo would have soaked it in more. It was a big moment after all, but he was clearly antsy to join them. And the second they wrapped up, Yo was jogging over to them to pull both Eri and Izuku into a hug. He buried his head into Yo's chest, who nuzzled into Izuku's curls, uncaring that Eri was caught between them. The girl soaked up the affection anyway. The embrace lasted longer than he expected, though, eventually making Izuku worry. You okay? What happened? Yo let out a groan and squeezed him tighter. That girl in my class, Muramoto, was talking shit about you and us. Normally it doesn't bother me, but it got way too FNG personal. Eri bonked him on the head. That's a bad word. Yo chuckled, pulling away. Sorry, Eri. That girl was mean to your brother, so I got mad. Alright, that's okay then, she nodded. Izuku smiled at her before turning back to Yo. What did she say? Just a bunch of bullshit about me using you cause you're the chosen one and that you're not even that strong. She thought she could shake me if she set me off. Too bad for her, I'm a protective boyfriend, Yo said with a dark smirk on his lips. Izuku barely suppressed the chills that ran through him. Luckily, he promptly forgot about being a healthy teenage boy with Eri in his arms as Hitoshi and his dads both congratulated Yo. The happy little buzz of their family was the perfect background to his inner thoughts, finally feeling stronger and more self-assured. Objectively, he knew he was strong. Very few people could even manage to keep with him at this point in his quirk development and training. Izuku knew that he could beat most people. But actually proving to himself it could be done was more impactful than he imagined, especially with all of his loved ones seeing it happen. And the rest of the world too. Izuku had no doubt that both the League and the HPSC probably had enough information and eyes to hear about how strong he'd gotten. Izuku had to remind himself not to get cocky. There was still so much at risk. But some of the anxiety was easing away. And the way Shouta looked at him helped. His dad looked proud beyond belief. A slight head nod as they walked out of school was the only acknowledgement he needed that he'd surpassed expectations. Izuku rode that high the rest of the evening. They went home, and Yamada and Eri cooked a massive meal for both victors. Izuku and Yo played video games with Hitoshi so he could kick their butt and feel better about his loss today. He was a bit of a sore winner, but they all laughed as Hitoshi rubbed his superior skills in their face. Dinner was a totally normal event despite the residual excitement from Yo and Izuku's victories. They chatted about their battles, but things started to get calmer as they all had full tummies and peace in their hearts. Izuku tried to clean up, but Hitoshi and Shouta shooed him away. The final piece of their night was watching movies in the living room before their dads sent them all off to bed. Izuku thought it would be hard to sleep with everything buzzing around in his head, but he sank into sleep quickly. The warmth from the bed seeped into him, the sheets soft against his skin and the cool air from the fan rustling his curls. Yo's arms wrapped around him loosely, his breath evening out almost immediately after a long day. The sports festival had been exhausting, and the fatigue was intense as Izuku watched his boyfriend drift off to sleep. His eyelids fluttered closed, his lips curled softly in a tiny smile. Sleep stole him away with one of the most peaceful nights of sleep he'd had in a while. When Izuku woke up the following day, his bed was empty, and noise echoed throughout the house. He could hear Eri's peals of giggles and someone's wailing groans. He figured it must not be too serious if his little sister sounded so happy. So he took his time rolling out of bed to throw on leggings and a hoodie before wandering into the kitchen. The whole room was a disaster, flour all over the place, including Eri and Hizashi. Yo and Shouta were standing back watching while Hizashi tried to clean up, and Eri rolled around in the flour to make flour angels. Good morning? Everyone turned to look at him. Eri was about to run and hug him when Hizashi scooped her up. Oh no, little missy. You're not getting your brother dirty. You're helping me clean up. Papa, why? She whined. You helped him make the mess, so you're helping him clean it up. I'm going to go buy some pancake mix. Shouta started to walk out the door, and Izuku saw the perfect opportunity. Wait, Dad, can Yo and I go buy it? Just a quick walk to the market. Izuku, no dash. Come no please. It's really close, and you're going to let us go on a date next week anyway. We'll be super careful. Shouta let out a huff, his eyes darting between Yo, Izuku, and Hizashi. He finally let out a sigh and rolled his eyes. Fine. Don't take more than 20 minutes. Call me if something happens. Nothing's going to happen. We'll be super quick. Then he grabbed Yo's hands and pulled him towards the front door before his dads could change their opinions. His boyfriend laughed at him but still followed Izuku's lead to put on their shoes and head out the door. Their fingers found each other right away, intertwined as they walked down the street. The air was sweet, and the wind was quiet but peaceful. Not many cars were driving by, and Izuku couldn't be happier. His heart felt free and light, and finally, things were looking to be better. Izuku could feel contentment buzzing in his veins, happiness he hadn't felt in a month wrapped around him like a warm blanket or a comforting embrace. It was a sudden thought as he turned to his left and looked into Yo's eyes. His boyfriend smiled down at him, and the swoop in his heart felt like a bird taking flight in his chest. Izuku didn't mean to say it, but it slipped out. I love you. Yo's eyes widened in shock, a scarlet blush coloring his cheeks as he got uncharacteristically flustered. But his eyes softened a second later as a gentle smile spread across his lips. I love Dash. Yo's eyes widened with fear and fury. Deku, look out. The use of his hero name and the terror in Yo's eyes had him instantly on red alert. But before he could whip around, he felt a sharp prick in his neck. He grabbed at the feeling, pulling a stinger out of his neck. His eyes narrowed, he was feeling hazy, but he still tried to search the area for the threat. And then Yo was hit with the same stinger. His vision got blurry, but he couldn't see the threat. All he saw was an empty street. Before he could pass out, he quickly pulled out his phone. He couldn't see who he called, his eyes fluttering closed as he heard the phone ring as it crashed to the ground when Izuku's knees hit the concrete. Yo reached out for him, slurred words that Izuku could barely understand. "Aizu, stay awake." Fighting it," Izuku whispered back, his head swimming with pain and the sound of blood rushing through his whole body. It was like he was suddenly aware of his entire body, his heart racing and his lungs constricting as he tried to breathe. His muscles contracted against his will, and his head was pounding. The overwhelming awareness was painful, but Izuku fought to stay awake so hard. But he could only hold on so long as he lost consciousness, not hearing the worried shouts of his name from his phone. When Yo woke up, he had a raging headache. It was like he could feel his brain throbbing and pounding against his skull as the pain sent shivers down his spine. The room he was in was far too bright and too loud. He could tell almost immediately he was in a hospital bed. The stiff mattress and the constant beeping of the heart rate monitors were clues enough. But his vague memories of what happened made it far more apparent. He and Izuku were attacked walking to the DMN store for some pancake mix. He let out a groan, squeezing his eyes together and reaching out for whoever was in the room. "Right here, kid," he heard Hizashi say. "Light? Please?" Yo growled out, his voice hoarse and his mouth dry. "Yeah, let me take care of it." Just a minute later, the light switch echoed through the quiet room, the room getting much darker except the little bit of sunlight streaming in through the window. Yo opened his eyes just enough to see the sun was setting. "What time is it?" "About 8 p.m. You've been out for about 10 hours. I pressed the nurse button already, okay? How are you feeling?" "Hurts." Yo flinched when he felt fingers in his hair, but Hizashi's touch was welcoming and comforting. It reminded him a lot of how his mom used to play with his curls when he got sick as a little kid. It made him let out a groan, sinking into the bed a bit as he melted. It almost put him back to sleep, like the way Izuku's cuddles always helped him pass out. Thinking about his angel of a boyfriend woke him right back up, though. He shot up in bed, flinching at the pounding in his head as he reached up to squeeze at his head. "Ow f-." Yo gritted out, grimacing in pain as his breathing got labored. "Take it slow, Yo. You're going to hurt yourself." "Don't care. F-. I need to know. Where is he?" "We'll talk in a minute, I promise. But you need to be checked over, okay? We don't know what that quirk did exactly. The nurses will be here any second, little listener." "Yama Hizashi. Please, don't patronize me. Where is my boyfriend?" Hizashi sighed, reaching down to take one of Yo's hands. "He's gone. By the time we got there, you were out cold." Izuku's phone was shattered on the ground, and he was nowhere to be seen. Yo felt his heart shatter into a million pieces. He could feel a scream crawling up his throat, terror gripping his lungs as it got harder and harder to breathe. Panic gripped him in a way it had never before, making him question his entire sense of self. Who was he? He was supposed to be the unshakable, always aloof Yo who hid his feelings in the mysterious depths of his eyes. But instead, he was a mess of emotions. Losing Izuku felt life-altering. And it happened on his watch. Shouta and Hizashi trusted him to keep Izuku safe and out of trouble. They'd even let them go off alone together. And yet he failed. He lost his boyfriend to a villain, and he hadn't even done anything to fight back. He'd passed out on the ground, utterly useless. How could he ever forgive himself? Yo was pulled out of his spiral when people burst into the room, 2 nurses and the rest of Izuku's family. Before anyone had any time to do anything, Eri was running across the room and throwing herself on the bed. She crawled into his lap, burying her head in the crook of his neck, and she started to sob. "Oh, he's gone," she cried. "I know, Eri, I know." "It's all right," he whispered, awkwardly trying to soothe her. It was startling, to say the least. Eri was perfectly comfortable with him now and generally easygoing, even if he could see the ghost of a dark past in her eyes. But she was never this affectionate with him. The hug felt like a lifeline, pulling him out of the intrusive thoughts that wouldn't stop telling him it was his fault. So he wrapped his arms around her and held her close. It only lasted a few seconds before Shouta walked across the room and started to pry her away. "You can hug him in a moment, Eri. But he just woke up, and nurses need to check on him." She whined about it but let go anyway, allowing the nurses to check all of his vitals until they were satisfied, leaving with a final word that the doctor would be in shortly. When they closed the door behind them, the silence leaked into the room, filling up their lungs and suffocating them until it felt impossible to speak. All of them hung their heads low, glaring down and barely looking up to check on each other. Eri, however, was their saving grace. Just as she always was. Now that Yo is okay, can you guys get Aiza back? Eri, that's rude, Hizashi tutted back. We need to make sure Yo is alright first. Then we'll go get your brother back. Yo shook his head. No, she's right. When are we getting Izuku? What do you guys already know? Not much, Shouta growled out. I spoke with some underground contacts and found out the group that likely took him. But we have no idea where they've taken him or even their motivations. We can assume the commission is behind it, but that's all we know. Well, that's all we need, right? Let's just go break down the commission's front door. Hitoshi perked up. I'm down. I'd happily brainwash the a-hole president to get Izuku back. We can't do that. You both should know better. Eri pouted up at her dad. I think we should do that. I'll even help. Absolutely not. We will do this planning and forethought, and we'll be smart about it. There's no way I'm letting any of you do something stupid and reckless. Yo sat up, his headache receding a bit after the nurses gave him some pain meds. With all due respect, you're not my parent. I can do whatever I want to really. If you want your provisional license revoked, sure. I won't let you go about this half-ped for revenge. We will get Izuku back the way we're supposed to. With a plan, backup, and intel. Understood? Shouta said, his eyes looking around the room to make eye contact with everyone in the room. No one responded, but they all nodded, silence returning to the room. Yo could feel it weighing down on him, the ever-present feeling of anger and self-loathing simmering just under his skin, rushing through his veins and burning his entire being. He tried to close his eyes and rest, the medicine making him feel hazy and the little chatter from Izuku's family slowly putting him at ease. Nothing would really work, though. Yo could still feel its grip on his heart, a dark anger stirring that made him want to rage. His emotions were usually controlled and kept close to his chest, but lately, everything had been testing that. First, he fell for Izuku. The adorable underclassman with a heart of gold and enough strength to topple a skyscraper. He made Yo's heart flutter, and the smile on his face was more and more genuine every time he looked into Izuku's big green eyes. Then, anger started to grow inside him as he learned more and more about his boyfriend's situation. Izuku had been through hell, growing up quirkless with a shitty mother, no friends, and an isolated life. Only to get a quirk from the a-hole All Might, who then betrayed him. After that, his own parents turned their backs on him. He wasn't surprised. He'd resigned himself to that fate years ago. But it didn't make the pain any less potent, his heart aching with the loss of parental love in his life. Yo didn't fit in with their vision of a perfect family, so he was sent away. And finally, Izuku was stolen right from under his nose. The only person he'd ever fallen in love with, the only person to get past all the layers that Yo kept up to shield himself from the rest of the world. And he was gone, taken by villains and the shady commission. And Yo had just let it happen. It stewed around in his brain, intrusive thoughts bubbling up and reminding him that it was all his fault. The worst part, the room was getting quieter. Hizashi and Eri were curled up on the couch, fast asleep. Hitoshi had his headphones on, playing some game on his phone. And Shouta was oddly packing up his stuff, throwing his laptop in his backpack and getting ready to head out, trying to be sneaky. No one else seemed to notice, but Yo did, and he knew Shouta must have been going somewhere to get information or find out what to do. There was no way Yo would let the man cut him out of the rescue or any information. So, he threw the blankets off, disconnected his phone, and tried to sneak out after him into the hall. But he didn't get far before Hitoshi was grabbing his arm the moment he stepped out of his hospital room. Where do you think you're going? You're still recovering, idiot. The doctor said I was fine, just tired and dehydrated. I'm not going to let your dad keep me out of this. Hitoshi rolled his eyes, trying to drag him back. You are just like Izuku, reckless and moronic. There's no point going after him. Yes, there is. This is my fault. I have to fix it and make it up to Izuku. You don't get it, Yo gritted out, frustration and anger taking root in his heart. He could feel himself about to explode and he needed to point his rage at something useful, like bringing Izuku home. He wouldn't want you to run yourself ragged while you're supposed to be in the hospital. Well, he's not here, is he? He snapped back. I lost him. My own demon boyfriend was kidnapped, and I was right there. I should have done something. Aren't you supposed to be the rational one, and Izuku is the emotional one? Take your dumb butt back into that room and go to bed. All my dad is doing is meeting another informant who is supposed to know where Izuku was taken. He'll tell us all tomorrow. And if you want to be on the rescue team, you need to rest, idiot. Yo's eyes narrowed into a glare. I don't want to just sit and do nothing. You aren't. You're going to have sleep so you can get him back without having fall over, Hitoshi growled, letting go of Yo's arm. He almost fell over, and Hitoshi smirked at him. See? You need to rest. If anything, Dad would have an easier time getting the info if we're not there. Let him do his job, sleep, and we'll see what he tells us tomorrow. Fine, Yo said as he pushed past Hitoshi and stumbled back into the hospital room. He tried to pull the blankets up over himself, failing to suppress a groan of exasperation. Hitoshi dropped back down in his chair, rolling his eyes. I know it is, and sure I'd feel responsible if it were me with Aizu, but it's dumb. The villain shot you guys with poison before either of you could even do anything. Taking the blame is stupid, so don't do it. Just save him. Stop being right while I'm trying to be mad. Hitoshi chuckled, putting his headphones back on as he smirked at Yo. Esika dude? Now effing you sleep. Yo's brows furrowed in annoyance, but he did turn to get better settled into the bed. His body really was feeling exhausted, his muscles aching and his headache returning with a vengeance. He should reconnect the four, but he was already quickly losing consciousness. He hated to admit it, but even just that little walking and arguing with Yo was draining. He was in no condition to help Izuku like this. Hitoshi was irritatingly right, and surprisingly, his words were even the slightest bit comforting. Yo was wasting his energy on being mad when he should be working on just getting Izuku back. Afterward, he could apologize and he'd get better, so it never happened again. But for the moment he needed rest. He had to get healthy so he could get his DMN boyfriend back. Shouta was so FNG done. He'd spent all night gathering intel, and even if he'd got plenty of good information, he was exhausted and drained. His kid was gone, his boyfriend was in the hospital, and the rest of his family was in shambles. Shouta just wanted to hunt down whatever pieces of sheet took Izuku and bring him home. He needed to fix this for his family. Thankfully, his night was actually successful for the most part. He'd gotten plenty of information to get them started. It was fortunate that at least a few people at the commission had some semblance of morals now that a teenager had been kidnapped. Shouta only wished they'd come forward before the HPSC took Izuku. But a few leaks were exactly what they needed to wrap this up. They'd get Izuku back from the villain group that took him, and then they'd keep him locked up until he was legally their kid. Then there would be no even partially legal way for them to take and train Izuku. He'd be theirs. And yes, Shouta was well aware that wasn't the healthiest state of mind. But he was said and protective no one was going to get away with taking his kid. He was a force to be reckoned with. Everyone he'd run into that night could see the raw fury burning in his eyes, like a forest fire that would set everything in its way ablaze. Almost everyone was willing to part with the knowledge they had, and the shadier informants he'd found were either easy to buy or even easier to threaten. Breaking a few fingers, offering to look the other way, it all worked like a charm. Even though it worked, and Shouta was happy with the information, he was still basically a zombie. He felt like the Walking Dead, his head throbbing as he dragged his feet into Yo's hospital room that morning. Shouta had been awake all night, and taking his emotional exhaustion into account, he was probably seconds away from passing out. But when he saw all of his family look at him, hope and concern in their eyes, there was no way he was going to sleep anytime soon. They needed to hear what he had to say. "Hey guys," he mumbled as he took a seat in one of the vacant chairs. "Hi, baby," Hizashi said softly, a sad smile on his face while he braided Eri's hair. "Hi, Dad," Hitoshi and Eri said in unison. "Shouta, you look like you're about to keel over," Yo said, as blunt as ever with the most annoying smirk on his face. The brat was lucky Izuku liked him, or Shouta would have kicked his butt. "Shut it. It was a long night." "You okay, baby?" Hizashi asked. "I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. I got some very good intel. Hopefully, if all of this pays off, we should have Izuku back in the next day or two." "What?" Everyone shouted in unison. "What did you learn?" Hitoshi asked. Yo sat up immediately. "Where's Izuku? What's the plan?" Hizashi questioned. Eri just cheered, "Yay! We're getting Aiza back." Shouta pinched the bridge of his nose, squeezing his eyes together to give himself at least a little patience. Thank F Hizashi was an angel. "Guys, let him talk. He's had a long night." "Thanks, Zashi," he said as the kids all quieted down. My first stop was a commission insider who told me about a villain group called the Unseen. They're a group for hire specializing in covert and discreet villain work, which was helpful, but not all we needed to know. After heading to the shady part of town, we persuaded some information out of some people. Their hideout is a few towns over. Great. So when are we getting him? I can leave the hospital this afternoon, they said. We can raid it tonight. Shouta rolled his eyes, leaning back in his chair as he fixed him with a glare. Never. I've already contacted a group of heroes who will be on the rescue with me. Hizashi will take you 3 kids to a safe house and wait for us tonight. We'll be saving him tonight. Yo was about to blow up, but surprisingly, Hitoshi beat him to it. But Dad, neither of us are staying behind. Honestly, it's dumb you thought we would. No, Hitoshi. Neither of you are going on this raid. I'm going to bring him back and you guys are going to get our sheet packed. And get settled in at a safe house until the adoption is finalized. You can't seriously expect us to stay put. Yo yelled, his face full of fury and anguish as he started to breathe harshly. I'm getting my boyfriend back. The next one of you who argues with me will have your license suspended. You're too emotionally compromised. I shouldn't be going either, but Izuku needs to see someone he trusts, and I'm the only person with a quirk that can combat the unseen. Hitoshi and Yo fixed him with a nasty glare, clearly furious. But Shouta didn't care. It was the logical decision for the best chance of everyone's safety. His worst nightmare would be to find Izuku in a horrible condition, and one of the boys to lose it and get themselves hurt or jeopardize the mission. The last thing he needed was one of them to blame each other even worse. The tension was palpable and he felt horrible, but he wasn't going to care. Their safety was more important than their anger at him. As long as everyone was safe, and Izuku was back to them by first light tomorrow, that was all that mattered. Shouta was willing to face their ire if it improved their chance at success. He would rest easy knowing he was doing the right thing for his family. So he slumped back and closed his eyes, falling asleep despite the mood in the room. Shouta needed to be at his best to save his kid. Izuku deserved a dad who came in, quirk blazing and ready to destroy anyone who had laid a hand on his son. And later, when he woke up, he'd gotten at least 5 hours of sleep, and the doctor was ready to check Yo out of the hospital. He gave them all hugs, even Yo. Shouta was surprised how much both boys had sunk into it despite their still simmering anger. But he enjoyed it nonetheless, giving them all the comfort and security he could before he needed to leave. Shouta pulled Hizashi into an embrace, kissing him quickly to avoid the gagging of the kids. Be safe. Take care of each other. And I'll bring Izuku back to you. You better, they all chorused back. Then with a smile that Shouta hoped was reassuring, he turned and left. He had a son to save. As Izuku gained consciousness, his first thought was that everything hurt. His head was pounding, his muscles ached, and his mouth was dry. Awareness was limited and hazy, and everything was way too difficult. He tried so hard to sit up, but he couldn't manage to push himself up from the cold concrete floor. Every time he tried, his muscles would turn to jelly, trembling and giving out on him. He could roll over, though, to get a better look at where he was. His vision was too blurry to make out much, but it was definitely a basement. The air was stale as if underground, and there were no windows to tell Izuku how long he'd been unconscious. But his clothes were grimy and sweaty dirty after being on the floor for probably hours. But it was too bright, and his head was throbbing from the bright fluorescent lights. Izuku just couldn't keep his eyes open as he groaned from the pain. Instead, he tried to listen. Hopefully he could learn where he was or who took him if he listened closely enough. For a moment, he didn't hear anything. There was only silence echoing around the vast, empty room. But then he heard a very annoyed groan and the horrible squeal of someone sliding back their chair and standing up. Heavy footsteps lead away from him, Izuku letting out a sigh of relief that they weren't moving towards him. His brain was getting less foggy, slightly blinking his eyes open to see what looked like an underground warehouse. Massive shelves lined the walls, several tables scattered around the room, and a man. He was small and squirrely, pretty average looking for what Izuku would expect a villain to look like in street clothes. Oily brown hair, a dirty, stubbled face, and unkempt clothes. He was in the doorway on the far side of the room as he cupped his hands around his mouth to shout. Quill, eating brat is waking up. Come dose him. Fear immediately spiked in Izuku's veins. He tried to get control of himself, rolling around to push himself up to his knees. But he was too woozy to even manage that, falling over right away. He tried to power one for all, but he couldn't regulate it well enough. He could feel the power pushing on his limbs, and if he broke his bones, he'd be in an even worse position. None of it would matter anyway though. A moment later, a new man walked through the door. He wasn't all that impressive looking either at first. Just another thug. But then Izuku noticed the quills on his hand. Before he could even move, one of them was shot out at him. And just like before, he felt the poison taking root, and Izuku quickly passed out, crashing back down the ground as darkness swallowed him whole. The next time Izuku woke up was very much like the first. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt, and his head was in so much pain it felt like someone had taken a blender to his brain. Everything felt like mush, his legs and arms barely responding to him to just move. To do anything at all. But Izuku couldn't even do more than a half-hearted kick, which immediately clued something into him that his position had changed. He was tied down to a steel chair, the rope rough against his skin and his wrists and shoulders screaming at him in that position. Some of his aches were better just from being off the floor, but everything still hurt. The room was just as cold and harsh. But thankfully, this time, Izuku was alone. The messy tables were all vacant, and all he could hear was silence. He squeezed his eyes closed, trying hard to focus on his quirk. He was still feeling foggy, and the last thing he wanted was to mess it all up by making a bunch of noise or breaking limbs. Izuku needed to be careful. He pulled at his quirk, just 1% to break the ropes around his arms and ankles. Izuku nearly sobbed when he couldn't reach it. One for all wasn't working. It felt far off and locked away. He felt tears come to his eyes, squeezing them shut and keeping himself from crying. It was not the time to have a breakdown. Izuku was a hero, and he was not going to let something like this break him. He tried to slow his breathing and get his heart rate under control. If he could keep himself relaxed until some of the haziness was gone, he could probably break the ropes with his own strength. He closed his eyes, inhaling through his nose and then letting the tension slowly seep out of him with exhale. It took a few minutes, but gradually his vision got less blurry, and his throbbing headache eased away. The room was much clearer and yet precisely the same. Vastly empty and gray, dusty shelves like a back storage room. The concrete was sad and cold, and the tables were a mess. There was trash, old takeout containers, and papers all over. Izuku didn't see any laptops or phones, though, cursing internally that he'd have to escape instead of just notifying back up where he was. With that clarity of thought, strength had returned to him at least a little. He was still shaky and One for All wasn't answering his call. But with a deep breath and straining every muscle in his upper body, he snapped the ropes around his wrists. The relief was instant, his arms falling by his sides as they tingled with blood returning to his extremities. He reached down to untie the rope around his legs, shaking himself free once they'd fallen limp to the ground. It was only the first step in his escape, but already Izuku felt 1,000,000 times better. Just being in control of his body was a small comfort, even if his legs trembled as he stood up. Shuffling to the door on the other side of the room, he pressed his ear against it. Izuku could hear nothing but silence on the other side as he turned the handle and opened it. The squeal of the hinges sounded like a blaring alarm, echoing around the walls and announcing itself to everyone. Izuku grimaced, pinching his eyes shut and cursing under his breath. "Diamond, Izuku." It was too late to go back though. The ropes were snapped, and he could hear pounding boots coming from his left. He had to move. Izuku took off in the other direction, running as fast as his legs could carry him. He needed to get away. He wasn't in any condition to fight. Hell, he practically couldn't even run. He was stumbling all over the place, his legs feeling like jelly after being immobile for God only knew how long. None of it mattered. Izuku needed to keep moving. He had to get out, somewhere he'd be free and safe. Every step got him closer and closer to freedom to his family. When he started this, running away from Nezu's office all those months ago, he was just running out of fear and pain. This time, he had something to run to. And he needed to see them again as himself. Not some brainwashed hero the commission would turn him into. Izuku wanted to just be with his family so he could be the hero he was always supposed to be with the people who loved and supported him most. With every thought of him, his footsteps got lighter. Eri's smile, Yo's laugh, Hitoshi's jokes, they kept him going. His dad's warm hugs and smiles of pride and love were something he wanted to see time and time again. Izuku wasn't scared anymore, not really. He was driven. He was going to escape and beat the commission, and he would have his family there with him every step of the way. His legs got stronger with thoughts of his loved ones, his steps being more and more solid with everyone he took. They carried him further and further, picking up speed as if he was getting lighter with every stride. Izuku felt like he could taste freedom as he saw a door at the end of the hallway. He booked it for the door, hoping it led up and out of this place. But as he reached for the door, it was yanked open from the other side. It was too fast to get a good look at them. He couldn't identify their quirk or anything before he had to react. He was just hoping it wasn't the villain with the poisonous quills. Immediately Izuku fell into a defensive position, ready to do his best to fight off the attacker. He was about to lash out when suddenly the person lunged. Izuku's reaction time was too slow. He was going to end up tackled to the ground. He tried to brace himself for the fall, but it never came. Instead, he was pulled into strong arms, crashing into the man's chest. Izuku tried to struggle out of the weird grab. What kind of villain practically just hugged someone? He was delirious trying to escape, too focused on making it back to his family to give a shit about what this weird guy was up to. Then he recognized the smell like their laundry detergent at home and coffee. With a huge inhale, he felt his whole body tingle with immense relief, finally feeling safe enough that the blood rushing in his ears started to dissipate, and his breathing calmed down enough to hear him. "I'm here, Izuku. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're getting you out of here." Izuku stuttered out, holding back a sob that he was saved. He'd been so focused on getting back to his family and escaping he hadn't let himself panic. But suddenly, it felt all too real that he could have ended up gone forever. His dad pulled away, rubbing at the tears on his cheeks before whipping his head around their immediate vicinity before turning back to him. "Are you alright? Are you hurt? Can you walk?" "Why yeah, I'm alright. Not injured, just drugged." Probably that same sheet used on Yo, right? I think so. Is he okay? How is everyone else?" "They're fine, problem child," Shouta grumbled with a roll of his eyes. "Focus on yourself. We need to get you out of here. There's very little backup. The commission conveniently needed most of the heroes from the city for some other case." Izuku pulled away completely, giving Shouta his best attempt at a determined smile. "I can do it. Let's get out of here." His dad smiled back, ruffling his curls and turning on the ball of his feet. "Alright kid, let's get you home." They both started running, Izuku right behind Shouta as the halls twisted and turned. Luckily, his dad knew exactly where he was going, and they found stairs up in no time. But Izuku's condition was worsening. The adrenaline rush to see his family again was wearing off after the relief from seeing his dad. Everything hurt, and his legs were starting to feel less and less stable. He was stumbling again, breathing hard as he tried to run up the seemingly never-ending stairs. Shouta reached back to take his hand and pull. "Keep going, Izuku. We're almost there. Just keep pushing." Izuku nodded, slightly reinvigorated as they ran up the last 20 stairs and stopped at the massive double doors. They both froze to listen, hearing nothing before slipping out as they ran through the warehouse. When Izuku saw a door labeled "Exit," his legs nearly gave out in relief. Sparks started to light up around his limbs as he ran farther and faster, his quirk coming back to him just in time to get out of that hellhole. He was about to burst out of the doors. He could hear police and emergency services on the other side, well aware of the collection of people who always assisted in a raid. Izuku couldn't wait to melt into some shitty ambulance stretcher. It would be the most comfortable he'd been in what felt like days. But then he heard it. The cacophonous sound echoed around the massive warehouse as it shattered his hope. He was expecting searing pain, but when it never came, he panicked harder. His heart nearly ripped in half when he heard a body hit the ground. Izuku spun around, his worst fears being confirmed when he saw his dad slumped on the floor, a pool of blood already spreading as he let out a scream full of rage and agony. He wanted to go to him, but he knew he couldn't. The gun was pointed at him. The villain sneered at him, spitting his words out with rage and disgust. "Don't move, kid. You're supposed to be undamaged. Don't make me shoot you. You'll never hit me. My quirk is back, and I'll kill you for hurting him." Izuku screamed, rage and fear pulsing in his veins as he moved to attack. With whatever drags were in his system gone, he reached up his hand and triggered Black Whip. The tendrils shot out of his fingertips, careening at the villain faster than he was prepared for. He got off another shot, but Izuku was far too quick as he dodged it easily before Black Whip snakes around the gun and whipped it out of the man's hands. He sent it flying at the wall, shattering on impact. Izuku did the same thing with the villain, wrapping him up with his quirk and slamming him into the wall to knock him out. The second the villain slumped into unconsciousness, Izuku ran to Shouta. The pool of blood was too much, and Shouta wasn't making any sounds anymore. Izuku didn't know if that meant he was unconscious or something much worse. He couldn't let himself think that, though. Izuku wouldn't let anything happen to him as he grabbed Shouta as gently as he could and raced out the exit. The lights were blinding, flashing ambulance and police lights bathing the area in an eerie red. It was disorienting as people ran up to him, and he struggled against them as they tried to pull away Shouta. No. No, you can't take him. He's hurt. It's fine, kid. It's all right. They're taking him over to the ambulance. Izuku sagged in relief at the familiar voice, turning to see Hitoshi there as the paramedics pulled Shouta away. Once his arms were free, he moved without thinking, throwing himself at the man to wrap his arms around his waist. Hitoshi let out a gruff chuckle. You're alright, kid. They've got good paramedics here with healing quirks. He's going to be fine. But there was a lot of blood. Yeah, but they'll patch him right up. They brought good healers in case you were hurt. Be a responsible little hero and let them take a look at you too. Izuku shook his head, pulling back to wipe the tears away from his eyes. No. I'm fine. Don't care. It's a procedure, you know that. They should be focused on my dad. Your dad? Hitoshi asked as he burst out laughing. Knew that wouldn't take long. He'll be fine. And there are plenty of people around here to take a look at you too, Hitoshi insisted as he grabbed Izuku's shoulders and directed him over towards the ambulances. A paramedic sat him down on the open edge of one, taking his vitals and checking on him while Izuku watched all the chaos. Little-known heroes were dragging out villains in cuffs, parading them out with few injuries except for 1 or 2 bruises or cuts. The villain Quill was knocked out, a hero dragged out behind him by a few policemen. Eventually, though, things quieted down as Hitoshi came back to him. All right, kid. It's time to send you to the safe house. What? I'm going to the hospital with my dad. No can do. You're going to the safe house with the rest of your family, and Aizawa will probably join you tomorrow. This isn't up for debate. Izuku's face scrunched up in frustration as he glared at the man. But he didn't continue to fight it. Hoshi's usual laid-back demeanor had shifted into something more commanding, leaving no room for argument. Izuku relented, his shoulders slumping as he nodded at Hitoshi. He led him to a police car, putting him in the front seat as he got in the back. Then they drove off, Izuku turning back to watch Shouta's ambulance pull away. The relief from going home was masked by the pain that his dad wasn't with him. But at least he'd be with his family soon. By the time Izuku pulled up to the safe house, it was 2 in the morning. The stars were out, and the small neighborhood was quiet except the idling police car. It would have felt pleasant and peaceful any other night. Even the house was cute, westernized, with a small garden out front. But Izuku's heart felt heavy. Sure, he was free. And he was beyond happy not to be in some cold, stale underground warehouse. The moment of utter elation and relief when he saw his dad was something he wouldn't forget anytime soon. However, the sickening ringing of the gunshot and Shouta's agonizing scream wasn't either. Izuku felt like he could still hear it bouncing around his head, echoing off the inside of his skull as he tried to think of anything to distract himself from the pain. His own fatigue and aches were easy to ignore in the face of his own failure. They all could have been together if he'd never let himself get captured or been more careful during their escape. He would be walking in the front door with Shouta. Hitoshi seemed to get it, letting Izuku take his time to climb out of the cop car and walk up to the house. Everything seemed quiet, luckily. Maybe he wouldn't have to speak to anyone until he'd slept for at least 12 hours. However, the moment they opened the front door, noise exploded from the house. He heard the slide of a chair against wood floors, people stumbling towards the front door. Hizashi's voice frantically rang out through the house. "Sho? Did you bring the baby home?" Izuku's throat constricted hearing Hizashi yell for his husband. He hung his head heavy, taking a shuddering breath just in time for everyone to turn around a corner in front of him. They all froze in place, eyes popping out of their heads as they gasped. All of them look awful. Hitoshi and Yo both looked like they hadn't slept in days. The bags under their eyes were heavy and purple, their skin pale, and their hair messed up. They looked haunted, their eyes sort of fuzzy with so little life in them. Izuku hated it. Hizashi looked like the whole weight of the world on his shoulders. His whole body was tense and rigid, his red eyes shined with pain and fear. Izuku could only imagine the disappointment that was about to dawn on his face that Shouta wasn't there. He didn't know if he could stomach it. So when they all dove forward to wrap him in the world's warmest and safest hug, he was shocked. Their arms squeezed so tight, Hizashi and Yo tearing up as Hitoshi just silently held everyone. Sure, he knew they would be happy to see him, Yo especially. Logically, they were his family and it made sense. But also, he'd been thrown away by family before. Shouta's injury could have easily been the final straw. There was a chance it still would be, Izuku realized as he pushed them all away to roll up his sleeve and wipe his tears away. Gee guys, Dad got hurt. Someone shot him while he was trying to rescue me, Izuku mumbled, too afraid to look up at them as he stared down at his feet. It was silent for a moment. Unnaturally quiet even. Izuku could swear he could hear every drop of his tears hitting the tiled floor. But when he heard Hizashi start to sniffle, Izuku looked up at him. He looked so heartbroken, holding back a sob barely as his eyes wandered all over Izuku. The man's shoulders shook with the effort it took not to cry. Izuku squeezed his eyes closed, his heart racing and shattering simultaneously. He didn't want to watch any longer. But Hizashi stepped closer, grabbing his face in his hands as his thumbs wiped the tears from Izuku's freckled cheeks. Oh honey, did you think we would be upset with you? Duh. It's my fault. Izuku blubbered. No, it's no one's fault but the a-hole that shot him. And maybe Nezu for entertaining any of this bullshit in the first place. You did nothing wrong, little listener. Izuku shook his head, dislodging Hizashi's hands for just a moment before he came right back to holding him. It's my fault. You were expecting to see him, and he's not here. Hitoshi stepped up next to Hizashi, awkwardly reaching out to take Izuku's hand. Look, Dad can handle himself. We would have gotten a call already if it was serious, so he must be fine. You were just kidnapped, Aizu. That's way worse than a little gunshot wound. There was so much blood though. I was so scared. And he screamed so loud, Izuku sobs out, pushing away from Hizashi. He felt too bad to be comforted by him. One of his dads was in the hospital, he didn't deserve the compassion from his other father. Yo immediately stepped up, taking him into his arms and turning just enough so that Izuku could still see his dad and brother. Zuku, I promise we're just happy you're home. Shouta must be fine, or we'd know, right? How bad was it really? It was so bad. Izuku shouted, hiding in his boyfriend's chest. It really wasn't that bad, Hosher said as he stepped up. He lost a decent amount of blood, but they took care of him right there with the paramedics on hand. It was in his shoulder, nothing serious was hit. They took the bullet out there in the apartment, and one of the paramedics had a basic healing quirk. Aizawa will probably be home tomorrow. You didn't hear his scream, though. It probably hurts so much, Izuku whispered. Izuku's show is tough. I'm certain all he cares about is that you're home now and safe. We'll have him tomorrow, okay? That's not enough, though. He needs to be safe and home, and we need to get rid of the commission. I won't let this happen to anyone else. Hizashi let out a sigh, moving forward to hold both of them. Aizu, baby, let's talk tomorrow, okay? Trust me when I say that Shouta got enough info to handle the commission. This won't happen again. What do you mean? Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Dad went crazy with intel gathering to find you. He did, Hizashi agreed with a giggle and a squeeze to hold Yo and Izuku tighter. I don't know what he's going to do with it yet, but he'll keep you and us safe. He'll blackmail them, Hosher said with a scoff. You don't have to baby them, Yamada. Maybe I didn't want to implicate my husband in a crime. Hizashi argued back with a glare that wasn't even the slightest bit menacing. Whatever. I'm out of here. I'll bring Aizawa tomorrow when he gets the all clear, Hosher said as he turned to walk out the door, ruffling Izuku's hair right before he was gone. They all took a deep breath when the door closed and locked behind him. The silence crept in. Only Izuku couldn't tell if it was suffocating or comforting. He was too tired to make any sense of it at that point. After his kidnapping and his traumatic escape, Izuku was ready to sleep for at least a day. Thankfully the others could tell too as his knees started to tremble and his legs gave out underneath him. Yo and Hizashi kept him from tumbling over. How about you go try to rest? We'll talk more in the morning, kiddo. Izuku only nodded, too tired to argue as Yo swept him off his feet and started walking through the safe house. Everything was plain and empty, pretty clearly unlived in. The place felt cold and lonely, a little bit like the warehouse. The thought sent a chill down Izuku's spine just as Yo tried to open the door, accidentally slamming it open. The sound was loud enough to echo around the house, the booming noise shaking everything. It frightened Izuku a little too much of the gunshot as he buried his head in the crook of his boyfriend's neck. You're okay. You're safe. You're strong as hell, and none of yous would let anything happen to you anyway. Izuku responded with only a weak nod, too tired to speak. Yo chuckled and tried to move him through the door just as the room across the hall opened up. And there stood Eri, rubbing the sleep from her eyes and peering out warily. When she saw Izuku, though, she let out a giddy scream and ran to jump on top of him while he was in Yo's arms. His boyfriend almost dropped them, barely holding on while Eri started to cry and giggle hysterically. "You're home. Zuzu, you're here. Daddy brought you home." Izuku didn't say anything, too horrified that her daddy wasn't actually there. It was so hard to enjoy her smile and hugs while all he could think about was how hurt Shouta had gotten. Eri then whipped around, looking for Shouta. "Daddy, you did it." But when no one answered, she started to look worried. "Zuzu, where is he?" Izuku didn't know how to answer, tears forming in his eyes as he stared at her blankly. He was floundering. He didn't know what to say or what to do. Thankfully, Hizashi showed up just in time to scoop her up. "Oh, little baby. Daddy got a little hurt, but he's alright. Just got a boo-boo from saving your brother." "He's hurt? Is he okay? Can I see him? I can fix it. With my quirk." She insisted, getting more and more upset. Hizashi looked up at him and gave him a sympathetic smile, but it did nothing for the pain in his heart. He was too much of a coward to face her. She was young, she couldn't mask the disappointment or worry like the others could. And Izuku couldn't handle seeing it as he hid in Yo's chest. "Jay, just take me to bed, please?" Yo nodded and carried him into the bedroom, placing him on the bed where Izuku quickly rolled into a fetal position and started to cry. Everything was just too much. The relief at being safe, the overwhelming rescue, his dad getting injured, and now Eri's little breakdown. His heart felt like it was being pulled apart from a million directions, good and bad. Izuku couldn't hold it together as he sobbed into the pillows. Yo joined him a moment later, cuddling up behind him and holding him close while he cried and cried. It hurt so much, but it was also exhausting. Izuku could only stay awake so long as he felt sleep creep into his system. But along with it came darkness. Fear sinking into his mind as he remembered what it felt like to be drugged. He was tugged into the abyss without consent, unconsciousness sweeping him away into nothingness. Izuku's sleep wasn't restful, and nightmares were rampant. He woke up with a start, sweaty and delirious, as thoughts of being chained down in that room haunted him. That room he was held in was large, concrete walls perfect for echoes. And his bad dreams must have been purposefully hurting him because Shouda's pained screams echoed around him. He almost felt like he was back there, his lungs struggling to take in air just like they had when he woke up from being drugged. It made his chest burn, squeezing the blankets in his fists as he tried to get a hold of himself. Yo woke up as well, reaching you to hold Izuku's fist and trying to help him calm down. It wasn't working, though, as Izuku threw the blankets off and stumbled into the rest of the house. Thankfully, it was only 4 a.m., and no one else was awake yet. He crawled out of his room, making his way to the couch and slumping down in the dark living room. He propped his elbows up and held his face in his hands as he calmed down. Yo tried to follow him out, but Izuku waved him away. "Go back to bed. I just need to catch my breath, promise?" "Yeah, I'm not leaving you like this." Izuku sighed. "I'm fine, Yo, really." "You're not. You were kidnapped, and your dad was shot, and you pretty clearly had a nightmare, babe. It's fine. I'm fine. I'll go back to sleep soon. I just needed a minute alone." "So you're just going to sit out here in the dark? Just for a minute? Please, Yo," Izuku begged. He even pouted, deploying his best pout to get a few minutes alone to process. He could tell it worked when his boyfriend sagged his shoulders in defeat. "Fine. I'll give you a few minutes, but I'm coming back out here if you don't come back to bed soon." Izuku nodded, a small smile gracing his lips for the first time since he'd been walking to pick up pancake mix with his boyfriend. "Thanks. I love you." Yo tried to hide it, but his cheeks instantly turned a rosy red as a blush crawled up his face to his ears. "I love you too," he said before kissing his forehead and walking back into their room. Then Izuku was finally alone to breathe, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths to collect himself at least a little. He could feel his lungs expand, slowly counting to 3 with each inhale and exhale. His racing heart started to calm, the pounding in his chest beginning to subside. But the aches around his body and the sting of failure were still too prevalent. Izuku couldn't distract himself no matter how hard he tried. He could only think about how much he'd let his family down. How much he had to do to improve, so no one ever had to rescue him again. He hated himself, but he had so much work to do to become the hero he wanted to be. And he was willing to do whatever he had to reach that goal. Izuku would just have to train for hours. He'd push himself until he had nearly flawless control of One for All. He would hone his hero instincts so no one could ever get the drop on him again. He'd learn every strategy imaginable with all of his quirks so that he'd be unstoppable. It sounded exhausting and impossible, but it was the only thought keeping him sane. The ticking clock on the wall and grasshoppers chirping outside were the soundtrack to his deepest thoughts as he tried to give himself the best pep talk he could without it turning into only self-deprecation. And it almost worked. Izuku was feeling at least mildly better, but he couldn't help the need to help gnawing at his insides. Izuku just had to do something. He couldn't leave the house, though. Izuku knew he couldn't be that reckless and put himself in danger again after his dad got injured just to rescue him. But all the anxious energy buzzing around him was too much to bear as he stood up and started to wander around the small living room and the kitchen. That's when Izuku saw it. In the kitchen, Shouta's work bag was sitting on the island, overstuffed with files and at least 2 laptops. Izuku was sure there was enough information to solve all of their problems. That's what Hizashi had said, right? That Shouta found a way to potentially stop all of this. Izuku couldn't pass up the opportunity to help as he pulled the laptops out and sat down at the kitchen table. It took him a while to log into them both, but their anniversary wasn't exactly the most secure password. He'd have to talk to his dad about it. He waved the thought off as he logged into them, realizing there was another layer of security sitting behind another password-protected wall. He groaned as he tried to figure it out, but nothing worked. Izuku was about to give up when Hitoshi walked into the room, eyes wide with surprise before glaring suspiciously. "What are you doing?" Research? On how to help. That's all. I'm not planning some crazy thing, I promise. And I can't get in anyway." Hitoshi groaned, shuffling into the kitchen in his pajamas as he walked around the table and bent down over Izuku's shoulder. He reached out, typing something rapidly into both computers that pinged and unlocked the filing system. Izuku looked at him like a fish, eyes wide and mouth gaping in shock. "It's whatever," Hitoshi shrugged. "If you're getting into trouble, might as well do it with you. Now let's look around." With a nod, Izuku started to poke around. With a few searches of his name and commission intel, he finally found what his dad had in his files. There was a considerable paper trail on the commission's involvement to hire the unseen to kidnap Izuku. The conspiracy unraveled with information on who wanted him, why, and how much they would do to get him. It made Izuku sick, but he had to keep looking. He knew there had to be more. How had Shouta known where the unseen was holding him? With just a couple searches for the villain group, he found what he was looking for, a typed-up interview with a vigilante called Intel who specialized in information and spreading it to anyone who needed to know. They were even known to spread dangerous information to the masses if they deemed it right. And that was when a sudden idea dawned on him as he looked at his brother. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Probably not. You're always thinking about some horrible plan that will get us into trouble." "True. But this time, I think it could really work." "Yeah? And what is it?" "Well," Izuku started as he pointed at the commission info. "I bet if we brought all of this to Intel, they would spread it. Show off the commission's corruption for everyone to see. They would have no choice but to leave me alone, and then we'd all be safe." Hitoshi pet his head in thought, leaning back in the kitchen chair as he stared at Izuku with appraising eyes. He held his breath, waiting for Hitoshi's response, nearly about to explode if he didn't hear his thoughts soon. All Izuku wanted was to do something about it, fixing the problems he'd made for his family. And this was the perfect opportunity to help without even having to put himself in danger. He didn't need Hitoshi's approval or support, not really. He could do it on his own. But DMN, Izuku hoped he'd say yes. It felt agonizingly slow while Hitoshi thought about it, nearly torturing Izuku before nodding. "All right, I don't think it's a bad idea. If it solves all of this and is relatively safe, I'm on board." "Me too." A voice spoke up from the doorway as both Hitoshi and Izuku whipped around to see Yo leaning against the doorframe. "Did you, hear all of that?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I did. And I think it's a good idea. And if it helps you, then I'm happy to help." Izuku nearly launched himself out of the chair and into a hug with his boyfriend. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," he mumbled. Izuku felt like he'd explode in gratitude that they were supporting his reckless bullshit. But for everyone's safety, Izuku was willing to be a little insane. As he pulled away, Yo had one last thing to add. "But if we do this, we do it together." Izuku beamed back at him, a feeling of elation and excitement pulsing through him at the idea of fixing everything. Together. Izuku slept much better after they concocted their little plan. It felt a lot more like he had something he could do to quell the burning need to fix things. It reminded him of that utter desperation to save Katsuki from the League or Eri from Chisaki. It was something he absolutely had to do. And knowing he was going to do it was a massive relief. So after they'd left the kitchen and all went back to bed, he slept for hours. peaceful, dreamless sleep where his whole body felt like it melted perfect into the bed, the blankets tucked around him like a warm hug. It was everything he'd wanted after waking up on the cold, hard ground just 2 days ago. It was already late in the afternoon when he woke up, his body feeling lazy and gross after sleeping till 3 p.m. Izuku barely had the strength to roll off the bed, but he forced himself out, his legs sluggishly carrying him to the bathroom. He did his business and brushed his teeth, already feeling massively better before getting in the shower. The hot water soothed his aching muscles, washing away all the grime, dirt, and heartache as it disappeared down the drain. Izuku even let himself enjoy it as he pressed his forehead to the cold tiled wall, feeling the hot water run down his back as he breathed in the soft steam. It was unbelievably relaxing, and feeling clean made such a difference for his good mood. He felt ready to tackle anything. But when he got out of the shower and got dressed, the world reminded him that he was not actually prepared for anything. Shouta was sitting at the kitchen table, casually eating some lunch with the rest of the family buzzing around. Eri was seated next to him, putting together a puzzle with Hitoshi. Yo looked like he was doing schoolwork. And Hizashi was doing the dishes. It was so startlingly domestic after the sheet they'd been through the last few days, and the fact that his dad looked totally fine immediately had so much relief rushing through him that his legs almost gave out. When he didn't actually fall, Izuku ran to him. His house slippers had no traction at all as he slid across the tile floor and practically crashed into Shuta's lap. "You're here. And you're all right." His dad chuckled, rearranging him practically in his lap as Shouta held him close. The warmth was intense. Seeing that his dad was all right was overwhelming on top of everything else, and suddenly, the relief settled in. He was rescued, Shouta was fine, and Izuku was ending this whole commission problem tonight. He couldn't stop himself from crying even if he tried. "Yeah, I'm fine. It wasn't too bad, they patched it really quick." "You sounded so hurt though. Your scream was so bad," Izuku whined as he buried his head in his dad's neck. Shouta nuzzled back, chuckling as he gave him a squeeze. "Yeah, well, it definitely FING hurt. But it wasn't too bad. What matters far more is that you're home. Those 2 days were hell." Izuku pulled back, looking at Shouta as he turned to look down. "Sorry, I know I'm a problem child, but hopefully it won't be a problem much longer." His dad narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing." Izuku floundered. "I just meant that, other dad said you might have a plan." "Don't do anything stupid," Shouta demanded, his voice too stern to hold any room for argument as he continued to glare at Izuku. But it was easy for Izuku to reassure him. "I promise I won't do anything dumb. I don't want to risk anyone's safety again or get myself into trouble. No one should have to get hurt to rescue me." Shouta still didn't seem to trust him, but Izuku knew he wasn't lying. Technically, he really wasn't up to anything stupid. His plan was relatively safe and pretty demon. Clever. The corruption info would leak, and he'd be safe. The commission would get watched closely, and hopefully, it would stop them from doing shit like this in the future. It was all he could hope for. Eventually, Shouta relented, giving Izuku one last hug before he quickly realized he was a 16-year-old boy sitting in his dad's lap. He blushed profusely, scrambling out of Shuta's lap to sit in the chair next to him. Hizashi immediately laughed at him but offered to make him some food which Izuku gobbled down. Yo kept giving him questioning looks, not believing he really was feeling better until he scorched over to his boyfriend and pulled out his own homework to do it with him. The rest of the family pretty quickly fell into step after that. Their day was quiet, hanging out at the house all day without stepping even a single foot outside. And after several roaring rounds of Mario Kart, everyone went to bed around 10 p.m. that night. As they all walked to their bedrooms, Izuku gave a subtle glance to Hitoshi, which got him an almost imperceptible nod in return. They were doing this thing. Their alarm clock went off about 2 hours after they'd gone to sleep. The house was quiet, everyone surely passed out except Izuku, Yo, and Hitoshi. They were sure at least Shouta would be asleep since he was still recovering, and Eri and Hizashi slept like logs. They silently got dressed, black cargo pants, combat boots. Except, of course, Izuku's favorite pair of red high tops. Finally, their identities were relatively well hidden under the beanies and medical masks. Izuku crept around into the living room with the portable thumb drive he had to plug into Shuta's computer and put all of the incriminating files he could find on it. Once they had all the data downloaded, all they had to do was sneak out of the house. The safe house was being watched and had an excellent security system, so that didn't leave them many options. Thankfully, Hitoshi had been paying attention to the alarm code when they'd all arrived days ago. You guys ready? Hitoshi whispered. With a brief glance and a nod between himself and Yo, Izuku turned back to his brother. Yeah. We have to do this. After putting in the code, they slipped out the back door, doing their best to remain unseen by the hero patrolling their area. It was an exercise in stealth, Hitoshi taking the lead and guiding them through back neighborhood alleys and shady parks until they were out of the neighborhood and closer to the city. They stuck to the shadows until they could scale a building and take to the roofs. It was a much quicker route across the city, making their way to a shady part of town. It was easier to blend in where most people didn't want anyone to see their face. Izuku got it. These were the people that Hero Society left behind, that the Hero Commission forgot about. Maybe bringing down the big bad guy would be enough to help even people like this? Izuku could only hope. By the time they reached their destination, Izuku was itching with the need to get this over with. He was desperate to make a difference against the corruption he hadn't even noticed before all of this started. Even heroes in smaller towns were kept away from missions like Izuku's rescue or areas below the poverty line. It was bullshit, and he hoped beyond hope that this saved people other than just himself and his family. So when they found the bar, he was ready to burst right in, and Yo was prepared to follow right after him. Before getting them into trouble, Hitoshi grabbed his shoulder and pulled them into an alleyway across the street from the bar. Hold up, should we just go right in? Izuku blinked at him for a moment before smacking his own forehead. Dimon, you're right. We need to at least know entrance and exit points, maybe a plan to meet up somewhere if we get separated or in trouble. How about the alley behind that ramen place we like? It's only about 10 minutes away, far enough to be a safe distance but close enough that it shouldn't be too hard to reach. It should be well hidden from the street too, Yo suggested, flexing his fists as he got more and more anxious. Izuku reached out to soothe him, lacing their hands together for a quick squeeze. I think that's a great spot. You guys ready then? Izuku asked, receiving a determined nod from them both. I'll check out the rooftop, I have the most mobility. Yo, check out the south side. Hitoshi, you take the north. Meet back here in 7 minutes, and then we'll go in the front door together. With a final agreement between them, they all set out to lurk around the building. The bar had apartments above it, and on the roof, Izuku quickly found a door down into the building they could probably escape out of if need be. The building also seemed stable, nothing unsteady and nothing that could risk their ability to slip away. He took a moment to assess the nearby area, no police and no heroes anywhere in sight and no obvious villainous activities. Once his scan of this sector was complete, he returned to the alley and waited just another minute for the rest of his team. Every second that crawled by made him more and more nervous until finally, they both arrived. Report, Izuku said. There are 2 back exits from the building. No cameras, no security as far as I can tell. They were both locked from the outside, but I saw people leaving them, so I think it's safe to say we can leave through them easily enough, Hitoshi replied. Front door has that bodyguard on it. People come and go really regularly, but I didn't see any heroes or villains that I recognized. I didn't see any cameras or anything either. Seems pretty normal. Got it, Izuku said with a nod. The roof was sturdy, nothing weird, and definitely no security. There was a roof exit we could probably take, and we could pretty easily jump to both buildings that are adjacent if we needed to get out via the rooftops. Alright, sounds good. We've got a few escape routes then, Yo said. Shouldn't need it, hopefully. You got a plan of what to say? Hitoshi asked Izuku. I think so. It's going to be maybe a shit show if this goes poorly, Izuku said with an awkward laugh. But it should be fine. You guys ready? Ready, they both chimed in unison. Izuku gave them a final nod and his best attempt at a reassuring smile before exiting the alley and walking right up the front door. Before he could step in, though, the bouncer stepped in front of them. ID for admittance. It took everything in Izuku for him not to panic, trying to act confident. We're not here to drink, Izuku said. We're meeting someone. The man narrowed his eyes, appraising them before pulling back with a scoff. You're obviously little hero babies. Piss off before you get yourselves killed. Izuku was about to give him attitude, feeling indignant at the insult. Sure, he wasn't the tallest guy in the world, but he wasn't a baby. Thankfully, Hitoshi spoke up, his voice a lazy drawl as he glared at the bouncer. Pretty sure it'd FENGSCK for you if Intel didn't get to see the contacts that Eraser sent. Eraser has never sent anyone anywhere, he always does sheet himself. I'm not a moron, kid. Look, Eho. You really want to risk that? We have information that will change the entire FING country. You want to be the reason we give it to someone else? Hitoshi growled, standing to his full height despite being shorter than the bouncer. The other man glared at them for a few minutes, eyes narrow and nostrils puffing with frustration before he groaned and pulled out a walkie-talkie. Someone here to see intel. Have someone bring them back to her. He spit into the device before stepping aside. Go inside. Someone will walk you to the back to see her. They all nodded, stepping into the bar and looking around as they nearly plastered themselves to the wall. It was precisely what they were expecting and yet still shocking. Everything was dark and smelled like booze and smoke. The air was hazy, the lighting terrible, and a beat-up jukebox in the corner of the room. No one looked at them directly, but Izuku could feel them staring. They were all watching their every move, observant but not obviously so. It made a chill run down his spine that most of these people were probably all vigilantes or villains. It could complicate things if any of them recognized them. He could feel himself starting to sweat, doing his best to remain natural. But the tension in the bar was beginning to noticeably rise. Izuku was ready to fight if needed, but this was supposed to be quick and easy. A bar brawl was practically the worst-case scenario. However, just as the patrons started to watch a little more closely, a man walked out from a door at the back and walked right up to them, sizing them up before he rolled his eyes. She's probably going to hate you, but whatever. Come on, baby heroes. They all followed him through the bar, trying to avoid the eyes of everyone around them until they were snuck through the back and into a small lounge. It was much cleaner than the rest of the bar. The lighting was bright, the walls were a soft blue, and the furniture was modern with a massive wall of monitors and a massive computer. And in an armchair in the corner was a woman. Izuku couldn't see her face, but she had long silky hair and leaned back in the chair as if she was the most comfortable she'd ever been. Intel looked not even slightly concerned as she looked up at them. Midoriya Izuku, Shindou You, and Aizawa Hitoshi. I will admit I never expected to see you in place of your father. Sorry. He actually doesn't know we're here, Izuku said as he gave her a slight bow. She burst out laughing. Demon kid. Bowing to a vigilante? You must be the most polite kid in the world. He is, Hitoshi snorted. Well, let's get down to business. You brats should be in bed. I assume you have some information for me you'd like to trade? What do you want? We don't really want anything, just the guarantee that you'll get it spread around the entire country. Depends what it is and if it's good for me. It's information that will expose the commission as corrupt and protect my family and me. If the whole public knows what they're up to, they can't get away with kidnapping me again. I won't put my family in more danger. She reached her hand out towards Izuku. Hand it over, kid. I can do that. The less power the commission has, the better it is for vigilantes like me. We need to know this will actually be released, Izuku demanded hesitantly as he stepped back. That's fair. How about I give you some information that you can leak if I don't do it? Info for info. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Intel. There was always a big chance that she was lying, but Izuku's gut told him she was being honest. So he nodded, stepping forward. She stood up and walked right up to him. Izuku tensed, and Yo and Hitoshi stepped forward. But all she did was whisper in his ear. You may have heard no one knows my quirk? Well, my secret is that I don't have one. Izuku pulled back and looked at her, shock in his eyes as his mouth gaped open. He couldn't see her face behind the mask, but he had a feeling she was smiling. Intel giggled. Surely you can see how that would be bad for me? So don't tell anyone. I'll keep up my end of the deal, and if you go back on yours, I'll make you regret it. Understand, Deku? Yes, of course. I won't tell anyone unless I have to. Good. Then hand it over and get out. If you're not home in time, Eraser will kill you guys. Oh, he's definitely going to kill us. Deku's never going out with his boyfriend again, Hitoshi joked. Izuku just shrugged him off though. They really needed to get going. And luckily, Intel was nice enough to let them leave out the back to avoid the suspicious patrons of the bar so they could easily slip back home. They took to the rooftops, traveling quietly and quickly across the city. But the entire time, Izuku was in a daze. There was no way it could have been that easy. It felt surreal. He was suddenly overwhelmed by the thought that maybe he might be safe from the commission for the first time in months. He could go back to Mizudafu and see his friends. He could live normally again without having to keep any secrets. The relief was just too sudden, and he couldn't help the fear that it was fake as his knees gave out. Yo immediately dropped down next to him, grabbing his shoulders and looking all around to make sure he was all right. Aizu? What's wrong? What's happening? Is it really over? That's it? I'm really going to be safe from the commission now? Yo smiled at him, soft and sad, as he held Izuku's freckled cheeks in his hands. Yeah, but I think so. Are we sure? It feels so sudden. I can't help but think it's not real. Well, if Intel holds up their end of the deal, we'll probably know by tomorrow, Hitoshi said, kneeling on the ground next to him. You're right, Izuku agreed with a shaky sigh. It's just crazy, I guess. I get it. But we should get home and rest before we wake up tomorrow, and your dad kills us. Izuku giggled, still feeling breathy, but he nodded and let Yo help him to his feet. Then they traveled the last few blocks, sneaking back into the house. Hitoshi put the code into the alarm system, and all three of them crept back into their rooms. Once they were in bed, all snuggled together, Izuku whispered a final question to Yo. You really think I'm safe to just live normally again? I mean, I think so. I really FNG hope so, Aizu. We'll find out tomorrow, though, I guess. Right? Izuku said with a yawn. Tomorrow? Yo chuckled softly and kissed his forehead. Sleep. No point in worrying till it's actually morning. So wise, Izuku mumbled, smiling softly at Yo. His boyfriend rolled his eyes and pulled Izuku into his chest to cuddle deeper so they could relax. Hearing Yo's heartbeat, Izuku let himself get drawn into the rhythm as his eyes fluttered closed, and he fell asleep, unaware of the craziness he'd wake up to tomorrow. Izuku woke up slowly the next morning. He was expecting to have his door beat down and for Shouta to drag him into the living room for a thorough lecture and maybe even a little screaming match. He was expecting a big explosion practically, but instead, all he could hear was a few birds chirping and the even breaths of his boyfriend. Yo was still fast asleep, his eyelids fluttering while he dreamed and snored so deeply he sounded like a lion. Izuku barely suppressed his giggles at the sound, not wanting to wake up his boyfriend. Instead, he slowly climbed out of bed and stepped into the bathroom, taking a quick shower and getting ready for whatever the day had in store for him. He could only imagine what would happen. Would the commission be taken down? Would no one care and nothing would happen? Would the public suddenly support the HPSC? Decide they needed a protector and that taking Izuku's childhood and innocence was worth it? Truthfully, there were only a few rational options of what could be happening, but Izuku decided to focus on the best and worst-case scenarios. He wasn't great at being logical lately, and the extremes seemed far more interesting. Izuku would just have to prepare himself for Japan's downfall or, even more unlikely, his dad praising him for a job well done. He imagined Shouta looking proud, telling him how smart he'd been to go off on his own and take their family's protection into his own hands. But even that sent a chill down Izuku's spine. There was no way that would happen, and it was so unlike Shouta that it was almost creepy. Izuku shook his head, dislodging the terrifying imagery, and walked out into the rest of the safe house. Hizashi and Shouta were awake, cooking breakfast in the kitchen and making small talk. Izuku tried to avoid them, terrified that they would kill him or immediately notice something was wrong. They'd be able to smell the lies on him in an instant. He tried to go camp out in the living room, maybe patrol the news, or come up with a good lie for when they questioned him. But he wasn't nearly as quiet as he thought he was when Hizashi called out to him. Good morning, Izuku. How'd you sleep, honey? I'm fine. Pretty good, actually. That's good. I was worried you'd be having nightmares. We haven't talked about your kidnapping much, but we should. And if you need to talk to someone, we'll support you, okay? Izuku was bright red, fidgeting with the sleeves of his hoodie. I had nightmares the other night, but that was mostly 'cause of Dad getting hurt. I think I'm okay right now. Hizashi's face softened, the concern melting away to a warm smile that made Izuku feel so loved. If you're sure, kiddo. We'll follow your lead. Suddenly, he couldn't stop himself from running into the kitchen and throwing himself into Hizashi's arms. They believed in him unconditionally, supporting him beyond belief in a way Izuku never imagined someone would. All of them did. But Hizashi was so openly warm about it, in a way the others weren't. Izuku felt protected around Shouta, but he felt loved around Hizashi. Thank you, Papa. Izuku whispered. You're welcome, Aizu, Hizashi said back, his voice choking up. The warmth was still seeping into his bones, his papa's hold the most comforting thing he'd felt in a while. But along with that feeling was a pang of nagging guilt that dug into Izuku's heart. He was lying to them and went against their wishes. He didn't regret it, not really, at least. But Izuku didn't want to lie anymore. There's something I need to tell you. But the blame is all mine, okay? Don't yell at Yo or Toshi. Shouts pet an eyebrow at him. Well, this sounds suspicious. Whatever you're imagining, it's probably much worse. Hizashi took his hand. We'll figure it out. Whatever it is. Right? Okay, Izuku said with a nod as he psyched himself up for his talk. So, last night, we may have taken all of Dad's info on the commission and all their corruption and snuck out to give it to Intel so that she would leak it to the public. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, the atmosphere suddenly getting so heavy. He could feel his dad's anger building in the room as he waited for them to snap out of their shock. He expected yelling, but he felt even more terrified when Shouta barely whispered back. Izuku almost didn't hear him. You did what? He gritted out, his teeth grinding together so hard Izuku could hear it from across the room. If the commission is exposed, they can't do all that shady shit, right? Then we'll be safe. And we figured if we were in a group, it would be fine. We were really responsible about it. Like it was an actual mission. And Intel was actually really nice. I cannot believe how stupid and naive you all were. This was beyond reckless. It was suicidal. You were just kidnapped, for FS sake. And you went back out there? That is absolutely the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What if you all got taken this time? Did you even think about what that would do to us? We are a family, Izuku. Izuku trembled like a leaf, anger and devastation raging a war in his heart. I know you're mad, but Zashi. He needs to hear this. Okay, but maybe don't be so harsh. No. Izuku, you can't keep doing the sheet, or you'll get yourself killed one day. Is that what you want? To leave us all behind because you made a moronic and reckless decision? Did you even think about anyone else? Izuku couldn't stop himself from exploding no matter how hard he tried. That's all I can do. I've never ever had a family like this, and I want to keep you all safe. You got shot, Dad. And it was awful. I thought you died for me, and I couldn't stomach it. Wire screams, they echoed in my nightmares, and I couldn't handle it. I had to fix things. Shouta was about to yell back. Izuku could tell. His face was red with fury as he marched around the kitchen. Before he could cry, though, Hizashi smacked a hand over his mouth. You can't just yell at him. I won't let you. We need to have a real conversation. Zashi, you've got to be kidding me. He could have gotten himself killed. Yeah, but you almost died in front of him. Of course, he was going to make bad decisions. No! Izuku screamed, tears pouring down his cheeks. Don't take the blame for me. I did this on my own. Hizashi shook his head, holding Izuku's shoulders at arm's length while giving him a sad, little smile. Izuku, no. I knew you weren't in a good mental state, but I put it off to talk about. I should have made a better attempt at taking care of you. No, Izuku babbled. He couldn't let his papa do this. Izuku decided this on his own, and it wasn't anyone's fault but his. Even his brother and boyfriend couldn't take any blame. Izuku chose to handle it without much help, and he would bear the punishment. Only he couldn't breathe correctly. Izuku's breaths were shuttered with barely repressed sobs. He was trying so hard to talk, but he couldn't get anything out. He was too mad, too desperate for them to understand it was his responsibility and his alone to take a punishment for this. He wasn't some hurt little baby making ill-informed decisions. He was just a reckless teenager, tired of their family being constantly threatened. Shouta seemed to understand. He needs to take responsibility, Hizashi. He's nearly 17 years old and only a year away from graduation and his license. That was the dumbest shit you've ever done, Izuku. I am beyond angry. What if we'd lost all three of you? Suddenly, Izuku's tears started to dry up. Anger took over as Izuku stepped up to Shouta, glaring as he wiped at his face with the sleeve of his hoodie. I would never put them in danger. I did this for our family. I've uprooted us so many times, we're constantly under threat. Even if we'd gone with your blackmail plan, we wouldn't have really been safe. They could have stolen the data back and kidnapped me anyway. This was the best way. Oh, was it really? Shouta said with a glare. Did you even think about what this will do to hero society? Trust in heroes is already trash. Shigaraki is still out there, Izuku, and a blow like this could be the weakness he's looking for to make his next move. What? Izuku stuttered out, his heart plummeting into his stomach. Did you even think of that? You were thinking of us. Izuku furrowed his brow. I'm sorry that this could have been awful. But I had to do something. I don't regret protecting you guys. I couldn't go through with it again. I thought you died, Izuku screamed. We thought you were gone, but we still didn't risk the safety of the whole country. Reeling back, Izuku prepared to argue again to scream at Shouta till he understood. He never got to say anything though because suddenly all of their phones were going off. Even the laptops scattered around the house pinged with notifications. Everyone grabbed their phones. The report was the same across the Hero Network. Information leaked on corruption of the Hero Public Safety Commission. All heroes stand by for effects. Please continue all scheduled patrols and missions. Shouta muttered under his breath as he stomped into the living room to turn on the news and crashed down on the couch. Every single channel interrupted their regular content to defer to national news agencies. Shouta picked one, staying on it while Hizashi and Izuku moved into the room to watch. Miyagi Daikaku was on the screen, sitting behind his news desk with a massive stack of papers. If you've just tuned in, we're reporting on the massive data breach on corruption in our nation's Hero Public Safety Commission. There is substantial evidence that high-ranking officials have ordered attacks on civilians, murders of villains, and kidnapping children from their families to be raised as a hero for the commission. The commission bought the hero Hawks from his parents, and they ordered the recent kidnapping of hero-in-training Deku. The other newscaster shook her head. It's absolutely appalling that the commission, which was supposed to protect us all, so blatantly put people in danger. Many agree with you. I'm now getting reports of heroes making statements on social media and from their PR teams with genuine messages of disgust. We go live at Endeavor's agency. The screen immediately changed to the front of Flame, Endeavor standing in front of a podium as he started to speak. The Hero Commission has gone too far in their quest for power. I've learned many things from the upcoming generation of heroes, including people like Deku. It brings nothing but destruction. My agency is starting a coalition of heroes that will stand against the commission if changes aren't made. The camera zoomed out, cutting back to the newsroom. We had to cut Endeavor's speech short. We're getting reports the Prime Minister has called for the dismissal of all high-ranking commission officials and an immediate investigation. We now go live with Prime Minister Nakamaro. Then Izuku saw the Prime Minister, in a fancy suit standing on the steps of the Metropolitan Government Building. His party was behind him, and he looked furious. I'd like to offer a formal apology to everyone who has fallen victim to the wrongful actions of the HPSC. Rest assured, I will make sure everyone involved in corruption goes to prison for their crimes. Don't lose faith in your country. This is the chance for a new beginning after the massive villain attacks that have plagued our country as of late. Trust in our dedicated heroes in these times of hardship. The man bowed deeply, looking back up to sadly wave at the crowd of reporters recording his speech. They started asking a million questions, but Izuku had tuned most of it out. He hadn't quite believed it yesterday, but now it was really over. Sure, his dad and his papa were upset with him. But he was finally free. All of the people who'd hurt him were fired, pulled away from the ivory tower they'd used to torture him and his family. All of the anger or fear he felt rushed out of his body at once. The relief was sublime, utter euphoria just from being free. He crashed down to his knees, Shouta and Hizashi moving to catch him as he stared at the screen. The tears started to bubble down his cheeks, shock and disbelief on his face until Hizashi knelt down in front of him. You okay, kiddo? I don't know. Is it really over? Izuku choked out. Hizashi gave him a small smile. Sounds like it could be. You're safe from the commission. Izuku threw himself into his arms, smiling and laughing and crying while he blubbed all over his papa. He was even more surprised when Shouta joined them, wrapping his arms around both of them. It took a while to notice, but both of his dads were crying too. Eventually, Shouta whispered into Izuku's hair. I'm still furious, and this could have horrible repercussions. But I'm glad you're safe. Hey thanks, Dad, Izuku cried out, shifting in their arms so he could hold them both. You're still grounded for a whole FING month, problem child. Izuku shook his head into Shuta's chest. Teach, that's fine. Just don't ground Hitoshi, okay? Oh, I will. And Yo too, I don't care if he's not my kid. With a watery giggle, Izuku pulled back to look at his dads. Can we go home then? Hizashi and Shouta shared a glance, ping an eyebrow between them. After an unspoken conversation, his papa turned to him with a question. Do you mean UA? No, this is our home now. I just meant I want to get out of the safe house. Go back to our home so we can go back to school and our lives. Shouta ruffled his curls. Yeah, let's go home. Shouta was certain he'd never breathed so easily in his life. The crushing weight of the constant threat against his family wore on him daily, and once it was gone, it was like a ton of bricks had been lifted off him. No more paranoia, no more staring at everyone who walked by, no more distrusting every coworker he didn't know, and no more watching Izuku like a hawk. His kid was saved, at least sort of. The commission was no longer stalking him at least, and Izuku would be left alone. His sources in the HPSC confirmed that most of the people responsible for the commission's plans for Izuku were arrested and that any left were well aware they could never make a move on him without being brutally investigated. It was a relief that Shouta probably wouldn't have to murder anyone. The last thing he would have wanted was to accidentally make things worse by killing the next person who tried to take his kid. It made life so much easier that finally, none of them had to worry about it. Shouta thought they were clear, moving back into their house and spending the whole day celebrating. The boys would start their punishment the next day. And first thing the following morning, they were grounded. Shouta reveled in it, grinning like a deranged dad getting pleasure out of his kid's delightful misery. They all groaned, but it was a minor punishment in reality. Shouta should have suspended their provisional hero licenses, but it would put them all more at risk, especially Izuku. The commission might not be hunting him, but he was still villain bait. And Shouta was well aware that the League of Villains was still out there somewhere. So instead, the kids got grounded for a month, and Shouta got to revel in their wines. Even as they walked back into school for the first time since Izuku was kidnapped, they complained about how they couldn't enjoy the summer properly if they were locked at home. "Dad, can't we at least do some fun family things? Please?" Izuku pouted. "No. Hizashi, Eri, and I will go enjoy the beach, and all of you will be at home doing chores." "That's practically cruel and unusual punishment," Hitoshi groaned. "Bummer. Shouldn't have snuck out then and possibly disrupted the very foundation of our country." Shouta, with all due respect, if anything, the public has seemed to rally around the good heroes. "I don't think we ruined the country or anything," Yo said with a roll of his eyes. "Oh, problem children," Shouta cruelly chuckled. "I don't care. You're still grounded." They all groaned in unison. It sounded like music to Shuta's ears, as if a conductor was directing them to the melody of their own anguish. It made for a fantastic morning as they walked into the teacher's lounge. Shouta was sure nothing could ruin his day while he was in such a great mood. But boy, was he wrong. The first thing he noticed was Izuku's sudden paralyzing fear as he froze in place, his eyes widening as if he'd seen a ghost. Next, Hitoshi and Yo moved simultaneously to place themselves in front of Izuku as they pushed him behind them. Shouta followed their gaze, and that was when he saw it. Yagi Tashinori was sitting on a couch on one side of the room, sipping tea and trying to make himself look small. He wouldn't even look up at anyone, most of the faculty giving him nasty glares. Even Joke wasn't smiling. "The F are you doing here?" Shouta growled out. Yagi looked up at them, eyes wide with shock that quickly turned to fear and uncertainty. "Aizawa, it's, nice to see you all. I'm here to speak with young Midoriya." "Absolutely not. I'm not letting you anywhere near him." "With all due respect, that's not your decision." "The hell it isn't?" Shouta yelled, putting himself between the boys and Yagi. "We're only a few weeks away from being his legal parents. He's my son, and you're not going to talk to him." Yagi's eyes flitted about the group before he stepped to the side to try to look at Izuku. Shouta immediately moved to keep him from looking at his kid. "What could have possibly made you think it was a good idea to come here?" "I need to apologize. I need to fix things," Yagi said, standing up taller as he tried to meet Shuta's gaze. Honestly, he was about to punch Yagi in the face. Truthfully, Shouta couldn't believe the man had the ball to try something like this. He was generally a coward, avoiding anything he couldn't handle with just a punch or making it disappear with all his money and fame. Yet he was here, trying to talk to his kid after he'd essentially tried to sell him away to become a trained assassin. "I knew you were dumb, Yagi, but I had no idea you were this effing stupid. You're not talking to him." Yagi opened his mouth to argue, and Shouta stepped forward. He was about to throw the man out on his, but when Hizashi grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. "I know you're mad, Hizashi started, but it's really not up to us. If Izuku wants to talk to Yagi, that's up to him." Shouta was about to tell his husband that Yagi could talk to Izuku over his dead body, but then his eyes flickered back to his kid. Izuku looked torn, unsure of what he wanted as he looked around at everyone in the teacher's lounge. Shouta realized that maybe Izuku actually wanted to hear him out. As much as he hated it, he was old enough to make that choice for himself even if Shouta wanted to just kick the guy's butt. "Fine," Shouta sighed as he turned to Izuku. "If you want to talk to him, that's okay. But not alone, Hizashi, or I have to go with you." Izuku nodded slowly in understanding, still looking conflicted as his eyes fell on Yagi. He looked pained and Shouta hated it. His kids should never look like that, but Shouta understood. To Izuku he would always be All Might. The man who gave him his quirk, his idol for years and years. But he was also the source of one of the greatest heartbreaks and betrayals in Izuku's life. And the fact that one person was both of things for his son made Shouta want to pop the guy in the FNG nose. But he would refrain if it meant Izuku could get some closure. After what felt like a lifetime, Izuku eventually slowly nodded. I'll hear him out. Yagi sighed in relief, his shoulders slumping with an annoyingly sad smile on his face. Excellent, I'm so glad, young Midoriya. Could you not call me that though? Yes, of course, young Izuku. Shouta turned to glare at Yagi, seeing Izuku flinch. Not that either. Can you call me Aizawa, please? Yagi's smile fell for a moment before he awkwardly laughed. Sure, young Aizawa. Where would you like to go talk? Let's just go to my dad's office? Shouta groaned but nodded. He wasn't going to tell his kid no, after all, and Izuku still had plenty of secrets to keep from the normal faculty. So they all followed Shouta into his office, Yagi clearly looking uncomfortable that everyone was joining them. Do we really need everyone here? We'll probably discuss some pretty sensitive topics. Yagi said, It's fine, All Might. They all know all of my secrets. Ah yes, Yagi said as he looked around the room with distrust. I suppose nothing can be done about that, but you should be more careful about who you tell. They're my family and my boyfriend. The people I love and trust most, so of course I told them. Izuku snapped back, standing a little taller as he defended them. It made Shouta so proud. Izuku was clearly still anxious and afraid, but he was willing to stand up to his former idol. His ordinarily kind eyes even turned to a vicious glare that Shouta was getting more and more familiar with since he'd come into their lives. Yagi, however, was clearly unaccustomed to it as he flinched at Izuku's stony look. Sorry, my boy. Well, what did you want to say? I wanted to start with an apology. After the news broke, I was shocked. I never believed that the Commission or Nezu would be setting you up for something so cruel. I told you that he was. I tried to explain that it was a bad idea and what they would do to me. Remember? You should have known. Yagi squirmed under Izuku's gaze. His kid was still being firm, but Shouta could see that he was faltering, hurt bubbling up to the surface as he stared him down. Well, yes, but I didn't believe you, I suppose. You should have though. I was scared and alone. My mom had barely given me up and I was being sold off to the Commission so Nezu could promote the status of UA, and you just let him. I was supposed to be your protege. Yagi still looked ashamed, and that fact gave Shouta so much comfort. The a-hole should feel awful for what he'd done. But then he saw frustration flicker in his eyes, and Shouta felt on edge again. He was ready to step in should anything get bad, but Izuku's face flickered over to him with a slight shake to his head. You surely can't blame me for something I didn't know, young Miyazawa. No, but you didn't even try to look into it. You should have made sure that it was a good choice. That I would be happy and safe. And you didn't even listen, Izuku practically shouted, losing his grip on his composure. I had no reason not to trust Nezu at the time. It shouldn't matter, Izuku screamed, his voice cracking. You told me you thought of me as a son. You wanted to help raise me. But now I know that's a lie. Shouta and Hizashi are my dad and my papa, and they would never make me do something I didn't want to do. And I begged you not to force me. You are a child. And honestly, young Aizawa, you have always been quick to react very strongly to everything. You cry over absolutely anything. How am I supposed to know when I should take your crying seriously? Izuku practically reeled back like he'd been slapped, and Shouta was about ready to kill the man. But Yo beat him to it. The boy smirked down at him, his grin more like a cruel sneer than a smile. It's so sad to see how far you've fallen, All Might. What kind of hero turns his back on someone who was crying out to be saved? It's pathetic. It was Yagi's turn to do a double take, his face twisted into a deep frown before twisting into anger. Who are you to talk to me that way? I'm Izuku's boyfriend and a hero in training who apparently takes my role in heroics more seriously than you. Shouta couldn't stop himself from snorting from the deep look of offense on Yagi's face. Yo was quickly becoming one of his favorite kids as he tore the former hero down. Yagi, however, did not think it was funny. Is young Aizawa, are you really going to let him speak to me like that? No. Because I'm going to ask you to leave. I don't want you here anymore, Izuku whispered out, tears now streaming down his face as he looked down at the ground. Shouta could see him squeezing at his sleeves, fidgeting and anxious as he tried to shrink in on himself. Shouta took the cue to step up and grab Yagi's arm, ready to forcibly shove his butt off campus. But he shouted out one last time at Izuku. Izuku, please. I have one more thing to say. Just say it, Izuku said, still not looking at Yagi. I want you to come back to UA. Nezu is stepping down, and I'll be taking his place. You can train with me, and I will help you foster one for all the way I should have. You don't belong at a half-rate hero school like this one. Come back home where you belong. Don't let my mistakes keep you from fulfilling your potential. All of the rest of you would be welcome to return as well, of course. Shouta was absolutely shell-shocked at the FNG ball on this man. If the kids weren't watching, this would surely have been the final straw, and he would have kicked the man's butt. Ketsubutsu might not have the funding of UA, but the students here were talented, and Yagi was out of line. He was scared for a moment. Class 2A was probably a strong selling point of returning to UA. Shouta knew all of his kids missed them, and probably even UA in general. But he absolutely didn't want to return. They'd started a life here, and Shouta could never trust the school again as a teacher. But it didn't matter in the long run. If all of the kids wanted to go back, he would follow them anywhere. He turned to look at Izuku. He was sure the kid would look anxious and uncertain, having no clue what he wanted. Shouta wouldn't blame him. It wasn't something most of them had considered, and it had some pretty significant advantages and disadvantages. However, Izuku looked furious. I am not leaving Ketsubutsu. This is my home now. They've taken me in and protected me without question. Fukukado is a wonderful teacher, and Hoashir protects his students. I've built a life here now with my family, and I'm staying. Izuku, this is a mistake. You'll be a better hero with the training at UA. Yagi insisted. No, I won't. Not at a place with instructors who turn their back on me. I'm staying here. Now please leave and don't contact me again. Shouta immediately stepped forward and pushed Yagi out of the room. He was going to make sure Izuku got the last word. It was his life, and this was the path he was set on. And Shouta would be lying if he said he didn't want Yagi gone. With a grip tighter than necessary, Shouta dragged his butt through the building. Yagi was spluttering, but Shouta mostly ignored him. Aizawa, please. Hear me out. I made a mistake, but this school is not enough for young Izuku. He needs more resources. You can't really believe you can give him as much as UA or myself could. Shouta tossed him right out the front door, making him land on his butt as he followed him out the door. Shouta loomed over him, glaring down with fury and disgust as his lips curled into a sneer. He barely kept from punching Yagi by flexing his hands into a fist. I will give him the family he always needed and the preparation to be the best hero he can be. He doesn't need a backstabbing a-hole in his life. If I ever see you near him again or even hear you're trying to contact my son, I will resort to drastic measures. Do you understand? Yagi shouted back, trying to argue. Aizawa, surely you must know Dash. But Shouta never heard the rest as he stalked into the school, letting the door close behind him. Then he walked up to the flustered staff at the front desk and tried to give them a reassuring smile. Don't worry about that. But if he tries to come back in, I want you to call me and then the police. They all nodded, one of them eagerly responding. Of course, Aizawa, sir. We'll let you know if there's any trouble. Thank you both. I appreciate it, Shouta said with a slight bow of his head before he spun on his heels and hurried back to his office. He practically threw the door open. Izuku sitting in his desk chair sort of zoned out as the others hovered around the room. It was clear they were trying to give him space, but the looks of concern were so evident on their faces. Izuku, however, didn't seem to notice anything until Shouta was right in front of him. Dad? Is he gone? Yeah, he's gone. And not coming back. Are you all right? I think so, Izuku nodded. Just shocked. Didn't think I'd see him again, he mumbled. Honestly, I thought he was too much of a coward to even bother trying. But you handled it very well. I'm proud of you, Shouta said with a smile. And when his kids smiled back, Shouta felt warm. It had been a long journey for them to get here and for Izuku to have any sense of peace like he had now. But Shouta couldn't help how light his heart felt. Thanks, Dad. It wasn't too hard, though. This is the place I'm supposed to be with you guys. Shouta reached up to ruffle his curls. Yeah, you've got nothing to worry about. We'll be by your side. He didn't like being a sap, but the smile on Izuku's face always made it worth it. He loved his problem children. 1 month later, Izuku was so excited that his heart was pounding. He couldn't even try to contain the smile on his face. Finally, he wasn't grounded anymore. He was free from the prison his annoying dads put him in. And Izuku's family name was finally Aizawa-Yamada. The commission was gone, and he was completely settled into his new life at Ketsubutsu. He'd even gotten some closure after All Might attempted to weasel his way back into his life. But Izuku had told him off easily, despite the tears in his eyes. But it all resulted in peace and a comfortable routine that filled Izuku's heart every day. Which meant he could safely go back to Mizudafu for a visit. He was beyond excited to see his friends. Yo and Izuku would be taking the train where all of his friends would pick them up, and they'd stay the weekend at the Bakuga's house who were out of town and were letting all of them stay there. Izuku wasn't sure what kind of bribery must have been involved for Auntie Mitsuki to agree to that, but he wasn't going to question a good thing. They were beyond lucky, and the anticipation buzzing under his skin was making his heart race with excitement. He hurriedly packed up his little duffel bag with everything he'd need, bouncing around his bedroom while Yo watched from his desk chair. You know, if you'd done this last night, you wouldn't be packing like a crazy person, Yo said with a smirk. Izuku whipped around to shoot him a pout and a playful glare. You are well aware that I was too busy last night. Yeah, filling out your hero analysis notebook with a new hero, right? That easily could have waited, Zu. No, it couldn't. I needed to watch their footage before the blogs started talking about her. I can't let anyone sway my opinion. They definitely would have said she was too scantily dressed in her uniform, but honestly, I think it was fine. It makes sense to put her in form-fitting materials with the way her body stretches. Yo fondly rolled his eyes, making Izuku stick out his pout a little further. Why are you so mean to me? You're cute when you pout, he smirked. Izuku scoffed, pretending his cheeks didn't flush at the compliment. Even after a month of living together, the butterflies didn't disappear. It felt like he was still as susceptible to Yo's charm even after a couple months of being together. But Izuku definitely wasn't complaining. He loved the little flutter in his heart every time his boyfriend smiled at him. Sounds mean to me. I'll show you mean. Before Izuku even had time to process, his boyfriend tackled him down on the bed and tickled him like a madman. Izuku burst into giggles, pushing him away. Why, Yo? Stuff. I need to pack. Should have thought of that yesterday, Yo teased. So cruel, Izuku squealed in delight as Yo kissed all over his cheeks. Only for you, Yo cooed before climbing off the bed to let Izuku keep packing. But then, Shouta burst into the door with a death glare as he eyed both of them closely. What did I say about keeping the door open? What the hell was going on in here? Izuku's earlier blush paled in comparison to when he turned bright red from head to toe. Dad, nothing was happening. Yo was just picking on me. Are you sure? Shouta asked with narrowed eyes. Yo rolled his eyes and smiled mischievously as Shouta. I would never do anything to your precious son, sir. You're such a brat, Shouta scoffed out. Seriously, Dad, stop, Izuku whined. I don't think I will. In fact, before you're able to leave, we need to have a talk. Zashi, get in here. Izuku flinched as his papa burst into the room, all smiles and fanfare and loud noises. What's up, babies? They're about to leave, and they'll be mostly unsupervised. It's time we have the talk. Hizashi burst into laughter, loud and obnoxious, as Izuku shrunk in on himself. Is this really necessary? Izuku whined again. Yes, Shouta groaned, and Hizashi cheered. You are both teenagers, and it is natural to be ridden with hormones, but you are also heroes, and you will remain responsible. If you engage in SXL NTRCRS, clear consent must be obtained from both parties. Understood? Yes, Dad. We're not dumb. SEC between men is very different than between a straight couple. There are steps you have to take to be safe. Izuku screamed. Stop right now. We're not doing that anytime soon. Please stop before my ears start bleeding. Suddenly, Hitoshi showed up, leaning against the door frame. Izuku smiled at him with relief. Thanks, Hitoshi. Please tell them to go away. Nah, I'm just here to watch this train wreck. Hitoshi laughed cruelly as he reveled in Izuku's misery. He was never going to forgive his brother for this. I hate all of you, Izuku mumbled as he turned away to try to ignore his annoying family. He just kept throwing all of his things into his duffel bag and pretending his dad wasn't currently explaining how to put a condom on. And the second he was packed, he grabbed Yo's hand and started to pull him out of the room. Oh, look at that. We've got a train to catch. Yo, grab your stuff. We're leaving. Izuku, you have to hear this. No, Dad, I don't. Izuku chimed back. Oh yeah? You want to get grounded again? Shouta yelled. No. But I can't even say, you know, it's so what makes you think I'm going to do it? We're not going to do anything like that. We're just going to spend the weekend with my friends. Hizashi eventually reached up to rub at Shouta's back, winking at Izuku. Come on, Sho. Cut the kid some slack. If he decides to do something anyway, it'll be his funeral. And the kids really do have a train to catch. Fine, Shouta agreed before turning to narrow his eyes at Izuku. You're safe this time, but we are having this conversation at some point. Izuku didn't pay much attention, darting forward to hug Hizashi. Thanks, Papa. No problem, honey. Just have fun on your trip, okay? And be safe. Check in with us at least a couple times a day. I will, Izuku said with a smile, turning to his dad and rolling his eyes. I better get a hug too, brat. Izuku, of course, leaned forward to hug him, and he even gave a quick one to Hitoshi before scooping Eri up into his arms as they all walked towards the front door of their home to see them off. With a final round of hugs, Izuku and Yo finally broke free as they booked it out of the house and through the city to the train station. They barely made it time, finding their seats and slumping down into them almost just as soon as they started to move. Yo reached over and took his hand, giving it a squeeze and a soft smile. You excited? Nervous? Little of both. I haven't been back since everything happened, you know? I know. But they'll all be happy to see you, and it'll be great. Plus, you get to watch them all torture and interrogate me. That should be fun. Izuku couldn't restrain his giggles, ignoring all the rude looks he got from the other people on the train. Yeah, that probably will be fun. Try not to be nervous, Yo said as he reached over and pulled Izuku closer as he pressed a kiss to his forehead. It'll be a good weekend. Thanks. I'll do my best. It's just weird after everything we've been through to go back so willingly. Yeah, I get that. But you're safe and it's all over. You kicked the commission's butt, basically. Izuku smiled as pride blossomed in his chest. Yeah, I guess we did. It was so weird to look back at the last few months of his life. There was so much pain and loneliness at first that was burned away with the warmth of his family. Then shit really hit the fan with villain attacks and kidnapping, only to result in him eventually becoming an Aizawa-Yamada, falling in love with Yo, and happily settling in at Ketsubutsu for the rest of his hero education. He was such a different person too. Izuku could see it in his own behaviors, the confidence that grew in him since the sports festival and taking down the commission. He trained harder, worked smarter, and improved almost every day. And his support system, who had his back no matter what, gave him the bravery he needed to stand as tall as he did. When all of this started, never in a million years did Izuku think he'd ever end up grateful for any of it. But sitting on that train in his boyfriend's arms, with a new family back home and a bright future ahead of him, Izuku couldn't possibly feel anything other than happy for his new life. And he wouldn't have it any other way.